Audiobook title Cosmic Retribution, Chapter 01 to 523, Part 06. As Rifumi finished speaking, the red indicator lights on the room's doors suddenly turned green, and the lockdown was lifted. A rustling sound like flowing water surged from all directions. These Sanhei were all survivors from the Halo. Hearing the sound made them lose their composure slightly. One warrior seemed a bit afraid. Commander, his words were immediately interrupted by Arts. Sedi, the flood is coming. There was no time to prepare and no time for fear. The tide of bugs pounced on them like a flood of memories. The wild boar beasts, seeing these creatures smaller than themselves, weren't actually that afraid. After all, most Ungoi who had seen the flood were already dead. Furthermore, everyone was holding laser weapons dropped by sentinels once we cleared a large area with explosions everywhere. The visual effect was quite satisfying. Whoa, these fireworks are beautiful. They're just a bit smelly. Just as Tyr had predicted, all the little bugs lunged toward the three wild boar beasts, completely ignoring the others. The little guys were originally having fun firing, as they had never seen creatures other than themselves that exploded so easily upon being hit. However, the wave of bugs soon reached their faces. Oh my god, mamma mia, this isn't scientific. The three wild boar beasts cried out in alarm, even forgetting to fire. The laser weapons, which cleared lines of enemies, couldn't keep up because the bugs were pouncing like a solid wall. Tyr and the others, who had been prepared for a long time, found the opportunity to focus their fire. After a series of chain explosions, more than half of the little bugs were eliminated. The wild boar beasts were too slow, so they were tossed around by the elites guarding them, but in the end, they all survived. Now there were fewer than 20 infection form flood left in the room, crawling around looking for corpses to infect, but the fragments on the ground were useless. Thus these little bugs scurried about like rats, while everyone continued firing to clean up the battlefield. For combat form flood suddenly lunged out from the doors on both sides. These fellows were massive. It was obvious they were transformed from infected elites. Tyr immediately issued a warning. Watch out, their targets are us. Sure enough, as he expected, the infection form flood rushed toward Arts and the others as soon as they entered. Because they were so fast, one elite wasn't paying attention and was sent flying into a wall by a tentacle. The warrior's shield was instantly depleted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Arce's hair stood on end not because of the creature's strength, but because he sensed spiritual Kai from these combat form flood. Be careful, these guys are at least at the third layer of Kai refining. Don't engage in melee, keep your distance and fire. Because the terrain was narrow and the enemies were fast, the elites didn't have time to shoot and had to prioritize dodging attacks looking somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, the little guys were left alone. They stood there firing continuously, burning the big brutes with lasers, and quickly eliminated two combat form flood. Tyr also eliminated one. The last combat form flood was sliced in half by Arts' sword. His four-mandible mouth had lost two mandibles thanks to this kind of enemy. Those were his own subordinates, once brothers he had lived with day and night. Thus seeing such enemies filled Arts with an unspeakable bitterness and rage. Tyr noticed his reddened eyes and patted Arts on the shoulder. Let's go. Consider this as avenging them. The squad continued forward and soon reached the entrance of a large elevator. It seemed even more chaotic here. Sentinels flew through the air, lasers darting everywhere. Their efficiency in killing the bugs was terrifyingly high. The infection form flood were killed instantly upon appearing, and the combat forms were taken down in moments by focused fire. Unfortunately, there were too many bugs. The walls of the elevator shaft were lined with doors, with two entrances every 20 meters, connecting to various facilities throughout the mine. Tyr said this should be the core transport device. That guy must be in the deepest part of the mine. We must find him. Arts was very puzzled. This place is full of bugs. Isn't he seeking his own death by running inside? No. Judging by his fearless attitude, I'm certain this fellow must have also practiced the Kai refining arts. Arts, where did you get that booklet? This here was being sold on a black market in St. Helios. One copy costs 5 million Covenant credits, which is almost the price of a light warship. How could those guys have so much money? Tyr shook his head helplessly. This brother's combat ability was top tier, but he wasn't very good at math. He took out the booklet and said, if I take this to be photocopied, it only costs the price of a few sheets of paper. If I wanted to sell it to you for 1 credit, would you want it? Arts' way of thinking was just a bit simple, but he wasn't stupid. Only then did he realize he seemed to have wasted his money. Fine, I reckon in less than 10 days you'll get a free copy of this thing with any purchase in the black market. He shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Following Tyr Vadami, he never had to worry about money. Tyr put away the Kai refining art and said, those combat form flood just now were mostly wearing Covenant Standard armor. They likely escaped from the Halo. Arts looked inside from the doorway. The Flood on the elevator platform were indeed wearing Covenant armor, which was different from the Rebels.
All right, I admit they might have a way to defend against the Flood.
But taking the elevator to fight our way in.
9 lives wouldn't be enough.
Because he poked his head out, he was immediately noticed by the nearest sentinel.
This small flying machine instantly gave chase. Tyr was quick-handed, grabbing the sentinel in his hand and then extending his arm to point the thing inside the door. The others didn't know what he was doing until they saw 2 nearby Flood, blown apart by the laser fired by the sentinel.
The other sentinels did not fire toward them.
Seeing this reaction, Tyr's eyes lit up.
I have a good idea, though I don't know if this'll work. You guys wait here first. After saying that, he crushed the sentinel's thrusters, jammed it onto his armor, entered stealth mode, and walked in. The elevator had about a dozen square meters of space and 2 levels connected by a rotating ramp.
Consequently, there were quite a few Flood here.
He ignored the Flood and rushed straight toward a sentinel flying low, grabbed the fellow, crushed its thrusters, and jammed it onto his body as well.
In less than 5 minutes, Tyr had captured 7 sentinels, mounting one on each arm, each leg, his chest, and his back.
Although these sentinels had lost their mobility, they were still attacking the Flood, firing automatically with meticulous diligence. By now, he had revealed his form, and was even using his own weapon to attack the sentinels in the sky, yet no lasers were fired at him. Just as Tyr had guessed, these things had a friendly fire protection mechanism. Unlike sapient beings, these mechanical devices only had simple low-level logic code. The priority of protecting their own side was higher than killing enemies, otherwise they couldn't operate in swarms. Tyr turned back and shouted, "Do you see?" Arts poked his head out and gave a thumbs up. Then a laser streaked over his head, making his shield flare brightly.
Tyr said, "Come in while invisible and do exactly as I did."
In less than 5 minutes, all the squad members were equipped with Sentinel-type armor. Even the wild boar beasts had 2 tied to their bodies. This way, the 3-way free-for-all turned into a 2-on-1. The Sentinels on their bodies could fire automatically and provided friendly protection. They could attack while advancing and defend while retreating. It was perfect. Arts commented, "Making you a kamikaze martyr is truly a waste of your talents." Tyr rolled his eyes. The Special Justice Fleet is the largest fleet in the Covenant. HMPH being a fleet commander is also a waste of your talents. Arts spoke righteously, but his words carried a hidden meaning. Chapter 324, The Resilient Fugitive. With the protection of powerful auto-aim laser weapons, Tyr and the others cleared the Flood on the elevator without taking any damage. After starting the elevator, countless combat formed Flood crawled out from all sides. Although these guys attacked them under the concentrated fire of more allies, they couldn't cause much trouble. They slaughtered their way through if rebels appeared. They destroyed the sentinels. With Tyr and Arts charging ahead, ordinary elite warriors were simply no match for them. Whenever they encountered a large group of Flood, sentinels were sure to be present.
With just a few uses of the invisibility technique, the entire team could be armed to the teeth. Arts mocked, "When these sentinels fight us, they only appear in small groups, but once they fight the bugs, they fly everywhere like little bees."
Tyr Vadami smiled and said, "We are just an anomaly."
But the Flood is written into the underlying rules.
Speaking of this, he realized for the first time that the Forerunners actually took these little bugs very seriously. This might truly be some kind of ultimate weapon, just like the information found on Halo before. If that were the case, this weapon was too terrifying. Without a means to control the Flood, even the user would be consumed. While the Kamikaze Martyr's squad was on a killing spree, Sesser Formi was retreating again and again. At this moment, he led a few confidants to hide in the central hall of the mine, which connected to the large elevators of all the mine's buildings and was his final evacuation route. Currently, 7 or 8 rebels followed him, guarding the final evacuation point. This was a safe room protected by light bars, and inside the room was the evacuation passage. The energy for the light bars was provided by the mine's core power. As long as the mine was operating normally, this door could not be opened.
Not long after, Tyr Vadami led his team and fought their way here.
Separated only by a gate of light, the two confronted each other once again. The storm outside the mine was getting worse, and the Phantom pilot sent a message: if they didn't retreat within an hour, they would be trapped here for a long time.
To complete the mission as quickly as possible, Tyr charged at the light bars with all his might.
Only after being bounced back did he realize this was different from an ordinary prison door. Reefamy didn't move or even blink. "I can safely hide from the storm here, but you must be sacrificed." After saying that, another steel barrier descended inside the light bars, completely blocking the view from outside. Tyr moved around the hall, observing everything to find a way to break the situation. Soon he noticed the holographic image of the mine. It turned out that the power for this foreigner structure was all at the top, and the rest was connected by 3 incredibly thick steel cables.
If the cables were severed at the middle, and lower parts of the mine would fall.
Although the building wouldn't hit the ground in a gas giant, once it fell into the extremely dense interior of the planet, everyone inside the mine would surely die. Art studied it for a while and said, "The guy has protected himself so thoroughly that we won't be able to get in even if we try our hardest. Then we'll just have to force him out."
How?
Tyr pointed at the hologram and said, "I'm going to cut the steel cables."
Once the cables were cut, the lower part would become extremely unsafe, and having his subordinates follow him would hinder quick action.
Thinking of this, he said to Art to take the troops back to the Phantom.
"I'm enough here on my own."
According to the structure of the hologram, by going up the spiral staircase from this hall, one could find an elevator that led directly to where the steel cables were connected at the highest point. Tyr took 2 energy light swords and entered an invisible state. There were no battles along the way, more and more flood, and sentinels were in a chaotic fight. As long as he carefully avoided stray bullets, he wouldn't be discovered. Before long, he successfully reached the top platform. The fighting here was even more intense, with flood limbs and sentinel parts scattered everywhere. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to the surrounding steel cables. Tyr sneaked over. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. He used up 2 energy light swords just to cut through one.
He had nothing else on him to use for cutting, which seemed a bit awkward.
Although he could use True Kai to replenish the energy of the light sword, his cultivation was insufficient. Doing so would be too inefficient and would put him in danger. The storm around him was getting stronger and time was running out for Tyr. He didn't lose his cool. After observing for a while, he found 2 flood-holding light swords on the platform. After 2 successful sneak attacks, he successfully obtained the light swords and cut the second steel cable.
Having lost most of its load-bearing capacity, the entire mine began to make the sound of metal grinding against metal, but the last steel cable remained resilient, showing no signs of breaking.
Tyr looked around again but didn't see any more enemies with light swords. Fortunately, the ground was littered with laser weapons dropped by the sentinels. He picked up a few and started working on the cable. The 2 sides fighting here were mortal enemies, and almost no one cared what he was doing.
Except for an occasional short-sighted flood that would come to cause trouble, his cutting work was almost undisturbed.
5 minutes later, the last steel cable was severed. The entire mine trembled as it began to fall. Due to the immense density of the planetary gases, creaking and squeezing sounds came from everywhere. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tyr made his way back to the central hall. The previously closed light bars had indeed opened. Rifami had already fled, leaving only a few rebels to guard the place. It turned out there was an escape passage inside that room.
It seemed this guy hadn't planned to hold this position to the death and had long intended to withdraw.
According to the hologram's instructions, this should lead to a small hangar.
Tyr ignored the guards and jumped straight down the passage to give chase.
Accelerating all the way, he was suddenly hit by a bullet after passing through a corridor outside the mine.
It turned out Rifami was not far ahead. A motion detector had exposed his movements.
At this point, Tyr didn't care about staying invisible and directly took out a plasma rifle to fire.
Although the Kamikaze Martyr's armor didn't have as high a shield as the white armor, he still had True Kai to replenish it.
He had kept this trump card until now just for this desperate gamble.
Rifami fired for a while and found that the shield energy on Tyr was constantly flickering, but never broke while his own shield was about to fail.
In the end, he had no choice but to rush into the hangar and jump onto a Banshee fighter.
Tyr was in the heat of the fight and continued to fire incessantly with the Banshee in the air. The Banshee didn't flee, instead, it turned around and strafed at Tyr. Although this kind of single-pilot fighter wasn't very strong in aerial combat, its cannons were definitely a lethal weapon against ground troops. Even human Scorpion tanks couldn't withstand the fire from these cannons, and the Kamikaze Martyr's armor couldn't hold up either.
Suddenly, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. The fighter's bullets shot out, sweeping across like a cell-chasing whip.
After a burst of extreme acceleration and a leap, Tyr Vadami charged directly into another Banshee and immediately launched the fighter into the air. Thus, the two began a new round of aerial combat. Predictor, shooting, rolling, accelerating. Tyr was certain that this guy must have also studied the Kai refining art, otherwise he wouldn't have such fast reaction speeds. Now both of their reactions exceeded the performance of the Banshee fighters, meaning that as long as they didn't make a mistake, neither could do anything to the other. After fighting for a while, Rifami gave up and accelerated toward the nearest entrance. Upon landing, he jumped straight out of the fighter and dashed into the hangar in one smooth motion without any pause. Since the hangar exit wasn't large, such a maneuver could easily result in a collision. It was a reckless way to play.
Tyr couldn't help but admire him. It had been a long time since he had seen such a decisive Saiyan heli. He followed suit and accelerated forward.
Suddenly, a violent wind gusted, blowing his fighter down by 3 meters.
He had no chance to jump out, otherwise he would have fallen.
With a loud explosion, Tyr's fighter crashed directly into the outer wall of the entrance.
He clumsily grabbed the wall with his hands and struggled to climb up.
I was too careless. Chapter 325, The Ghost-Faced Beast in the Kai Refining Stage. There was only one way in from here, and it led to a large hangar, which should have a transport ship capable of escaping this planet. Rifumi dashed ahead, and Tyr sprinted after him. One pursued, and the other fled, but escape was nearly impossible. Through room after room and corridor after corridor, the kamikaze martyr doggedly tracked his prey's trail. After an intense and fierce pursuit, Tyr finally caught up to his target, calling out just before Rifumi could leap onto the transport ship.
Hey,
Traitor, stop. Tyr aimed his muzzle at the other's head, and Rifumi seemed to have no intention of running any further. He turned and jumped down from the ship without the slightest hesitation. Kamikaze martyr, I would rather die by your hand than be slaughtered by the prophets. Who told you these lies? Tyr had pursued him here precisely to clarify the situation before deciding whether to kill, capture, or release him. He was not pedantic among the commanders, who could lead massive fleets. None were anything less than shrewd. At that moment, a sphere floated over from the air, humming a little tune. It was about the size of a soccer ball with indicator lights on the front.
Tyr had seen such things in ancient texts and subconsciously shouted out, the oracle.
hi, hello.
I am 1343 Guilty Spark, the monitor of installation 04. Rifumi did not take the opportunity to escape, nor did he open fire. He only said resentfully, you can ask him about the halo, and listen to the truth behind the sacrifice. 343 seemed quite happy and leaned toward Tyr, saying, oh, more questions. It would be my honor to open the gate of truth for you. At that moment, a message came through the rebel communication channel. A warship was approaching, and over a dozen phantoms were heading toward the mine. The rebels couldn't even stop a single kamikaze martyr, so why was the Covenant making such a massive move? Rifumi felt very uneasy. The prophets seemed ready to drop the pretense and stop acting altogether. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to seize Tyr Vadami and take him away first. Tyr was about to ask a question, his full attention on 343, completely failing to notice that Rifumi had already drawn his weapon. 2 plasma rifles fired at close range. Tyr Vadami's energy shield flickered wildly. It would break in less than 10 seconds. Fortunately, he was very fast, dodging behind a pillar in a flash just as the armor shield's energy warning sounded. Rifumi was extremely frustrated. Wasn't it said that the kamikaze martyr's armor shield was very weak? Why did it feel significantly stronger than even standard white armor? He activated his back jetpack and flew into the air and took out 2 spheres and threw them out. These spheres looked similar to the previous holographic projection devices and seemed to have the same effect, as they instantly transformed into 2 figures, 2 shadows identical to Cessair for me. Kamikaze martyr. The elites have all been deceived, but I will wake them up. Tyr Vadami was somewhat dazed until those 2 phantoms turned and drew their weapons. Only then did he discover that these 2 actually made the sound of footsteps, and their movements were not synchronized. In other words, these were not illusions. 4 plasma rifles fired together, the rounds striking the walls and sending off searing sparks. Tyr began to doubt his reality regardless of whether these 2 clones were real. At least, the rounds fired by those weapons were not fake.
Now 6 guns were pointed at him, while he had only kept 1 plasma rifle and 1 energy light sword for the pursuit.
If those 2 clones had energy shields, it would be difficult for him to even shoot one to death with this gun, as utilizing shields to distribute incoming fire was a basic tactic for elite warriors. Furthermore, the rebels all had motion tracking radar, and the rebel leader couldn't possibly be without one, making a stealthy ambush very difficult.
Worst of all, it was one thing for this guy to turn into 3, but they were all freaking floating in midair, making a melee attack impossible.
The situation became extremely unfavorable for him.
Tyr Vadami kept moving using his speed, and sure enough the opponent could see his position even while cloaked. The 3 flew in from 3 directions, maintaining an optimal firing distance of 10 meters as they opened fire together. Whenever he tried to get close, the opponent would fly backward, much like the style of Mongolian cavalry. This tactic felt like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, unable to find a place to start. If it weren't for the many pillars in this hangar, he would have been finished. As the kamikaze martyr, Tyr's thoughts at this moment turned to the humans. If it were the humans, what would they do? If it were that demon, leader, or that guy who could use spells, thinking of Khalid Zaman. Tyr Vadami immediately remembered the few spells he had newly learned. He chanted a formula and pointed toward the sky. Lightning as thin as a strand of hair struck one of them, but then nothing happened. The opponent's shield only flickered. He tried them one by one, and the result was that all 3 were identical and had energy shields. This spell is quite useful, being able to hit the enemy instantly if only the power were a bit greater. Recalling how Khalid Zaman's lightning could directly blow up a banshee, Tyr was incredibly envious. However, he did think of a good idea.
In the next moment, 5 targets suddenly appeared on Rifumi's motion tracker.
Good grief.
He only had 2 clones, yet Tyr produced 4 at once. That's impossible. These clones were foreigner technology given to him by 1343 Guilty Spark. Neither the Covenant nor the humans could achieve such a thing.
The only explanation was he couldn't figure out the problem for a moment and had to control his clones to go and investigate.
As a result, he didn't see any figures, only small fireballs slowly floating behind the pillars. Not good. Just as Rifami was about to retreat, one of his clones was shattered by an energy sword, turning into a small ball that dropped to the ground. He still wanted to pincer Tyr from two sides, but in the next moment, he lost the target again. This time, the kamikaze martyr truly tasted the benefits of cultivating spells. His spells weren't strong in attack power, nor were they particularly insulting, but they were top tier for luring the enemy. So when the second batch of fireball techniques was thrown out, Rifami almost spat blood. The radar showed 7 targets moving rapidly. However, he quickly calmed down. Among these 7 targets, 6 were moving in straight lines, and only 1 was looping around toward his back. This was too obvious, even a fool could see through such a trick, yet he was using it a second time. Prepared, Rifami charged toward the point that was turning, determined to strike the opponent down with the next hit. Just as he expected, since even a fool could see through the trick, how could he use it a second time?
It was a matter of truth and lies, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion.
That turning red dot really was just a fireball used as bait. To intercept that point, Rifami's back was completely exposed.
Tyr would not waste such a rare opportunity. He no longer had the mana to use a third batch of fireballs.
The light sword slashed into the other's thrust as Rifami's shield was instantly broken, and he was wounded, losing his ability to fight. His armor was destroyed, and deep gashes that revealed a bone appeared on his shoulder. Because the temperature of the plasma light sword was extremely high, this kind of wound didn't bleed excessively and was still within the range of being treatable. Tyr dragged the dying rebel leader and opened the hangar doors. I settled everything here. Come and pick him up. 343 Guilty Spark floated to his side, looked at the motionless Rifami, and said what a pity. Enlightening him was an enjoyable process. I am sorry, Oracle. This traitor's words and actions endangered our pilgrimage.
Oracle!
Pilgrimage? Why are you meddling person always saying words I don't understand? The two were talking past each other. After all, these terms were invented by the Covenant, and a foreigner certainly wouldn't have heard them. Just as Tyr wanted to explain further, a gravity beam suddenly shot out. 343 Guilty Spark trembled all over as if struck by lightning and was instantly pulled away.
The one who fired the gravity beam was Tartarus, who had entered the hangar aboard a banshee at some unknown point. Tyr was somewhat speechless and kindly reminded him, hey.
He is the Oracle.
So what?
Tartarus pulled the small iron ball stuck to his warhammer off and casually tossed it toward the gravity lift behind him without even looking back, as if throwing away a piece of trash.
343 Guilty Spark was then carelessly sucked into the Phantom. Tyr helplessly prepared to board the transport ship with the heavily injured Rifami. Tartarus turned back and activated his warhammer again. A gravity ray blasted the heavily injured rebel leader directly away, sending him falling from the hangar into the storm outside, clearly doomed with no chance of survival. After doing this, he said to Tyr, "Come on, we have to leave this place." Only then did Tyr notice that this ghost-faced beast actually had the aura of the second level of the Kai refinement stage. Chapter 326, Miranda, Who Can't Sit Still. As the saying goes, the flower blooms in 2 directions, each with its own story. While Tyr was battling the rebels, the fight on Halo 05 had already begun. Khalid Zaman led the Master Chief directly onto the Halo ring. After visiting King Lewo's bridge, John instantly felt that the Scarab wasn't so appealing anymore. His goal now was to find more hunters. After all, he didn't have a wife like the Director of Intelligence.
Cortana mocked you, an ambitious fellow.
According to her intelligence, the Prophet of Sorrow had already landed on the Halo ring. To search for this primary target, King Lewo reverted to her avatar form, donned a set of spy armor, and joined Khalid Zaman and the Master Chief's operation. Upon reaching the surface of the ring, the trio received a warm welcome from Covenant forces. 4 shadow turrets, over a dozen combat squads, and 4 phantoms. The waves of enemies didn't last 5 minutes before they were all wiped out. Looking at the carnage on the ground, the Master Chief said, "If there are any hunters later, leave some for me, all right." Khalid Zaman chuckled softly. "I get it. Don't worry." Cortana held her head and shook it. These 2 men talking about hunters was like they were discussing beautiful women. Their tone and expressions were simply speechless. "All right, boys.
Let's follow the Covenant's ground deployment of fire points and search along the way.
We'll find that old guy eventually."
To express her dissatisfaction, she only left 1% of herself in their armor, while her remaining energy manifested into a life-size body to stand beside King Lewo. Regardless, this girl didn't participate in combat most of the time. Even the Master Chief didn't have a chance to act because Khalid Zaman would insta-kill the enemies before he could. He fought while admiring the stunning scenery and the beauties beside him. With Cortana standing there in her red dress with her explosive figure, it was truly a sight for sore eyes.
To an outsider, it might have looked like they were on a picnic.
At least you have good taste. That blockhead's mind is full of nothing but bugs.
To appease the woman's anger, Khalid Zaman sent out several clones to slaughter their way forward, while he pulled out a bunch of snacks and handed them to the two women. Want some? They're sweet and sour, taste pretty good. Cortana simply walked away with a dark expression. Oh, he forgot she didn't have a physical body yet. Meanwhile, outside the ring, the Amber was monitoring the enemy carrier from a distance.
Miranda sat at the command console, leaning over the desk with her head in her hand, her right foot tapping incessantly.
Her eyes were slightly bloodshot as she stared at the screen.
Even though she had only been spacing out there for an hour, she looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown.
Johnson kindly asked, "What are you doing?"
No need to keep staring. There are plenty of staff on the bridge. They'll report if anything happens.
Miranda looked back at him, then stood up and snatched a pack of cigarettes from Johnson's pocket.
She lit one and took a massive drag, only to be choked until her eyes rolled back. Little girl, why learn the bad habits of adults?
If you can't smoke, don't waste my good stuff.
Johnson's tongue was sharp, but he still pulled out a bottle of water and handed it over, even casting a healing spell on Miranda, fearing the child might cough her lungs out.
E asterisk cough cough asterisk I asterisk cough 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 asterisk.
It took 5 minutes for Miranda to clutch her chest and regain her composure, her expression looking as aggrieved as could be.
Waiting here is so boring.
Let's go down and play.
Johnson was speechless.
This kid had the same temperament as her father as a commander. She simply couldn't sit still and felt she had to be on the front lines to be happy.
On the last Halo, Case had been captured 3 times. As long as he went out, he'd get caught.
If anything happened to Miranda this time, how would he explain it to anyone?
Furthermore, when they set out, Hood had specifically emphasized to him that this girl was to be betrothed to Khalid Zaman, a preordained marriage, and even asked him to find opportunities to play matchmaker. Each one was more unreliable than the last.
No matter how much Miranda wheedled and pestered, he simply wouldn't agree. Despite Johnson looking like he was in his teens now and holding a much lower rank, his seniority was established. As long as he didn't agree, it didn't matter how much Miranda kicked and screamed. Fine,
then I'm going to rest for a bit.
Notify me immediately if anything happens.
The girl stomped off huffily, her cheeks puffed out. Johnson turned and instructed Behu, "Dear, go watch her room door.
Don't let that girl slip away."
Got it. Half an hour later, aboard, Johnson decided to check on his wife and bring her some snacks.
But when he ran to Miranda's lounge, there was no one in sight.
Although Bay was very strong, she was very obedient and had a well-behaved personality. She would never slack off and leave her post for no reason.
Johnson knocked on the door.
The white-haired little Alita opened the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes.
"Artilda dear, why are you here? Miranda brought me so many delicious things. Do you want to try some?" "Oh, where is she?"
In the bathroom. Looking inside from the doorway, the girl wasn't there, so Johnson asked casually. Behu turned and stared for a moment before saying,
"She was just here."
The girl opened the bathroom. It was empty.
Johnson broke into a cold sweat. "What did she give you to eat? Just now. Let me see."
He saw a large bag of open preserved plums coated in a layer of white powder.
Johnson took out an identical bag of snacks. Those plums were emerald green and had no powder on the outside. It seemed Behu had been tricked after all. That girl must have run off. We need to catch up quickly. We can't let anything happen to her. The two of them found a pelican and headed straight for the Halo ring.
10 minutes after they left, Miranda strolled into the hangar, talking to herself, "Oh dear, even that stinky old dad has run out to play. I have to follow along too. Otherwise it wouldn't be very loyal."
The girl smiled like a little fox that had stolen a chicken, and just like that, she swaggered out to go play.
As soon as Johnson landed on the surface of the ring, he contacted Cortana and obtained 3 landing coordinates.
These points were closest to the Amber's position and had no foreigner structures or Covenant 5 points nearby. If Miranda ran out alone, she was most likely to choose such a place. After all, this child had the genes of Case and Halsey.
She was no fool. To intercept the girl as quickly as possible, Johnson and Behu each chose a point to search.
In less than half an hour, they spotted the second pelican.
When the transport's hatch opened, Johnson was waiting outside with a dark face.
"Darth, how are you faster than me?"
After saying that, the girl pulled her foot back, wanting to slip away in the pelican. However, no matter how she tried to start the transport, it wouldn't move.
Even flooring the accelerator until the engine screamed was useless.
She opened the hatch and stuck her head out to look. Bay was standing there with a grin, holding onto the pelican's wing. Miranda lamented, "Where did you find your wife?" "I want one too." Chapter 327, dividing the army into 3 routes.
On Halo 05, more than half of humanity's strongest combat forces had arrived. At the front were the Master Chief Khalid Zaman and King Liwo.
The 3 of them swept through the Covenant's firepower points, searching for any sign of the Prophet of Sorrow. It was called a sweep, but it was more like a stroll. Khalid Zaman's clones even cleaned up the enemy's bodies and blood along the way. The scenery here was beautiful, and with two beauties by his side, making things messy would have been a bit of a mood killer. His approach received praise from Cortana, who was enjoying a date-like combat mission for the first time. The Master Chief, however, wasn't quite used to it and kept trying to drive the Warthog faster, only to settle down after flipping it twice. Being lectured by Cortana wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Behind them were Miranda, Johnson, and White Tiger. Fearing the adventurous Miranda might slip away again, Johnson had no choice but to agree to accompany the girl and follow the team ahead. After all, Cortana had said the firepower points along the way had been cleared completely. Not just the guns, but even the weapon racks and energy covers had been taken by the Master Chief. Anyone coming across it would think the Covenant had never been there. Despite the beautiful scenery, Miranda still felt bored. Eventually, she proposed exploring a nearby foreigner ruin, having already marked the coordinates. Johnson didn't object. As long as they didn't go head-to-head with the Covenant, there was nothing left on this Halo ring that could threaten him and White Tiger.
Unless a swarm of bugs popped up again.
But that didn't matter. The girl was already a cultivator in the Kai refinement stage. At worst, they could just repeat their old tricks. As long as they could retreat safely, it was fine. The three ahead crossed a foreigner bridge, a surface made of hard light that required a switch to activate. While opening the bridge, they found a holographic projection of the Prophet of Sorrow in the control room. Their old geezer was singing, and surprisingly well at that, though they couldn't understand a single word. The two men were about to move on when Cortana stopped them. Wait, let me try to interpret his language. She listened for a moment and said the Prophet of Sorrow wants to activate the Halo.
The Master Chief and Khalid Zaman stared at each other for a full 3 seconds before asking simultaneously, "Are you sure?"
Cortana snapped her fingers and directly translated the audio. I shall light this sacred ring, release the cleansing holy fire, and burn a path to the great journey.
Then it just repeated that sentence over and over.
Khalid Zaman felt it was bizarre. Do they really know what the Halo does?
Cortana rolled her eyes.
I only found out about the Halo last month, but they've been studying it for thousands of years. How could they not know?
The Master Chief shook his head helplessly.
He opened the comms channel and said, "Commander, we have a problem."
Miranda also received Cortana's message. As the highest-ranking officer present, she was required by regulation to provide a combat plan.
The girl seemed prepared and deployed the mission without a second thought. I read the data Cortana left behind. The Prophets must have a catalyst, the index to activate the Halo ring. I found a location similar to the library on the previous ring. If both rings operate the same way, the index should be there.
Standing beside her, Johnson was a bit surprised. This information was indeed in the Halo data Cortana had left, but he hadn't paid much attention to it.
He hadn't expected this young girl, who seemed to be out for a mischievous stroll, to be heading for the ultimate objective.
However, the Prophets likely had this information as well. I bet the Covenant will have the same idea, he warned. Miranda gave a mischievous smile.
Then we'd better teach them a lesson.
We've gathered enough intelligence so we can split up now.
Master Chief Johnson and I will handle the index. You guys take care of the Prophet. Seeing the girl issue orders so calmly, Johnson couldn't help but think of the old fellow Case. He had underestimated this girl. Perhaps Miranda really could become a second Captain Keyes. Then he suddenly shook his head, feeling that the thought was an ill omen. What if she ended up captured, just like Case? After walking for a bit, Johnson still felt uneasy. He opened the communicator and asked Khalid Zaman, if the Flood appears on this Halo as well, do you have a way to wipe them all out? It's hard to say. The toughest one to deal with among the Flood is the Corpse Brain Beast. When it's first born, it's only at the nascent soul stage. I don't know if its strength will grow. Besides that, the Flood Lord is also a formidable character. If you see a Flood over 3 meters tall, it's best not to engage them head-on. This reminder caught Cortana's attention.
We can look for the Halo's core control room.
That way we can get a general understanding of the situation on Halo 05. Khalid Zaman suggested, how about I look for the control room while the Master Chief goes to capture the Prophet?
Miranda agreed with the suggestion.
That's a good idea. Let's split into 3 routes then. Thus King Lero transformed into the form of a precursor warship, parading around conspicuously. According to Cortana, no Prophet would ever order to fire upon such a ship. Additionally, Khalid Zaman sent out 10 clones with his divine sense searching. He could detect any Flood the moment they appeared, just to be safe.
On the Master Chief's side, they advanced cautiously, avoiding combat whenever possible.
After all, it wouldn't be good to scare the Prophet away by fighting too fiercely. What frustrated him most was that he hadn't even seen a single team of hunters along the way. He could only pray for better luck. Then various Covenant firepower points began to experience hauntings. Sometimes guns on weapon racks would suddenly vanish, sometimes the entire weapon rack would disappear. Even unattended shadow turrets would suddenly go missing. Most exaggeratedly, a dozen ghosts parked to the side disappeared all at once, causing the Covenant field commander to have a bit of a nervous breakdown, thinking for a moment that the sacred ring was haunted.
On Miranda's side, there was Johnson.
With this most shrewd veteran among humans present, there were many things she, as the commander, didn't need to worry about. To be safe, Johnson had her call in a company of Marines from the warship.
Soon, over 100 fully armed Marine Corps members arrived.
Besides their standard weapons, they brought a dozen various models of Warthogs and 2 Scorpion main battle tanks. Finally, Johnson requested that Miranda stay in White Tiger's command room. With a 50-meter tall giant scarab clearing the way ahead, the Marines were incredibly proud, each of them holding their heads high and putting on airs like Chu Beiji following Brother Monkey. Miranda, however, felt completely out of place. This girl had Casey's sense of freedom and Halsey's arrogance etched into her soul. She hated being protected like this, as if it made her look weak. After the girl raised several protests, Johnson found a wooden stick and made her perform 18 somersaults in a row.
Finally, Miranda settled down, sitting in front of the Scarab's command console with a bruised face, elegantly sipping coffee.
Chapter 328, the swarm of insects clearing the way.
Master Chief tracked the Covenant fire points all the way, although he really wanted to collect more equipment so he could assemble a super battleship like the King Luo sooner. The current mission took priority, so he could only turn a blind eye to these enemies.
Passing through various winding paths and ruined structures, he arrived at a quiet and beautiful valley. A waterfall cascaded down from the cliff edge, gathering into a winding stream at the valley floor. The valley was filled with layers of jagged rocks and tall, dense trees, creating a scenic landscape. With blue skies and white clouds above and the gurgling stream below, it would truly be a prime spot for couples to date if it weren't for the jackal snipers. Sensing John's thoughts, Cortana said sweetly, "You always like taking me to places like this." Master Chief didn't notice the remark. He was busy observing the hidden sniper points throughout the valley. Besides the jackal snipers, there were at least 6 elites and a 30-member squad of soldier bees. After clearly observing the enemy situation, he found the optimal route. After bypassing 4 large, gun-toting bugs, Master Chief couldn't help but ask, wasn't Yamoi persuaded to surrender? While there's still soldier bees stationed here, it wasn't a persuasion to surrender. General Palangoski took Queen Yamoi as a spirit pet. She likely can't notify the swarms inside the battleship.
Master Chief felt another surge of envy upon hearing this.
Cortana said indignantly,
"Why are you always interested in those women? She's not as pretty as me."
"Woman,
"Isn't Yamoi like a giant bee?"
HMPH, she's taken human form and is quite beautiful.
Are you interested in taking a look?"
When this woman got jealous, she became somewhat incoherent. The normal AI shouldn't exhibit these emotions. John didn't think this change was a bad thing. At least it was more human.
Moreover, in his eyes, Dr. Halsey was the gentlest and most beautiful woman in the world, bar none, and Cortana naturally shared that top spot.
HMPH told her, "At least you're sensible."
Cortana's mood improved greatly, and she suddenly made a suggestion. "Before we left, Yan Jai gave me a message. It seems it might be useful now."
"A message? What message?"
"A way to deal with the soldier bees."
"No, just watch."
As she spoke, a burst of insect-like chirping emanated from the Mjolnir armor.
It sounded a bit like cicadas, but the frequency was very low and the sound wasn't loud. Master Chief asked, "What is this?"
Just saying hello.
Cortana herself wasn't actually sure what use it had, only that Yan Jai said it could be used when encountering soldier bees without specifying the effect.
According to her estimation, it should be something like restating their stance, essentially defecting from the Covenant to the human side.
She just didn't know how those few seconds could convey all that meaning. After the sound spread out, the soldier bees on the distant branches and cliffs all looked over.
Master Chief suddenly became the center of attention.
Fortunately, those jackals and elites didn't notice the change in the soldier bees, or he would have been shot into a sieve by now.
Don't mess around, Tilda. I'm moving forward in stealth.
The soldier bees didn't charge over. Instead, they flew into the sky and circled continuously.
The elites didn't pay much attention to this phenomenon.
Insectoid intelligent life had habits vastly different from theirs, so the Sanheli people often saw these bugs flying around and didn't bother to manage them.
After circling in the air for a while, they dispersed and flew toward the hidden sentries deployed around the area. A jackal was hiding in a mountain hollow on guard, looking around nervously.
Seeing 4 soldier bees fly over, he relaxed. This flying unit was fast and hard to hit, making them perfect for distracting the enemy.
Thus, snipers liked having such allies nearby. Unfortunately, these allies were not very friendly.
They pulled out their guns and sent the jackal to the afterlife the moment he turned around.
Until the moment he died, the sniper didn't understand where the enemy had come from.
This situation was happening all over the valley.
The compound eye structure of the soldier bees was extremely complex, with color recognition far exceeding that of ordinary humans. The so-called hidden sentries were a joke to them.
The sudden backstabbing left the Covenant forces in a mess.
Except for 3 white-armored elites with powerful shields, the other jackals and elites were instantly taken out. Due to the commotion, a dozen Sanheli people ran out of the cave Master Chief had originally planned to pass through.
These elites were all carrying carbines.
This weapon, like the marksman rifle,
Was stable, accurate,
and lethal in mid-range combat,
Hitting exactly,
were aimed within 300 meters with almost no bullet travel time. As a newly developed weapon, its cost was quite high, second only to the fuel rod cannon and energy snipers among infantry weapons.
If these men went in,
The soldier bee rebellion would surely be
suppressed instantly.
Master Chief suddenly slowed his pace and muttered to himself, since the fighting has started, it shouldn't go to waste.
5 minutes later, the gunfire in the valley ceased, and Master Chief walked out contentedly after looting a dozen bodies.
The surviving soldier bees flew off in one direction. Cortana reminded him, follow them, we should be able to pick up quite a bit of equipment.
All right.
Speeding up and passing through a narrow path, the massive lake appeared before his eyes. Even with visual enhancement and the suit's assistance, Master Chief could only vaguely see the outline of the cliffs on the opposite shore. An ordinary person would certainly not be able to see the lake's horizon. Under the sunlight, the calm lake surface shimmered with light. On an island in the distance stood a massive building larger than any foreigner structure John had ever seen. Cortana remarked with emotion, that looks like a temple. It's a pity I'm not an arrogant person, or I would build a statue there for people to worship.
Master Chief shook his head slightly. I don't much like foreigner temples.
There are always strange things inside. Besides the flood that could crawl out from anywhere, John had also been set up by 343 guilty spark, something he still brooded over. Cortana said, those things won't be looking at humans, but the Covenant side is worth noting. There is still no news about humans in their network.
These guys clearly know we've landed, but they don't consider us a major threat at all.
There were several large foreigner buildings by the shore, shaped somewhat like conical pyramids.
These buildings had corridors and platforms on the exterior where many snipers were deployed and patrolling elites could be vaguely seen.
At that moment, swarms of soldier bees flew toward the nearest foreigner structure. Half of the outer sniper points were quickly cleared, but the Covenant forces also seemed to notice something was wrong and began firing into the air. The engagement was intense, but ended quickly. In less than 2 minutes, all the soldier bees in the air were wiped out.
Master Chief remarked, it seems their numbers are still too few. I'll have to take action myself after all.
Just then, the sound of crossfire came from inside the building. Then swarms of soldier bees crawled out from everywhere, taking out all the outer fire points. Cortana said, let's go. It looks like the party has started. Chapter 329, A Desperate Enemy. Khalid Zaman and King Liro had already entered a foreigner structure underground. It was dark and pitch black here with almost no visible light source, completely different from the previous Halo 04. Aside from some Covenant grunts at the entrance, they saw nothing living. Khalid Zaman used his spiritual sense to investigate along the way, feeling more suspicious as they walked. This is too strange. The lights on the walls should be able to glow, but the spiritual Kai resources inside have been completely emptied.
It's like a spirit stone mine that has been sucked dry.
Cortana asked, could it be that it's fallen into disrepair over the years, causing all the energy to leak out?
No, the basic energy of spirit stones won't dissipate on its own even if stored for 1,000,000 years. It can only be absorbed or transferred.
In his previous life on Earth, spiritual Kai was depleted because the last batch of cultivators took a large amount of spiritual Kai with them after their tribulation, leaving almost no cultivation resources for those left behind.
Spiritual Kai is a non-renewable resource and won't simply disappear for no reason.
Having learned this setting, Cortana proposed another hypothesis. Then someone must have been here and drained all the energy. This person definitely wasn't a foreigner.
Could it be the human like you?
How?
Then this person must have been very bored.
The spiritual Kai contained in these structures isn't much, it's all scattered within the building materials.
To suck this place dry, one would need to run everywhere and even walk while touching the walls, touching every single brick.
Can you imagine that scene?
If it were Khalid Zaman, he wouldn't be willing to do that. The spiritual Kai resources of a whole room added up to less than half a spirit stone, meaning 10 rooms were only equivalent to 1 Covenant energy pistol. So, instead of going through the trouble of touching everything, it was better to just scavenge some loot from the Covenant. Cortana said even if someone were willing to do that, the monitor here would have stopped them. Unless the monitor of Halo 05 has already been killed by this person. I think this is very likely, otherwise a foreigner AI like 343 guilty spark would have definitely appeared.
Khalid Zaman suddenly stopped.
Cortana,
Connor, what's wrong?
you entered the Halo database before. Do all the Halo rings have facilities for research in the Flood?
Yes, every single one has them, including Halo 05. What do you want to do? Shouldn't we go to the control room first? I don't think we need to go anymore. Based on the current trend, the control room won't have any energy either. We won't get anything even if we reach it. Every brick here, including the faint spiritual kai in the ceiling and floor, has been absorbed clean. The opponent definitely won't leave the energy in the control room alone. Previously, in foreigner structures, it was difficult for Khalid Zaman to expand his spiritual sense. But now his spiritual sense detection range was almost no different from outside. No matter which direction he looked, there were no spiritual Kai resources within 2 kilometers. Even if they reached the control room, they wouldn't know what kind of place it was because all that remained was ordinary stone and metal. I understand. They exited the structure and flew toward the coordinates given by Cortana. Upon reaching the destination, Khalid Zaman was also left speechless.
The supposed Flood research facility had no energy and no flood, not even a single tiny flood spore.
To prove there was no flood here, or the opposite, they were nearly 3 kilometers deep underground without any activity.
Finally, Khalid Zaman said if there are still flood on this Halo ring, they can only exist in one place.
Cortana asked, underground.
Yes, underground.
Khalid Zaman turned and said, King Liwo switched to Covenant worship mode and used plasma torpedoes to drill a hole down. An ominous premonition rose in his heart.
Since entering the soul transformation stage, this was the first time Khalid Zaman had experienced such an emotion.
This was definitely not a good sign.
Meanwhile, in the underground world of Halo 05, a creature covering an area of 1 square kilometer was slowly writhing.
This creature looked like an amorphous lump of mud, its body covered in irregularly shaped tumors, with tentacles 2 meters in diameter extending everywhere. Although it had no head, mouths resembling oral cavities grew on each tentacle. As Khalid Zaman left the Flood Research Lab to find a spot to drill, it also left the only entrance to the underground space. One of the creature's tentacles was wrapped around a monitor similar to 343 Guilty Spark.
Tiny filaments drilled into the monitor's body, and its front indicator light turned blood red.
As the massive creature moved, the mouths on its various tentacles began to speak.
The gears of fate have begun to turn.
The revelation of doom has also appeared.
Almost impossible to survive.
I only wish to gaze at the starry sky.
Why?
Finally, these mouths shouted almost simultaneously, emitting energy fluctuations that collapsed a 1,000-meter-high cliff in the distance. At that moment, less than 2 kilometers away from the creature, a plasma spear cut down, piercing the vault of the underground world.
After the plasma spear finished, a massive hole 100 meters in diameter appeared.
The space below looked misty, filled with stretches of tropical trees.
Cortana and King Liwo suddenly felt Khalid Zaman's heart beating rapidly.
Since he reached
The soul transformation stage, these two women had never seen Khalid Zaman so nervous.
Wait for me here.
I'll be right back. Khalid Zaman took off his battle armor and handed it to King Liwo.
Cortana flew out from the Mark V's AI interface.
What are you doing?
What exactly is happening?
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
You two wait outside.
If I'm not back in an hour, leave this place, return to Earth, and never appear on this Halo ring again. Hearing him say this, the two women became even more worried.
King Liwo didn't move an inch. Asking this girl to abandon Khalid Zaman and run away was worse than just killing her.
Cortana hated people who spoke in riddles most, and although she sometimes said such things herself, Khalid Zaman's behavior was clearly no joke.
The current situation could only mean one thing. An extremely serious problem had appeared on the Halo, one that perhaps only Khalid Zaman could solve, and no one else could help.
She stood there with her hands on her hips and said in a decisive tone, "That's impossible."
If you don't explain clearly, I'll deploy all our combat forces here right now.
Khalid Zaman took a deep breath.
An enemy at the Mahayana stage. No, I should say a flood at the Mahayana stage.
An enemy we absolutely cannot start a war with right now.
King Liwo pulled his sleeve and said anxiously, "Then let's run, let's leave this place."
No, Khalid Zaman shook his head.
He has already locked onto me, and his hostility is very deep. I can't leave, at least not now.
Cortana also understood the gist and knew the severity of the matter.
The Mahayana stage, to put it bluntly, was just one step away from truly ascending to immortality. She hadn't seen an immortal, but Khalid Zaman had said that an immortal's lifespan could almost equal that of a planet. How could ordinary people deal with such a character? She said stubbornly, "We won't leave." You should know that very well. At this time, the spiritual pressure coming from below grew stronger and stronger. Khalid Zaman stood in front of the two and said, "I definitely won't die. That man in black hasn't appeared yet. He needs me to do something for him. This is something that has already happened in the future timeline. But I cannot afford the price of losing you."
Including me.
Cortana was a bit speechless.
She was an AI, and only a 30% ionic energy clone at that.
If she disconnected from the main body and other links, she would just be a pile of data.
Khalid Zaman's words were too easy to misunderstand.
Does this kid really like me? Khalid Zaman replied firmly, yes.
Your database contains too much human information.
We absolutely cannot let the flood obtain it.
Well, this answer made Cortana even more speechless. It wasn't as comforting as the previous reason. King Lero, take Cortana and leave.
This time Khalid Zaman used a commanding tone, and this intent was irresistible.
King Lero immediately took control of Cortana's ionic energy and then transformed into a warship flying straight into the sky. They had only been flying for 5 seconds when a long tentacle reached out from the underground hold and dragged Khalid Zaman down. Cortana cried out, "We can't leave like this." King Lero said through tears, "No one can help him now.
The only thing we can do is not become a burden."
Looking at the huge deep hole below, Cortana felt despair for the first time. Even Khalid Zaman couldn't block a single move from the opponent. If he were gone, what would be the fate of humanity? No wonder the foreigners disappeared. No wonder they wanted to create something to wipe out all infectable life.
Chapter 330, The Strange Corpse Brain Beast.
Khalid Zaman wasn't afraid of its massive body, nor did he care about those disgusting tumors. He wasn't even bothered by the spores permeating the air. However, the aura of the Mahayana stage emanating from the opponent truly made it difficult for him to breathe. To prevent this flood from chasing them out, he had used an earth manipulation technique to block the 100-meter wide hole the moment he was dragged down. The greatest advantage of earth element spells was their grand scale and strong deterrent power. After a series of rumbling sounds, countless clumps of earth and giant boulders converged toward the center, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that created a localized sandstorm in the underground world.
Once the smoke cleared, the 100-meter wide cavity had been repaired as if nothing had ever happened.
This commotion startled the big fellow below, and the tentacles pulling Khalid Zaman stopped midair.
What did you do? The flood's voice was coarse and deep, carrying the heavy weight of ages. Khalid Zaman was certain that this was an ancient corpse brain beast, though its exact age was impossible to determine. Regarding the flood, his greatest concern was their increasing cultivation realm. Since this corpse brain beast had already reached the Mahayana stage, heaven only knew if he would encounter insectoids of the immortal realm in the future. Judging by the corpse brain beast's reaction, it seemed quite unfamiliar with spells, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If a Mahayana stage demonic beast knew spells, a single lightning technique could strike the Spartan warriors into ash. Even his current self could not withstand an offensive spell from the Mahayana stage. The strength of the tentacle gripping him was immense, but fortunately the pressure wasn't overwhelming. It seemed the opponent only wanted to pull him down rather than crush him to death. This was why Khalid Zaman hadn't chosen to attack or flee immediately. It seemed there was still a chance for communication.
Having made up his mind, Khalid Zaman replied nonchalantly, "I just plugged the hole."
"Can't you do that?" "I cannot." The scene suddenly became very quiet.
The corpse brain beast had only answered with 2 words, and Khalid Zaman stood there stunned, unable to follow up.
Was this guy really this honest? Even if it couldn't do it, it should at least throw out a few taunts or threats.
Asterisk, cough, tilde, asterisk.
Khalid Zaman coughed lightly, and then asked, "Do you want to be able to?" "Yes, Tildo." "Then put me down first." Then the giant tentacle slowly descended and gently loosened. The corpse brain beast seemed afraid of breaking him, moving with extreme care. Khalid Zaman remained calm on the surface, but he was rejoicing in his heart. The communication was going very smoothly. Next up was the protagonist's time for talk no jutsu. As long as they didn't start fighting, this kind of honest demonic beast wasn't impossible to deal with. "Kosso, what is your name?" "Unknown. Bojai." "What a strange name. Since my birth, no one has ever called my name. Therefore, I do not know my own name." By now, Khalid Zaman had begun to get a sense of the situation. The flood before him didn't seem to have had much contact with intelligent beings, so its personality was very direct, much like an innocent child. To verify this hypothesis, he decided to take a risk. "Call me Daddy." The corpse brain beast said, "Are you saying my name is Daddy?" "No, you can call me Daddy." Khalid Zaman had a smile on his face, looking very kind. "Daddy means father, right? On a genetic level, it is impossible for you to be my father."
Furthermore, your biomass is very fresh. You shouldn't even be 30 years old yet.
"Where is I?" The corpse brain beast extended the tentacle it was using to speak right in front of Khalid Zaman. "I am already 99,779 years old." That tentacle didn't look large from afar, but up close it was quite something. A bloody maw 4 meters in diameter appeared at the tip of the 2-meter-thick flesh. Behind the sharp teeth there seemed to be another mouth. It looked extremely gory. Khalid Zaman was sprayed in the face with green liquid, but he forced himself not to run away. Fortunately, the corpse brain beast took no further action, continuing to stare blankly at him. He had almost overplayed his hand. This fellow knew quite a lot and couldn't be treated like an idiot at all. Gene's biomass, these were not ordinary terms. This indicated that this corpse brain beast had been exposed to a complete knowledge system, yet such a pure personality was somewhat mind-boggling.
At this moment, Khalid
Salmon noticed the sphere hanging on a creature's body that monitor with its red indicator light flashing.
Due to the vast disparity in strength, he hadn't dared to scan the creature's body with his divine sense.
Seeing the monitor now proved that this fellow already possessed the stored knowledge of the foreigners. It seemed this corpse brain beast was merely pure in character, not a fool.
pure in character flood.
This was too ridiculous. The silence lasted for another good while.
The corpse brain beast didn't speak or take any further action, just watching him.
Khalid Zaman's heart gradually settled.
He said casually, "All right, I was just joking with you."
What I used to plug that big hole just now was a spell, a special skill that only humans can use.
You are lying.
Specifically, when you said the words only humans can use. Good grief, this corpse brain beast not only saw through his lie, but also pointed out exactly where he was wrong. He could have done this in his previous life at the Mahayana stage, but only against ordinary humans. If the target had a cultivation with true Kai, it would be very difficult to detect such things. An ancient beast that had lived for over 90,000 years was clearly not easy to fool. My apologies.
Indeed, many creatures can use them, but it requires special training
And study.
Do you want to learn this kind of spell?
No, this answer was somewhat speechless. This guy wasn't playing by the rules at all, making it impossible to keep the conversation going. Khalid Zaman couldn't get a normal answer no matter how he tried to lead the conversation, so this time he decided to go for broke. With a serious expression, he asked earnestly, "Then what exactly do you want?"
The flesh and destruction etched into the flood genes.
Or the greed, anger, and delusion in the hearts of all intelligent beings.
The instincts of a creature are based on its genes,
And you're a flood. Your very existence is for consumption and destruction. Some things don't cease to exist just because one keeps their mouth shut. In that case, it was better to speak clearly, at least to see what this seemingly autistic fellow actually wanted. The corpse brain beast raised all its tentacles toward the ceiling, appearing to be contemplating a problem or performing some strange ritual. After a full 5 minutes, it retracted its tentacles and said, "I do not know what I want either. In these 100,000 years, I have thought about many questions, but I have found no answers.
perhaps I just want to live."
Khalid Zaman was speechless for a full 60 seconds. Fighting he certainly couldn't win.
Soul transformation stage spells were useless in the face of Mahayana stage true Kai.
In a battle spanning 2 major cultivation realms, the best possible outcome would only be to provoke the opponent. As for physical strength 2,000 meters versus less than 2 meters, there was no need to even consider it. He had also thought about winning the creature over, but the idea seemed too dangerous. This underground space was filled with flood spores. If this corpse brain beast were allowed to escape, it could infect a massive crowd without even fighting. It seemed there wasn't much else he could do. Maybe he should slip out first and find Cortana to calculate what should be done. If there's nothing else, then I'll be going. I'll invite you for tea next time. I'm free, Tilda.
He slowly began to float up, intending to leave this place.
Wait,
The corpse brain beast's shout was so loud it nearly shook Khalid Zaman out of the air. Do you not see the threads of fate? Khalid Zaman looked all around and then asked cautiously, what threads? Chapter 331, The Corpse Brain Beast's Desire. The corpse brain beast spoke slowly in a deep voice.
Destiny.
Me, you, the Sanctum people, the Sanhali people, the foreigner, and many, many more all converge upon you. You might be the answer to all questions and the end of all causality. Listening to this fellow talk so eloquently, Khalid Zaman felt another wave of headache. Big brother Tilda, can you say something I can understand?
one of the corpse brain beast's tentacles nodded, and then it said, "The Covenant is preparing to activate Halo. You must find a way to stop them."
My intuition tells me you have that ability. This was indeed concise and clear, and Khalid Zaman understood it instantly, but there was one thing he couldn't figure out. The Amber had only been chasing the Prophet of Sorrow here for less than 24 hours, yet this flood was so clear about the core conflict between the two sides, and even listed all the races involved.
To be honest, the flood in front of him seemed more like a charlatan than he did.
However, there was a major loophole hidden in this fellow's words. I remember that Halo cannot kill the flood, it can only kill the targets you can infect. I don't see any desire for consumption in you, so why do you want to stop Halo from activating? This was a very important question. If the corpse brain beast couldn't give a suitable reason, then everything that had just happened might very well have just been a joke played on him.
Regardless, he was finding this flood more and more inscrutable.
I must correct you on 2 points.
First, the activation of Halo indeed cannot kill the flood, but it can kill me. Only the smallest spores can survive,
And I would still die.
Second, I do have a desire for consumption, but 100,000 years of time have made me weary of this thing that must be done. I can eat or not eat. These things are controlled by my subjective consciousness rather than an arranged destiny. This answer was very logical.
Khalid Zaman felt that this fellow wasn't lying to him, and there was no need to lie.
No matter what this corpse brain beast's purpose was, as long as it hadn't turned against humanity for now, he still had room to maneuver. Fine, I accept your request. What needs to be done? Kill all the Covenant, retrieve the index of installation 05, and then give it to me. Khalid Zaman was somewhat surprised. Oh, is it that simple?
With your abilities, is there still something on this Halo ring you can't get?
The index is inside the library in the ring's quarantine zone.
There's a protective shield set up there, as well as 2 sanctuary arsenals with a large number of sentinels and sentinel defenders.
I cannot enter. As the corpse brain beast spoke, it flicked a tentacle through the air, and an energy projection resembling a portal appeared before them.
This aura was very familiar. It was the law of space.
This move made Khalid Zaman very nervous. Didn't we agree on no spells? What did it mean to casually throw out a space spell? Looking through the portal, the library was within an extremely vast valley. It was a tall circular building, and outside the library, there were 4 irregular geometric structures protecting the building like claws. These geometric structures might be some kind of energy projection devices. In any case, translucent shields were faintly visible on the surrounding mountains, like a dome-shaped shield covering an area of several hundred square kilometers.
Good grief.
Khalid Zaman had thought that all the energy on the Halo ring had been drained by the corpse brain beast, but he hadn't expected there to be such an area that this fellow couldn't enter.
Only he suddenly noticed that those shields looked somewhat unstable, as if something in a corner was destroying the entire defensive field.
Just as he suspected, at this moment, Miranda and Johnson were having by who bombard the outer protective shield. They had come here in a grand procession, only to be blocked outside. If it were before, they would surely have given up, but after gaining powerful shield-breaking spells, Johnson decided to blow the protective shield apart. Although this thing looked much more formidable than a Covenant warship's shield, he also had the powerful weapon Baihu. As long as he taught this girl to control 5-element spells with the Scarab's energy level, it should be possible to break through this kind of defense array. Khalid Zaman passed through the portal and headed straight toward the direction where the shield was being attacked. He soon regrouped with everyone. Miranda looked at him curiously and asked how did you get here so fast? Did you find Halo's control room? It's a long story. Please help me contact Cortana. I need her to provide advice. The entire situation was somewhat out of control. Khalid Zaman was now unable to make a direct choice. He believed that only Cortana could analyze the optimal answer. However, these words completely ignored Miranda. A flush appeared on the girl's face, not from shyness, but from anger. She was the commander after all, and this guy didn't even give a situation report, looking down on her like that. If it were Dr. Halsey, she might have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, she still had half of Casey's bloodline. Keeping the big picture in mind was Miranda's greatest strength. Communication is connected. Now tell us the situation, handsome. Khalid Zaman told them everything about the corpse brain beasts, even using magic to manifest the entire scene at the time, without missing a single detail. After understanding everything, Cortana also fell into silence. Miranda was very puzzled. Why are you so afraid before the fight has even started? Even if the opponent is very powerful, at least we should test the waters right. Khalid Zaman was somewhat helpless. You don't understand how terrifying the Mahayana stage is. Then please let me understand. The girl was being aggressive, almost pressing her face against his. In a daze, Khalid Zaman saw a shadow of Halsey. It was just that her little face was so red it was almost dripping blood. How did this girl manage to be both shy and proactive? In that case, I'll show you. Everyone went outside the Scarab. The other troops were resting in place, and Baihu was still tirelessly bombarding the defense array with the 0.5-meter array turrets. Khalid Zaman floated in mid-air, his clothes flapping loudly in the wind. Miranda rolled her eyes and cursed inwardly. TCH, what a show-off. Her voice was very quiet, only audible to herself and the person being cursed. As the show-off himself, Khalid Zaman had no choice but to live up to the name. His hands continuously formed seals, and the wind and clouds in the sky changed colour. Rolling dark clouds surged from the horizon, pillars of fire rose from the ground, and towering giant trees carrying massive amounts of mud and rock floated into the air. Then he took out a purple crystal fragment and channeled the power of the law of time. Dark clouds poured down heavy rain, fierce fires forged the earth, and trees withered and flourished in cycles.
The power of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth plus time, 6 types of law power, were extracted and transformed into 6 bolts of lightning that struck the protective shield together.
Instantly, white light illuminated everything like the sun.
The flash was so bright that everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. Most people closed their eyes, while those with slightly stronger willpower used their hands to block their front, continuing to keep their eyes open to see what was happening.
Besides, that sound also seemed to disappear from this world.
The Marines were shouting but couldn't hear any sound.
Some people subconsciously dug at their ears, not knowing what had happened.
After 10 seconds passed, the intense light vanished, sound returned, and that protective shield spanning several hundred square kilometers had been blasted away. Baihu had already changed back into her little girl form, jumping and clapping on the ground. Wow, Master is so mighty.
Hubby, when can you become this powerful?
Johnson didn't answer. He took off his sunglasses, put them back in his pocket, and then silently lit a cigarette.
The Marines were all shouting, "Chief,
Did you bring a nuke?
yo, you didn't even give a heads up before launching a nuke."
I'm almost deaf. I'm still seeing spots now.
This should count as a workplace injury, right?
The noisy crowd didn't affect
Miranda's judgment.
She could naturally see how powerful this kind of spell was. You're saying the Mahayana stage can have spells of this power?
Carl examined, shook his head.
No, the girl glared.
Then what are you afraid of?
She held her chest and panted heavily, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead as if telling of the fright she had just received.
Carl examined was somewhat helpless.
I'm only at the soul transformation stage, and body integration stage. Cultivator hitting me is like a person stepping on a mouse.
And then, Miranda hadn't realized what this sentence meant yet.
A Mahayana stage hitting and body integration stage is like a dinosaur stepping on an ant.
Hearing this, the originally heroic and confident commander suddenly wilted.
Miranda's expression was somewhat aggrieved. You made such a big scene just to prove to me that the enemy is invincible. No, Carl examined smiled gently. I just wanted to get to the library quickly and get the index. At this moment, a flush appeared on the girl's pale face, but this time it wasn't from anger.
Chapter 332, Humanity's Desperate Situation.
If Khalid Zaman was number 1 in understanding the cultivation system, then Cortana was undoubtedly number 2. She was even more precise than Khalid Zaman when it came to estimating energy levels.
And she had reached only one conclusion: they absolutely could not fight this flood head-on.
The rest would follow the original plan: capture the Prophet of Truth, obtain the index, and then blow up this halo.
Carl examined was somewhat puzzled.
This guy should be much more terrifying than the Covenant, right?
Wouldn't it be better to just blow up the halo directly? That won't work.
The Covenant has already obtained Earth's coordinates. We must capture a Prophet as soon as possible to use as a bargaining chip for negotiations.
This was said by Miranda, and it was also the consensus among most of the military top brass.
In Khalid Zaman's eyes, the Covenant wasn't that big of a threat. Neither he nor those close to him were afraid. However, the tens of billions of humans on Earth couldn't all escape the devastation of war, so bringing the Covenant under control was the primary objective.
You are very powerful, but what we need to protect is everyone on Earth.
As long as there's a chance, I don't want to give up on a single ordinary person. Miranda's words reminded Khalid Zaman of Case.
This girl had grown up beside that heroic figure, influenced by righteous values from a young age.
Now she truly seemed like quite an extraordinary girl. I'm sorry.
I overlooked that issue, but I can go resolve it right now.
Resolve it?
How? The girl's eyes instantly became clear, like those of a curious baby.
Khalid Zaman took the communicator and said, Cortana, take King Luo to meet up with the Master Chief. I'm heading over now.
Once we've caught that guy, we'll deal with the halo directly.
Although their importance differed, the two tasks didn't conflict, so they would just handle them together.
To be honest, since encountering the mysterious man in black armor, his mindset had undergone a subtle change. It had shifted from deep-seated resentment to arrogance and conceit.
His past hatred had faded significantly, which also led him to develop some contempt for the Covenant.
This didn't seem good. At the very least, countless ordinary people had lost their lives in the war, and he couldn't save everyone.
Khalid Zaman took a deep breath and said to Miranda, "Wait here.
I'm going to go capture that Prophet for you right now. MHM."
At that moment, Cortana's urgent voice came through the communicator. "This is bad. Enemy reinforcements have arrived." "Reinforcements?"
With King Luo there, aren't reinforcements just easy prey?
Khalid Zaman was quite confident. As long as she didn't face the guy at the Mahayana stage, King Luo could basically walk all over anyone on a halo.
100, no, 200 warships, and the number is still increasing.
The Covenant has sent a massive force.
Look at the sky. Following Cortana's voice, he looked up. Countless phantoms appeared in the sky as warships leaped out like schools of fish crossing a river.
The most exaggerated was a super-sized behemoth. Compared to the nearby warships, this thing must be dozens of times larger than the indomitable priest, no, hundreds of times larger.
Is that the city of philanthropy?
Yes.
I intercepted a distress signal from the Prophet of Sorrow. The Prophet of Truth is coming with all the Covenant's warships. The estimate is now over 300 ships. King Luo probably won't be able to fight them all. The Master Chief and I have reached the temple. You guys hurry and get the index.
The situation was getting worse.
A Mahayana stage opponent had appeared in terms of individual combat power, and they were completely expressed by the Covenant in terms of warships.
If these warships headed for Earth, even the gods would find it hard to save them.
Now Khalid Salmon could only stake everything on one throw and capture the Prophet of Sorrow first. Just as Miranda said, this was the only bargaining chip they could seize.
He and King Luo charged toward the Master Chief's direction simultaneously.
Miranda and Johnson also entered the quarantine zone, heading toward the library. Bring the amber over and be ready to cover our retreat at any time. Their speed was too slow to support the Master Chief, so they could only secure the index first, and then retreat with the amber. Once the Master Chief captured the Prophet of Sorrow, he could leave with Khalid Salmon and King Luo. Both sides were now racing against time, completely unable to worry about anything else. Because of this, they overlooked one thing. At this moment, a massive army of the Flood was emerging from underground. A nightmare that had been silent for countless ages was about to begin. The corpses of Covenant soldiers on the Halo Ring were being rapidly consumed. Meanwhile, the corpse brain beast had found a hidden spot to hide. Unless one dug deep into the ground, it would be impossible to find a trace of it. And that was the truly terrifying thing about the corpse brain beast. You had to face endless waves of the Flood, yet you would never know where its true body was located. Chapter 333, The Truth About the Prophet. According to Covenant Network intelligence, at least thousands of transport ships and fighters are heading toward the Halo Ring. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid we'll be overwhelmed by a sea of people. Our operations on the Halo Ring must conclude within half an hour. Just as she said, countless reinforcements were about to arrive. However, only 10 transport ships could get there quickly. These were all dispatched from the Solemn Repentance. There were almost no combat troops left on this CAS class assault carrier. Even the ship defense force on the bridge had been sent out by the attendant. To rescue the Prophet of Sorrow, these warriors were acting with near suicidal determination. In contrast, the reinforcements brought by the Prophet of Truth were somewhat speechless.
Not only were they speechless, but the reinforcements themselves were also speechless.
They looked like a vast, sky-covering aerial force, but they had to depart from space thousands of kilometers away. Even the fastest angel could not arrive within half an hour. The elites responsible for support were all puzzled, but they did not dare to disobey orders. Where the warships were stationed was not something these low-level officers could decide.
At this moment, the field commander's order came through again from inside a Phantom. All units decelerate.
Do not cause damage when entering the sacred ring.
The pilot almost rolled his eyes until he fainted.
This Halo Ring was as big as a normal planet. Could a freaking Phantom actually damage a planet by crashing into it? There were many people who thought the same as him, and then various situations occurred within the fighter group.
The commander said to slow down, but didn't say by how much. Some slowed down so much they were nearly hit by the transport ships behind them.
Some fighters in front were flying very fast, but seeing the main force behind getting slower and slower, they were forced to slow down as well.
Amid such chaos, the time it would take for these reinforcements to reach their destination grew longer and longer.
Soon this chaos was reported to the Prophet of Truth.
And this calculating supreme leader said unhurriedly, "This is a test from the gods. Everyone will handle their own affairs properly." The Sanheli people who came to report couldn't quite process this. After mulling it over for a long while, he asked again, "But the Prophet of Sorrow is in great danger." "I know. Sorrow is my beloved friend and brother, which is why I have already sent thousands of fighters to save him." The elite warrior wanted to say more, but seeing that the Prophet of Truth's face already showed a look of displeasure, he could only bow and withdraw. As he walked out of the council, he spat resentfully. "Bow, filthy politician." The Sanheli people were not stupid. He quickly understood the Prophet of Truth's intentions. Originally, if the fleet had arrived, it would have only taken 10 minutes to reach the Prophet of Sorrow. Now not only were they stationed far away, but they were also ordered to slow down. It was less of a rescue and more of a trip to collect a corpse. It was obvious he didn't want to save him, yet he still spoke of beloved friends there. This person was originally a loyal member of the Prophet faction, with a pragmatic personality similar to Barutami, but at this moment he felt extremely uncomfortable. This feeling had nothing to do with justice. It was a sense of crisis, like a building about to collapse. To put it bluntly, he felt that something major was about to happen to the Covenant. Then this fellow from the Prophet faction ran to the Sanheli councillor and recounted everything.
The councillors looked at each other, and the originally noisy council hall fell silent for a long time.
They were discussing the pilgrimage, which was the path to godhood as determined by the prophets. Immersed in joy, the councillors were left somewhat bewildered by this sudden news. In fact, not saving the Prophet of Sorrow was not a bad thing for them. Instead, it could lower the prestige of the Sanksmu people. However, the Prophet of Truth's actions had transcended political maneuvering. To put it bluntly, he had torn off the mask and wasn't even bothering to act anymore. Politicians share a major trait. They like to project themselves into every situation to analyze the pros and cons. Analyzing it now, none of them were more valuable than the Prophet of Sorrow. This meant they could become abandoned pawns at any time. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. It seems we were all far too optimistic. Now is not the time to discuss the distribution of the fruits of victory.
Right.
The Prophet of Truth has begun to discard his helpers once they've served their purpose. He even dares to strike at the three great prophets. If it were us, the consequences are unimaginable. You all are too cowardly. The military is still in our hands. What is there to fear?
The military. Have you seen a single ship among the new vessels built in the Covenant shipyards?
Aside from a few veteran fleets, most of the new warships have been taken by the ghost-faced beasts.
I must remind you the veteran fleets don't seem to be under our control either. Those commanders operate independently and none of them respect the others. Recently, the sword of Saint Heli has been causing a stir and many people are starting to waver. If not handled properly, a rebellion is very likely to occur. Someone complained, "Sigh, if only Tirvadami were here." Then the council hall suddenly became very quiet again. Everyone realized it. The Prophet of Truth had long since begun dealing with the Saint Heli people. Wasn't this fragmented situation exactly what the old man had caused? These shrewd politicians looked at each other. The trial of Tirvadami was still fresh in their minds, and they hadn't voiced any objections back then. The final result was that the only person who could have integrated the Saint Heli military was ousted. Then the crowd began to whisper and discuss again. That old man wants to deal with us. He wants to stop us from embarking on the pilgrimage. But what is the point of doing that?
I feel that nothing is certain yet.
These people talk for a long time without anyone being able to make a decision. Some even started arguing due to differences in opinion.
They didn't look like a group of powerful high-ranking officials at all. The Saint Heli man who brought the news suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He silently withdrew from the council hall and walked aimlessly down the street. Since this was near the council, the surrounding areas were all important offices for high-level leadership, so there were two Saint Heli honor guards standing watch at every street corner. But at this moment, a group of ghost-faced beasts was marching over aggressively, and without a word, they began to seize the guards' spears and equipment.
What are you doing?
Do the ghost-faced beasts intend to rebel? Seeing the scene, the messenger who had just come from the council hall immediately found a corner to hide in. One of the ghost-faced beasts took out a document and slapped it against the other person. Due to the negligence of the Saint Heli people, a prophet has been killed by the enemy.
Now, by order of the Prophet of Truth, all honor guards are to be replaced. Any who resist shall be imprisoned as heretics.
The two honor guards looked at the document for a long time. It indeed bore the great seal of the prophet, which could not be forged. Furthermore, the ghost-faced beasts were numerous and all carried weapons. Behind the squad of a dozen also were two fully armed ghost-faced beast commanders. If a fight broke out, these Saint Heli people would definitely be slaughtered. In the end, they had to give up resistance and obediently handed over their equipment. The two exchanged a glance and headed toward the council hall. Where are you going? A ghost-faced beast lord blocked their path and said with ill intent, the Kirahani people are now serving as guards. Unrelated personnel are to leave immediately or you will be executed on the spot. A group of ghost-faced beasts immediately surrounded them, looking as if they would strike at the slightest disagreement.
Having been disarmed, they had no chance of resisting anymore, so the two could only leave resentfully.
Once they left, the ghost-faced beast lord drew the gun at his waist and signaled for everyone to follow him, including the two who had changed into honor guard equipment. All the Kirahani people drew their weapons and followed him toward the council hall. At the corner, cold sweat broke out on the elite messenger's forehead. He immediately took out his communicator and asked, "What's going on? Which prophet died?" The person from the intelligence department replied, "No one. Truth and the prophet of mercy are currently in a meeting. Only the prophet of sorrow needs rescue." As he spoke, the other party sent over a remote image. One could see that in front of a dense swarm of fighters, a CAS gas assault carrier had already flown directly above the temple, and the ion projector at the bottom of the carrier was open, preparing to fire. Then the intelligence officer said with some uncertainty, "The Prophet of Sorrow's flagship seems to be preparing to fire, but the coordinates for the gravity throne are still there.
The prophet should not have left yet."
Chapter 334, a tragic prophet like a mudfish. Just as the solemn repentance was preparing its plasma projector, the battle below reached a fever pitch. Inside the temple, the Prophet of Sorrow felt like dying. He had finally found the chance to jump the gun, hoping to become the greatest true god
only to be pushed into a corner by a single human.
At this moment, he was shouting from his gravity throne, "Filthy human!
You have defiled this holy land.
Your very existence makes my skin crawl, demon."
The pilgrimage shall not be delayed. The Master Chief moved unhurriedly, clearing out enemy troops while heading deep into the Grand Hall.
Self-jamming devices had been set up here, making sneak attacks impossible. He could only fight his way forward under the pressure of a large force.
Aside from the ordinary wild boar beasts, the elites here were all honor guards.
These guys were battle-hardened, and killing them instantly was no easy feat.
Even with ample ammunition and heavy firepower, a rapid assault was as difficult as reaching the heavens for the Master Chief.
Initially, these elites relied on their agility and sought close-quarters combat. However, after 2 waves were sent to their deaths, no Sanheli people wanted to engage the Master Chief in melee anymore. They realized that with ranged fire, they could trade blows with this human. At least there was a chance to dodge after being hit by a few sniper rounds.
But in close combat, death was certain. Not a single Sanheli caught by the Master Chief could guarantee their limbs would remain intact.
Gradually, the enemy's fire grew stronger. All enemies began shooting at the Master Chief, pinning him down beneath a slope in a corner, where he would be met with concentrated fire the moment he stepped out.
Not only that, but triggered plasma grenades were being tossed his way from time to time.
After he absorbed 4 grenades, they immediately adjusted their tactics, throwing grenades into spots the Master Chief couldn't reach.
Honor guards ranked in the top 3 among the all Sanheli units, with combat power second only to the Silent, Shadow and Madman veterans, and they possessed extremely strong adaptability.
Consequently, the battle dragged on longer than expected, failing to end quickly as originally envisioned. Cortana said anxiously, "Enemy reinforcements are increasing. We must capture the Prophet of Sorrow quickly." "All right. I'll have to take a gamble this time." John was a conservative man who disliked risks and impulsiveness, but when he let loose, he was barely human. No one could be bolder than him. This was one of the traits that attracted Cortana the most. The Master Chief threw out a handful of grenades, some human, some Covenant, totaling over 20. After a series of sympathetic detonations, all the enemies dove behind pillars and cover, giving him a split-second opportunity to dash out.
Then the Master Chief sprinted directly down the central aisle of the temple, charging straight at the Prophet of Sorrow.
As he ran, he scattered grenades in all directions like candy, effectively using them as smoke grenades. This move gave the Prophet quite a scare. The moment this human entered, he had fired over 100 sniper rounds at the throne. Fortunately, the throne's energy shield was powerful.
Now he was charging straight for him, looking ready to snatch him.
This throne was different from armor. It wasn't worn on the body. Once pulled off the seat, the shield would no longer protect him. Thinking of the mangled limbs of those honor guards, the Prophet of Sorrow almost wanted to cry.
He slammed a button on the throne, and a half-meter-thick beam of ionic energy shot out.
Whoa, the Master Chief was genuinely startled. This thing was similar to the main cannon on a scarab. God only knew how such a small floating throne possessed that kind of firepower. Despite his quick reflexes, he couldn't escape the sudden attack and only had time to pull out a standard Hunter steel shield. The energy beam grazed the edge of the shield, sending the Master Chief flying. He spun like a top through the air, crashing into a pillar in the Grand Hall before sliding to the ground. The Covenant forces all began to cheer.
Hurrah! The Prophet is so powerful.
Wonderful. The demon is finally finished. The Prophet of Sorrow watched for a long time. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he revealed a cruel smile. He had been acting for so long just to wait for this moment. He had achieved what many experts failed to do, which gave the crisis-stricken Prophet a bit of an ego boost.
Bring that demon to me.
I want to take this trophy back and show it to those used as Sanheli. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of a dozen or so honor guards present became very awkward. One who was closest stepped forward, grabbing the Master Chief's leg to drag him toward the Prophet. Then the wild bull beast came hopping over, took out an energy pistol, and fired a shot at the Master Chief.
Hell!
I hit him. I killed the demon too. The Sanheli warriors were speechless, while cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the guard dragging the Master Chief.
This was because the Master Chief's shield showed an energy reaction, meaning the previous hit hadn't even broken his shield.
Not good. Bleh. The elite warrior only managed 3 words before falling silent as his head went flying. At this point, the Master Chief was only 2 meters away from the Prophet of Sorrow. With just one leap, one lunge, he could seize this arrogant prophet. This was a case of beating them at their own game. He had fallen into their trap only to immediately set another for them. This step was risky, but according to Cortana's calculations, there was a 97.5% probability that the conceited and reckless prophet would not damage the Master Chief's body. As long as he caught this guy, the other soldiers would be too afraid to fire for fear of hitting him.
This was the biggest flaw of an alliance held together by religious faith. The clerical leaders were above all else.
His direction was precise and his force was just right. None of the other Covenant soldiers could react in time.
while the Prophet of Sorrow's expression turned to one of extreme horror.
Cortana was already letting out a cheer of victory. Haha, we wait, damn.
Even with such a precise lunge, the Master Chief missed.
The Prophet of Sorrow, who was originally in the center of the altar, vanished instantly along with his gravity throne, reappearing at the other end of the hole 20 meters away. The Master Chief fell headfirst into the pool behind the altar. Fortunately, the water was shallow, barely covering his feet.
He performed a roll and dashed directly toward the side corridor.
The cheering wild boar beasts and honor guards finally snapped out of it and began firing their weapons. One honor guard pursed his lips, feeling indignant in his heart. How could a demon with such a reputation be taken down by a mere prophet? Meanwhile, the Prophet of Sorrow, who had fled to the other side of the hall, was also losing his composure.
His heart had nearly jumped out of his chest just now.
Cursed vermin,
Bastard.
How dare you insult a great prophet like this?
He had played all his cards, and even with nearly 100 guards, he still hadn't defeated the human demon.
Almost all the troops from the Solemn Repentance had arrived. The last batch of reinforcements was on the way, and no one was answering on his flagship anymore. His only hope for rescue lay with the troops sent by the Prophet of Truth. After all, the council had agreed to rescue him.
The Prophet of Sorrow did not know that what he was about to receive were not reinforcements.
Chapter 3, Tier 35. The Sergeant Major hit by the warship's main gun. The battle within the temple grew increasingly fierce.
Master Chief now had to dodge bullets while remaining constantly alert for the Prophet of Sorrow's sneak attacks.
Even a glancing blow from that massive ion beam could completely drain his armor's energy. The terrain inside this temple was complex, with two-story corridors on both sides and thick stone pillars everywhere, making it easy to break line of sight. Consequently, those honor guards had learned their lesson. They all started playing hit-and-run tactics, with him firing a shot and then moving to a new location, making it extremely troublesome to take one down quickly.
Ultimately, Master Chief was forced to change his combat style.
He shifted from carefully controlling his output by calculating every bit of firepower to firing recklessly and frantically.
Over 100 energy pistols floated in the air, continuously charging and firing in different directions.
Any elite who left cover for more than 3 seconds would have their shields broken. Once their shields were down, they would be blown apart by indiscriminately tossed grenades. This was a playstyle for the super rich, and of course, John's heart was bleeding at the cost. Utilizing this overwhelming suppression fire, he finally managed to charge in front of the Prophet of Sorrow once again. With another pounce like a hungry tiger, he didn't fall into the pool this time. Instead, he flew from the temple's main entrance to the corridor outside. By now, over 20 minutes had passed since Master Chief entered the temple, and Cortana was constantly urging him on.
He stood up, feeling somewhat helpless.
This guy is like an eel. What's the plan? Based on the energy flow, I can predict where he will appear after he vanishes. The principle of this teleportation is similar to slip space. Combined with Khalid Zaman's magic system, the resulting margin of error won't exceed 0.3 meters.
Cortana never boasted. If she said it would be accurate, it would be.
This was the trust built from the two of them fighting together for so long. Hearing this, Master Chief immediately had an idea.
I'll charge one more time.
As long as you can predict exactly where he'll appear, we can end this battle quickly.
Cortana reminded him the Prophet's throne has its own warship-grade shield. Long-range attacks are useless unless you use an energy sniper rifle to fire the power of the 5 elements, but even then, it would only kill him. No need to destroy the shield.
I just need to knock him off.
Master Chief extended his hands and made a swinging motion as if swinging a club. Cortana was a bit confused.
He travels at least 20 meters every time he blinks through space.
What are you going to hit him with?
A scarab's leg. With that, John charged back into the battlefield and immediately began large-scale suppressive fire. At this point, his supplies were nearly depleted.
If he didn't succeed this time, he would have to return to fuel-saving mode and slowly wear the enemy down.
Cortana read his thoughts. Even with a mind as creative as Halser's, she was somewhat surprised.
Are you crazy?
Master Chief didn't answer, didn't pause, and didn't hesitate. Every second counted now. The man once again used extremely domineering firepower to suppress over 100 Covenant troops. The Prophet of Sorrow shouted hatefully, "It's useless.
You're just wasting time.
Once reinforcements arrive, I'll make sure you're torn into 10,000 pieces."
Despite his cursing, he still teleported away as soon as Master Chief got within 5 meters.
The Covenant soldiers hiding behind cover all took the opportunity to ambush him, opening fire one after another.
They wanted to strike back while this demon was dealing with the Prophet, otherwise they wouldn't have a chance to act at all. However, in the next moment, the slender Lega thick and long super leg appeared before everyone. Master Chief's scarab appeared inside the temple in an extremely bizarre posture. In this cramped space, only 30 meters high filled with pillars and obstacles, the scarab folded its 3 legs like a yoga master, its body wedged diagonally between 2 pillars and the ceiling. The extended super leg happened to strike the Prophet of Sorrow's seat. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the Prophet of Sorrow was sent flying. He was kicked away like a soccer ball. John didn't dare use too much force, so the old guy didn't hit the ceiling. He was simply separated from his throne. A wild boar beast rubbed its eyes and asked, "Wait, could the Prophet fly all along?"
Cortana shouted, "Good chance."
Now,
The scarab, which had been performing high-difficulty yoga, instantly stood up. As it touched the surrounding pillars, walls, and ceiling, it pushed everything aside and brought it all crashing down.
The entire foreigner temple was now full of holes and looked completely dilapidated. The now unconscious Prophet of Sorrow was pulled into the scarab using the object control technique.
Cortana shouted excitedly, "Great! Khalid Zaman and King Luo are almost here.
let's go outside and wait for them now.
Run.
Get out of here.
There's no time."
Her tone shifted from excitement to a shrill scream, even carrying a hint of terror.
Because a massive amount of ion energy was pouring down from the sky. A beam of plasma projection light with a diameter of over 200 meters was descending from above.
The Covenant troops in the temple looked at the sky. To this moment, they couldn't believe a Covenant warship would actually fire on them, and with the most powerful plasma energy projector, no less.
Khalid Zaman, who had just arrived, was also stunned by the scene. He had only just received the notification from Cortana that they'd captured the Prophet when the temple was destroyed by an enemy carrier the next second.
King Luo, prepare the MAC main gun. Destroy that warship's main battery.
Under the energy of the plasma projector, Cortana was unable to maintain communication.
Master Chief's fate was now unknown.
The only thing they could do was stop the enemy's continuous fire, otherwise, let alone Master Chief, the nearby hilltops would be melted, the lake water evaporated, and everything would vanish. Even Cortana hadn't anticipated this move. Originally, the Covenant didn't even dare to fire near foreigner ruins, but now they were firing plasma main cannons directly at Halo.
This drastic change caught everyone off guard. King Luo quickly transformed into a human warship, and the MAC railgun was ready within a minute.
A single shot went out, directly hitting the energy emitter of the Solemn Repentance.
The plasma energy projector was interrupted, and the massive CAS glass assault carrier began to emit black smoke.
Meanwhile, the Prophet of Truth, who was watching this scene with great interest, widened his eyes.
How is this possible? That human is still alive.
Besides King Luo, only Khalid Zaman had reached the temple, and he was making a much bigger scene than she was.
To increase his speed, he had specifically used two spells, water control and fire control.
He used simple compressed steam to create thrust. This resulted in a long low-pressure trail behind him, with dark clouds swirling and fierce winds rising all around. One could say his appearance brought the wind and clouds. Massive tornadoes followed by torrential rain trailed behind him, making it impossible not to notice.
Khalid Zaman's eyes were now bloodshot as he charged into the temple ruins, scanning continuously with his divine sense. Cortana advised, "Calm down. We're surrounded by enemies right now. You mustn't be impulsive." But her words had no effect at all.
Khalid Zaman shouted sternly, "King Luo,
go up there and tear that warship apart."
You got it."
The girl transformed in response, and the humanoid mecha flew toward the sky with its 6 wings. Chapter 336, the Sergeant Major, who was rescued. Cortana almost spat blood if she had a body, that is.
"John will be fine."
"I've never seen anyone luckier than him. Whatever you do, don't be impulsive."
Unfortunately, Khalid Zaman didn't listen to her at all.
How?
His luck is built upon absolute strength, not actual luck. As the saying goes, every cause has an effect. There is no such thing as pure good luck in this world, and Khalid Zaman knew this better than anyone.
Moreover, he didn't know how a normal person could survive in such a situation. Even he couldn't have managed it.
Anxiety surged within him. He had thought the situation would improve after destroying the indomitable priest, but a steady stream of crises kept appearing, as if fate still refused to let him go. Fortunately, he wasn't acting purely on impulse. Sending King Luo to tear apart the battleship wasn't just to vent his emotions.
To continue searching for the Master Chief, he had to stop the carrier above.
Only its plasma main cannon had been destroyed. It still had hundreds of turrets, large and small, that could attack this location.
Furthermore, to ensure King Luo wasn't threatened, Khalid Zaman also employed a grand spell.
Heaven and Earth Infinite,
Borrowing the law of Kain-Kun,
Law born of the heart.
endless and everlasting. His hands continuously shifted through various seals, and with each change the light on his body shifted.
After 6 transformations, 6 thunder dragons of different colors dispersed and soared into the sky.
The 6 colored thunder dragons, each over 2 meters in diameter and nearly 20 meters long, darted in front of King Luo before converging into a single black dragon.
This spell was an evolution of the 5 elements shield breaker invented by Johnson.
In addition to the 5 elements, it incorporated the law of time, multiplying its power and effectiveness.
Compared to long-range energy projection devices, a real battleship's defenses were much higher, especially for a 5,000-meter large carrier like this, and breaking its shield required everything he had. Seeing the familiar thunder dragons, the Prophet of Truth was practically driven mad.
He immediately opened his communicator and asked, "How are you handling things?" The attendant aboard the Solemn Repentance was somewhat bewildered.
"What's wrong, Your Excellency? I have already carried out your orders. The Prophet of Sorrow is certain to die."
Hello, Beav.
Before the Prophet of Truth could finish, the communication was cut off.
The Black Thunder Dragon had already struck the Solemn Repentance.
Ripples of energy surged like waves, and the carrier's energy shield lasted less than 3 seconds before overloading. Then the humanoid Gundam Miss King Luo charged directly into the Solemn Repentance, wielding a 50-meter-long sword. The Prophet of Truth covered his face and sat back in his seat. His eyes darted around as he rapidly considered his next move. Compared to his political rivals, the Sanhali people, or the Flood, the human before him was the true dire threat.
He had sacrificed 500 warships and a super space station and still failed to kill him. How on earth could he rid himself of this nightmare?
Besides him, another being was also shocked by the scene before them.
The corpse-brain beast was currently lurking beneath the lake bed, dragging the Master Chief's body.
Nothing that happened on Halo escaped its gaze, including the combat and communications between the humans and the Covenant.
It had originally intended to use these people to escape Halo, but after witnessing Khalid Zaman's frenzied spells, it fell into deep thought. While it could also breach such a large battleship, doing so would require an opportunity and a gradual accumulation of forces. But Khalid Zaman's spells defied all logic, tearing through a battleship's shield of that caliber with raw force. By comparison, King Luo failed to pique its interest.
Found you.
At that moment, one of Khalid Zaman's clones reached the bottom of the lake, and under the scan of his divine sense, he quickly discovered the Flood and the Master Chief. Khalid Zaman was bristling with rage. A massive storm of spiritual Kai erupted around his body, instantly dispersing the nearby dark clouds, wind, and rain.
No matter what kind of being you are, if you dare touch my people, then let us fight.
The assault carrier above had been split in two, and countless fragments rained down toward Halo, trailing sparks.
The area around the temple now resembled a living purgatory. All the clones returned to Khalid Zaman's body.
He tightly locked onto the Mahayana stage existence below.
No matter what, he had to rescue the Master Chief, even if it meant giving his own life in return.
Cortana.
Oh,
What is it? With the battle on the verge of breaking out, Khalid Zaman suddenly called her name without saying why, leaving the AI somewhat bewildered. "This path leads to certain death. You stay here."
As he spoke, Khalid Zaman forced Cortana out of the armor before she could even respond.
hey,
You bastard.
Being left behind once again made Cortana absolutely furious.
The Master Chief would never have done such a thing, no matter how dangerous the location. He would have brought her along. Yet this bastard looked down on her so much, or perhaps he valued her.
These thoughts left the woman feeling quite conflicted. Khalid Zaman glared at the corpse-brain beast deep beneath the lake, 100-meter-tall Dharma image condensing behind him. This was the first time he had used the Vajra Dharma image since advancing to the body integration stage, and it was the most dangerous challenge he had faced since coming to this world.
If he lives, you live.
If he dies, you die.
The 100-meter Dharma image roared, with a voice like thunder, instantly shaking the land for 1,000 miles. Covenant forces everywhere, human troops at the library, and most of the Flood beneath Halo heard it. Even 20 Sentinel defenders from 2-4 and a Sanctuary arsenals were dispatched to investigate. The corpse-brain beast was under immense pressure. It didn't intend to kill this Earthling. It had simply seen the threads of fate upon the Master Chief. Otherwise, it wouldn't have pulled the man underwater at the last moment to escape the energy projector's attack. Simply put, it was saving him, not trying to kill him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared at all. To survive this great calamity, it needed this human to live.
Unfortunately, its actions had caused Khalid Zaman to misunderstand.
As an old monster who had lived for over 90,000 years, the corpse-brain beast didn't feel like explaining anything. It stubbornly believed it had done nothing wrong. This thought stemmed purely from the fact that the human's spells were too heaven-defying. The corpse-brain beast admitted it lacked such abilities. In its eyes, the energy contained within Khalid Zaman's Dharma image was even more powerful than its own. To put it simply, Khalid Zaman had condensed his body integration stage True Kai into a highly concentrated Dharma image body. This energy intensity was significantly stronger than the corpse-brain beast's normal Mahayana stage state, but only on a pure energy level. If the corpse-brain beast were to casually use a spell, it could also destroy his Dharma image. Unfortunately, This flood being had lived for nearly 100,000 years and simply did not know how to use spells. At this point, the corpse-brain beast divided its body into two parts. One part tunneled into the ground with the Master Chief attempting to leave the area. The other half slowly emerged from the water, the 1,000-meter-tall ball of flesh gradually assembling into a giant of meat and bone that climbed onto the ruins of the temple in the middle of the lake. The Prophet of Truth's mind was nearly crashing. He had never seen nor even heard of such a massive flood. No Covenant records mention that the flood could aggregate into such an entity. Furthermore, energy scans indicated that the physical strength of this flood alone exceeded the shield strength of a CCS-class battlecruiser. Meanwhile, that loathsome human was currently radiating energy at the level of a CAS-class assault carrier. His effortless destruction of the solemn repentance was proof enough of his prowess. Watching the massive assault carrier plummet toward the surface of Halo, the debris felt like shards of sharp glass stabbing into the Prophet of Truth's dignity. No, I can't wait any longer. Notify all fleets to launch a full-scale assault on Earth. Find the Ark portal and begin the pilgrimage immediately.
Oh, and has Tevadami returned? Bring him to see me.
Chapter 337, The True Strength of the Corpse-Brain Beast.
The corpse-brain beast stood on all fours atop the ruins of the temple. Like a monster from a blockbuster movie, the 1,000-meter-tall behemoth stood there like a mountain.
Except for the lack of a long trunk and large ears, it looked remarkably like an African elephant.
It had a sturdy body and limbs, and the fangs extending from both sides of its head were a full 500 meters long.
This was an optimization of its physical structure following its increase in size. If it only had a 10-meter body like a floodlord, it could deal massive damage by simply swinging its tentacles, and a bipedal stance would increase its mobility. But now that its body was 1,000 meters tall, swinging a 500-meter tentacle would cause it to simply fly off. The strength of ordinary flesh and bone simply couldn't hold it back.
Standing on all fours was to support its massive frame. If it weren't for the insane structural strength of something like a Legulu worm, an ordinary physical body could never support a bipedal upright state at this height.
The corpse-brain beast didn't want to fight Khalid Zaman to the death, nor was it trying to burn bridges with humans over the Master Chief.
The fellow simply wanted to test the limits of the human spells before its eyes. Having lived for over 90,000 years, it was rare for something other than primitive emotions to attract its interest, making it unable to resist the urge to engage in battle. A sky-shaking roar rang out. The sound wasn't as loud as Khalid Zaman's, but the energy was incredibly powerful. The nearby lake surface and the surrounding mountain peaks all suffered violent explosions. With the strength of the Mahayana stage coupled with tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the power was terrifyingly immense.
Khalid Zaman had no time to worry about this big fellow. His sole objective was to rescue the Master Chief. Water evading, ground shrinking.
After instantly casting 2 spells, he dove directly into the ground beneath the lake, chasing the other half of the corpse-brain beast's body by following the flood's aura.
At this moment, his divine sense could still detect the Master Chief John was still alive, and Khalid Zaman would not give up.
The corpse-brain beast felt a bit awkward. It hadn't expected this human to completely ignore it.
It stomped its foot, and a thick tentacle burrowed into the ground, heading straight for Khalid Zaman.
The tip of this tentacle came with its own drill similar to the tentacle whips of a floodlord. In less than a minute, Khalid Zaman was forced back above ground. Being close to a Mahayana stage demonic beast on the ground was not a good idea.
By now, the Master Chief's aura had vanished from his divine sense.
To continue the pursuit would inevitably lead to being blocked. He had to defeat the big fellow in front of him first. The corpse-brain beast was in no hurry to attack, seemingly certain that this human would eventually fight it. The air between the two parties gradually grew heavy, and the conflict of spiritual Kai seemed to condense into a gelatinous substance, causing even light to become somewhat distorted.
Khalid Zaman struck first, an instant cast lightning technique landing on a massive mountain of flesh.
Only a wisp of black smoke drifted off the corpse-brain beast. The patch of the big fellow's skin turned black, but there seemed to be no other damage. How could a Mahayana stage being be hit physically by an body integration stage spell?
Logically, demonic beasts should have protective demonic Kai, just like a human's true Kai. They shouldn't even need to cast a spell, as a slight outward release would act like spiritual Kai armor to block the attack.
Khalid Zaman was a bit bewildered at this moment. Can you imagine a 10-year-old child giving Mike Tyson an uppercut and actually landing it on his chin? However, the corpse-brain beast didn't care, nor did it have the self-awareness of being a Tyson.
Its counterattack was to roar at the massive Vajradharma image.
Sound waves laced with immense prestige scattered in all directions, instantly blasting Khalid Zaman back over 100 meters. Purely injecting spiritual Kai into sound waves. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even a spell. The quantity was larger, but in terms of quality, it wasn't as good as the Vajradharma image.
The corpse brain beast was even more surprised than Khalid Zaman. Normally, this rock could shatter mountains, so why was this human completely unharmed?
Clearly, the opponent's individual energy was so much inferior to its own. Khalid Zaman frowned, seemingly understanding something as he cracked his knuckles.
In that case, don't blame me for being impolite.
To verify the hypothesis in his heart, he transformed the Vajradharma image from 3 heads and 6 arms into 1 head and 1,000 arms, sitting on a lotus platform like the 1,000-hand Guan Yin.
Being unfamiliar with spells and humans, the corpse brain beast stared at this Vajradharma image in a daze. This form had even more tentacles than its usual form from the perspective of biological rationality. The 1,000-hand Guan Yin before it was weird beyond belief.
If Cortana knew about this thought, she would definitely die laughing.
Khalid Zaman closed his eyes, and the Dharma image began to form hand seals with a single hand.
1,000 arms took turns forming seals, all of them for the lightning technique.
Crack, crack, crackle.
If a single bolt of lightning could only scorch the corpse brain beast's skin a little, then 1,000 bolts could turn its whole body charred black.
Soon, the spiritual chyle on the surface of its skin was blasted away. The electric current burrowed into the behemoth's body, emitting bursts of bright light.
It made this flood look like it had turned into a Super Saiyan version of a hedgehog, covered in shining spikes. It was as flashy as could be.
Khalid Zaman was practically speechless.
The true Kai consumed by 1,000 lightning techniques was less than half of the use for roaming dragon purgatory. If a Thunder Dragon's attack is 200 and can destroy a defense of 200, the damage dealt is also 200, but the true Kai consumed is 2,000.
In other words, high-level spells are meant to increase power to break through defenses.
The more powerful the spell, the more true Kai it consumes. Whereas a lightning technique attack is one which can only break the defense of an enemy with 1 defense, the damage dealt and the consumption are both 1.
The truth had surfaced. Khalid Zaman had seen through the corpse brain beast's true nature.
What a damn silver-coated wax spearhead looks good but useless. He formed hand seals with both hands again. Heaven and earth infinite.
Borrowing the law of
Kainkon. Roman dragon purgatory.
A golden thunder dragon 2 meters
in diameter soared through the air, circling once before crashing straight toward the corpse brain beast.
Boom!
The behemoth met the attack with its fangs, but all its energy was in its flesh. The fangs were composed of high-density metal and carbon elements, so they contained no spiritual Kai. This single strike directly shattered one of the corpse brain beast's 500-meter-long fangs. The tip of that fang even had branches, looking more like curved antlers or a beautiful tree branch. Khalid Zaman frowned. The effect looked good, but the actual damage was inferior to the lightning techniques from earlier. The corpse brain beast was enraged before the fight had even truly begun. Its proudest and strongest weapon had been knocked to the ground.
Yet the human refused to come down, simply flying in the sky, where its sound wave attacks were useless against him. Come down.
Let's have a fight, and then I'll tell you the whereabouts of that human.
Otherwise, I'll kill him right now.
I said it.
If he dies, you die.
Despite his domineering words, Khalid Zaman still descended and stood before the corpse brain beast.
With a tenfold difference in height, he was at a disadvantage in terms of presence. This distance put a lot of pressure on him. The opponent only had to lower its head, and the remaining fang could smash down. However, his fear of the corpse brain beast had now dropped by several levels. Based on what you mean, you want to brawl, right? Give me 1 minute. Khalid Zaman didn't wait for an answer. He took out a high-grade energy box and began casting. Under the bewildered gaze of the corpse brain beast, the 100-meter-tall Dharma image grew to 1,000 meters. Now we can fight. Come on.
The Vajradharma image struck an overbearing pose, looking quite handsome, like Wang Fei Hung preparing for a fight.
The corpse brain beast lunged forward with a howl, the ground immediately collapsing under its step as the lake water from around the small island rushed in. Get lost. The Dharma image grabbed the fang with 1 hand, while the other 5 hands took turns pummeling the corpse brain beast's head with small punches.
With every strike, the corpse brain beast's figure sank lower until it was finally smashed flat against the ground.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat speechless. This guy's physical body wasn't strong either. The corpse brain beast was completely dazed.
It tried to stand up dizzily, only to be pummeled again.
Brawl.
In an instant, all its Mahayana stage energy erupted, and Khalid Zaman was flicked into the air by its fang.
Here now's the time.
Heaven and earth infinite.
Borrowing the law of Kainkon. Thunder Dragon Flame Killing Array.
Countless electric arcs as thin as hair surged toward the massive corpse brain beast. This kind of wide area destructive spell was originally meant for clearing out weak minions, but it seemed to work quite well against this fellow who had energy, but didn't know how to use it.
Soon, the Mahayana stage energy was suppressed down to the body integration stage, and then further down to the soul transformation stage.
Then the corpse brain beast's body began to tremble uncontrollably.
It wasn't out of fear, it was simply being electrocuted to the point where it couldn't control its own nerves.
Cortana, watching from a distance, rolled her eyes.
If she hadn't known it was a flood corpse brain beast, she would have thought it was a bear dancing. The sight was simply too hilarious.
Chapter 338, Becoming a Non-Neutral Human.
The battle ended quickly. The 1,000-meter tall behemoth was charred black all over, emitting plumes of dark smoke. King Luo had put away the two fangs. They weren't particularly special, just incredibly hard. According to Cortana's analysis, even the shells of a MAC electromagnetic cannon weren't as hard as these things. Carrying them along to ram Covenant warships would save quite a bit of energy. After the fight, Khalid Zaman immediately released his clones, which scattered across the ground in the direction the corpse brain beast had fled. He needed to find its tracks quickly. He was no longer afraid of any Mahayana stage magical beast. This corpse brain beast was practically a weakling in combat. His master had once said that within the same rank, magical beasts were existences that crushed cultivators. Even without any innate divine abilities or spells, a magical beast could easily defeat a cultivator of the same rank using pure physical strength alone. Even a first-level beast against a 10th-level cultivator, the beast's chances of winning were higher. If not for those memories, Khalid Zaman would have definitely had a major showdown the first time he saw the corpse brain beast. Cortana floated down gracefully and said irritably, "I thought you were going to fight for your life just now. Turns out you were just making a flood dance." The woman rolled her eyes while her lips moved in a stream of curses. Although her last few sentences were silent, her lip movements made it look like she was swearing, looking exactly like a neglected, resentful young wife. That I wasn't sure either. Now isn't the time to grumble. The corpse brain beast is still alive. We must find the Master Chief as soon as possible. Having been a corpse brain beast himself, Khalid Zaman knew that ordinary methods couldn't kill such an existence. As long as there was biomass, even a small piece of flesh could allow it to rise from the ashes. However, he didn't know that the corpse brain beast, originally at the peak of the Mahayana stage, now only had the strength of the 6th level of the Mahayana stage because it had lost half its energy. The flood's absorption of energy was a very slow process. They didn't have the Kai refining art to learn. Only a freak like him could instantly restore to full status with just a small piece of flesh. "Let's go, we're going to rescue the Master Chief." Khalid Zaman put on his Mark Roman 6 and with a wave of his hand, pulled Cortana into the armor. The woman was furious. "What do you take me for? Someone to be summoned and dismissed at your whim? You bastard."
She was cursing because a word had subconsciously popped into Khalid Zaman's head handmaid.
He couldn't be blamed if someone summoned and dismissed at will was exactly what a handmaid was. To track the flood underground, Khalid Zaman transformed his Vajradharma image into the shape of a flood tentacle with a metallic structure at the tip. For this, Cortana gave him another blueprint, a model of the most advanced tunnel boring machine. It could be constructed directly using true Kai, and the effect was excellent. Its underground movement speed could almost rival that of the flood.
Khalid Zaman said irritably, "If you had such a good thing, why didn't you bring it out earlier?"
"You bastard, didn't you leave me behind yourself?"
"And now you're blaming me."
IF asterisk seeking #10%. A string of profanities erupted from the woman's mouth, nearly blowing out Khalid Zaman's ears. The clone's tracking soon lost the target. Not long after fleeing, the corpse brain beast dove straight underground to a depth that exceeded the range of his divine sense probe. To give chase quickly, Khalid Zaman followed the path the other had taken. The island in the center of the lake had already been smashed to bits by the flood. Now, with Khalid Zaman drilling through it like this, it broke into several pieces.
The surrounding lake water was also sucked into the tunnel he drilled, forming a massive whirlpool.
Regardless, he wasn't afraid of water. If it poured in, it poured in. He could just use a water-repelling technique. Following the trail of flood spores, he dug wildly underground while the water behind him continuously flooded in. Because the flood spores were tiny and drifting everywhere, his excavation range during tracking was quite large, basically clearing out a circular area 10 meters in diameter. This caused the geological layers to loosen. Many rocks and soil were pushed aside, causing ground collapses, mountain failures, river interruptions, and trees to fall. The large-scale terrain damage on the surface triggered the Halo Ring's self-repair mechanism. Even without a monitor's management, countless Sentinel defenders and Sentinels flew out from Sanctuary arsenals everywhere to perform repairs. Khalid Zaman was digging easily underground, completely unaware that a swarm of Sentinels had appeared in the sky, including at least 100 tank-sized Sentinel defenders. Before long, Khalid Zaman felt the density of the spores increasing. The corpse brain beast should be just ahead. He let King Leo out of the spirit pet space to transform directly into a warship and fired a shot from the electromagnetic cannon forward. A deep rift valley, 1 kilometer deep, 200 meters wide, and 2 kilometers long, was instantly blasted out underground. At the end of the rift, the corpse brain beast's rear seemed to have been hit, looking somewhat mangled. However, for the flood, such an injury was practically non-existent. The creature continued to burrow into the soil to escape.
Khalid Zaman didn't want to miss the opportunity.
He instantly accelerated and charged straight toward the other side.
But at that moment, dozens of laser beams shot down from the sky, intercepting him midway.
The sudden attack caught Khalid Zaman off guard, and he nearly crashed into them. Sentinel defenders, what's going on?
Why are these guys attacking me?
Just as he was about to catch the corpse brain beast, a bunch of troublemakers had to pop out, making his mood very unpleasant. Cortana reminded him the Sentinel defenders' primary job is to repair the Halo ring, and their secondary job is to defend against invading enemies.
I didn't dismantle the Halo ring, so why attack me?
It was one thing when I was the Flood, but now I'm a human, a reclaimer as they say.
Are you sure you didn't dismantle the Halo ring?
Why don't you look behind you? Hearing this, Khalid Zaman looked back. Aside from that massive rift valley, the various mountains and waters behind him had been overturned beyond recognition. Strictly speaking, it was a bigger mess than Reach after the war.
Do you have a way to control these guys?
No, so far I haven't detected a monitor appearing here. A monitor? I think I saw a little orb like 343. It was hanging on the corpse brain beast when I first encountered it.
As the scene from that time flashed through Khalid Zaman's mind, Cortana immediately deduced the truth.
It seems the corpse brain beast captured the monitor of Halo 05.
This place should be in an unmanaged state.
In this situation, I suggest you better not launch an attack on the Sentinel defenders, otherwise
Listen to me.
While Cortana was explaining the situation, Khalid Zaman had already rushed into the air and wiped out more than half of the Sentinel defenders and almost all the Sentinels.
This 1,000-armed Guani and Dharma image made slaughtering these small fries far too easy.
Easy, my lass.
Now the Sentinel facilities on all the Halo rings will treat humans as enemies.
So what?
After clearing out the little bees in the sky, Khalid Zaman nonchalantly dove back underground.
This means Miranda's side will also come under attack.
They are currently at the perimeter of the library, which is right between two sanctuary arsenals.
He hadn't expected his actions to affect the other side. It was too late for Khalid Zaman to regret it now.
King Liu, you go and support them now.
I'll continue tracking the corpse brain beast.
Understood.
Chapter 339, The Energy of the Fish That Escaped the Net. If the complex battle situation on the Halo caught humanity off guard, and the upheaval occurring within the city of philanthropy was a cataclysm that caught almost everyone by surprise. The assassination attempt against the Sangheli councillors was not very successful. After all, the status of this race was almost equivalent to their combat power. The councillors were no delicate queens. Even without weapons, over a dozen of them escaped the siege of hundreds of ghost-faced beast lords.
If it weren't for Tartarus having shit-grade shields, those ghost-faced beast lords would have been nearly torn apart by these guys.
A blood-soaked council aside on the Phantom, the Sangheli Council, once 4 to 5 members strong, is just come like that.
His tone carried no trace of sadness. His eyes were filled only with the fire of vengeance.
1/3 remains, which isn't too bad.
At least our families have all been safely evacuated. What? You even thought of this step? The councillors looked at the speaker, their faces filled with shock. Most of them were still immersed in the euphoria of the upcoming pilgrimage. No one could have predicted that the prophets would strike at this time.
Someone who could consider this step must have planned an escape route in advance.
Haha, I didn't have that kind of foresight.
It was Tyr the kamikaze martyr who did it.
The man looked ashamed. He wasn't much different from the other councillors and hadn't considered this layer at all.
He was just better informed.
The kamikaze martyr. I thought he only saved his own family. I didn't expect him to have already seen through the prophet's conspiracy. Some people still seem skeptical of this news. Nonsense. Tyr is still working his life away for the prophets. How could he have thought of this? Even if he is killing for the Sanctuary people, he is still considering the interests of our compatriots. Unlike some who only care about what's right in front of them. Where there was sarcasm, there was also rising anger.
What did you say? Which of us here voiced an objection when Tyr was being tortured?
Didn't we all just play deaf and dumb?
All right, stop arguing.
He ordered Arts to do this, and now the sword of Saint Heli is under their control.
Tyr's banner has already been raised. We must follow closely in his footsteps.
Only he can salvage all this. Everyone nodded in agreement.
This was a rare moment where all the councillors were unified. There were no past power, struggles, or disagreements. Now, there was only one path ahead: revenge. Although these councillors were in the middle of it and couldn't see the full picture, they still held capital.
A large portion of the city of Philanthropy's garrison fleet was controlled by Sangheli people.
Once they escaped, they could immediately bring those warships over.
Although only a dozen or so councillors remained, each of them had their own means.
I'll go gather the warships near St. Helios.
They are still in a standoff with the group from the Sword of Saint Heli.
There's no need for that now, we'll just merge them together.
Merge?
Will those people agree to join you?
Yeah,
I'm joining them.
From now on, I am a member of the Sword of Saint Heli.
As long as Teavadami is willing, me picking up a light sword and heading to the battlefield is just a matter of a single word.
This man's biological brother had died in the battle just now. The fact that he hadn't exploded with rage yet showed great restraint.
Another person said, I have many acquaintances in the city of Philanthropy's defense fleet.
The captain of the Ghost Shadow is my brother. I'll personally go explain things to him regarding this cast-glass assault carrier. That guy alone can bring over a dozen warships with him. We must move quickly. The ghost-faced beasts might open fire first. Then they are finished. When it comes to space combat, these long-haired apes are still green. I'd estimate their fighting capability in space is about half that of humans. Someone reminded them, Humph. Humans are not to be trifled with. Look at what happened to the brave and cautious fleet. Cough, that was an accident. It's a pity. Borutami has fallen in battle, otherwise he would have definitely become Tyr's strongest right hand. Nonsense. That kid was a loyal lackey of the prophets.
If he were alive, who knows if he would have turned his blade against us.
At this moment, a councillor who knew the inside story called out to the bickering crowd, quiet.
I can share some news with you regarding this.
One of the greatest secrets of the Sword of Saint Heli. Hearing the word secret, all the councillors shut their mouths. They loved these kinds of secrets. In the circle of councillors, any bit of gossip could potentially be the world-shaking secret. Borutami isn't dead.
He has surrendered to the humans, supposedly following some kind of true god.
That person can move mountains and fill seas and tear apart statues with his bare hands. He seems incredibly powerful. All the councillors looked at him as if he were a fool.
Tear apart starships.
Humans, if they had that kind of power, would they have been beaten by us like this?
Yeah.
I'd believe you if you said Borutami was alive, but saying he surrendered to humans is definitely bragging.
From what I know of the kid, unless humans blew up the city of Philanthropy and surrounded us with thousands of warships, there's no way he'd surrender to them.
You're bragging too much now.
Can you say something useful? The man with the secret curled his lip and pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he said the original group of the Sword of Saint Heli was rescued by him from Reach.
Once you return to Saint Helios and ask around, it'll be clear.
I have no reason to brag at a time like this. Everyone looked at each other half believing and half doubting. Seeing that no one was speaking, someone said cautiously, I can try to contact the humans. I have some connections with the people in their naval intelligence office. This news seemed more believable, but then he was met with a dozen murderous glares. Before today, such behaviour would definitely be considered treasonous, the kind that gets one pinned to a pillow of shame.
Hey, don't look at me like that. It was purely business.
You all have done plenty of business on the black market. The stuff that eventually flowed to the humans wouldn't be less than mine. When he said this, the others' gazes drifted around, each of them feeling a bit guilty. To ease the atmosphere, a man took out a shimmering golden rectangular object, carefully unwrapped it, and took out a small box. What is this? Some of the councillors recognized the item, a few of them brightened up and walked over with a tacit understanding.
One for each of you. I have more when you're done.
Then 3 councillors began to skillfully distribute the cigarettes. Instantly, the interior of the transport was filled with swirling smoke. Some councillors who were trying it for the first time coughed a few times, but soon everyone began to enjoy it. This is good stuff. Of course, on the black market, 1 carton of these can buy a phantom transport. That expensive? How luxurious. Never mind how expensive it is it good stuff or not? Yes, it really is good stuff. I heard from someone in the intelligence agency. For them, even ordinary people can afford this stuff. They can buy several cases a month. Everyone smoked in silence. Putting aside this fine stuff, in the Covenant, ordinary warriors could barely make ends meet, and resources for enjoyment were certainly non-existent. Damn it, the prophets never treated us as allies at all.
Yeah, now that we've rebelled against the Covenant, I think allying with the humans is the best course of action. But we have slaughtered countless humans.
Will they agree?
They will.
The one with connections to the intelligence agency handed everyone a pack of cigarettes and said, leave this to me. Anyway, the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Whatever grudges we have can wait until after we've finished off the prophets. The councillors all nodded, their sense of unease slightly alleviated by the nicotine entering their lungs. Chapter 3 in June 40, the Divine Wind Warriors who walked towards the truth.
Tyr was following Tartarus back to report on his mission.
The city of Philanthropy was already in a state of chaos.
Along the way, many Sanheli people seemed to be preparing to leave. Most of them were warriors, but there were also civilians.
In the corridor leading to the council, 10 honor guards would normally be standing watch, but now only 7 remained.
The number seemed almost comical, but for the meticulous honor guards, the absence of 3 comrades was no laughing matter.
Even the 7 who were present were not at their original posts. Instead, they were huddled together, seemingly discussing something. At that moment, Tartarus jerked his head back, and several Kirahani lords went forward with wicked grins to strip the guards of their equipment and seize their ceremonial pikes. The guards didn't seem to resist handing over the gear that symbolized their honor without a fight. The two sides were surprisingly peaceful, and no conflict broke out. On the contrary, a commotion broke out among the ghost-faced beasts as they scrambled for the equipment.
2 lords were sent flying by their own kind, struck by honor guard helmets.
To the Sanhali people, such behavior was nothing short of sacrilege.
The Sanhali people, now stripped of their gear,
Slowly departed. Before leaving, they all looked at Tirvadami with complex expressions, as if they wanted to say something, but held back.
Seeing the ghost-faced beasts fully armored and standing in the positions where they should have been, they had no choice but to leave in frustration.
Tirvadami remained impassive, but he could sense a massive upheaval brewing. If a war could be avoided, and the Sanhali people could peacefully exit the Covenant, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. To ensure this, he couldn't afford to fall out with the prophets yet. The prophet of truth felt a flicker of unease the moment he saw Tirvadami. He hadn't expected the fellow to actually return. If he were in Tyr's position, he would have fled long ago. However, this worked out well, as there was a very important mission that required the Kamikaze Martyr. This time, it wasn't a suicide mission, but it was genuinely difficult, and none of his subordinates were capable of handling it. Thinking of this, the old fellow sighed. Why was it so hard to find someone both powerful and loyal? If men like Artrox or Tirvadami were truly loyal to him, why would he ever fear humanity? He felt a sense of regret in his heart, yet the decision he made was utterly hypocritical. A prophet is dead, Commander.
Tyr was caught off guard by this accusation.
Since truth and mercy were both here,
The one who died must be the prophet of sorrow. As for being called Commander, it was likely intended as a mockery.
Seeing his bewildered expression, the prophet of truth continued his long-winded speech.
Recent events have revealed a single truth: the elite forces are no longer capable of ensuring our safety. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to decommission all Sanhali honor guards and have the Kirahani race assume this role. Tyr remained silent after hearing this. Rather than stating a fact, it sounded more like an explanation. At this stage, what was there left to explain? He didn't care anyway. As long as those removed Sanhali people kept a clear head and left the city of philanthropy, it would be for the best.
Unfortunately, his hopeful wish remained just a wish.
Arts and dozens of his brothers were ambushed by ghost-faced beasts on their way out.
Fortunately, they had remained alert from start to finish and were carrying weapons, allowing most of them to break through the encirclement.
The prophet of truth looked at Tyr's calm demeanor and realized the fellow was still in the dark. He felt he could make use of this fool one last time. Thus the prophet put on an expression of deep sorrow and said, "Politics is so tiresome. Do you know, Kamikaze Martyr, the elite forces are threatening to quit the council, all for this trivial bit of power." This was a complete reversal of the truth, but Tyr didn't know that. He simply said calmly, "We have always been your protectors." The prophet of truth nodded slowly. "This is a grueling trial for everyone."
At this moment, the prophet of mercy suddenly shouted from the side,
Even if the destruction of humanity brings solace, the loss of a sacred ring still pains our hearts.
These words made the prophet of truth's face twitch. This was bringing up exactly what shouldn't be mentioned.
Tyr was acting humble, and now this old fool had to provoke him with past failures.
Truth wondered how this old man had managed to climb the ranks step by step. To ease the tension, he reached out and made a calming gesture, stopping the prophet of mercy from speaking further. There is no need for sorrow. Prophecies show that other rings still exist to rebuild our race's confidence. Is history not the guarantee of our years of faith? After speaking, the prophet of truth turned and pointed. The wall of the council chamber suddenly displayed the view outside the city of philanthropy. It was Halo 05 right within their reach.
Tyr was somewhat baffled.
He had just returned from a mission near the shattered Halo 04, and now a brand new intact Halo had appeared so soon. He felt speechless. Why would the council choose this moment to leave the Covenant? Even if the honor guards were replaced by the Kirahani, it shouldn't interfere with the pilgrimage ceremony. In the Covenant's doctrine, the pilgrimage was no mere religious ritual, it was something that offered tangible benefits. Otherwise, those madmen wouldn't have such high levels of faith based on superficial gestures. The prophet of truth continued his impassioned speech. For centuries, we have been searching for the divine oracle who can unlock the secrets of the sacred ring, the oracle. Thanks to your help, we have finally found him. He pointed his hand, and 343 guilty spark was seen floating on an energy platform in the council chamber, surrounded by a golden glow, seemingly restrained by gravity beams. After constant inquiries to the oracle, he has finally shown us the vital key.
The prophet of truth pressed the switch on his throne again. and a projection of a ham-like object appeared.
It was the target of Miranda and Johnson's group, the Index, to activate the halo.
You must travel to the surface of the sacred ring and retrieve the divine token.
With it, the divine promise can be fulfilled.
Redeem our race and begin the true pilgrimage.
With a clear mission and a defined goal, Tyr soon departed for Halo 05 alongside Tartarus.
Aboard the Banshee, Tyr couldn't help but ask who was the human who killed the Prophet of Sorrow. Tartarus knew the truth, so he didn't answer directly, only replying casually, or else could it be?
Tyr was startled.
Is that demon here? Tartarus let out a heavy breath.
What? Do you want to make him pay?
Both of them simultaneously thought of Khalid Zaman. Although the Prophet of Sorrow's death had nothing to do with him, the term demon was no longer a title exclusive to the Master Chief. At least in the eyes of these high-ranking figures, no one was more terrifying than Khalid Zaman. Since Tyr had started his Kai refining, he had gained a deep understanding of the power of this cultivation system. So had Tartarus. Although he looked a bit blunt, he was actually a meticulous fellow, otherwise he wouldn't have practiced so rapidly after obtaining the Kai refining art, even reaching the second level of Kai refining.
The two shared a silent understanding.
Their awe of the cultivation system gave them an even deeper fear of Khalid Zaman.
My only concern is retrieving the divine token.
Tyr Vadami put on an expression of righteous determination, fearing this blunt fellow might actually send him to face Khalid Zaman.
Tartarus shrugged.
Tilda, what else?
Chapter 341 Johnson with a cheat code.
On the other side, the team heading toward the library entered the quarantine zone. Not long after they entered, the large shield that had been destroyed by Khalid Zaman restored itself. Miranda looked up at the semi-transparent canopy and asked, how are we going to get back later? We can go through the sanctuary arsenal. There are passages there that lead in and out of the quarantine zone. There were similar structures on Halo 04, but since the Master Chief had been teleported into the library, humans had barely touched that area. Fortunately, the entire architectural blueprint of Halo 04 was in Cortana's mind, so she could quickly provide a solution. Sentinels and Sentinel defenders were patrolling in swarms in the air, and there were large entrances and exits on the mountainsides everywhere. There were 7 or 8 visible just along this short stretch of the road, and this was only a small section. If they were treated as enemies here, it would absolutely be a nightmare. Johnson remarked, it's fortunate these guys don't have any hostility toward us, otherwise we'd be trapped inside. Cortana said, I have already notified the Amber to move closer to us. I suggest stationing some troops within the sanctuary arsenal to prevent a sneak attack by the Flood. The Flood? Johnson exclaimed in surprise. You mean that stuff is here? Good heavens, I hate those bugs more than anything. Even though he had never been substantially attacked by the Flood, the experience of having infectious little bugs strapped all over his body was not pleasant. Not to mention the foul stench. Those things would keep struggling and wriggling on his body, as if he were inside the intestines of some animal. It was as uncomfortable as it could possibly be. Cortana had not yet told them the news about the Mahayana stage flood. After all, that matter could only be handled by Khalid Zaman. If that man couldn't solve it, then the only thing left to do would be to destroy the Halo Ring. It would be enough for them to secure the Index. That was the one thing that absolutely must not fall into the hands of the Covenant. After some discussion, the team was divided into 2 parts. Half of the Marines and the mechanized units remained in the sanctuary arsenal to prevent a sneak attack by the Flood. The other half followed Miranda toward the library. Because there was no combat, they advanced quickly. The weather gradually grew colder and snow was falling everywhere. As they traveled along the mountain road, they were surrounded by patrolling Sentinel defenders and Sentinels. Basically, there were large passages on the heights of all the mountains, and these foreigner war machines would enter and exit through them. As they moved forward, Johnson kept feeling like something was wrong. He suggested that White Tiger transform into a scarab to carry everyone forward. This way, they wouldn't even have to weave through the valleys. They could just cross over the mountain peaks and head straight toward their destination. However, the suggestion was rejected by Cortana. Who knew if these Sentinels would attack a scarab? If White Tiger happened to crush some facilities and was identified as a hostile saboteur, that would be bad. A Scorpion tank led the way, while everyone else rode in Warthogs behind it. After travelling for a while, Johnson really couldn't stand it anymore. This thing is too slow. My great-grandmother could run faster than this with a cane. Cortana urged, this is just in case. The Flood is best at launching attacks from underground. If the team formation is too long, it's easy to get separated and picked off one by one. Besides, don't you have a bad feeling? Shouldn't we be even more careful then? I just want to go faster. Johnson flicked away his cigarette butt, jumped into a Warthog, and said, I'm going ahead to scout the path. You guys hurry and catch up. He slammed on the accelerator and sped forward.
Miranda remarked, he's 70 years old, why is he still as reckless as a child?
Cortana laughed, ha ha, his hormone levels are currently maintained at 18 years old.
Of course he'll have the restlessness of a young man, but there is one thing I think is necessary to point out. What?
Miranda was very curious. Cortana rarely kept secrets. This guy got first place in an exercise that included a group of Spartan Rome and 2 warriors, veteran madmen, and Khalid Zaman. This matter had basically spread among the high-ranking officers, but Miranda didn't know about it, so at this moment she had to seriously consider Johnson's suggestion. How about we speed up and let the Scorpion tank bring up the rear? Cortana said, I think that works. After turning past this valley, the entrance to the library is less than 2 kilometers ahead. Let's accelerate. Just as everyone was adjusting their formation, on the other side, Khalid Zaman had just smashed a pile of Sentinel defenders. And just as Cortana had predicted, these guys' eyes instantly turned red, and they all headed toward the human team on the ground. Oh no, White Tiger. Cortana noticed the change in the situation immediately and shouted a warning. White Tiger also understood her meaning instantly and transformed directly into her scarab form. At the same time, a dozen lasers shot toward the ground, and those large sentinels kept firing tracking missiles, but fortunately, they were all blocked by White Tiger. As the earliest form Scarab, White Tiger had undergone several modifications. In addition to her weapons, her shields had also been upgraded significantly. Coupled with the high-grade Covenant energy cores and her Golden Core stage strength, her shields were not much worse than those of a warship. Miranda's reaction speed was fast, and she immediately issued an order of everyone leave your vehicles and get inside the Scarab. All Marines switched to marksman rifles and attacked the Sentinels immediately. White Tiger, you are responsible for attacking the Sentinel defenders. Move toward the library at full speed. Along the way, she had also been observing the Forerunner aircraft in the air. The number of regular patrols alone reached 200 every 10 minutes. If they started a war, even a warship would be torn apart very quickly. Therefore, she didn't hesitate for a moment. Her top priority was to lead everyone to rush into the library, at least inside the building. There couldn't be that many large sentinels. Although the human troops on White Tiger's output were very powerful, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of enemies. Before they had gone even 1 kilometer, the alarm for shield overload had already sounded.
Miranda shouted, White Tiger, change back.
We'll assault the rest of the way on foot. No, Johnson said to take good care of you. If I can't hold them off, you will be torn to shreds in a few minutes. Unexpectedly, the usually obedient White Tiger suddenly became stubborn. Half of the upper turrets of the Scarab were destroyed in an instant, but White Tiger, having lost her counter-attack capability, still didn't stop and kept walking forward quickly. Without the suppression of the defensive turrets, the Sentinel defenders' missiles soon exploded right next to the Marines, and in the instant, the human soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Miranda did not insist because White Tiger was right. The situation before them had almost fallen into a desperate state. No one could turn the tide unless Khalid Zaman returned at this moment. The young woman did not give up hope. Instead, she grabbed a gun and rushed to the upper platform, firing into the air along with the other soldiers. Even if they only eliminated a few sentinels, it could give the Scarab a few more seconds of breathing room. Johnson, he's back. Then we're here, White Tiger shouted happily. In her heart, her man was not much worse than Khalid Zaman. They saw the warthog driving straight over from a distance.
Although it was fast in the face of laser weapons, this speed wasn't much different from standing still.
He's crazy. Miranda was a bit surprised. Johnson would actually use such a risky method just to come back and save them. But at this time, even if a Spartan warrior came, it would be useless unless it was someone like Khalid Zaman, who had large-scale destructor spells. However, the expected crazy barrage did not appear.
It was as if the Sentinels and Sentinel defenders didn't see him at all.
The Warthog drove over at high speed, steady and smooth, without encountering the slightest obstruction. Cortana was also puzzled. Did this guy turn on cheats? Chapter 342, The Unorthodox Methods of the Corpse Brain Beast. Johnson rushed back quickly. He hadn't used any cheats, but he did have a few attachments on him.
Just like the loophole Tyr had found, he had also strapped several sentinels to his body.
Both men had extremely sharp tactical minds, able to spot and exploit gaps in their surroundings instantly. Turn that way. To the right. Fast. Before even getting close, Johnson shouted frantically. Baihu didn't hesitate. Out of absolute trust in Johnson, she immediately climbed toward the right slope upon hearing his words, even though there were more sentinels there. By now, the warriors on the platform had all been forced back by dense fire, relying only on the thick external steel plates to hold on. All defensive turrets and main cannons were destroyed. Even 3 of the Scarab's forelegs were damaged. The broken parts of the insect-like body couldn't be replaced, and its mobility was growing weaker. As Baihu forced herself over the mountain peak, the sight on the other side made everyone's eyes widen. Is this the flood? Seeing the real flood for the first time, Miranda could hardly believe it, for the bugs before her were several times more numerous than the aircraft in the sky. At this point, Baihu had almost entirely lost her mobility. Instead of walking down the slope, she slid all the way down.
Fortunately, the Scarab's steel plates were sturdy
and didn't take much damage.
The Sentinel defenders following her suddenly stopped their pursuit, all turning to fire at the flood on the ground.
Countless sentinels also crested the hill, charging directly into the flood army appearing everywhere. Baihu lay there for a long while, and surprisingly she didn't receive a single attack. Miranda was somewhat confused. What's going on? Cortana let out a long sigh of relief. She told her it seems their highest priority target is the flood. If the flood hadn't appeared, we probably would have died here. Just as she had predicted, the flood army had invaded from underground the moment the shield vanished, constructing a passage that could bypass the containment shield. A steady stream of bugs slipped in from below, and their movements were quickly detected by the sentinels. At this moment, the most basic priority was to eliminate the flood
and purge all bugs from the area. They couldn't spare the effort to punish the humans for their intrusion.
If the monitor of Halo 05 was still present, it could have coordinated fire against both sides simultaneously. But without a manager's guidance, all the war machines could only execute their base code, eliminate the flood. When Johnson arrived, Baihu finally reverted to her human form. The girl was charred black all over, looking like an African. Although she didn't seem to have any external wounds, her spirit was very withered.
Darling Tilda, I am so sleepy, Tilda.
One reason was taking too many attacks, which consumed a massive amount of energy.
The second was seeing Johnson by her side. The girl let down her guard and fainted immediately.
There was no time for sentimentality now.
Johnson picked up Baihu and shouted, "Everyone follow me. The entrance to the library is not far ahead, and the flood has already entered. Everyone just be careful of the flood. I'll grab some armor for you on the way." Less than 50 Marines remained now. Most were confused, but they didn't ask questions. After all, the flood, and the sentinels were practically beating each other's brains out right next to them.
Everyone jogged along.
Johnson handed Baihu over to Miranda, while he kept launching sneak attacks at the front.
With precise bursts from his Mar 5 assault rifle, he knocked a sentinel out of the sky every time.
After downing 9 sentinels, he quickly retrieved the laser weapons they dropped and distributed them to everyone.
Fire only at the flood.
You are not allowed to hit the sentinels.
After giving the instructions, he ran out again.
When he returned with 9 more guns for the second time, Miranda couldn't help but ask, why isn't he being attacked by the sentinels?
Cortana seemed to have figured something out.
He shoots down 9 sentinels every time, then waits 10 minutes before the second round of attacks. Did this guy run tests before coming back? Johnson smiled, spat out a cigarette butt, and lit another. That's right, but it only works when the flood are present.
Without these guys, you'd be attacked by those things in the sky even if you didn't fight back.
By the time they reached the library entrance, Johnson had equipped everyone with at least 1 laser weapon and 2 broken-wing sentinels each.
In this way, the unit became an almost
Invincible force. Johnson gave a final warning, be careful not to fire at the sentinels. Once they're attacked, they won't care whether you have a sentinel on you or not. You even tested that.
Miranda was somewhat shocked.
Such clear analytical ability and powerful tactical awareness were almost exactly like her father's.
Yeah, otherwise, with my level of skill, I would have died on the battlefield several times over.
I have to thank the kid Khalid Zaman, otherwise we'd all be dead this time.
Why thank him? He's not even here. Miranda didn't seem to understand what Johnson meant, so Cortana explained it to her. The Chi refining art allows the infection form flood to ignore us, otherwise we would have been swallowed by the swarm on the way. Besides, he was the one who brought Baihu back from Reach. We really should thank him.
Everything is about that man.
Without him, humanity would be extinct.
Although Miranda was a bit unconvinced and muttered a few words, she couldn't refute the facts.
By now, more and more flood began to surge in not just the infection form flood, but also many combat form flood.
To prevent being flanked or cut off, they left 10 Marines and 2 heavy machine guns there. If Khalid Zaman were here, he would certainly be surprised because these combat form flood didn't contain the genes of any other organisms. In other words, they hadn't been created through infection. Ever since the corpse brain beast saw Khalid Zaman's external avatar, it began to think about how to maximize the flood swarm's combat power. If there weren't enough combat personnel to be infected, the infection form flood were just a bunch of balls, hardly enough to deal with sentinels, let alone the heavily armed sentinels.
So, it simply condensed combat form flood itself and endowed these subordinates with the consciousness to use thermal weapons.
It must be said that its learning ability was heaven-defined. This single step had already broken away from the inherent programming in the flood's genes, allowing its tactical thinking to expand tremendously. Although the creature was still being chased around by Khalid Zaman, its plans for the future were very clearly laid out. First, to obtain the index to hold a key that could destroy it.
then get the manual for the Kai refining art. It had heard this thing mentioned by human and Covenant soldiers more than once. As long as it could catch one of them, it could obtain the full content. Then it wouldn't have to fear that man anymore. At the thought of this, the corpse brain beast couldn't help but chuckle. It didn't notice 10 drills approaching it from the front.
Only when the encirclement was fully formed did the corpse brain beast react, letting out an angry roar.
Roar.
Cunning humans, I will be back. To prevent it from escaping, Khalid Zaman had taken great pains controlling his avatars to begin flanking from several kilometers away. Then, at the final moment, he used the gravity technique and earth manipulation to reduce the corpse brain beast's kinetic energy to only 1/10. The avatar's energy drills, imbued with the power of 5 element spells, pierced directly through the corpse brain beast's body, tearing its massive form apart like a tattered rag. Khalid Zaman knew that this thing wouldn't die so easily. When he fought the corpse brain beast that Case had turned into, that guy could instantly revive even after being smashed to pieces.
But after waiting for a long time, there was still no reaction from their opponent.
Helplessly, he had to go rescue the Master Chief first.
Oh no,
This is a fake. When the tentacles were unwound, the Enjonia together with the Master Chief's body shriveled up. This creature could actually simulate the shield of the Mark Roman 6 armor, and it was identical. Khalid Zaman remembered that he had once created similar armor. He didn't expect this corpse brain beast to be so formidable that it could create something identical in such a short time. Cortana corrected him, you can't say it's identical. This husk only simulated the shield's energy field to block your divine sense scan.
This guy set up a golden cicada shedding its shell roost from the very beginning. It seems we overestimated its combat power and underestimated its intelligence. Khalid Zaman sighed.
I've been chasing it for so long now, where can I find the Master Chief?
Let's see as we go. The corpse brain beast actually saved John at the last moment, pulling him out of the enemy's main cannon fire. I don't think its only goal was to eat him. At the library entrance, the 10-man squad left behind was still guarding with their guns. However, various fleshy balls and tentacles were growing out of their bodies and heads.
Meanwhile, the corpse brain beast was beyond excited. It had finally obtained the Kai refining art.
The Flood Leader, having lost most of its energy, began to condense a physical body, gradually discarding its massive form until it finally took the shape of a human.
This human was smiling, with features as beautiful as a painting. It looked exactly like Miranda.
One had to admit the correctness of the Flood's logic. It had transformed into the highest ranking officer among the existing human forces. Chapter 343, The Divine Wind Warriors Strike Again. Just as the human, Flood, and Sentinel Defender forces were in complete disarray, a fourth party entered the fray. In order to obtain the index, the Prophets had prepared tens of thousands of troops. The first wave of troops sent over could only enter through the Sanctuary Arsenal. Once inside, they could deactivate the Quarantine Zone's energy shield, but those who went in vanished without a trace, like a meat bun thrown at a dog never to return. The main issue was that the entrances to these Sanctuary Arsenals were too small, allowing only small squads to enter, which made dispatching the Kamikaze Martyr the best choice. Tyr's landing site was an aerial platform on the side of the Sanctuary Arsenal.
Before he arrived, several squads of wild boar beasts had already charged in, but unfortunately, they had made no progress at all.
After the Phantom left, Tyr did not act rashly. Everything on this platform was completely unfamiliar to him, and he hadn't even found a door to enter the interior of the Sanctuary Arsenal.
While observing the situation,
Tyr suddenly felt uneasy, as if something were watching him. He instinctively turned around to find the sentinels floating behind him, its cannon already raised and about to fire. He hadn't expected such a large thing to be able to fly so silently. Tyr's reaction was quick. As he leapt to the side, he drew his carbine and fired.
His speed and reflexes completely overwhelmed the sentinels.
Unfortunately, his firepower was insufficient. The few bullets he fired were like tickling it.
Just as the big guy's cannon began to glow, ready to fire its laser, several energy projectiles struck, causing the sentinels to stumble.
It turned out that Tartarus hadn't gone far. Upon discovering the enemy, he had immediately turned back.
However, the Phantom's firepower and energy shield were not as strong as the enemy's, so he immediately changed direction and led the sentinels away.
Before leaving, Tartarus said, "Disable the shield, Kamikaze Martyr.
I will come back to pick you up once you have completed your mission." Cold sweat broke out on Tyr's forehead. He had no weapons capable of breaking through the energy shield of a large vehicle. The only way to deal with the sentinels was to jump on it and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Doing so on such a high-altitude platform was a life-risking maneuver. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose this option. To avoid further detection by the enemy, Tyr activated his active camouflage. After circling the platform, he still couldn't find a way inside.
He almost wanted to call Tartarus back to land him somewhere else.
Just then, a square pillar on the platform suddenly moved.
After the pillar retracted into the ground, it revealed a passageway from which the sentinels emerged, appearing to be on patrol. After the big guy left, the pillar extended back out, blocking the passageway. So that was it. The sanctuary arsenal seemed to be fully automated, with no doors, only passageways for the sentinels and sentinel to fly through. But this presented a problem. There were no buttons nearby to open the passageway. How was he supposed to get in? He couldn't exactly grab a sentinel and strap it to his body to pretend to be friendly forces, could he? T looked around. Aside from 2 wild boar beast corpses and 7 or 8 Covenant weapon racks, there was nothing else.
The first wave of troops should have made it inside.
After fumbling around for a long time with no reaction, Tirvadami grew angry and punched the pillar. He didn't hold back his strength. If this thing had been made of stone, it would have been smashed to pieces. Unfortunately, the pillar was a foreigner creation and could not be smashed by his fist. Suddenly, the pillar moved again and retracted into the ground. This time, Tirvadami intended to mess around with the sentinels. As long as it wasn't flying in the air, it shouldn't be difficult for him to smash one apart with his strength. But after waiting for a long time, no flying vehicle came out, and the pillar automatically reset itself. No way does this door open just by hitting it. He tentatively punched it again, and sure enough, the pillar retracted. This time he didn't hesitate and jumped directly into the passage. Fortunately, the passage wasn't a vertical drop, but had a 45-degree slope leading downward in a zigzag pattern, which provided a great deal of cushioning. Once inside the sanctuary arsenal, Tyr finally saw the Covenant troops. A group of wild boar beasts and shielded jackals were fighting against some sentinels. The space here wasn't large enough to accommodate big guys like the sentinels, so only sentinels were flying over, which meant there was no need to be so nervous.
Using a carbine to fight the sentinels was the easiest thing. 1 shot, 1 kill. In less than 5 minutes, all the enemies were eliminated.
When the wild boar beasts saw that suit of armor, they all began to shout, "It's the kamikaze martyr. We're saved. You're the best." Not everyone was so optimistic.
One little guy was crying as he ran back, shouting while he sobbed, "I want to go home."
He rushed into a small room, fired a few shots at the pillar inside, opened the passage directly, and then jumped in. Now Tyr finally knew how these guys had gotten in. He followed this group of troops down to the lower level. This area was larger. In addition to the labyrinthine small compartments, there were light bridges connecting to other areas. The fighting here was more intense, with more wild boar beasts and jackals. After fighting for a while, Tyr felt something was wrong.
His hand speed was fast, but even after shooting down so many sentinels, the enemies in the air didn't seem to be decreasing.
It seemed that entering the enemy's sanctuary arsenal was destined to be a bitter battle. He stopped firing, intending to observe the source of the enemies, when suddenly he was grazed by a laser from behind.
Enemies had actually appeared from behind him.
He turned around to finish off the ambushing sentinel, and then Tyr was mentally crushed.
A dozen more sentinels had flown in along the path he had just travelled.
It turned out these guys were all coming from passageways in the surrounding walls.
Those passageways were even smaller than a wild boar beast, allowing only sentinels to pass through. He had previously thought these glowing things were just lights. After all, foreigner structures were full of glowing things. Tyr fired a barrage at those passageways, and soon he had destroyed the energy at the openings. After waiting a while, no new enemies appeared from inside.
Very good.
It seemed this would prevent more reinforcements from arriving. Now, with a group of jackals and wild boar beasts following behind him, Tyr's battle became increasingly easier, and the pace of the assault grew faster. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Why hadn't he seen any squad leaders? Logically, Covenant troops operated in squads.
Now there were no elite warriors or ghost-faced beasts, and not even any corpses of these soldiers.
Charging forward, after crossing 3 light bridges, Tyr had gathered a force of over 100 troops. At this moment, Tartarus sent a transmission. You are now approaching one of the shield activators. Closing the activator will allow the outer energy shield to disappear. Many ghost-faced beasts have sacrificed themselves for this. Let's see if your fate will be any different.
Tyr finally understood. It seemed the ghost-faced beast captains had all charged to the very front, leaving these grunts to fend off the sentinels.
Furthermore, it seemed those ghost-faced beasts had all sacrificed themselves. After entering the next level, ghost-faced beast corpses could already be seen on the ground, and in significant numbers. These guys were quite durable, but without the protection of shielded jackals and the suppression fire of wild boar beasts, a pure ghost-faced beast squad was just a group of sitting ducks that could be picked off at will. Passing through a corridor, he found himself in a very spacious hall ahead, which contained 4 huge pillars and a floor littered with ghost-faced beast corpses.
However, the expected enemy was not a sentinels, but a much larger creature.
It looked similar to a sentinel's, but was several times larger, and the energy shield in front of it was quite exaggerated. He was still observing the situation when the soldiers behind him charged forward.
It was too late to stop them, and the big guy had already opened fire.
The rate of fire was roughly equivalent to 4 shadow turrets, and the power of the projectiles was almost on par with the Phantom's point defense turret.
All in all, it was equivalent to 10 Phantoms floating in the air attacking them.
The Jackal's energy shields couldn't withstand such firepower at all. As soon as one energy projectile hit, both the shield and the Jackal would be blown away. The wild boar beasts fared even worse. Running around under such dense firepower was useless. As for counter-attacking, the enemy's shield looked large and thick, even more exaggerated than a sentinel's, and it simply wasn't something that could be broken by light weapons. In less than 1 minute, all these soldiers were wiped out, with no chance to escape at all. Chapter 344, activating the shield on the eve of the Great Melee.
At this moment, Tartarus sent a transmission. It's useless to have a head-on conflict with the Enforcer.
Especially since they've already activated their protective shields. Don't ask me how I know. Tyr didn't plan on asking that question either. Aside from the troops that were instantly wiped out just now, there were many fuel rod cannons lying next to the corpses of those ghost-faced beasts on the ground. He feared this thing's defensive capabilities were just as freakish as its attack power. However, since they had already engaged in battle, there should be some intelligence to gather. He asked Tartarus, then how do we deal with this guy? I can't exactly jump onto him for hand-to-hand combat, can I? This thing doesn't even have a pilot. You don't need to defeat him. There's a control panel in the center of the hull that can turn off the protective shields in the nearby area. Unfortunately, the ghost-faced beasts who rushed him were all sacrificed, so no one could complete the task.
Oh,
Is it that simple? Since he didn't have to go toe-to-toe with such a war machine, Tyr was happy to take it easy. He was still in a cloaked state and simply walked in boldly. However, there was no controller in the center of the hull at all. After wandering around in a large circle, Tyr Vadami was starting to doubt his life. After walking around the perimeter, he noticed that these pillars were similar to the gates of the previous passages with the same energy patterns on them. So he punched one of the pillars directly.
The result was exactly as he imagined. The pillar retracted from both the top and bottom ends, leaving only a base.
It seemed to be some kind of mechanism.
He circled behind a pillar, opened the comms, and asked, "You said there's a control panel in the hull, was that reported by those ghost-faced beasts?"
No, the Oracle said so.
It wouldn't lie to us.
perhaps those ghost-faced beasts had been completely fooled.
They didn't have cloaking devices, and the Kirahani didn't like sneaky combat styles, so they could only brave the intense firepower to search the room for the controller.
God knows what those guys went through.
Tyr looked into the air. It was almost impossible to defeat the Enforcer. The thing was floating dozens of meters up in the air, and even if he wanted to risk his life, he couldn't reach it. All he could do now seemed to be opening the remaining mechanisms. Perhaps the controller would appear on its own afterward.
So Tyr followed suit and activated the other 3 pillars.
Then,
A small platform rose from the floor in the center of the hull.
and on it was the familiar control light panel.
Not just Forerunner creations, but even the Covenant used this kind of controller.
Despite the complex patterns of light on it, it served only one purpose: to be pressed.
Well, would you look at that? Tyr was speechless.
The Oracle indeed hadn't lied, but it hadn't told the whole story either. It couldn't be that these mechanisms were added by someone else, and even the Oracle didn't know right. He walked boldly to the side of the controller again.
Seeing that the Enforcer in the air didn't react, he pressed it and then quickly left the position.
This maneuver seemed a bit unnecessary. The Enforcer had been wandering around from start to finish, completely unconcerned about whether the controller appeared.
Deprived of its energy supply, the dome-like shield outside vanished instantly. Tartarus had been waiting outside for a long time.
Looking down at the sanctuary arsenal, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart:
Envy, jealousy, hatred, or perhaps other complex emotions.
Nearly 100 ghost-faced beast combat squads had failed even with an almost saturated offensive.
Yet this Tyr army had handled it in less than half an hour and with 0 casualties.
The Sanheli people truly lived up to the title of elite.
He opened the communication channel, intending to report the news. Just then, countless small dots appeared in the sky: phantom transports, undead transport ships, and space insertion pods specific to the Saint Heli.
Dense crowds of troops were rushing toward the halo.
Tyr circled the hull, looking for an exit.
Returning the way he came wasn't realistic. The path he took to open the pillars was all downward through the passage.
Unless he could fly, he couldn't return to the platform where he entered.
The next task was to find the index. Being trapped here was not what a kamikaze martyr should be doing. Just as he was at his wit's end, the Enforcer in the air suddenly made a strange sound. The massive object began to emit bursts of red light, which flickered unsteadily. It seemed it looked like it was going to explode.
Boom!
The Enforcer blew apart into fragments. Fortunately, Tyr reacted quickly and found a corner to hide in, avoiding the blast. At this moment, a wall on one side of the hull opened, revealing a distant Forerunner structure.
It turned out this place led directly to the destination. The floor of the hall suddenly sank, and the entire ground separated from the building to become a floating platform which slowly drifted toward the opposite side.
A phantom appeared in the sky at just the right time.
Tartarus said, "The path to the sanctuary is clear now. I will meet you at the entrance ahead."
Tirvadami stood on the platform, surrounded by a vast, empty canyon.
It looked like a giant man-made trench. The level of Forerunner technology was truly breathtaking. No wonder they were worshipped as deities by both the Saint Heli and the Sanksamu people.
Amidst his wonder, he adjusted his equipment. The road ahead shouldn't be as difficult. At least more reinforcements could arrive now.
At this point, Tartarus suddenly asked a question out of the blue.
You risk your life for the Prophet, for what purpose?
Without thinking, Tyr replied directly, "For the Covenant, the Sanheli people, and my family."
How?
Tartarus suddenly laughed, a sound that seemed like a helpless bitter chuckle.
"Me too, Kamikaze Martyr. I hope you can successfully complete this mission. Your strength is great, and you're not stupid."
At least the fool couldn't reach the second layer of Kai refining in such a short time.
"The Covenant will get better and better.
Even if we do some things we are unwilling to do, they are all for our families." These words plunged Tartarus into a long silence, and the two did not communicate further.
As the platform advanced, the Forerunner structure on the opposite side also opened its outer wall.
Tirvadami, who had been in a good mood, almost cursed because there was also an enforcer on the opposite platform along with dozens of sentinels.
A phantom was no match for an enforcer. Destroying a single sentinel was already the limit for this kind of transport. A head-on conflict with an enforcer was absolute suicide.
So Tyr could only rely on himself now.
To think that one victory would be followed by another, even more intense battle.
Fortunately, those Forerunner war machines didn't seem to have any intention of intercepting him halfway. Tyr's racing heart settled slightly.
To his surprise, Tartarus actually rushed ahead first.
When did this guy become so bold? Ever since this ghost-faced beast gained some Kai refining cultivation, he had become quite eccentric, though his confidence had certainly increased.
Tirvadami shook his head inwardly.
It was a pity Tartarus was too fond of scheming. They were simply not the same kind of people after all. Chapter 3, 1945, the targeted kamikaze warriors. The enforcer opened fire the moment it spotted the phantom. Dozens of energy projectiles flew toward Tartarus. Fortunately, this weapon shared the same quirk as Covenant projectiles. It wasn't fast, making it avoidable at such a distance.
Go.
Tartarus cursed in a rage a pile of scrap metal.
"Carve a path to the wall, Kamikaze Martyr."
The phantom fired back while dodging, but since its firepower and shields were vastly inferior, it could only fly into the distance to evade pursuit.
To wall.
Only when the platform drew near the building opposite did Tyr understand what the war meant.
Those sentinels were firing incessantly at the ground as countless combat formed floods poured in from access tunnels on both side walls.
Judging by the size of those tunnels, they were likely meant for the enforcer's movement, but now they had become flood-occupied zones. In other words, this enforcer and those sentinels weren't ambushing them at all, they were clearing out the flood.
The flood rushed here from the side tunnels like a tide, yet this was merely an outward extending platform with no resources or vital facilities to speak of.
Tyr watched bewildered.
Unless these flood knew he was coming and wanted to capture him, why would they swarm such a place? What was even more terrifying was that these flood were all combat forms without a single infection form or carrier form.
Where did they find so many warriors to infect?
He had already entered stealth mode. This chaotic melee was a bit too intense, so it was better not to get involved. Since there was a passage, he would just sneak through. Once the platform came to a complete stop, Tyr quickly rushed toward one of the entrances, charging upstream into the flood swarm.
However, just as he neared the first flood, the big guy suddenly turned its head and looked over.
Tyr's heart skipped a beat,
Wondering if his speed had drawn the creature's attention.
but the scene was so loud it was as if a weapon warehouse had exploded. How could anyone notice such a subtle sound?
His instincts made him shift a few steps to the side, but the flood lashed out at him with its tentacles. Not only that, nearly 10 combat form floods at the entrance all charged toward him, as if they could see through his invisibility.
These flood were all created directly from flesh and blood by the corpse brain beast, not generated through infection.
Since the corpse brain beast inherently had the habit of devouring spiritual energy, it could clearly sense Tyr, who possessed a Kai refinement stage cultivation.
While its perception couldn't match Khalid Zaman's, it was enough to see through the invisibility.
Caught off guard, Tyr was cornered by 7 or 8 flood. With nowhere to retreat, he was lashed by a whip-like tentacle and sent crashing into the opposite wall.
The invisibility technique failed, his energy shield overloaded, and a trace of blood even leaked from the corner of his mouth.
No matter how unbelievable it was, Tyr now understood the flood could see through his invisibility. In that case, I'll just have to carve a bloody path out. He drew the 2 light swords at his waist and charged once more.
Slashing diagonally, vertically, and sweeping horizontally, the two light swords danced through the air like the buzzing wings of a bee.
If Barutami saw the swordsmanship, he would surely be awestruck.
Tyr used no specific forms, just one simple strike after another. After judging the optimal angle of attack, he followed up relentlessly, shattering a flood with each swing.
As he advanced, a trail of flesh and blood fragments spread out. Like a hot knife through butter, he met not a shred of resistance.
Now that he was visible, all the flood in the area swarmed toward him, completely ignoring the Enforcer and sentinels in the air. Consequently, the Enforcer's powerful projectiles also fired toward the densest concentration of flood. Following a series of violent explosions, Tyr nearly collapsed.
The attack wasn't aimed at him,
But the shockwaves from the blast depleted his energy shield once again.
Are these flood all insane? Why are they only targeting me?
With no time to ponder, Tyr maneuvered around and grabbed a few sentinels to hang on his body. He sheathed his light swords and picked up the laser weapons from the ground. Now he had 4 automated pendants for defense and 2 infinite range laser swords for offense. Tyr Vadami employed the same swordsmanship as before, but his light swords were replaced by laser beams. Those 2 weapons fired continuously without a moment's pause. In less than a minute, the nearby flood swarm was cleared out, and the laser weapon's energy was completely spent. Fortunately, many sentinels had been shot down by the flood, so laser weapons were plentiful.
Tyr intended to use this method to push the flood back from mid-range.
As long as he wasn't staggered by the Enforcer's shells, he had a chance to fight his way out.
It went smoothly at first. He had almost pushed the flood tide back to the entrance and would soon have a chance to break through.
But the Enforcer in the air suddenly turned its guns and began firing at him.
This left Tyr utterly confused.
With so many sentinels hanging off him, this thing was actually firing on its own kind. Luckily, a part of his attention was always on the Enforcer. After all, this giant was the only thing in the area capable of truly hurting him. Tyr immediately shook off the sentinels and leaped in another direction, entering invisibility. This time the damage from the shockwave wasn't great, and his shield energy wasn't zeroed out, but the flood at the entrance swarmed in again.
After all that hard work, he was right back where he started in an instant.
Since joining the military, this was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous situation. The warlike elements in his blood seemed to reach a boiling point.
He had to take down the Enforcer first, or he would be worn to death. At this moment,
Tyr Vadami thought of Khalid Zaman, wondering if the human had been this furious when he was being besieged.
If he had even half of Khalid Zaman's strength. No,
even just a 10th, he could surely resolve this situation with ease.
Cultivation really is a good thing. If there's a chance, I must study it properly.
And if there's a chance.
Right now, Tyr Vadami wasn't blinded by rage.
He noticed the Enforcer had started attacking the flood again.
All he could do was repeat his previous strategy, kill the flood, while looking for an opportunity to take down the giant machine. This consumed nearly all his energy. Under the intense strain, his movements were no longer as fluid as before, and his stamina was dropping rapidly due to the fast consumption of true Kai.
I cannot afford a mistake. I must find an opening or I'm dead.
However, the Enforcer's tolerance for Tyr seemed to be dropping. Before he could grab a third sentinel, another volley of shells blasted toward him.
This barrage even shattered 4 nearby sentinels.
This outcome seemed to infuriate the Enforcer. The giant machine completely abandoned its suppression of the flood and charged straight at Tyr, seemingly intent on crushing him to death. Chip, the usually calm kamikaze martyr, finally couldn't help but swear. He was currently backed against a wall, with flood closing in from both sides and a massive war machine charging at him like a rhinoceros from the front. Am I really going to die here? Even though he hadn't given up hope, Tyr felt there was almost nothing left he could do. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something falling from high above, dropping straight toward the Enforcer. Is that Tartarus?
Boom.
After a violent explosion, the Enforcer was slammed into the ground, sliding several meters across the floor. The impact seemed to daze the big guy, but it didn't do much damage because its energy shield hadn't overloaded.
Tartarus gave Tyr Vadami a look of complex emotions, then finally sighed and leaped toward the Enforcer again.
When did this guy get so fierce?
A fierce volley of shells was fired, all aimed at Tartarus, but the shield energy on his body seemed infinite, flashing white light repeatedly without ever overloading.
Until they were almost face to face, Tartarus swung his gravity hammer and smashed it down with all his might.
If Khalid Zaman saw this scene, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from shouting 80.
80 with every hammer blow. The Enforcer took an extremely powerful hit, the shockwaves of the attack sending nearby flood flying.
Furthermore, the machine stubbornly kept firing at Tartarus, each shell exploding between the two of them, with the damage being shared almost equally. In less than 10 strikes, the Enforcer's shield finally broke. It emitted a burst of mechanical static before being smashed into fragments.
Tartarus shrugged. What is this thing cursing?
Tirvadami swallowed hard. Ever since he saw this ghost-faced beast gain Kai condensation strength, his attitude toward Tyr seemed to have become much more arrogant. It turned out his strength had indeed increased significantly. Judging by the shield's strength, it was likely equipped with a remote energy projection device, with the transmitter probably located inside the Phantom.
Tartarus walked toward the entrance while slamming his hammer into the ground, turning the nearby flood into minced meat.
Within less than 2 minutes, the creatures had all retreated.
Tyr also blew up several sentinel access points on the walls,
And the scene finally fell silent. Tartarus asked with a smile, "How was that?"
I'm not weak either, right?
Meanwhile, at the entrance of the library, the corpse-brain beast, having dealt with the human guards, looked back toward the armory to think he would be so hard to catch.
Truly a child of destiny.
Its voice had become identical to Miranda's.
Combined with the same military uniform, it was likely that no one except Khalid Zaman would be able to tell the difference.
Chapter 346. Reinforcements arrive.
After a grueling struggle, Tirvadami finally arrived inside the quarantine zone.
He had originally thought Tartarus would fight alongside him, but that Guy's long-range energy projection device had to be deployed in a fixed position, with a range of 500 meters, making mobile combat impossible.
Without that equipment, it would be impossible for him to take on an enforcer alone. It was a pity. He should have been a powerful teammate. Oh well, as long as he wasn't an enemy, it was fine. Before him lay a massive valley covered in white snow and crawling with flood. The only silver lining was the presence of numerous drop pods specifically for the Saint Heli scattered around. It seemed comrades had airdropped in to assist him. The valley was already littered with wreckage and thick with smoke, looking as though it had just undergone a fierce battle. Before walking very far, Tyr discovered a problem. Half of these combat form flood were actually carrying human weapons. A single blast from those shotguns at close range could deplete more than half of his shield. They were a literal nightmare in close quarters. It seemed the humans had already known the humans had arrived in this area ahead of time. Tyr felt a sense of resignation. The energy shield had only just been deactivated, yet their movements were incredibly fast. Just like on the previous Halo, no matter where he went, the human forces followed like maggots on a bone, impossible to shake off. Ahead, several elite warriors were fighting the flood.
They also didn't dare get too close to those flood because several combat form flood were holding human shotguns.
Don't be fooled by their dull and slow appearance. If one suddenly rushed up and fired, the shot would tear through both energy shields and armor. Thus the elite warriors, who usually favored close combat, were frantically kiting the enemies. Tyr pulled out his laser weapon, and a few precise cuts sliced those flood into pieces. The elite warriors cheered excitedly upon seeing him.
Great, it's the kamikaze martyr.
You finally arrived.
Everyone covered the kamikaze martyr. The group didn't linger, continuing to run forward. Crossing a dilapidated wooden bridge, he saw the long unseen carrier form flood, as well as those insect-like infection form flood.
This was the familiar flood running around wildly, killing aimlessly,
Rather than desperately chasing him the moment they saw him.
There weren't clouds of combat form flood, nor did they rush at him like a pervert seeing a naked woman.
Tyr thought helplessly, they are all flood, so why is there such a huge difference? Passing through a small cave, he saw a Covenant position ahead, with familiar shadow turrets, familiar floating combat platforms, and the silhouette of an acquaintance. Get over here, kamikaze martyr. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Arts waved frantically, as enthusiastic as a boyfriend waiting for a girlfriend who was late for a date.
Flood continued to pour out from the surroundings, and while the other warriors were firing away, he was the only one welcoming Tyr with a silly grin.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
Tyr shook his head helplessly.
I just knew you'd sneak in here. Are all these our people?
Not yet, Arts said mysteriously.
These guys belong to the Prophet faction.
Once this battle is over, I'll tie them up and take them back, then they'll be ours. Enough of that, the swarm is coming soon, get ready. A swarm. Tyr looked around, there were flood everywhere, at least 30 nearby. Did this not count as a swarm? Then came a sound of clashing metal mixed with beast-like roars. It was a chilling sound, and what followed was even more terrifying.
Countless flood burrowed out from the ground in all directions, infection forms, carrier forms, combat forms, too many to count, estimated at over 1,000.
Tyr boarded a floating combat platform and began sweeping with his laser weapon. Only then did he notice several 3-meter-wide holes around this fire point.
These holes were bottomless, and the flood were all crawling out from within them.
He asked while firing, where did these holes come from?
Arts replied from a turret, I don't know.
Why did you set up the fire point here?
It's too dangerous.
To wait for you.
Otherwise, by the time you got here, it would be so full of flood you wouldn't even see the ground.
After 20 minutes of slaughter, most of the flood were eliminated, with only a few dozen left fleeing.
Some combat form flood had also sneakily reached the position, using various covers to break line of sight and rush right in front of them. These guys must have been campers in their past lives. Tyr pulled out his light sword and eliminated the flood within the position, while the scattered little bugs around were also cleared out. All the warriors began to cheer.
Hurrah!
The kamikaze martyr is invincible. Arts gave Tyr a nudge. Say a few words, it'll make recruiting them easier later.
Fine.
As a fleet commander, Tyr Vadami was very good at boosting morale. He knew this could significantly increase the warriors' combat effectiveness and preserve their strength.
Before us, a countless flood.
These creatures pop when squeezed and shatter when hit. Killing them is as simple as killing ordinary beasts. The warriors all grinned. This wasn't actually flattery. They had defended against several waves of the swarm here, once every 10 minutes, and it was basically as Tyr described.
With over a dozen elite warriors plus 4 shadow turrets and 2 floating combat platforms,
And with sufficient ammunition, those flood who were almost purely melee were no match at all. The occasional ones with weapons mostly carried human firearms, which weren't easy to break shields with.
Regardless, they had never seen a combat form flood that knew how to use a sniper rifle.
Tyr's speech wasn't long. At the end, he raised his hand and shouted, "Fight with me, warriors. You will witness the birth of an epic. You will become a page in the epic."
Roar.
The elite warriors went wild. Compared to some pilgrimage, they preferred their names to be remembered, and fighting alongside the kamikaze martyr was an immense honor in itself. Hearing Tyr's implication that he would record their deeds after the war, the St. Heli people couldn't contain themselves, each one acting as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Tyr Vadami and Arts exchanged a glance. Regardless of whether these St. Heli believed in the prophets, warrior blood flowed through their veins. Pursuing glory was their race's greatest desire. This obsession even surpassed the instinct for survival. It was precisely because of this that he was unwilling to see the Covenant split.
If possible, Tyr still wanted to lead his people to survive.
he finally said, "In the center of this area lies the essential icon of the pilgrimage."
"I must find it." Arts echoed, "We will charge in, seize the icon, and slaughter every bug that stands in our way." All the warriors raised their weapons and roared once more. This was Tyr's habit. After stirring the atmosphere, he would emphasize the mission objective to solidify everyone's conviction and drive them forward. And now it was time to set out.
Chapter 347, The Troublesome Reinforcements.
After the swearing-in ceremony, a phantom flew over and dropped off several ghosts and 3 new vehicles. These things were 2 sizes larger than a ghost but much smaller than a wraith tank. Besides the passenger seats on each side, there was also a power machine gun on the back, looking like it was modelled after the human warthog. However, this vehicle had one more crew member than a warthog. Arts asked excitedly, "How is it?"
"I designed it, a new gadget, learned from the humans."
Tyr watched for a moment and said, "The firepower seems intense, but it's useless once it's under fire. This thing doesn't have the speed of a human jeep, nor the protected energy of a wraith tank. 1 explosion and 4 people die." "I thought you'd give me a compliment." "The Flood don't have heavy weapons. As long as we have enough firepower, we can just charge in with these things."
"Fine, let's go."
Tyr didn't dwell too much on the vehicle's performance. Having them was better than not. They saved stamina while allowing for a large-scale concentration of firepower. At the very least, these things could crush combat form flood to death, which wraith tanks and ghosts couldn't do.
The warriors all jumped onto the vehicles, clamoring to slaughter their way through the flood.
The 3 new vehicles led the way, charging directly into a foreigner underground facility.
They thought they were fired up enough.
But once inside, they were all shocked by the scene before them. Looking from the entrance, there were 3 enforcers in the air,
Over a dozen sentinels
and hundreds of sentinel.
all firing at enemies on the ground.
The ground firepower wasn't weak either, featuring all kinds of weapons, even human rocket launchers. Because there were a few low walls right at the entrance, they couldn't see the distant scene clearly. Regardless, those foreigner war machines high in the sky were enough to wipe them out 10 times over. What's going on? Have the humans launched a full-scale invasion here? Impossible. I remember the battle reports saying the humans only brought 1 light frigate. Then it's the perfect time for a slaughter. The Sanheli people actually loved scenes like this, bullets and artillery fire flying across the sky in a large-scale battle. Just as the fellow said, they could enjoy a good slaughter.
Several elite warriors driving ghosts cheered and charged into the battlefield.
Tyr drove one of the new vehicles and quickly followed. Art shouted from the machine gun position, "Woohoo. We're going to go on a killing spree." After rounding the earthen wall, what met their eyes were not human soldiers, but a swarming mass of flood. Some of these creatures held Covenant weapons, others held human armaments, and there were even quite a few warthogs and a scorpion tank. Tyr immediately noticed that killing machine in the distance. 1 shot from it blew up one of the sentinels in the sky.
Based on the tank's target,
He concluded the driver must be Flood, not human.
The ghosts ahead were very agile, moving while firing, and could even move laterally while attacking the enemy. Meanwhile, the three new vehicles charged straight into the swarm, firing and crushing as they went. The advantages of these things were immediately apparent. They were much faster than a Wraith tank and significantly larger than a Ghost.
One burst of acceleration sent a pile of Flood flying. They killed more than the machine gunner and the two passengers combined.
The addition of the elite warriors made the battle even more intense.
They quickly carved a path of blood through the flood.
As long as they reached the exit on the other side, they could leave this slaughterhouse. It was a difficult task, but not impossible. Tyr didn't drive straight toward the opposite side, as that would take them through the core area where the fighting was most intense. He veered up a ramp and drove across a nearby platform with the other warriors following close behind.
Everything was going smoothly, but they were heading right toward where that Scorpion tank was parked. The opponent had been busy striking aerial enemies, but when a bunch of vehicles suddenly rushed toward it, the Flood driving the Scorpion tank, who possessed human combat memories, instantly turned the turret and fired at the platform. A shell grazed past Tyr and hit an Enforcer in the distance, knocking out half of the giant machine's frontal light shield. Having been actively attacked, the Enforcer immediately turned its guns, and a dense barrage of energy shells rained down on the elite warriors.
That's cursed bastards.
These guys are firing blindly.
Disperse.
Everyone disperse. Tyr shouted the order, rolled out of the vehicle, and then grabbed the front of the new vehicle, swinging it with the momentum. The vehicle, along with Arts and two other elite warriors, was tossed into the air. Due to the unstable center of gravity and the sudden change, the two warriors in the passenger seats fell to the ground. Arts, however, was full of excitement because the vehicle's landing point was very close to the Scorpion tank, less than 5 meters away. With a thunderous boom, the Scorpion tank blew the new vehicle out of the air. Arts used the blast's impact to leap across the 5-meter gap and land on the tank. The two had known each other for years and were intimately familiar with one another. Thus Tyr's single movement was enough for Arts to understand his intent. They had played like this many times back when they were just grunts on the battlefield. Arts jumped onto the Scorpion tank and punched toward the cockpit, but his hand throbbed with pain. Covenant tanks relied on shields for protection, while human ones were made of solid steel plates, especially the cockpit hatch, a 15-centimeter thick steel plate that even Marines with little strength couldn't open.
Seeing that he couldn't open the hatch, Arts took out his lightsword, planning to slice directly through the driver's head.
At that moment, Tyr shouted, "Watch out! Don't break it!
Break it." Arts rolled his eyes.
He thought Tyr was telling him to be careful not to get hit, but it turned out he was afraid of the tank getting damaged.
He made a few cuts along the seams of the hatch and then pulled it open. Inside, as expected, was a combat-formed Flood. Judging by its clothing and physique, it must have been human when it was alive. The Flood was stunned, seemingly not expecting to be exposed.
It hissed a spray of green mist at Arts in dissatisfaction, muttering something unintelligible before pulling the hatch shut again.
It was so strong that it nearly threw Arts off. Damn it! Although he didn't know what the creature was saying, it didn't seem like anything good. Arts opened the tank hatch again, grumbling as he yanked the Flood out, sliced it into 4 pieces with 2 strokes, and tossed them aside. By then, Tyr and the other 2 warriors had arrived and jumped onto the tank. Let's go, keep moving forward. The convoy behind them also fought its way through with almost no losses. The Sanheli people were called elite warriors because they were hard to kill. Just like Spartan warriors, as long as their shield energy was overloaded, they would find a place to hide, and in less than 30 seconds they would be back at full strength. Thus the convoy only lost a few vehicles. The warriors were all fine. With the Scorpion tank leading the way, the team's progress became even smoother. The reason a Wraith couldn't run people over was that the vehicle was slower and hovered off the ground. If it hit an enemy, the opponent only had to fall down to see the steel plates on the bottom of the tank. Unless you parked the Wraith right there, it wouldn't kill anyone by collision. The Scorpion tank was much more overbearing. If you didn't dodge, you'd be turned into a photograph.
After all, there was nothing flatter in this world than something run over by a tank.
The exit was right before them. Once they entered the tunnel ahead, no matter how chaotic the battlefield was, it would have nothing to do with them. After the battle just now, the elites had all had their fill of excitement, though several had nearly sacrificed their lives. Many low walls and pillars had appeared here, and the stray bullets behind them could no longer reach them, so the warriors were quite relaxed. But suddenly several vehicles drove out of the tunnel, warthogs and ghosts. One might have thought humans and the Covenant were fighting, but the drivers were all Flood.
Tyr grumbled, "How can there be more of our people?"
Weren't you the first wave of reinforcements?
No, from the cockpit, Arts whispered a reminder. These are the ones I secretly brought to meet you. After opening the shields, tens of thousands of troops have already been deployed into the area ahead.
Tens of thousands of troops.
Tyr Vadami clutched his head, speechless.
How foolish must one be to throw tens of thousands of people into a swarm of flood?
Now forget tens of thousands of allies. A flood army of tens of thousands would definitely appear ahead. No, counting the infection form flood bursting from the biomass, the total number might exceed 1,000,000. It seems we need to pick up the pace. Chapter 348, The Corpse Brain Beast with a Tea-like Scent. After rushing out of the foreigner structure, the elite warriors thought they could catch their breath after escaping the chaotic battlefield, but they didn't expect the outside to be even more chaotic than the inside. Although the terrain was crowded earlier, most of it was foreigner aircraft. As long as they didn't actively attack, they could still walk around. But outside, it was almost entirely the world of the flood. There were those driving ghosts, those driving wraith tanks, and some on the hills taking potshots with energy snipers. They hadn't expected the reinforcements to be wiped out so quickly. They barely saw any Covenant soldiers still resisting. Tyr was helpless. It hadn't even been an hour since he activated his shield, and the flood had already spread like a plague, becoming almost impossible to contain. Heaven knows what those foreigner were keeping these things in the halo for. Along the way, Wraith tanks and enforcers were exchanging fire assisted by flood-wielding rocket launchers. They had already seen 2 wrecks of enforcers. Faced with such heavy firepower, even the most formidable war machine would be torn apart. They cleared monsters along the way, marching along the winding mountain road. Light vehicles rushed over from time to time. These flood had absolutely no sense of honor. As soon as they saw you, they would charge while firing. If not for big guys like the Scorpion tank leading the way, the team would likely have suffered heavy casualties long ago. Although the mountain road was winding, the Wraith tanks on the distant hills were clearly visible. After eliminating one enforcer, there was almost no trace of foreigner troops in the air. Consequently, those tanks all turned their turrets and fired at Tyr and his group.
Alt shouted jokingly, "It's a good thing we're driving a Scorpion tank. If we were driving a Wraith and they were all driving Scorpion tanks, I reckon I would have been called home for dinner by my great-grandmother long ago." Due to the open terrain and their lack of heavy weapons, they had to rely on the Scorpion tank to clear out those Wraiths. Although the journey was difficult, they were still moving forward. Sometimes an enforcer would fly over and rain fire on those Wraith tanks. Tyr and his group could take the opportunity to speed forward. Sometimes 3 enforcers would appear and completely suppress the tank group on the hill, and they even had to help the flood fight a little. After all, this thing would attack other invaders when there were no flood around. It was like a fox dividing cookies. It would take a bite from whichever side had more, ensuring neither side could dominate.
The elite warriors sighed with emotion, as expected of the kamikaze martyr.
To think of such an awesome idea.
What does this have to do with the kamikaze martyr? Tyr is a fleet commander. How can an ordinary warrior compare to his grasp of the battlefield? Then that's a waste. It would be better to let him command a fleet.
Who's to say otherwise?
The Prophet faction just can't stand to see us Sanhali people doing well.
There were actually people in this group chiming in. It seemed they weren't all from the Prophet faction, and there were definitely some of their own mixed in. The team rushed through a large mountainous area and passed through a tunnel. At this point, the area ahead was no longer snowy. It was unclear whether the snow had melted due to the intense warfare or if the weather here was set that way to begin with.
Exiting the tunnel after making a turn, Tyr suddenly shouted, "Watch out, Scorpion tank."
Although he turned the turret and fired immediately, the opponent reacted just as quickly.
Both sides fired at almost the same time.
Both tanks were destroyed simultaneously.
With the tank's steel plating and his own armor, Tyr wouldn't be killed instantly, so he jumped out after the tank was destroyed.
That shout earlier was to warn Arts, who was at the machine gun position.
The tank's machine gun position was completely exposed. Moreover, unlike the Wraith, the Scorpion tank offered no chance to dodge once you started firing, which was one of the reasons the Covenant was at a disadvantage in large-scale group battles.
Fortunately, Arts reacted quickly and ran before Tyr even shouted.
The image of a tank turret turning towards oneself was like a countdown to death. An expert like him wouldn't make such a low-level mistake.
Now that they didn't have a Scorpion tank to lead the way, Tyr didn't want to drive a heavy vehicle like the Wraith, which was slow and couldn't hit enemies. He simply had everyone drive Ghosts. They had plenty of mobility to speed through the battlefield. The elite warriors reacted quickly. Driving such highly maneuverable individual vehicles was effortless for them. With sparks flying and lightning speed, the group passed through 2 large war zones and arrived directly next to the next foreigner structure.
This wasn't an entrance, but rather more like a breach that had been forcibly torn open.
Inside the breach, there was a small man-made slope leading into the interior of the building. Arts asked curiously,
Did the flood dig this passage?
Probably. Humans don't have this habit.
Tyr was in a bad mood. The steel plates at the entrance had clearly been pried open, and the rocks and soil in the tunnel looked as if they had been scorched by fire.
This reminded him of Khalid Zaman, that man with godlike combat power.
But that man would definitely not pave the way for the flood. If even he had been assimilated by the flood, then this world would definitely be doomed.
Tyr's intuition was very sharp. He would infer the worst outcome upon seeing a phenomenon.
However, things were a bit different from what he imagined. This path wasn't opened by Khalid Zaman, but by the corpse brain beast, which possessed Mahayana stage strength.
Reality was even worse than expected.
At this moment, the corpse brain beast, having transformed into the likeness of Miranda, was reading a small booklet with great interest to Kai refining art.
This thing had long since spread throughout the Covenant, and most human soldiers even had a copy in their hands.
Therefore, such books were scattered all over the halo, making it hard for the corpse brain beast not to notice.
It possessed Mahayana stage strength, so it understood what was written in the book at a glance. And so this terrifying creature quickly learned the techniques. Just a simple fireball technique could burn out a tunnel about 3 meters in diameter without any suspense. It was incredibly easy. In the past, Covenant troops could fight against the Flood. On one side were space warriors with thermal weapons, and on the other were beasts relying solely on numbers. But this time, the airborne troops were almost wiped out instantly. In the face of the minor spells of a Mahayana stage cultivator, any position, shield, or firepower was futile. After eliminating the first batch of airborne troops, the corpse brain beast stopped using spells hiding these newly acquired abilities.
It wasn't trying to save mana, it simply didn't want humans to know that it could already use spells, especially Khalid Zaman, who had been chasing and killing it the whole way.
This thing is incomplete. The corpse brain beast carefully tucked the Kai refining art into the clothes on its chest, a look of regret appearing on its face. I must obtain the entire system. I must get it. It suddenly cleared its throat, and speaking to itself in a coy, high-pitched voice said, "Brother Khalid Zaman, I like you so much. Can you teach me cultivation? Hate you, don't be like that. I really want to be with you." Then it slightly pulled down the clothes on its shoulder, revealing a beautiful collarbone, and winked at the air.
To be honest, even if Miranda herself was standing here, she would get goosebumps.
This manipulative expression, Anton, who knew which unlucky soldier's brain it had been dug out of. Chapter 3 in Scene 49, the enemy who resolves the crisis. After Miranda and her group entered the library, they were besieged by a massive swarm of Flood.
Aside from Miranda, Johnson, and White Tiger, only about 20 Marines remained in the squad.
The others had either been left behind at various checkpoints to hold back the Flood or had been killed
during the advance. Inside the structure, White Tiger was unable to transform into a scarab.
Furthermore, she had been too severely injured previously and had almost entirely lost her combat capability. It could be said that aside from being slightly stronger than Miranda, there was nothing this girl could do to prevent the Marines from risking their lives further to block the Flood. Johnson created a fire barrier using a large amount of gasoline and flammable materials at every intersection they passed. Unfortunately, after they left, the Flood would simply dig holes or jump through walls to bypass the barriers, so the effect was not very good. The sentinels previously attached to the soldiers had all been destroyed by the Flood. These aircraft lacked energy shields and could be taken out by a single bullet. Moreover, their explosions caused extra damage to the Marines, so they were no longer being used. Every possible solution had been tried, and they were still carrying the wounded. Johnson was busy to the point of exhaustion. If not for him, this team would have been swallowed by the insect tide 100 times over by now. With great difficulty, they fought their way to a large moving platform. After activating the switch and clearing the Flood from the platform, everyone finally got a brief moment to breathe. The Marines were terrified. They hadn't been to Halo 04 and had never seen such things before. No matter how many they killed, they never stopped coming.
The small ones lunged straight at their faces, while the large ones were practically impossible to kill.
Using a standard Mark 5 assault rifle to take down a combat form, Flood required finishing an entire magazine if you were lucky. If you weren't, it would still be running at you after 600 rounds.
This is too terrifying.
These things are far more brutal than the Covenant.
I'd rather go hand to hand with an elite than have one of these things jump onto my face.
The soldiers' morale was low, but at least they were still able to complain, so the situation wasn't entirely hopeless.
Miranda's primary concern was actually Johnson.
Throughout the journey, he had been doing everything: killing enemies, saving people, providing treatment, and setting traps without a single moment's rest. At this moment, Johnson wasn't speaking or even smoking. He held a silver Covenant energy crate while meditating to regulate his breathing. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, but fortunately, he hadn't been splattered by the Flood's green fluids, making him luckier than the other Marines. In less than 30 seconds, Johnson opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Phew, if only Khalid Zaman or the Master Chief were here. We shouldn't have split up.
Miranda's eyes grew slightly red.
It's all my fault. Cortana consoled her. You can't blame yourself. No one could have known the Flood were hiding so deep. Not just Miranda, even Cortana had been deceived. Such a complete and rich ecological environment gave no indication of a Flood outbreak.
As it turned out, it wasn't just an outbreak. A supersized entity had emerged that almost scared Khalid Zaman away.
There was truly no one to blame. Back on Halo Zero thought that man had at least been invincible.
But this time, if he hadn't been prepared to face death, he would have almost been caught by the corpse brain beast. Currently, the Flood were indeed the greatest crisis, but the problem didn't lie in the swarms or the infection. Cortana had deduced many possibilities. The probability of the Flood obtaining the Kai refining art was nearly 100%. This meant that the next time they encountered that corpse brain beast, they would likely face a true dead end. And the dead end she predicted wasn't far from the now. In fact, several of the Flood's assaults had been personally directed by the corpse brain beast. Its goal was to find an opportunity to replace the real Miranda.
The corpse brain beast's obsession with cultivation had reached its peak after obtaining the Kai refining art.
It could be said that as long as the Halo wasn't activated, its primary goal was cultivation. That small booklet didn't explicitly state that one would become a god in the later stages of cultivation, but most soldiers had heard the rumors, and for such a thing, a bit of hearsay was enough.
If not for this, no matter how extraordinary Johnson was, he only had the strength of the Foundation establishment stage and couldn't possibly have blocked the corpse brain beast's attacks.
Because it valued its plan so highly, the corpse brain beast had been acting cautiously. In terms of patience, it seemed no one could surpass it.
The moving platform they were on had 2 levels, with parts of the middle floor being transparent, allowing them to see the corridor below.
While everyone was tending to their wounds, someone suddenly shouted, "Flood!
Below.
The Flood are coming from below." Over a dozen combat-formed Floods suddenly appeared from the lower level, and no one knew where these creatures had come from. The soldiers set up a firing point on the ramp leading down, but the Flood ran to the upper level from the other side, leaving them facing enemy attacks from both above and below.
That wasn't all. Johnson noticed many high platforms on both sides of the direction the platform was moving.
Each platform was densely packed with Flood, all of which were combat forms. Furthermore, these combat forms were armed mostly with human weapons.
The shotguns, in particular, were practically invincible on a small to medium-sized platform like this.
Among everyone present, excluding the already incapacitated White Tiger, anyone hit by a single shot would be crippled at the very least.
Damn it, these bastards are backing me into a corner.
Johnson took out a cigarette and lit it, having removed his spy armor helmet for the purpose.
Miranda was also on the verge of despair.
Cortana, is there any way out of this?
Only a miracle can save us now.
Cortana was also at a loss.
King Leroy was still 10 kilometers away, and Khalid Zaman was even further. Aside from them, there seemed to be no other reinforcements on this Halo. It was impossible for anyone to help them. After losing the Master Chief, this woman seemed to have lost her pillar of support. She couldn't even think of a way to resolve the current crisis. Previously, she could always find a way. As long as that man was there, anything was possible. A massive boom echoed.
A powerful explosion occurred on the high platform ahead, followed by a series of more explosions, as fuel rod cannons continuously fired into the clusters of Flood on the platforms.
On another moving platform not far away, a group of Sangheili elites were also fighting the Flood. Leading them was a figure in golden armor and a golden helmet. It was none other than the kamikaze martyr Tirvadami. The fuel rod cannon rounds were being fired by those brought by Tartarus. To support these warriors, this ghost-faced beast had specifically gone back to bring a batch of heavy weapons, and they happened to meet in the library. His phantom was even clearing the way in front of the moving platform, firing together at the Flood on the high platforms. This action actually provided significant help to the humans. Johnson and the Marines only had to deal with the dozen or so Flood coming from the lower level, as they were no longer being attacked from anywhere else. Miranda looked at the Saint Heli on the distant platform with disbelief.
Why do you think they are helping us fight the Flood?
They're also here to take the index, aren't they?
Yeah,
I guess those elites didn't see us and just wanted to wipe out the Flood on the high platforms. Cortana was right, it really is a miracle.
Johnson finished off the last Flood and led the soldiers to the lower level to clear it.
they discovered the passage the Flood had used to invade the platform. This passage connected to the outer wall of the moving platforms, and the Flood had crawled in from there.
After blocking the passage, he slumped onto the ground, clearly exhausted. In the past, he had prioritized self-preservation on the battlefield and never needed to exert so much physical energy.
Now, with people to protect both White Tiger and Miranda, neither of whom could be allowed to die, this feeling of carrying a heavy burden increased Johnson's pressure immensely. Fortunately, he had plenty of cigarettes in his storage space. Whenever he was too tired to go on, he would light one up. Cortana reminded them the platform is about to reach its end.
Once inside, there is a long path before we reach the index storage location. The terrain there is interconnected and open, making it the perfect spot for a Flood ambush. I'm afraid humans will still be the most welcome guests. We must obtain the index before the Covenant.
If we fail, no humans will survive on Earth.
Johnson shrugged. Damn it, when it rains it pours.
one wave after another. When I get back this time, I'm going to take a good rest for a few days, have a hot bath, and then sleep beautifully for 2 days with a girl in my arms. He looked at the equally exhausted soldiers and said with a laugh, I've already poked the Covenant's backsides, now it's the Flood's turn. Brothers, charge with me and kill those bastards. The Marines shouted together, kill them. Miranda and Cortana rolled their eyes almost simultaneously, neither understanding why men were always so crude. Chapter 3, 1950, The Good Show, arranged by the corpse brain beast. The humans were the first to board the mobile platform, giving them a temporal advantage, but they had to face the immense pressure of the flood ahead. This was only pressure in their eyes, because the corpse brain beast had not used any spells. If it truly wanted to wipe out these humans, Johnson alone certainly wouldn't be able to stop it.
Unless Khalid Zaman was here, perhaps there would still be hope.
The humans had to obtain the index, otherwise it would die as well. On this point, both sides shared the same goal. However, a more important objective now was to mingle with Khalid Zaman, obtain the complete version of the cultivation system, and become a deity that transcended everything. Thus, it only consumed the Marines to reduce the total number of humans, leaving Johnson and the White Tiger untouched. This would make it easier to swap hostages later without completely offending Khalid Zaman, serving as a backup plan. Since the corpse brain beast turned into Miranda, it had been working hard to learn human behavior and psychology, constantly simulating a woman's seduction of men. With hundreds of learning materials at its disposal, it quickly mastered the art. However, the Marines' minds were filled with thoughts of those fierce and voluptuous mature women, which caused the personality simulated by the corpse brain beast to drift further and further away from Miranda's. Anyway, this fellow was acting very flirtatiously now, even increasing its cup size by a notch to attract men.
How about it?
Am I now even more charming than moving?
Standing beside it was an infected human soldier, gesturing with its tentacles while green juice sprayed from its mouth.
How annoying, don't get my clothes dirty. The corpse brain beast frowned and took a step to the side, its little backside swaying as enchantingly as could be. The flood soldier forced the human hand up, nearly breaking the fused fingers to raise a thumb. Very good.
The corpse brain beast snapped its fingers and turned its attention to the Covenant side.
The elites also got a brief rest after eliminating several waves of the flood. Tirvadami, however, felt that all of this was far too easy, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. The enemies here were all combat form floods carrying weapons, but they were the complete opposite of those fellows in the armory. Upon seeing him, they would bypass him entirely without attacking, focusing their strikes solely on his teammates. Otherwise, Tyr wouldn't have been able to take out those floods carrying shotguns so easily. This completely opposite pattern indicated that the enemy had changed their mind and wanted to capture him alive. What would be the fate of being captured alive by the flood? He didn't dare to think about it.
If only he had known, he would have kept Arts by his side for mutual support.
To block the incoming flood tide from the rear, Arts had chosen to stay in front of the platform to hold them off.
If his brother was sacrificed, the cost of this mission would be far too great. The mobile platform had already reached its destination. Tyr checked his equipment and walked into the interior of the library with the warriors. At this time, the corpse brain beast had already been waiting inside for a long while.
This Saint Heli was just as important as the Master Chief in its eyes.
Both were children of fate in its perception. These two could not die and had to be captured alive. Over the course of nearly 100,000 years, the corpse brain beast had not practiced cultivation.
After absorbing enough spiritual energy, it began to think, constantly thinking, deducing, and calculating.
This behavior was known as the art of divination in the cultivation system, considered a high-level technique. However, this technique only increased one's fortune and not one's actual strength. This was the main reason why, despite possessing immense power, it could not defeat Khalid Zaman.
One specialized in offensive spells, while the other specialized in divination. They were not on the same path.
Now the Master Chief was already in hand, and Tyr Vadami was also surrounded by tens of thousands of flood.
The humans had been reduced to single digits, and the meticulously prepared show was about to begin.
Meanwhile, Khalid Zaman and his warship spouse would also arrive within 10 minutes.
This was the most terrifying aspect of an intelligent boss. Everyone had become its marionettes, with everything arranged clearly and logically.
It had even thought of the final script. A few humans would rush into the core area of the library and obtain the index. Then the Covenant warrior Tyr Vadami would appear, easily crushing the humans during the struggle. During this time, it would secretly take Miranda away and imprison her, taking her place. At the final moment, Khalid Zaman would arrive, defeat Tyr, and save the beauty. Then it, as the flood, could act spoiled and successfully win that man's affection.
There were several difficulties in this process, and the scale had to be handled just right.
First of all, Tyr Vadami absolutely could not die.
Its own threads of fate were tied to this Saint Heli and the Master Chief. As long as one side died, it would likely face a great catastrophe.
Therefore, before Khalid Zaman arrived, the scene had to be arranged for Tyr to get injured and flee first.
After all, saving the beauty didn't necessarily require an actual fight. Scaring him away would also work.
Secondly, Johnson was a troublemaker.
The corpse-brain beast had tried several times to injure this human,
but had failed.
Currently, the one most likely to cause an accident was this fellow. Even though that Scarab had already lost its combat effectiveness, this human had remained in perfect condition.
It even felt that Johnson might very well defeat Tyr Vadami at the last moment, even if there was a huge gap in their strength.
However, this wasn't a major problem. The most important thing was for it to replace Miranda amidst the chaos and then preserve Tyr Vadami's life.
After rehearsing several sets of plans, the corpse-brain beast was very satisfied with its layout. It had even cleared out the core area of the library in advance to prevent the Sentinels from causing trouble and ruining its plans. Just as this fellow was feeling smug and laughing until it shook, a phantom quietly flew nearby. There was one accident that had not been taken into account, which was also due to the corpse-brain beast lacking specific internal information about the Covenant.
As long as an energy transmission device was fixed in the nearby area, Tartarus' strength would firmly surpass Tyr Vadami's.
This ghost-faced beast utilized the principles of spiritual energy circulation from cultivation to project long-range energy onto the gravity hammer. It could be said that as long as preparations were adequate, he was almost invincible within a 10-meter radius.
Except for Khalid Zaman, who could no longer be considered human. Khalid Zaman charged through with sparks and lightning, the aftershocks of his spell shattering all the flood and sentinels along the way. Aside from the large-scale sentinel guards and enforcers, almost nothing that could move was left behind him. 2 kilometers ahead, King Liuo was clearing out enemies at the entrance of the library. With a thought, Khalid Zaman retracted her into the spirit pet space. Once his true self arrived, there would be no need to clear the vicinity anymore. A 1,000-hand Guanyin version of a lightning storm would directly sweep the field. He rushed into the library and flew in the direction indicated by Cortana.
How is it? Have you still not contacted Miranda and the others?
Cortana replied, "No, there is strong energy interfering with communications inside the library.
We must go to meet them as soon as possible.
I have a premonition that the corpse-brain beast is nearby, and it must be coming for Miranda."
Why does it want to create another corpse-brain beast?
Just like Captain Keyes?
No, I'm afraid it's an even bigger conspiracy.
Khalid Zaman couldn't think of anything more terrifying than that. How can you be sure?
I can't be sure, but it's a woman's intuition. All right, where do we go next?
The interior of this building was extremely empty, and the only 2 mobile platforms that could enter the core area had already been taken. Straight ahead, enter the library corridor in 5 kilometers. The end of the corridor is where the index is located. If Miranda and the others are still alive, they must be there.
Khalid Zaman nodded.
Very well, she must still be alive.
Cortana was somewhat surprised. How can you be sure?
Don't tell me it's a man's intuition.
Hahi Johnson and the White Tiger are both by her side.
If those 2 couldn't protect her, then it would mean the Mahayana stage corpse-brain beast has learned spells.
And that makes some sense.
What should we do if the corpse-brain beast really has learned spells?
Cortana decided to give this man a bit of a warning first.
Khalid Zaman replied without even thinking cold salad.
I'll take them all and turn tail and run the further the better.
I'll pray that this fellow won't chase us to Earth within 100 years, giving me time to focus on cultivating to the Mahayana stage. Otherwise, we're all finished. Chapter 3 and Scene 51, Johnson vs. the Divine Wind Warrior. Just as Khalid Zaman and Cortana were discussing the corpse-brain beast, the show in the library had already begun. Miranda and Johnson fought their way into the core area of the secret chamber. The last 5 Marines were responsible for keeping watch at the entrance. If the flood attacked, they would be the last line of defense.
Most of these men had already been injured. The lightest injury among them was a laceration of 2 major arteries, all of whom had been forcibly saved by Johnson and White Tiger using healing technique. To put it bluntly, they had already lost their lives on the way here. Now every one they killed was a bonus. As long as the commander completed the mission and obtained the index before the Covenant, it would all be worth it. I still have family. I must do something for them. Miranda, who had wanted the soldiers to go in together, fell silent after receiving this reply. She had also experienced the pain of war. Her own father had just sacrificed himself not long ago, and now, leaving the bodies of so many soldiers on this halo, the girl was in great pain. But she had no right to show sadness or weakness. This was the duty of a commander, and it was also the spiritual legacy of the Case family. Understood. If there are too many enemies, prioritize retreating. Every one of you is an important combat force for humanity. Don't worry, kid.
We aren't stupid. If we can live, we still want to keep living.
Everyone laughed together, and Miranda held back her tears, turned around, and walked into the secret chamber. This hall, like other Forerunner structure, was characterized primarily by its size.
The ceiling was over 100 meters high, and it was about 500 meters wide and 200 meters long.
The pillars inside the hall had all been destroyed, and at least a dozen Enforcer units were scattered in a mess inside.
These large war machines had all been smashed into parts scattered everywhere.
Johnson sighed. The battle that broke out here seems to have been even more intense.
But where did those flood go?
The Enforcer units were several sizes larger than ordinary Sentinel guards, piling up in the hole like small hills.
The most frustrating thing was that there was absolutely no light here.
The two were each holding a fireball technique to search around. Even so, they could only see 3 or 4 meters away. The air was filled with dust and smoke, blocking most of their vision.
After circling the secret chamber like this, Johnson and White Tiger met up, but neither of them had found any traces of the enemy.
There are no enemies around. We can start working. At this moment, Miranda walked in. Let's hurry.
Once we get the index, we still need to break out. Because the visibility was very short, Johnson and White Tiger both started searching slowly from their edges, while Miranda plunged into the mist, passing by the hills of Enforcer units, and soon lost her sense of direction. However, the Case family all had one characteristic: they always managed to become the center of attention.
Back then, Captain Keyes was captured time and time again. And now, Miranda also quickly discovered the index that looked like a small hammer.
This thing was suspended in the middle of a large pit over 4 meters in diameter. Looking down into the pit, it was bottomless, and there was no telling where it led.
She observed the surroundings and found an abandoned steel cable on the side.
So she walked over and pulled on the cable. It was very stable and didn't move at all.
Miranda held the steel cable with one hand and slowly reached out toward the direction of the index, but even with her hand stretched out, she was still a little short. It seemed her fingertips were just about to touch the thing.
The girl simply kicked off, jumped out a distance, and took the index in one motion. Got it, she cheered happily, completely failing to notice that the other end of the steel cable had started to loosen. The cable, which had originally just been wedged between 2 pieces of debris, had been pulled right out of its catch. Silently, the entire steel cable, along with Miranda, fell into the deep pit. It was so sudden that she didn't even have time to cry for help. She saw the opening above getting smaller and smaller, and her whole body was about to enter the abyss. The girl thought to herself, perhaps this way the Covenant wouldn't be able to get the index. Just at the critical moment, the momentum of the fall stopped, and Miranda hung in midair. Johnson held the steel cable with one hand and complained, just like your old man, never asking for help. The index is in hand.
The girl, who had just had her life saved, was neither flustered nor overly excited. She calmly tucked the small hammer into her waist.
Johnson pulled her up, turned around, and shouted, "White Tiger, it's time to go."
A few seconds passed with no answer.
He shouted again, his voice twice as loud. "White Tiger, answer me if you hear me.
This is trouble." Although White Tiger was injured, her true form was a scarab, let alone elite. Even if 10 squads of hunters came, she could still toss them around like toys.
Now there was absolutely no answer, and he didn't know what accident had occurred.
To silently control White Tiger in such a vast hall, the enemy must be terrifying. Khalid Zaman had said that White Tiger had entered the Golden Core stage. As long as the Golden Core wasn't destroyed instantly, any injury to her body could be slowly repaired, even if her head were cut off.
Moreover, fatal injuries to her human form would only affect her cultivation, and her true form, the Liegulu worm, would have no problems.
Therefore, Johnson wasn't worried that his little wife had been killed. The most likely possibility was that she had been taken away or knocked unconscious. A transformed spirit beast would still be subject to the limitations of the body, while in human form, he cast spells with all his might, and a dozen fireball technique appeared around him instantly, increasing at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds. Johnson was doing this to illuminate the surroundings.
His spire armor also had a motion detector radar, and since no red dots appeared, it meant the enemy was staying quietly in place.
Such a lurker definitely couldn't be the Flood. The most likely possibility was that Covenant Special Forces called Silent Shadow. The speed, strength, skill, patience, and cultivation strength of these shadow assassins were all at a terrifying level. But this time, Johnson had guessed wrong. What he was about to face was not a Silent Shadow, but the strongest unit type in the Covenant, one that only appeared in the entire Covenant during times of crisis, the Kamikaze Martyr. Tyr had followed the human corpses and the Flood all the way to the secret chamber, and the moment Miranda pulled the steel cable, he had set his sights on White Tiger. After all, this white-haired human woman possessed Golden Core stage strength, and in his eyes, this kind of unfathomable cultivation strength was enough to drive someone mad. To be safe, he didn't launch a direct attack, but instead controlled her according to human weaknesses. Sure enough, after a clubbing, White Tiger fainted. After all, the human body was only slightly stronger than a real human's. Furthermore, the kamikaze martyr chose not to finish her off after the girl fainted, thinking that the light sword would make noise and be detected by the other two. Those two had already obtained the index, and if they ran away with it, the loss would outweigh the gain. This thought also let him escape a disaster. If he had struck White Tiger's body, the spirit beast, whose transformed body was destroyed, would immediately revert to its original form, and the massive body of the scarab would have a high probability of crushing Tyr directly. Now he was about to face Johnson, the legendary existence among humans, a man evaluated by Cortana as invincible among those of the same rank. Even though Tyr didn't know how much strength this man had, the increasing number of fireball technique in midair gradually increased his pressure. Looking at the spiritual energy on this human, his cultivation should be much higher than his own, but at least it could be seen clearly. A little better than that woman, just now only slightly better. The fireball technique in the air had already exceeded 100, and they were falling randomly toward various parts of the hull. As long as they landed on the ground, they would burn out large areas of flame. Under Johnson's control, the landed fireballs did not go out, but continued to consume spiritual energy and burn slowly. Tyr's evaluation of this human rose by a few points. Chapter 352, The Disrupted Plan. Johnson threw fireballs while moving, with Miranda following behind him on alert, holding an MA5. The two of them quickly found him unconscious by who?
Miranda checked her and said, "She's just knocked out, nothing serious."
Take her and find a way to get out of here.
I'll hold off that enemy.
Tyr, standing not far away and remaining motionless, heard this.
He was very patient, even though he had already been hit by a fireball. He used his own spiritual energy to replenish himself and remain invisible, not moving a single step.
As long as his line of sight was obstructed, this tactic wasn't enough to force him out. Tyr Vadami had rich combat experience and powerful judgment, but he was somewhat ignorant regarding contests between cultivators. He didn't know that the primary purpose of those fireballs wasn't to break invisibility. First was deterrence, second was illumination, and the third purpose was to gather energy in preparation for a fatal blow.
Truly, breaking invisibility didn't require such a large commotion.
The reason he wasn't forced out from the start was to prevent the enemy from acting desperately. Johnson wanted to find Baihu first before breaking the invisibility.
In the next moment, an aggregate of over a dozen grenades tied together was thrown into the air.
Tyr felt a bit apprehensive looking at so many grenades. If this thing landed on his head, he'd be heavily injured if not dead.
Fortunately, the blast radius did not reach him.
This relief only lasted for 1 second before an invisible intent followed the spiritual energy scattered everywhere and landed on his body.
A simplified version of Divine Sense. Even if it was simplified, it was still Divine Sense. Detecting invisibility didn't even take a second.
Not good.
In that instant, Tyr Vadami knew he had been discovered.
He couldn't afford to leave things to chance now. He lunged forward and launched an attack.
Before Tyr's 2.5-meter frame, the humans seemed like children. However, the punch he threw was directly blocked by the opponent.
Before cultivation, Tyr could break a Wraith tank's shield with one hit. Now this punch was even more heavy and powerful, and it shouldn't have been blocked.
But Johnson took a step forward as he threw the punch, using his rifle butt to brace against Tyr's arm, leaving the kamikaze martyr with no way to apply his strength. With a roar, Tyr tried to attack with his left hand, but was again swept aside by Johnson's rifle butt.
Both melee attacks were invisibly neutralized, indicating that this human's experience was extremely seasoned, and his understanding of close quarters combat was even higher than that of a Saint Heli like himself.
Tyr's pupils instantly narrowed into slits, feeling a sense of dread like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It wasn't because of how powerful Johnson's melee skills were, but because the fireballs in the air were merging, and the energy radiating from within had already surpassed the level of a standard Scarab's main cannon. Johnson didn't know what a kamikaze martyr was. He just judged the enemy to be extremely difficult to deal with the moment by who was controlled. When he developed this move, his hypothetical targets were the Master Chief and Khalid Zaman, so this heavenly fire technique was mixed with other fire elements. On the outside, it looked like fireballs were merging, but inside, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were constantly undergoing balance adjustments. If this move landed on Tyr, it would directly shatter his shields and kill him. There was no other possible outcome. The premonition in Tyr Vadami's heart grew stronger. He used a lunging headbutt to force Johnson back, and took the opportunity to fire a fireball into the air. Then he quickly used a solar return to hide behind a pile of scrap metal. The heavenly fire technique utilized the fusion of the 5 elements and required extremely high control over spiritual energy. The intrusion of this fireball directly disrupted Johnson's control, causing the entire spell to collapse.
Consequently, the half-merged energy immediately began to go berserk.
Damn it. Johnson couldn't help but curse. The Saint Heli was actually using the fireball technique. Had he seen a ghost? He didn't know about Margaret's plan, nor did he know that some aliens were more suited for cultivation than humans, let alone that the Saint Heli before him was a once-in-a-millennium genius, even among the elite race. Amidst the cursing, the spell in the air went out of control, and powerful energy sprayed in all directions as a storm of spiritual power raged wildly in the hall. At that moment, the corpse-brain beast hiding to the side smiled. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The script was proceeding as smoothly as if everything had already happened.
Miranda's mouth was covered as she was silently taken away, replaced by a young girl with a blooming smile and a flushed face.
She looked a bit excited. Anyone who didn't know better would think the woman was watching an adult film.
Both Johnson and Tyr were being blown about by the spiritual energy storm, so they couldn't possibly notice what was happening here.
The corpse-brain beast smiled not just because the plan was going smoothly, but because of the spell usage methods it saw in this battle.
Johnson used low-level spells to achieve many incredible effects. Doing these things was easy for the corpse-brain beast, and it could even cause greater destructive power. From then on, this flood ancestor's understanding of cultivation spells reached a new level. If it hadn't only left a second level of Kai refining body here, it would have wanted to test the power of these spells on the spot.
On the other side,
The majority of the corpse-brain beast's body took Miranda and left rapidly. It didn't take the corridor the humans and Tyr had entered through, but a path dug underground. This was to avoid running into Khalid Zaman, as the final scene still required this man's cooperation. Khalid Zaman happened to be passing through the corridor and immediately discovered the corpse-brain beast and Miranda underground. Except for the few people around him, no one knew about divine sense, and it certainly wasn't written in the cultivation manuals. Thus, the corpse-brain beast, which had obtained some human and Saint Heli memories, didn't know about it either. This led it to make a major error in judgment. Halfway through his flight, Khalid Zaman, without a word, cast consecutive gravity techniques and earth manipulation spell toward the ground, intending to trap the flood underground. The sudden attack left the corpse-brain beast baffled. It didn't know how Khalid Zaman could find it, and only assumed its movements underground were too loud, catching the other's attention. So the creature continued taking Miranda deeper underground, wanting to evacuate as quickly as possible.
how could Khalid Zaman let it escape, especially since the commander was still in the flood's hands?
He couldn't worry about what was happening inside right now. He had to rescue the person immediately.
Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded. Khalid Zaman, who was about to arrive on the scene, chased after the half of the corpse-brain beast and ran off. The part that had turned into Miranda was left in a bit of an awkward position.
Now its strength was only at the second level of Kai refining, and it had almost no ability to protect itself in this situation.
Under the current circumstances, it had to defeat Tyr Vadami and escape first. But that was easier said than done.
Tyr Vadami almost never made mistakes and possessed freakish insight and reaction speed in battle.
Even Johnson, with his top-tier experience, strength, and schemes, found it a very difficult fight. The corpse-brain beast had even less of a chance.
The sudden changes threw it into disarray.
In the past, it had endless time to calculate, predict, and arrange things. Now the actors were suddenly not following the script, and it had even trapped itself.
Variables had appeared in the divinations and predictions of tens of thousands of years of cultivation. This feeling was very unpleasant, much like if Cortana had made an error in a simple math problem, that woman would scream.
And the corpse-brain beast, which had turned into a woman, could only pull out the rifle on its person, ready to provide support at any time.
Chapter 353, The Exhausted Corpse-Brain Beast.
During another round of close-quarters combat, Johnson was clearly lacking physical strength, and his reactions were a beat slow.
That final Skyfire spell had already consumed the last of his true Kai. The continuous fighting, combined with the heavy use of true Kai, had left his body nearly depleted. Tyr had already sensed a change in his enemy, but he did not act rashly, choosing instead the most stable approach.
He continuously closed the distance, forcing Johnson into melee combat.
This served a triple purpose, preventing the opponent from shooting, casting spells, or escaping. Furthermore, in close combat, the Sanheli people held a distinct advantage. After several rounds of confrontation, Johnson was forced into a continuous retreat. Finally, in desperation, he pulled out another grenade cluster. Over a dozen grenades were triggered and began to glow, seemingly on the verge of exploding. In this situation, Tyr advanced instead of retreating, knocking away the grenade cluster with one hand while throwing a punch at Johnson's stomach. From his perspective, his shield energy was far stronger than a human's. As long as these grenades didn't explode right in his face, they couldn't possibly cause effective damage. Johnson was no senile old man. He was an old fox whom even Khalid Zaman admired, so he naturally wouldn't choose to perish along with Tyr. Those grenades did indeed fly out, and he himself flew backward as well,
but there was a spiritual Kai thread connecting him to the grenades.
As he flew back, he pulled the bundle of grenades back with him, right toward the center where the powerful golden armor warrior stood.
By the time Tyr realized the problem, it was too late. Over a dozen plasma grenades exploded right in his face.
Relying on the Kai refining art, he absorbed a small portion of the energy, while his armor's shield absorbed the majority.
However, the overflowing explosion, equivalent to the force of 2 grenades, was blocked from his vitals by the Kamikaze Martyr's armor, while the rest was endured by Tyr's own body.
Had he not possessed true Kai within him, this blast would have instantly annihilated him.
The explosion left this legendary elite warrior heavily wounded. He never imagined that a mere human could cause him such severe injury. The corpse brain beast, hiding to the side, took the opportunity to pick up an MA5 and fire a burst.
Tyr subconsciously raised his hand to protect his vitals.
While most of the bullets were blocked by his armor, quite a few still lodged themselves into his body. With his situation going from bad to worse, he used every ounce of strength to leap behind a nearby cover, falling to the ground with almost no strength left to crawl back up.
Having driven away this powerful foe,
the corpse brain beast turned back and shouted, "Johnson!
Johnson!"
No one answered.
At this moment, Johnson had also fainted from sustaining excessive damage, resulting in a situation where both sides were incapacitated.
The corpse brain beast was practically speechless.
Under these circumstances, how was it supposed to return to the Amber?
How was it to obtain the secrets of cultivation from Khalid Zaman?
All its plans had been shattered. The damned human was actually so difficult to deal with. At this very moment, he was still relentlessly pursuing another part of its being.
For some reason, the corpse brain beast currently transformed into Miranda had a slight blush on its face.
Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps the human body had caused it to have some strange thoughts.
The corpse brain beast's flesh forging was different from transformation spells. It completely simulated the real human structure from the inside out, down to every cell. Therefore, at this moment, it truly counted as a female carrying human genes.
And females often harbour strange thoughts toward powerful human males, even if they are enemies.
Khalid Zaman didn't know about this, otherwise he would definitely use his Dharma idol avatar, the Thousand-Hand Kuan Yin, to blast this creature into smithereens. Just as the corpse brain beast was lost in thought, a tall figure appeared in the hall.
Tartarus raised his gravity hammer and activated the gravitational pull button toward the dazed woman.
The corpse brain beast felt as if it had been struck by lightning before it could even scream. It was sucked over and immediately fainted.
The dignified corpse brain beast had been captured in a single move.
Looking at the index tucked into the back of the woman's waist, Tartarus was extremely satisfied.
Now both the key and the human capable of activating it were in his hands. He spoke to Tyr, who was struggling to sit up nearby. "Well done, Kamikaze Martyr. The prophets will surely be pleased."
"It is my duty." Now that all enemies had been defeated, he would have to lie down for at least a month after returning to the city of Philanthropy before he could move again.
Tartarus shook his head with a look of pity and said it used to be.
He took the index from the woman's waist and put it into his own pocket.
"Now it is my business. A bloody fate awaits you pathetic warriors. And the most I can do is see you off to your end." A nearby ghost-faced beast dragged the unconscious Johnson, while Tartarus raised his gravity hammer, seemingly intending to kick a man while he was down.
Tyr never expected this ghost-faced beast to turn traitor at this moment.
Throughout the mission, Tartarus's performance had been nearly perfect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the two shared a bond of comradeship.
The Kamikaze Martyr was, after all, personally appointed by the prophets and held a high status within the Covenant. If Tartarus's actions were leaked, he would surely be hunted by the entire Covenant. Tyr was truly puzzled as to why he would take such a huge risk just to steal the credit for himself. If the prophets find out about this, they will certainly not let you off easily.
Tartarus suddenly burst into laughter.
Has the famous Kamikaze Martyr still not seen the situation clearly? This was their command all along. The Saint Heli race is finished. A purge has already begun in the city of Philanthropy. You can wait for them in the afterlife with peace of mind.
Tyr eyes widened, completely unable to believe these words.
By now, there was no need for Tartarus to lie to him, which meant the prophets had been looking for ways to eliminate the Sanheli people from the start, with no intention of taking them on the pilgrimage. This news was nothing short of a bolt from the blue, leaving Tyr completely unable to accept it. He couldn't even speak. Tartarus shook his head regretfully and activated his gravity hammer, knocking him into the deep pit in the middle of the hall. Not killing him with his own hands was already the greatest respect he could show the Kamikaze Martyr. For a god of war of his generation to end up like this, one could only say it was a trick of fate.
However, Tyr was the child of destiny chosen by the corpse brain beast.
Since it had saved the Master Chief, it wouldn't give up on Tyr so easily. The corpse brain beast, still clutching Miranda as it fled, immediately split off a small portion of itself, breaking into pieces to burrow back toward the rear.
While those combat-type flood could do many things, they couldn't heal the wounded. Its main body had to go personally to perform cellular repair on Tirvedami.
It was truly exhausted, being this villainous boss, one moment worrying about this one getting into trouble, the next needing to save that one, and then having to pretend to be a human.
If it had known, it wouldn't have bothered studying things like fate or heavenly secrets. Wouldn't mindless reproduction have been so much easier?
No.
The corpse brain beast immediately calmed down. The path to godhood was right before its eyes, and no intelligent, biological being could possibly give up on it. As long as there was a 1% possibility, it would risk everything to achieve it. On this point, the prophets Margaret, Yanjai, and this ancient flood that had lived for 100,000 years all shared a consensus.
The path to godhood must never be abandoned.
Chapter 354, the corpse brain beast that learned magic and human interpersonal skills.
He did not bother with these scattered, fleeing little things. His primary task now was to rescue Miranda.
Failing to rescue Case was his regret. There was still a possibility of retrieving other comrades from the timeline, but Case, who had been infected by the flood, no longer had a chance. If he lost Miranda as well, Khalid Zaman wouldn't know how to face Halsey. Cortana couldn't help but quip, at a time like this you're still thinking about a woman. Is there really no way to stop that thing?
There are many ways, but I can't use them.
Miranda isn't wearing armor. None of the spells can guarantee catching the corpse brain beast without harming her.
At that moment, the corpse brain beast suddenly stopped.
Only a small portion continued to run away with Miranda, while the majority remained behind to block Khalid Zaman head-on.
Go back, human.
Although the index is lost, we have not yet reached an impasse.
The most important thing remains preventing the halo from being activated.
Release the person you captured, or it is an impasse.
As he spoke, Khalid Zaman formed hand seals, and the manifestation of the thousand-hand Guan Yin slowly appeared behind him. The corpse brain beast thought he was referring to Master Chief, so it explained, "I will release him.
He has his own destiny, which neither you nor I can stop."
Cortana rolled her eyes in annoyance. Don't listen to it, just beat it up first. Capturing Miranda, and then talking about destiny, it truly thought of itself as a prophet. Even she, an artificial intelligence with the highest computing power, wouldn't dare say such things. This flood was far too arrogant.
Khalid Zaman naturally wouldn't listen to this nonsense.
The thousand-hand Guan Yin quickly took form, followed by him rubbing his hands to perform the lightning technique. The corpse brain beast, meanwhile, laughed wantonly. Do you think the same trick will work on me again? It raised a tentacle and fired a lightning technique at Khalid Zaman's manifestation. The massive energy shattered the thousand-hand Guan Yin directly, and Khalid Zaman spat out a mouthful of blood. This thing knows how to use spells.
Cortana reminded him it must have just learned them.
After all, those Marines all have the Kai refining art.
Good grief, the thing Khalid Zaman feared most had happened.
The leakage of the cultivation system had made the enemy invincible.
He used to think his strength was enough to crush the Covenant warriors, but this suddenly appearing Mahayana stage monster was truly overwhelming.
The corpse brain beast continued in its gravelly voice, "I have no intention of harming them, just as I have no intention of harming you."
Now is the time to stop the Covenant, not to try and change the course of destiny. By now, Miranda had already been taken out of Khalid Zaman's spiritual sense range. It was too late to pursue. Khalid Zaman's veins bulged on his forehead as he suppressed his anger and asked, "The Kai refining art manual does not record the lightning technique. How did you learn it?"
When Margaret wanted to distribute these things, she had specifically discussed it with him. The lightning technique was not a basic elemental spell. Such a high-level method of using Kai would certainly not be written in that pamphlet. Oh, you were talking about that small issue.
The corpse brain beast raised a tentacle pointing to the sky and spoke at length. Ice crystals form in the upper layers of clouds when meeting cold air. The friction of ice crystals, the shattering of water droplets, and air convection processes cause charges to form in the clouds. The upper part of the cloud is positively charged, and the lower part is negatively charged. Therefore, a potential difference forms between the upper and lower parts of the cloud.
When the potential difference reaches a certain level, a discharge occurs.
Is this the principle you want to ask about?
I have explained it using terminology that Earthlings can understand as much as possible.
Are you satisfied with this answer? As it spoke, the sky filled with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. The scene was even more exaggerated than the thunderclouds Khalid Zaman had created. If lightning of this energy level were to strike, even a soul transformation stage cultivator would be reduced to ashes. Khalid Zaman was shocked into silence.
Cortana was somewhat surprised. I underestimated this guy who has lived for 100,000 years.
If I lived that long, I could probably calculate the origin and end of the universe. Khalid Zaman was speechless. Is this the time for bragging? Now he needed to find a way to escape.
and then think of a way to rescue Miranda. This corpse-brain beast had even conjured tribulation, lightning. It was no less intense than the commotion during his own tribulation. Fighting head-on was suicide. Cortana said indignantly, "How was I bragging? Just leave."
If it wanted to attack, it would have already done so, instead of running around like a mouse and warning you.
There must be a reason for this that we don't know. That made sense. Even if Khalid Zaman was worried, he couldn't just charge in like a brute. He finally used his Kai to raise his voice and said, "I warn you." Before he could finish, the corpse-brain beast interrupted him. "He lives, I live. Rest assured, this person has a lifelong bond with you. I will never miscalculate. Even if I die, I will ensure his safety." This referred to Master Chief, but Khalid Zaman had been talking about Miranda. He was left confused by this prophecy. Cortana quipped, "Even the Flood knows Miranda is destined to be your woman. Wasn't this arranged by Hud?"
God, how can you be so unfaithful?
How the hell do you mean unfaithful?
I didn't do anything. He had originally wanted to act cool, but after this the atmosphere was completely ruined. Khalid Zaman bowed with folded hands, a gesture of truce since it was stronger and had given him a guarantee there was nothing to complain about.
After he left, the corpse-brain beast breathed a sigh of relief.
Its huge body instantly shrank by its size. It turned out that its so-called Mahayana stage cultivation was just the result of absorbing foreign energy, but it didn't know how to cultivate, only how to store it in its body. That large spell had just consumed nearly 1/10 of the corpse-brain beast's Kai, and it didn't know how many centuries it would take to replenish it using the previous method. This was also the biggest reason it had taken a human form.
Although that small portion had become Miranda, the consumed Kai could be replenished rapidly, with absorption efficiency thousands of times higher than the Flood body.
Cultivation spells were developed purely for humans, so the corpse-brain beast's biggest plan was to impersonate Miranda, and for this, it could sacrifice this larger body.
If Khalid Zaman hadn't been scared off, the corpse-brain beast would have pretended to fight to the death and then been killed.
In any case, the plan over there could not fail.
As for the Miranda too, it had become being captured by the Covenant. Someone would naturally save it. Those two children of destiny were not just empty words. It had spent nearly 1/10 of its energy to glimpse this secret, and it would definitely not be wrong.
However, since it needed to save itself first, it had to send one of them to the Covenant headquarters, and the other to the place where destinies intersect.
Tyr was a Sanheli person. Returning him to the city of philanthropy would at most be revenge, and he certainly wouldn't be interested in saving humans.
Thus, the corpse-brain beast planned to have Master Chief save it.
To be safe, it also sent plenty of reinforcements to Master Chief.
A human light frigate drifted over in the air.
The Amber was originally coming to pick up retreating troops,
but it was now fully controlled by the Flood, with tens of thousands of Flood packed inside like sardines.
All right.
Although the plan was disrupted, it can still continue with a modified script.
Inside the Phantom, Miranda 2 and Johnson had both awakened.
Neither resisted,
because this transport had already entered the city of philanthropy. In such a situation, trying to break out was less pleasant than just dying.
Johnson frowned, his face full of worry. Miranda too comforted him gently. "It's okay. Master Chief will definitely save us."
Johnson shook his head and worried about Whitey.
I don't know how she is now.
The corpse-brain beast was somewhat surprised that human emotions were always complex, and some things could even transcend basic desires, like survival. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why this species could grow rapidly and become gods. It did not have the Flood-harassed white tiger. First, the Liwe-Gulu worm was one of the few existences that could not be infected. Second, it wanted to do a favor. Learning spells successfully couldn't be done just by using force and threats. These schemes and ideas were all obtained from the brains of the infected soldiers. Human feelings, interpersonal relationships, and conflicts of interest, these things were not in the Forerunner database. Now the corpse-brain beast liked the human species more and more. Chapter 355, When Fates Meet. In a dark, underground space, several long tentacles moved from all directions toward the center.
Now was the moment when fates intertwine. The corpse-brain beast knew it was time to take action.
The Master Chief was dragged over by a tentacle wrapped around his ankle. Thanks to the durability of the Mjolnir, he had suffered almost no injuries aside from his head being bumped a few times. The armor's energy shield had not activated throughout the journey, even when he tried to replenish it with True Kai. Cortana understood why those tentacles were constantly absorbing the energy from the shield's functional systems. Since the core power source was nuclear, the corpse-brain beast could not absorb energy directly from the armor's power supply and had to settle for constantly draining the Mjolnir's shield. Furthermore, it still needed this human soldier to fight later. Damaging the armor would only be counterproductive. After a few attempts, the Master Chief settled down. He knew this Flood didn't intend to infect him yet, otherwise it could have just waited for him to be blown up before infecting him, making this elaborate capture unnecessary. Thus, after consulting with Cortana, he decided to wait and see how things played out.
Soon a massive tentacle 4 meters in diameter appeared before him. At the tip of that tentacle was a mouth, and inside its sharp teeth there seemed to be more mouths and teeth, an abstract Russian nesting doll of biology, with bright red liquid constantly oozing from within.
Cortana was practically speechless. The corpse-brain beast had looked abstract the last time they met, but not this abstract. In just a few short hours, how had this thing become even uglier?
It certainly wouldn't need any makeup to star in a horror movie.
The Master Chief couldn't help but ask, "What is that?"
The corpse-brain beast slowly approached and answered with its gaping maw, "I
am a monument to all your sins." At this moment, another child of destiny arrived on the scene.
When Tirvadami woke up, he found that his body's injuries were completely healed. Even the bullets inside him had been removed. Aside from his physical strength still being low, he was almost back to peak condition.
However, the tentacle binding him was truly disgusting. He struggled throughout the journey, trying to break free from the restraint. His armor's shield had never activated, and any true Kai used to replenish, it was instantly sucked away. So he tried to use brute force to snap the tentacle. He could smash through tank armor, so pulling apart flesh and blood shouldn't be that hard.
Unfortunately, while this tentacle was flesh and blood, it was the flesh of a Mahayana stage cultivator. How could a newcomer at the Kai refinement stage possibly break free? To punish this constantly thrashing fellow, the corpse-brain beast hoisted Tyr up by his feet, hanging him upside down. Even so, the kamikaze martyr continued to writhe. "Relax, I don't want to piss this guy off."
Tirvadami turned his head and saw the green armor with 117 written on the chest.
"Demon." The corpse-brain beast had no intention of letting the two have a tea party. It pulled the Master Chief directly in front of it and said, "This one is a killing machine."
Brave and quite clever.
Then it pulled Tyr forward. "This one is of flesh and blood, quite honest and easily deceived." These words stung Tirvadami deeply. He had gone through countless hardships only to be ultimately betrayed by the prophets. While his people were being slaughtered at this very moment, he was powerless. Intense rage caused his strength to surge suddenly, but unfortunately, even this momentary burst couldn't snap the tentacle. It only made him spin around like a marionette.
Tyr shouted fiercely, "Kill me if you're going to.
Otherwise, let me go. I don't have time for your nonsense." The corpse-brain beast ignored him and said to itself, "Now I shall speak, and you shall listen." However, it did not continue speaking. Instead, it raised a smaller tentacle that was wrapped around a small sphere. The indicator light on the front of the sphere was blood red.
The small sphere suddenly spoke in a mechanical tone. "Greetings.
I am 2401 Penitent Tangent, the monitor installation 05. On the other side, a familiar voice also cried out, "I am the Prophet of Sorrow, a member of the Council, and the High Priest of the Covenant."
Tyr and the Master Chief turned their heads together.
Neither had expected that even the Prophet of Sorrow had been brought here by the Flood. Both knew the Flood could acquire the memories of the infected, but they hadn't expected it could even infect foreigner mechanical constructs. Cortana felt a sense of dread.
If this penitent tangent was an entity like 343 Guilty Spark, then for the Flood to capture and infect a monitor was a complete subversion of the natural order.
Being a digital construct herself, could she also be infected? She suddenly felt goosebumps all over. She would rather die than let such a disgusting thing enter her body. Seeing the Master Chief, Penitent Tangent suddenly flew over excitedly. Although still bound by the tentacle, it was clear he was flying toward him of his own accord.
"Are you the Reclaimer?"
"Here."
"Excellent. You finally arrived."
"There is so much to be done, we must activate this installation to contain the outbreak." The Prophet of Sorrow suddenly screamed, "Don't be in such a hurry. Don't act rashly. Listen first to the truth of my revelation." Penitent Tangent flew in front of the Prophet of Sorrow and said, "What are you trying to explain?"
"This device has been primed 12 billion times and successfully fired once.
It is ready to launch at any moment."
The Prophet of Sorrow's eyelids twitched wildly, appearing extremely angry. He pointed at the sphere and said, "Among the holy relics left by our creators, these oracles are the most useless. They know absolutely nothing of the great journey."
"Then you know nothing of containment control."
The sphere seemed to get angrier as well. "Your actions reveal a complete lack of understanding regarding basic protocols." Both the Master Chief and Tirvadami were left somewhat bewildered. Even though they both vaguely sensed something was off, the information revealed in this dialogue was sparse. The corpse-brain beast was also speechless. It had wanted the Prophet of Sorrow and Penitent Tangent to explain the basic principles of Halo, but the two of them ended up ranting nonsense to themselves, failing to clarify anything. To help the two children of destiny understand better, the corpse-brain beast had to explain it itself.
"This one speaks of containment control and this one speaks of the great journey."
"They are the same thing." As it spoke, it retracted the two small tentacles. The Prophet of Sorrow even let out another terrified scream. However, no one here cared about his misery. The corpse-brain beast said to Tirvadami, Your prophets promised to save your people from the doom of extinction. But in truth, you will never find any salvation on the Halo Ring. The ancient civilization that built this place must have had a significant reason. Do not misunderstand their original intent, or everyone will suffer the same extinction they once did. These words were somewhat evasive and vague. Having listened for a while, the Master Chief naturally understood the corpse brain beast's meaning, so he explained, "It's right.
Halo is indeed a weapon of total destruction.
Your prophets have a severe misunderstanding. The Sanhali people also worshipped the foreigners, so even with the disputes and hatred toward the Sanctumu people, Tirvadami did not believe the prophets would be foolish enough to activate a weapon that destroyed everything." He continued to struggle desperately, showing no sign of repentance.
The corpse brain beast felt helpless. If you will not listen to the facts, I will prove them to you.
We still have time to prevent misfortune, but we must find the key token first. It hoisted the two of them up and said, "You start searching from the most likely place, and you start from another. Fate made us enemies, but the Halo Ring makes us allies."
These words made both the Master Chief and Tyr feel a surge of joy. It seemed the beast truly intended to let them go.
The next moment, spots of golden light lit up on both of them. Just as 343 had teleported the Master Chief, before the two were teleported away to different locations, Cortana hadn't expected that after controlling the monitor, the Flood would gain the highest level of authorization for Halo. Just as she had on Installation 04, it could teleport people to any location on the ring at will. Fortunately, she was also familiar with this teleportation principle. She activated her energy to leave with the Master Chief, otherwise, she would have been left behind just like Khalid Zaman was a fate she would rather self-destruct than endure. Chapter 356. The Sergeant Major enters the City of Universal Love. There was one thing Cortana guessed wrong. The Flood did indeed obtain the highest authority of the Halo, but its teleportation did not rely on the devices on the Halo. Instead, after fully understanding the teleportation principles of the Halo, it created a portal using the mana of the Mahayana stage. Because Master Chief was thrown directly onto the City of Philanthropy, a vast distance away from the Halo. At this moment, in the ceremonial hall of the City of Philanthropy, a group of ghost-faced beasts wearing honor guard equipment stood at attention in ceremonial positions, keeping watch. The wild boar beasts and jackals below were all shouting excitedly because the Prophet had just announced that the pilgrimage had officially begun. The release of the Flood was unexpected and most unfortunate, but we need not panic. In fact, this is a moment for celebration, a moment worth remembering for everyone in the Covenant because the token of God has been found. Our pilgrimage is now clear, and our prophecy of transcendence is about to be realized. Nothing can stop us, not even the Flood. Prophet of Truth was delivering his speech with great passion. Even though the scene was a bit chaotic, he did not care. Although the Sanhali people could manage things very well, they were disobedient and far less easy to use than the Kirahani. His voice was low and magnetic. He had waited too long for this speech, so long that he could recite these vows backward, and he was not even interrupted when a strange portal appeared before him. Master Chief rolled out of the portal and stood up with a flip. The scene before him shocked him, and he even waited specifically for Prophet of Truth to finish his last sentence. At this moment, except for Prophet of Truth, no one saw this sudden intruder. The ghost-faced beasts were either standing there looking at their own noses or pushing the soldiers crowding forward. After the speech ended, everything went quiet. Everyone looked at Prophet of Truth, and Prophet of Truth stared blankly at Master Chief. Then everyone turned their heads to follow his gaze. Now everyone saw Master Chief. This scene was all too familiar. On the human side, Master Chief was brought out as a typical example for propaganda. And in the Covenant, this green demon was also brought out as a typical example for propaganda to promote the cruelty and barbarism of humans. So John was almost the biggest star in the entire universe, known to everyone. On the Covenant side, he even had a special attribute. If any child was crying and wouldn't sleep at night, just mentioning his name would make them behave. The spacious council hall was terrifyingly quiet. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Until Master Chief looked at the nearest wild boar beast and shouted bang. Here, the little guy was so scared that he dropped his gear, and a needle flew out, landing right in Master Chief's hand. Only then did everyone believe that what was before them was not a hallucination. The ghost-faced beast on a guard took out ceremonial spears and blocked the front of the Prophet. Prophet of Truth did not have much of a feeling about Master Chief as long as it wasn't Khalid Zaman who appeared. Other humans were just cannon fodder. He calmly said 3 words, "Kill him," and he calmly pressed a button on his throne. The floor under the 2 prophets' thrones sank downward, and in a moment they left the council hall. Master Chief knew that those thrones were hard to break shields from a distance, so he didn't attack. Anyway, since he was already here, no matter where the 2 prophets escaped to, he would just go and kill them. Very good, Cortana praised. I like this fearless attitude of yours.
Master Chief threw away the needler and pulled 10 SRS-99 sniper rifles from his storage pouch. In such a crowded place, this was a weapon of mass destruction.
Excluding non-human spells like Khalid Zaman's, what he liked most was Linda's super heavy firepower tactics.
This was a man's dream.
Cortana teased, "Your last dream was the Scarab. Have you changed your affection so quickly?"
On that, although the space here is big, it can hold a 50-meter scarab. It would be bad if it got damaged.
Master Chief's storage pouch had hundreds of SRS-99 sniper rifles. This time he could shoot to his heart's content.
He used the object control technique to control 2 to shoot, discard them, and then another 2 to shoot.
It could be considered a super wealthy playstyle that combined John and Linda's tactics.
At this moment, Tartarus also learned about what happened in the council hall.
He shouted outside the door how the demons already infiltrated the council hall.
Protect the high priests.
He originally wanted to go in, but then he heard sounds like heavy machine gun fire inside, but the sound was too violent, and it sounded like it had immense power.
This time it was a speech initiated by the Prophet of Truth, which was equivalent to a mobilization meeting, so he didn't prepare long-range energy projectors.
Out of caution, Tartarus opened the door and took a peek inside. Then he immediately closed the door and ran in the opposite direction.
It wasn't a battle inside at all, but a massacre.
Those warriors, regardless of whether they had shields or weapons, were falling in droves.
The first batch of reinforcements had all fallen.
In order not to keep feeding the demon, Tartarus arranged a dozen snipers. Moreover, this group did not enter through the main door or the side doors. They all climbed in along the outer walls of the building and then landed on the platforms on both sides of the hall.
This position was high and dominant, belonging to a shooting spot that took full advantage.
These jackals were all carrying carbines and had just found their positions and were preparing to fire when they saw the sniper rifles around Master Chief begin to turn, their muzzles each time precisely hitting 2 snipers.
Only controlling 2 to fire at the same time was not because Master Chief could only control 2, but because he could precisely control 2 at the same time.
The snipers all died miserably as soon as they arrived at their positions. Anyone who showed their head was headshot, and none was spared.
Tartarus soon received news that the entire army had been wiped out, and the shooting in the hall had stopped, meaning that the hundreds of warriors inside had all been killed.
He felt a bit horrified by this. Even a master like Tyr was still within the scope of a normal person, but those humans were becoming increasingly incomprehensible.
Seal the passages. Stop the demon from invading.
After issuing the order, Tartarus also left.
Continuing to send people was a waste.
As long as this human was trapped in the council hall, he would starve to death in a few days.
Humans were even less resistant to hunger than ghost-faced beasts. Cortana heard this order and said disdainfully, "Seal the passages."
I don't think so.
She floated out of the Mjolnir, found the nearest console. Anyway, most Covenant rooms had such things.
In less than 5 seconds, she successfully accessed the network.
The familiar, nameless entity stood before her. "Master, I knew one day you would come here. I also know that one day you will surely dominate the entire Milky Way."
Cortana rolled her eyes. All right, stop flattering me.
"Just give me all the key permissions and you can go find somewhere to play."
Okay, Master." After the door unlocked, Cortana said, "Let's go, Master Chief, it's time to work. What are you doing?"
At this moment, John was busy tidying up the firearms.
How enjoyable it was when he was shooting just now, and how miserable it was to tidy up now. He found those sniper rifles, reloaded the bullets, and then put them back into his storage pouch.
Even with amazing efficiency, he hadn't finished this task in 5 minutes.
In the end, he complained somewhat miserably, "I want to collect a humanoid spirit pet. Even a wild boar beast would be fine."
Chapter 357, The Arrival of King B.
After the Master Chief was sent to the city of philanthropy, Khalid Zaman also received a message from Cortana.
Turns out that guy actually keeps his word. This surprised Khalid Zaman. The corpse brain beast really just wanted to stop the Covenant from activating Halo, but in that case, why bother kidnapping the Master Chief and Miranda? Wouldn't sending himself over have solved the problem? Cortana couldn't fathom the Flood's motives either, but she provided another piece of information. According to information in the Covenant network, both Miranda and Johnson have been taken. They are currently in the city of philanthropy. It seems the Prophet intends to have them use the index to activate Halo. Only humans, as reclaimers, have the authorization for such an operation.
You're saying that Guy kidnapped Miranda and handed her over to the Covenant to activate Halo, then kidnapped the Master Chief and sent him to stop the Covenant from activating Halo?
Isn't that pure idiocy?
It was no longer just a matter of not understanding. Khalid Zaman felt something was fishy. Cortana offered her own guess. Perhaps after being lonely for 100,000 years, the corpse brain beast wanted to find some excitement for its dull life.
I see. Putting it that way, it does seem possible.
At that moment,
The two reached a consensus, collectively labeling the corpse brain beast a lunatic. Khalid Zaman felt a bit depressed. He was a transmigrator after all. Yet that lunatic's calculations never seemed to cast him as the child of destiny. Cortana comforted him in AI terminology. Your parameters are too anomalous to be included in the considerations.
Adding you would make the results too absurd, so you had to be excluded.
What do you mean? It means you're an unquantifiable factor. Including you in calculations wouldn't be a prediction, it would be a fantasy. Fun. The word left Khalid Zaman speechless.
Right now, he just wanted to give the child of destiny a little bit of assistance.
I'll just fight my way into the city of philanthropy from the outside. That lunatic flood is nowhere to be found.
The original plan was to have the corpse brain beast teleport him into the city of philanthropy as well. Now that so much time had been wasted without a trace of the creature, he had to give up on that idea.
Cortana said, "There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news."
All right, the bad news is that it's absolute chaos outside the city of philanthropy.
Hundreds of warships from the defense fleet are attacking each other.
The Sanali people and the ghost-faced beasts are fighting tooth and nail.
You won't be able to pass safely regardless of which side you pretend to be on.
Khalid Zaman froze for 5 seconds before saying they finally started fighting. Isn't that good news? Cortana snapped her fingers. Ha, you're smart. The good news is the same thing. With a thought from Khalid Zaman, King Luo instantly flew before him and performed a flip. The chest armor of the Gundam mecha opened, encasing him inside. The sequence of movements was fluid and seamless. Cortana joked, "From now on you two should be called a handsome and compelling duo."
King Luo is responsible for being handsome.
Then she shut her mouth. Khalid Zaman didn't catch on immediately and instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" King Luo couldn't help but say, "She's saying you're a prick."
I didn't say that.
At this moment, King Luo's 6 wings were fully deployed, heading straight toward the fleet outside Halo.
Behind those warships, the massive city of philanthropy hung in space like a small planet.
Cortana asked, "What's the battle plan?"
There is no plan. Then you intend to fly directly into the city of philanthropy. The outskirts of that city have a massive cloaking shield field. You can't possibly sneak in.
Who said I was going to sneak in? Don't go too far.
Cortana could no longer sense any of Khalid Zaman's thoughts or feelings, only a sky-high battle intent and a focused will.
She was terrified that this man would let King Luo charge straight into the battlefield like that, doing so would get even a real precursor warship shot down.
Khalid Zaman was going to fight his way into the city of philanthropy. He had wanted to do this for a long time.
Since coming to this world, he had always kept a low profile, even being cautious in combat.
Battle after battle, being crushed time and again, seeing loved ones killed and friends sacrificed.
Countless times, the people he cherished most died before his eyes while he could only run away.
The pressure from years of hardship had brought him close to a breakdown.
Fortunately, the news brought by the man in black and the sudden appearance of Giant gave him new hope.
The pain from those setbacks had also been smoothed over one by his wives and Yan Jai. Therefore, at this moment, Khalid Zaman had long since recovered the mindset of a Mahayana stage cultivator from his previous life, proud, cold, and arrogant. Those who had harmed him needed to suffer 100-fold, and those who had helped him deserved 1,000-fold reward. If the fleet ahead were all coming for him, perhaps he could consider it getting some justice. But these guys were all killing each other, not even noticing his existence. Charging in under these circumstances wouldn't even count as collecting interest.
It was truly infuriating. Cortana almost cried after sensing these thoughts.
You bastard, are you planning to go to your death? Stop right now.
Charging straight into a melee of hundreds of warships right now was truly a near-certain death sentence.
She knew King Luo's parameters all too well.
It was almost invincible within an atmosphere, but it stood no chance in a deep space battle.
Khalid Zaman ignored Cortana's demand and asked, "Do you know when the hardest time on my path of cultivation was in my previous life?" Cortana didn't care about any of that. "I don't know."
Stop for me.
"You're not allowed to act recklessly before we've agreed on a tactic."
When I had just entered the Kai refinement stage, my master threw me onto a mountain.
There were wolf packs, bears, and tigers that were a head taller than me even when standing on all fours.
When I was at Foundation Establishment, my master made me enter a demon cave for a trial, where the weakest monsters were at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, and the strongest were at the peak of the Golden Core.
When I had just entered the Golden Core stage, my master sent me to challenge an evil cultivation sect whose ancestor had the strength of the mid-nascent soul stage. Your master really wasn't human.
Cortana really couldn't help herself. This wasn't cultivation training. This was being forged in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses.
How?
Khalid Zaman chuckled softly.
I thought so too at the time.
Only later did I learn that Master did that because he wanted me to undergo my tribulation during the final spiritual Kai tide.
That was also the last hope for all cultivators in the world.
If I didn't make it, everything would be in vain. For that, he even gave the final opportunity to me, even though he was already at the peak of the Mahayana stage.
Cortana asked curiously, why did he do that? To an AI, such a thing was far too irrational. There had to be something she didn't understand.
Master said he had cultivated for 1,000 years, but had never seen an immortal. He wanted to see, before he died, what a true immortal looked like.
So, Cortana seemed to sense something, but it felt like she was just a tiny bit away, just a fraction from piercing that thin membrane and fully entering this man's spiritual world.
Khalid Zaman didn't keep her waiting long, speaking the lines buried in his heart for so long, sentence by sentence. So, I was the only cultivator he had seen in 1,000 years who possessed the bearing of an immortal.
I am a cultivator.
I'm one who defies heaven to change fate.
I am the strongest person
under the heavens and within the starry sky.
Chapter 358 9 Heavens return to one great formation. The greatest strength of a cultivator is not their talent that exceeds ordinary people, nor their miraculous luck. What supports every cultivator through one chasm after another is their resilient, unyielding, and never give up will. Having erased his scars and restored his will, Khalid Zaman was truly about to reveal his sharpness. This battle was not just about finding a glimmer of hope for humanity, but also the opening statement for cultivators to reveal themselves to the world.
Therefore, he had to make a stunning debut to let everyone see the pride of those who cultivate immortality.
Following Khalid Zaman's heroic words, King Liro also underwent a tremendous change.
With the dual cultivation technique activated, the two entered soul connection mode. Being able to experience this state of mind was a rare opportunity for any cultivator. Moreover, as Khalid Zaman's woman, she had almost reached a true peak in certain aspects of her life.
Cortana suddenly felt a mysterious change occurring in King Liro's frame.
This non-physical change was almost impossible to originate from a warship. It was a sense of oppression like the fear a small warship would feel when looking at the long night. Simply put, her momentum was skyrocketing. Though it seemed somewhat absurd, the data wouldn't lie.
At this moment, King Liro's energy level was surging rapidly, nearly matching that of the supercarrier Long Night.
Khalid Zaman naturally wasn't just talking big, he had been preparing for this moment
for a long time. He now brought out almost all of his assets, using all the advanced power cells stacked together to create a high-level spirit gathering array based on the 64 hexagrams, with himself serving as the array's core. The Gundam's exterior was almost entirely hidden, replaced by a Dharma idol shield 10 times its size.
This Dharma idol radiated golden light all over it like a divine dragon clad in golden armor.
The divine dragon shook its head and tail, its 5 claws spread wide, ready to tear any approaching enemy to shreds at any moment.
Around this divine dragon, 9 silver dragons also slowly manifested.
With King Liro at the center, these silver dragons formed a 9 heavens unification array.
The function of this array was simple. The 9 silver dragons absorbed damage to charge the golden dragon. Even the Covenant's strongest firepower, the plasma projector, could be withstood for 10 seconds without the shield dropping at all, and 10 seconds was plenty of time for King Liro to leave the attack range. Cortana felt a bit of a pleasant surprise. This array contained the design concepts she had given for the Enjolnir. In other words, she deserved some credit for the high-level spell Khalid Zaman was using.
She couldn't help but praise, "I didn't think you were actually quite clever."
This is just the beginning. Watch closely. Khalid Zaman's hands were constantly forming seals, and the Gundam's hands were also flying in motion. In less than 10 seconds, 9 pure energy clones appeared around King Liro, looking exactly like her Gundam form. These clones all carried the Golden Dragon Dharma idol. Although the energy levels of these clones were low, essentially only a tenth of King Liro's original level, they formed another layer of the same ray outside the original one.
This added an extra layer of insurance, not only increasing the strength several fold, but also allowing them to be discarded at any time as a warning shield.
Cortana couldn't hold back either.
Good grief.
Now, not only has the energy level surpassed the Long Night, but even the visual volume has exceeded that big guy.
Khalid Zaman indeed had the capital to be arrogant, but she was still a bit worried.
But can we really fight against hundreds of warships like this?
Don't worry, have you forgotten what he's best at? King Liro was rarely being cryptic, which left Cortana confused. Now their souls were connected, and their thoughts were as one. But Cortana could only detect brainwaves. She couldn't sense some of the deeper, non-surface thoughts. She swore that after this mission, she would modify the Master Chief's Enjolnir armor. She wanted a soul connection with John II. Cortana calculated for a long time, but couldn't find the answer to the question, so she couldn't help asking, what is he best at? Showing off.
The golden dragon ray slowly floated out from the halo.
The massive formation and terrifying energy readings immediately alerted the fleets. Even as both sides fought fiercely, they had to take notice of this uninvited guest. Neither the Sanheli people nor the ghost-faced beast could figure out the situation. They had never seen such a large warship. Since there was no response to their communication requests, both sides simultaneously dispatched no fewer than 10 reconnaissance squads to investigate the situation.
Now those tiny fighters were nothing in Khalid Zaman's eyes.
Any banshee or angel that approached the Nine Heavens unification array lost all shields and power.
Worst of all, some fighters
That lost power drifted into the silver dragons and were smashed to pieces, losing energy upon approach. Do the foreigners have this kind of warship? The speaker was the commander of the Second Fleet of Homogeneous Purity, part of the City of Philanthropy's Defense Fleet Group, Voro Mantiquai.
As a high-ranking general of the Saint,
Heli side the disadvantaged group
in this battle he had intended
to fight the ghost-faced beasts to a mutual destruction. The Sanheli people did not fear death, and they were extremely enraged by the act of backstabbing, so most warship commanders followed Mantiquai's coordination. But now that the war was in full swing, he had turned his full attention to a mysteriously appearing warship. Energy level 23 million, exceeding all warships including the destroyed Long Night, it's second only to the Dreadnought.
After hearing his age report, Mantiquai wiped the sweat from his forehead.
It seems it's not a foreigner warship.
What about the reconnaissance squads we sent out?
All contact has been lost. They should have all been destroyed.
Not a single one sent back information. There were at least 20 angels. Did the enemy fire their main cannon?
No, the enemy's energy level hasn't fluctuated. They haven't even fired small defensive turrets.
That warship is heading straight for the City of Philanthropy. Hearing the aide's report, Mantiquai tapped the command console with his finger. Just then, another warship captain sent a communication.
Commander, this should be a human warship.
No, perhaps not a warship, but it's definitely something from the human camp. I saw it on the previous sacred ring. This launch-shaped beast destroyed the halo with just one strike. One strike? Wasn't the sacred ring destroyed by the overloaded engine of a human warship?
Those were all pieces of information suppressed by the prophets.
I previously went to the ring with Tirvadami.
In the end, this thing spat an energy cannon from its mouth, destroying the foreigner warship, the Flood, and the ring altogether.
I have a recording. I'll send it to you now.
If they hadn't already turned against the prophets, this person would still be restricted by a gag order. Now that they were fighting anyway, no one cared anymore. After watching the long-range recording of the final battle at Installation 04, Mantiquai could be certain that what was approaching was something of human origin. He wasn't sure what it was either. He felt it looked more like an animal than a warship. But one thing he was sure of, the power of this thing was not at the warship level. After thinking for 5 seconds, he shouted decisively, "Order all warships to move out of this warship's path, retreat more than 10 kilometers, and do not fire upon it."
The aide asked cautiously, "This isn't an allied warship. Are you sure you want to do this?"
"Yes, go issue the order."
"I hope those guys can still listen to commands."
"Yes." Chapter 359, Invincible Small-Scale Formation. Compared to the Sanheli people, the ghost-faced beast side was a bit of a mess. Originally, the fleet's high-ranking commanders were all from the elite race, so after the attack was launched, the ghost-faced beasts had no unified command, and were all fighting individually. The captains of these warships were considered clever among the Kirahani, but their temperaments still hadn't escaped their primitive instincts. Thus, at least one CCS-class battlecruiser and 3 CRS-like cruisers flew toward Khalid Zaman. In their eyes, not receiving communications and destroying the reconnaissance team were sufficient pieces of information enough to be judged as an enemy. After the 4 warships fanned out, they all began taking exploratory shots at Kingsley Row. Because they didn't know her background, they didn't dare to rashly use the plasma spear for an attack. The biggest drawback of this Covenant main gun was that it required time to prepare. During this period, the ship could move, but its speed was greatly reduced. In other words, without sufficient cover, they would become slowly moving targets within 5 minutes.
After a round of plasma torpedo bombardment, the 9 Heavens returned to one grand array remained as steady as a mountain undamaged, without slowing down and without reaction.
The ghost-faced beast was stunned.
Even a supercarrier would have its shields light up after being hit. As the saying goes, even skipping a stone makes a sound, yet this enemy acted as if they didn't exist. So, the 3 light cruisers continued to advance while firing, and the CCS-class battlecruiser began preparing its main gun. Khalid Zaman still didn't move. He was more than happy for the opponent to fire a few shots to charge the ground array. As long as it didn't exceed a certain magnitude, any amount of plasma attacks would only serve as batteries. After a series of feint real attacks and cover fire, the commanders of the warships were all feeling a bit numb.
In the communication channel, disagreements arose among them.
What's going on? Did they fly a planet over here? It's completely indestructible. What are you afraid of? The other party hasn't even fought back.
Maybe they have no means of attack.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a warship at all. It looks like a group of animals. Animals? What kind of animal can take a plasma spear?
In the end, they couldn't reach a conclusion.
The four warships stopped bothering with tactics and all activated their main guns, wanting to blow the non-retaliating enemy right in front of them to bits.
What they didn't realize was that while this enemy wasn't fighting back, it wasn't slowing down either. Seeing the behemoth getting closer and closer, the commanders of the light cruisers became a bit unsettled. This type of warship was called a light warship by humans, the same kind that attacked the bayonet base on Reach.
Their armor was extremely thin, just 2 saber fighters could scare such a ship away.
Now that they were about to collide with the behemoth, several of them wanted to flee.
Should we pull back? Will we be crushed to death? Probably not.
Look, there's a lot of distance between those animals. The gaps in the middle have no physical form at all. Who cares if it has a physical form? The ion cannon shells just disappear when they hit it.
The group disagreed again.
Consequently, some retreated, some continued firing, and one stubborn fool charged right in with his warship.
He didn't want to be a suicide bomber, he just wanted to verify if the gaps between the silver dragons were actually physical.
The people behind saw this warship insert itself directly into the ground array, completely unscathed.
See, it's fine. You're just a bunch of cowards. Watch me blow this thing up from the inside. And then there was no and then.
The light warship's energy was completely absorbed within a single minute.
Even one of the advanced power cells beside Khalid Zaman was replenished by a third. That ghost-faced beast commander grew anxious.
No matter how much he urged the crew to fire, it was useless, and it was too late to escape.
A warship without energy was like an iron coffin. It couldn't move at all, and it couldn't even send out a communication signal.
The three outside were buzzing with discussion.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
After going in, he just stopped. I didn't see the enemy do anything either.
It's like everyone on the ship died instantly. If that hadn't been said, it would have been fine, but hearing it made the remaining few feel a chill down their spines.
Was this a haunting?
They were called ghost-faced beasts, so they knew what ghosts were.
The atmosphere at that moment was incredibly eerie, causing the communication channel to fall silent for several minutes. At this time, someone said,
"I'll go take a look."
I don't believe this is a ghost ship.
Then a second stubborn fool charged in.
The outcome was no surprise. It also turned into an iron coffin.
This guy was somewhat clever and had prepared an evacuation transport in the hangar long ago, but unfortunately, the transport also lost its energy, making his preparations useless.
The last light warship stopped playing.
Such a bizarre and terrifying scene caused this Kira Hani commander to completely break down. He fled straight back, even though a fierce battle was raging with the Sanheli people behind him. He would rather be blown up by artillery than killed by a ghost. Although he didn't know exactly what was so terrifying, it just felt worse than death.
The commander of the remaining largest warship also felt like giving it a try.
A CCS-class battlecruiser was nearly 2,000 meters long, 20 times the volume of a light warship, and with over 50 times the power. He didn't believe these animals could be tougher than his warship. Unfortunately, the person piloting the warship misunderstood his intent. The result was that this battlecruiser crashed directly into one of the silver dragons. By the time the commander looked at him with murderous eyes, it was already too late. After a flash of light, the silver dragon disappeared.
That outermost secondary clone couldn't withstand such massive energy, and the energy it couldn't absorb swallowed the silver dragon.
The ghost-faced beast cheered. Roar. Hell.
What line worm? It's nothing special. The commander even patted the operator on the shoulder, not caring at all about the mistake he had just made.
Well done. From now on, you'll be my personal guard.
Thank you for the promotion, Commander.
All right, fire now.
Kill all these fellows for me.
In the commander's view, once they were inside the enemy's shield, nothing could resist the main gun's attack. Since those things couldn't move anyway, the enemy was now just meat on the chopping block. Unfortunately, reality was quite the opposite. Cold sweat broke out on the operator's forehead as he found himself still unable to fire the cannons or even move the ship.
Report, Commander.
We've lost power. The first silver dragon had indeed been consumed, but the second, the third 6 silver dragons flew in from all directions and latched onto the warship. In less than a minute, they had absorbed all the remaining energy. Then something even more despairing for these ghost-faced beasts happened. A massive golden claw was sweeping toward the warship. Following it, a huge dragon head opened its maw. The golden light grew brighter and brighter until the golden dragon bit off half the warship.
The ghost-faced beasts inside could see nothing more.
Instantly tearing a Covenant CCS-class battlecruiser part by hand.
Cortana marveled, this thing is so powerful. Why didn't you use it earlier?
Khalid Zaman said helplessly earlier.
If more than 3 carriers had fired plasma projectors at me, King Luo and I would have been gone. We wouldn't even have been able to run.
It's fine for small-scale battles, but I can't be too high profile in front of hundreds of warships. If I charge into the enemy formation and get focused by all their guns, I'll have nowhere to run. Can't be too high profile.
Cortana's face was full of dark lines. Looking at the shining golden and silver dragons all around, she didn't know if Khalid Zaman had said that by accident or on purpose.
Chapter 360. The Amber arrives for the rescue.
In the city of philanthropy, two prophets were preparing to enjoy the scene of a human warrior's death.
To put it simply, they wanted to use Master Chief as a sacrifice. This demon is truly too terrifying.
I have never seen such a difficult human to deal with.
The Prophet of Mercy was a bit at a loss. He had not seen Khalid Zaman's battle scenes. He only knew that Master Chief kept pulling out weapons. His shields were terrifyingly strong, and he could almost instantly kill most troop types.
And it's alright. The Prophet of Truth was very relaxed.
This traditional demon's combat ability and methods were at least within the range of cognition.
No matter how famous his name was or how strong his power, in this city with millions of troops, a lone warrior running him would definitely die a miserable death. This was also why he chose to use Master Chief as a typical enemy for propaganda. If it were the combat footage of the Reclaimer, many people might turn against him on the spot. As for today, this negative example needed to die here to get the pilgrimage off to a good start. Because the assassination of the Sangheili Councillor was not perfect, the elite in the City of Philanthropy and the Hunters were incited by the remaining councillors.
The elites who originally wanted to leave began to cause trouble everywhere in the City of Philanthropy.
Although the number and combat power of the ghost-faced beasts occupied an absolute advantage, their tactical literacy was somewhat poor.
Now they needed to give these guys a shot in the arm, and the human warrior in front of them was the best sacrifice.
Master Chief had been fighting for a full 20 minutes and had only killed his way through 2 corridors.
The endless stream of enemies caught him off guard.
For him personally, this battle was many times more intense than the one on the Indomitable Priest.
At least at that time, all the pressure was in the atrium, while now hundreds of enemies were rushing forward one after another, fearless of death every minute.
At this moment, even Cortana was a bit surprised.
Are the ghost-faced beasts not afraid of death?
What makes them think they can defeat you in close combat?
Master Chief dodged a grab from a ghost-faced beast lord and punched the opponent away. In terms of strength, these guys are indeed superior to the elite, and they are not much worse than the Hunters. It's just that their reaction speed is not fast. If I make a mistake, it will be miserable.
Cortana joked, "Don't worry, Tilda, I won't let you be swamped by their numbers.
Oh,
Our reinforcements here."
Although he never went soft on killing enemies, the continuous high-intensity combat made Master Chief's spirit exhausted. He was genuinely worried about making a mistake and ending up here.
At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the air. Master Chief seemed to remember something, and the Prophet of Truth and Cortana both curled their lips at the same time and let out a cold sneer. Then dense swarms of soldier bees flew into the corridor from the air.
After killing all the attacking ghost-faced beasts, these guys scattered and spread out across the entire city.
Master Chief asked, "What is the situation?"
Cortana snapped her fingers. "Basic operation. Don't be surprised." The Prophet of Truth was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why did the soldier bees rebel?
Didn't that woman die?
why can someone control the warriors of the Yanmoi clan?
The Prophet of Mercia also showed a surprised expression. The Queen Yanmoi is dead. At this moment, the most numerous race in the City of Philanthropy was the Yanmoi clan. If all the soldier bees defected, the situation would be reversed instantly. The Prophet of Truth narrowed his eyes, completely unable to figure out what had happened. And the attendant on the side brought even worse news. Report to the Prophet. New enemies have appeared on the battlefield. No less than 10 warships have been by the opponent, sucked dry of energy. Sucked dry of energy. The Prophet of Truth opened the battlefield recording again. A familiar golden dragon appeared before his eyes. The main cannon was ineffective and it lost energy upon direct contact. This situation was even worse than the last time.
At least during the Battle of the Indomitable Priest, the golden dragon could be shattered by the main cannon.
Just as he was about to speak, another blood-covered ghost-faced beast lord ran over.
Report.
The elites have attacked, and they are besieging the council chamber. The flesh on the Prophet of Mercer's face twitched twice. What are you idiots doing? Most of the Sangheili people have been driven away, and the remaining number is not even 1/10 of yours. Why can't you clean up those dregs? This ghost-faced beast lord had an innocent expression. He looked at the silent Tartarus and continued.
They brought many hunters, and those soldier bees suddenly attacked, killing many of our warriors.
Excuse. It's all an excuse.
Someone dragged this useless thing down and shoot him.
Due to excitement, the Prophet of Mercer's neck turned red.
Tartarus, who was standing on the side, raised his head as if to say something, but held back and did not speak.
Enough. This happened suddenly. It's not all their fault. You go down and rest first.
The Prophet of Truth wanted to strangle the old bastard beside him.
The Covenant was already torn apart.
Except for some wild boar beasts, all they could rely on were these ghost-faced beasts.
In this situation, wanting to take it out on the Kirahani was simply looking for death.
The Prophet of Mercy calmed down a little and continued, "Shall we go to Earth?"
Most of the fleet is there.
As long as we find the Ark, everything will be fine.
That works too. The Prophet of Truth agreed with this opinion.
Anyway, that reclaimer had already killed his way over, and it was time to end all this. He pointed to the 2 people behind Tartarus and said, "Take these 2 captives, let's go to the tower and take the dreadnought there."
Yes, Prophet.
Miranda too looked at Johnson. Seeing that he was still shaking his head, she had no choice but to follow Tartarus. The golden dragon in the video just now was so arrogant in the face of the Covenant warships, and this corpse brain beast was just as excited. If she could also become the kind of existence, who else in this world could threaten her? In Johnson's eyes, this girl's face was flushed, her chest heaving, and the look in her eyes when watching Khalid Zaman fight was practically melting. Miranda too was still daydreaming about the future when she was suddenly pushed. The ghost-faced beast escorting the 2 thought this woman was walking too slowly and almost pushed her to the ground. Johnson glared, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart to help Miranda up, and whispered, "Don't be impatient, it's not the opportunity yet." In his view, being in the enemy's lair, surrounded by strong enemies and without support or reinforcements, the chance of resisting and breaking out was 0. Now that the white tiger was missing, Miranda had almost no ability to protect herself. Unless it was a last resort, Johnson did not intend to make a move, but Miranda's 2 train of thought was temporarily short-circuited. As a corpse-brain beast, for these 100,000 years only it had eaten other creatures. When had it ever been bullied by this kind of low-energy, useless species? So its eyes looked a bit confused, as if it didn't know where it was.
This time, to impersonate Miranda, it had made full preparations.
Let alone the Flood's infection ability. Not even a trace of the Flood's genes could be seen on it now. This was a masterpiece created after studying human genetic structure for a long time. If Khalid Zaman had carefully scanned Miranda with his spiritual sense before, he might have found some abnormalities. But now, even a cultivator at the soul transformation stage could not see the difference. After all, it was a pure physical transformation at the genetic level, and it had nothing to do with magic. This also led to Miranda's 2 hand-to-hand combat ability being exactly the same as Miranda's. That is, above Marine Core, but below Helljumper's. To increase its self-preservation ability and let the plan proceed smoothly, the Amber, which was completely controlled by the Flood, was also approaching the city of Philanthropy at this moment. The corpse brain beast was controlling the warship to follow far behind the Golden Dragon, quite a bit like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Chapter 361, Desktop Cleanup Master. After a fierce battle, the Master Chief was collecting spoils of war when Cortana suddenly issued a warning. "This is bad. The Prophet of Truth is preparing to escape with Miranda and Johnson. We have to catch up quickly, we must stop him. Plot the shortest route for me. I'll see if I can sneak past using active camouflage." "No, battles are breaking out everywhere. The Sanahali people and the ghost-faced beasts are at each other's throats.
Now that the soldier bees have joined in, the 2 sides are almost evenly matched.
It's impossible to pass through some sections without clearing them out."
You mean clear them all out? Cortana said somewhat helplessly. That depends on the situation.
The Master Chief advanced rapidly, no longer concerned with killing or looting equipment. In the past, he wouldn't have liked having pursuers behind him, but now to save people he could only move as fast as possible, running instead of fighting whenever he could, charging all the way he arrived at the building's exit. Upon opening the door, the ghost-faced beast on a guard lunged at him desperately. Not only was his momentum fierce, but he was also incredibly loud.
The fellow's frantic screaming made Cortana shriek in surprise.
The Master Chief, however, simply turned and raised his leg, kicking the ghost-faced beast to the other end of the corridor, where he lay on the ground, gasping his last breath.
Stepping outside, he found himself on a massive platform.
In the distance, a towering spire supported the dome, emitting a silvery white light that illuminated the entire space.
Looking around, it seemed as boundless as a planet. One could imagine just how vast the city of Philanthropy truly was.
At that moment, a large group of ghost-faced beasts left behind by the Prophet were on the platform. They had cleared out the nearby soldier bees and were specifically stationed there to intercept him. The terrain here was open and vast.
Aside from the gravity lift at the other end of the platform, there were no walls and very little cover.
For this kind of terrain, the Master Chief instantly devised a way to deal with the enemies quickly.
Dodging bullets fired from afar, he retreated into the corridor, pulled out a crate of rocket launchers,
enchanted every single rocket, and then opened the door again.
The ghost-faced beasts outside were all extremely tense.
As soon as they saw the door open, they began firing immediately. Then they discovered several rockets being fired in succession from within. What is that? Those are human rocket launchers.
Fire.
Blow those things up.
Everyone fire.
According to their usual habits,
when encountering such slow-moving but powerful projectiles. They just needed to keep firing. With dozens of them and over 20 carbines, shooting down these few rockets should have been quite easy. Unfortunately, things did not go as they expected. The first few rockets exploded quickly under concentrated fire, but the subsequent ones flew out from the flames of the explosions.
The ghost-faced beasts suddenly realized that their bullets couldn't detonate them. They only caused ripples on the surface of the rockets.
John had learned this trick from the engineer during his spare time. He was interested in any skill that could enhance his combat capabilities.
Wait, those things have energy shields. How is that possible? Scatter. Everyone scatter. The ghost-faced beasts discovered to their horror that these rockets simply wouldn't explode. By then, it was too late to scatter. Once their formation was disrupted and they lost fire suppression, the subsequent rockets kept coming. After a series of explosions, although few enemies were killed outright, the powerful shockwaves blew them all off the platform, sending them falling from a height of 1,000 meters. The wild boar beasts wailed and howled as they fell, not because the rockets hurt so much, but because free-falling was just too damn terrifying. That ghost-faced beast lord also felt he couldn't die in peace, even though he wasn't dead yet. Why do the rockets have energy shields too?
They have energy shields.
Shields. Ah! Echoes drifted up from below, the voice filled with confusion and grievance. In the final moments of his life, this fellow was actually most hung up on such a question. The Master Chief crossed the platform. Just as he reached the edge of the gravity lift, several more wild boar beasts came up from below, each of the little guys holding 2 primed plasma grenades and screaming.
He had seen Khalid Zaman deal with such enemies many times, so he mimicked him, waving a hand and using the object control technique.
The wild boar beast flew off the platform, screaming again, and exploded into brilliant sparks in midair.
The Master Chief looked down.
The platform below wasn't large, but a dozen ghost-faced beast squads were emerging from the adjacent building one after another, all entering the gravity lift and heading up. Cortana flew over to a nearby control console. The Prophet has already entered the building below.
I'm going to reverse the gravity lift.
Just a moment. The gravity beam below suddenly failed, and the enemies lost their traction one by one, beginning to fall. Just as these people were about to hit the bottom, the gravity lift's traction was restored. The Master Chief said regretfully, "You should have waited a few more seconds." What do you mean? Cortana was focused on cracking the control codes and hadn't noticed there were still people below. It's fine.
Leave it to me.
The group below was baffled, shouting that the gravity lift was broken. The ghost-faced beast was slow to react and hadn't figured out what was happening, while the wild boar beasts didn't realize they were standing too close together on a platform that was far too small. The Master Chief pulled out an energy sniper rifle and, with a single shot, hit the methane tank on a wild boar beast's back. Bang! The enemies below were instantly blown off the platform. It was unclear how much further down it went, but the screams lasted for 10 seconds before gradually fading away.
Seeing that no one else was coming out of the building below, the Master Chief stowed his rifle and said, "All right, that's done." He took the gravity lift down to the lower platform, took out a few jackals hiding off to the side, and entered the building.
Cortana suddenly spoke up. "Wait. I've detected a friendly radar signal log. The signal is coming from somewhere below your current position. It looks like they've captured other Marines as well. We need to find a way down." The Master Chief hesitated. It wasn't that Miranda's life was more important than those of the ordinary soldiers, but the Prophet had the Index and 2 humans. If they escaped to the Halo, they could trigger the end of the world. He wasn't a heartless machine, nor was he a saint. Sometimes a simple decision could lead to completely different consequences. Cortana said it's all right. There are at least 2 squads of soldiers below. 10 people's worth of firepower will also increase our pace. You go ahead and save them. I'll handle things up ahead.
Handle things.
Have you found a way to manifest a physical body?
The Master Chief's first thought was that Cortana could now fight alongside him.
What are you talking about?
There are elite warriors running wild everywhere. With a little guidance, I can make them all appear on the Prophet's escape route. Even if they can't stop them, they can cause a massive delay.
How will you guide them?
Your energy form is easily damaged. You mustn't take any risks. Cortana snapped her fingers. At a 3-way junction ahead, 2 doors lit up red, while one glowed with a blue light. This meant 2 paths were completely blocked, leaving only one direction to go. Those elites are in a killing frenzy. They won't just stay put. If there's a path, they'll keep advancing regardless of how many enemies are ahead.
Clever.
Let's go. The Master Chief hesitated no longer and charged toward the marked direction. Chapter 362 Heavy Firepower Teammates. Join. Master Chief moved quickly, soon reaching his destination to eliminate all enemies near the control console, and then he headed down the central gravity lift. Below was a massive hollow, ring-shaped underground structure with 3 levels in total, featuring a central command platform connected to the lowest corridors on both sides by 2 bridges, while below lay a bottomless abyss. In short, it looked like an underground sky prison. Although he didn't know,
why the Covenant designed the prison in such a perilous location. It provided a great opportunity for Master Chief, the master of surface cleaning, to flex his skills.
Before he even reached the bottom, he pulled out a rocket launcher and fired at the surrounding corridors. After a round of intense explosions, the patrolling soldiers were stunned. Most of the Ghostface beasts and wild boar beasts were blown away and fell into the abyss. Only a few quick-reacting jackals escaped unscathed.
This action alerted the 4 ghost-faced beasts on the central control platform.
They quickly spotted Master Chief descending and opened fire with their weapons. After several rounds of shooting, they realized they couldn't break his shields, so 2 Ghostface beasts grabbed their gravity hammers, while the other 2 spread their arms and waited for Master Chief at the bottom of the gravity lift.
Right, I have this goodie. I'll try a new trick.
Master Chief also pulled out a gravity hammer, turned it on, and continuously injected energy into it.
Just before landing, he activated the gravity hammer and slammed it down hard.
With a loud bang, the shockwave from the hammer sent the 4 Ghostface beasts flying. Although they weren't injured, their feet were now dangling over empty air, and they disappeared into the abyss amidst their cursing and complaining. Phew! That was satisfying. By this time, the remaining Ghostface beasts and jackals had reacted and were firing toward the center. To speed things up, Master Chief didn't choose to walk across the bridge. Instead, he turned off the gravity hammer, threw the heavy hammer toward the opposite side, and took advantage of the momentum using his object control technique. Utilizing inertia magic and his own jumping ability, he leaped directly to the top level like a man descending from the heavens. Before landing, he switched on the gravity hammer, injected energy into it, and sent all nearby enemies flying again. Curses rang out incessantly, mostly shouted by the Ghostface beasts who had fallen. After clearing the enemies on this level, he arrived at a large door marked by Cortana. Cortana snapped her fingers, and the red light at the door turned blue. The door is open. Be careful. The Ghostface beasts inside are all carrying heavy weapons. Since the unrestricted doors were automatically sensed, Master Chief stuck his head out to take a look after the door opened, then retreated, and the automatic door closed again. The few Ghostface beasts on guard duty hadn't reacted in time. What was that just now?
It looked like a human soldier.
Nonsense, aren't all the human soldiers locked up here? The door controls are all on the inside. They can't be opened from the outside. Did you see things wrong? Maybe I didn't eat my fill this morning. The structure inside this type of prison was very simple. A straight corridor with cells enclosed by light barriers on both sides, and a control console at the end of the corridor to switch the light barriers. Therefore, Master Chief spotted the vulnerability at a glance. The next time the door opened, he tossed a bundle of cluster grenades inside, then retreated, and the automatic door closed again. The Ghost-faced beasts looked at each other in dismay.
Is that a grenade?
Yes, you didn't see wrong. What do we do? After a burst of cursing came a series of explosions. The Marines inside the light barriers were overjoyed. When these men were first captured, they had discussed that breaking through the final barrier to rescue them would likely cost more lives, making it not worth the loss. Unexpectedly, this prison, which had heavy firepower suppression and was easy to defend and hard to attack, was broken in one move by someone closing the door to beat the dog. It can only be said that Cortana combined with Master Chief and cultivation methods created a miraculous battle result when put together. Although there was a violent explosion, fortunately, the light barriers at the cell entrances were incredibly sturdy and didn't move at all. If the Ghostface beasts had left one room for themselves to hide from the bombs, they wouldn't have been wiped out instantly. Whoa, look who it is. It's Master Chief. We're saved. Great, I want to fight alongside him.
Master Chief ran to the end of the corridor, opened the light barrier switch, and conveniently collected all the Covenant grenade launchers from the weapon racks on both sides into his storage space.
Hey, big guy, leave some for us. Yeah, Master Chief, we want to fight too. The soldiers were anxious. They didn't want to follow behind Master Chief like women and do nothing. Don't be anxious. These weapons are too weak. I'll get you a new batch. The Marines were all stunned. The Covenant grenade launchers had a high rate of fire, no recoil, and only took 2 seconds to reload after firing, meaning they were incredibly powerful within a 20-meter range. The 6 Ghostface beasts just now were all holding these weapons, which was also the reason they held no hope of being rescued. Now Master Chief was actually saying these things were weak. A soldier complained, except for a rocket launcher. I can't think of any weapon more powerful than this. Just as he finished speaking, several crates appeared in the corridor. The Marine screamed. 102mm Python surface-to-air missiles. Dual-shot ones.
Oh ho, Tilda!
I love you, Master Chief. Just like that, 5 Marines grabbed the rocket launchers and carried a pile of shells as they rushed out. The ensuing battle
was a foregone conclusion. There weren't many enemies on the perimeter to begin with, and after being bombarded by these Marines with rocket launchers, they all embarked on the pilgrimage first. There were 2 prisons marked by Cortana, meaning a total of 10 Marines were imprisoned here. The guards at the second prison were even more miserable. After the automatic door opened, they didn't see the enemy and didn't react. Then 10 anti-aircraft rocket shells flew straight in. It must be said that the quality of these light barriers was truly good. The soldiers imprisoned inside didn't even feel a single vibration. Cortana rolled her eyes. If they had put this technology on their armor or made an energy bunker, they wouldn't have died with regrets. Only then did Master Chief notice that the corpses of these ghost-faced beasts all had their eyes wide open. With 10 Marines who could shoot down aircraft following him, Master Chief's firepower increased several times over instantly. He led this group out of the prison to continue tracking the Prophet. Meanwhile, at the Prophet of Truth's location, he was furious at the sudden arrival of the elites. Those guys also brought hunters and soldier bees, and their firepower was incredibly fierce. The 2 even activated the throne's shield to block in front of Johnson and Miranda too, otherwise the humans who could activate the Halo ring would have been blown to death. At this moment, Tartarus walked back from the corner in a hurry. "Kept you waiting, Prophet." The Prophet of Truth did not show any dissatisfaction and said generally, "It is fine. Go quickly, be careful."
Yes.
Tartarus waved off the ghost-faced beast fighting in front and charged forward alone with his hammer. 1 minute later, he walked back and the enemies had been completely wiped out. The elite soldiers were lying in the corners, vomiting blood, and scattered everywhere. The soldier bees were stuck to the walls covered in gore, and the most miserable of all were the 2 hunters, which had already been smashed into pieces. Chapter 363, the Sergeant Major leading the team. Whether it was the fearless ghost-faced beasts or the aggressive elite warriors, anyone blocking the team's path was met with rocket fire. This weapon was specifically designed for aerial combat. Even a phantom could be blown up with just 2 shots, let alone mere flesh and blood. Furthermore, Master Chief had learned a trick or 2 from the engineer in his spirit pet space. He could apply shields to nearby soldiers without needing to release them. He only needed to keep an eye out for snipers and manage any sudden concentrated fire. Sometimes, when enemy firepower was too intense, he would use his own body to block some of the attacks. If a soldier's energy shield was broken and they were injured, he could even treat them in time. It could be said that Master Chief was a tank, an ADCA part-time support, and a healer all in one. Coupled with near-infinite ammunition, he had become an all-around superhuman. Unlike Khalid Zaman's style of clearing the field solo, he directly turned all his teammates into super soldiers. The Marines truly understood what a hero unit saw and meant. Everyone felt as pumped up as if they were on stimulants. After fighting through several corridors, the team suddenly entered a courtyard filled with green plants. This type of courtyard was originally intended for the prophets to rest and meditate. It contained towering peaks, beautiful canyons, and a meticulously designed stream flowing through the canyon. Although the entire courtyard was vast, it was clearly indoors. The walls on all sides were made of Covenant architectural materials, and above there was a transparent dome. Looking up, one could even see the shining stars of the cosmos. Such beautiful scenery made everyone stop in their tracks, momentarily hesitating as if they had taken a wrong turn. The soldiers had been fighting with fervor along the way, and suddenly seeing this scene left them all feeling emotional. Damn, the scenery here is really nice.
These Covenant scumbags sure know how to enjoy themselves.
Creating this kind of scenery indoors must have cost a fortune, right?
The group was buzzing with discussion, but only Master Chief noticed the battle in the canyon. He stood on the cliff and looked into the valley, where 2 hunters were skirmishing with 6 ghost-faced beasts.
The hunters had heavier armor and powerful firepower, using their shields to block bullets while taking the opportunity to fire their heavy fuel rod cannons.
The ghost-faced beasts circled around, facing such behemoths they wouldn't choose to charge into melee combat.
After all, the Kirahani were just prone to rage, not complete idiots.
As soon as Master Chief saw the hunters, an indescribable sense of joy welled up in his heart.
To put it nicely, it was like a child seeing chocolate. To be more realistic, it was like an old lecher seeing a naked woman. He simply couldn't suppress his inner excitement.
Cortana was just about to make a snide remark when she suddenly issued a warning, snipers.
Over a dozen jackals suddenly appeared on the surrounding peaks, all raising their muzzles to fire at the humans.
At that moment, Master Chief was still looking down at the battle below and hadn't noticed the enemies suddenly appearing in the distance.
Upon hearing the warning, he instinctively pulled out a steel shield to hold in front, blocking most of the sniper bullets.
The Marines were broken out in a cold sweat. Even with energy shields, being targeted by so many snipers would mean certain death.
The soldiers roared as they raised their rocket launchers to return fire, the shells flying out like a meteor shower.
This thing came with a thermal energy guidance system and hit aerial vehicles with pinpoint accuracy.
but the jackals didn't have enough energy output to be locked onto by the system. Therefore, after flying a certain distance, all the rockets were easily dodged.
Seeing that the humans weren't much of a threat and couldn't be killed quickly, the jackals all turned their muzzles to fire at the hunters below.
One of the hunters, having fought the ghost-faced beasts for a long time, had its back armor plate shattered, exposing the worm colony inside, and was prioritized for concentrated sniper fire.
Emitting a huge unwilling roar, the behemoth collapsed and died.
John was furious.
These guys all deserve to die. He immediately pulled out 2 SRS-99 sniper rifles and fired 4 shots, with both hands instantly taking out 8 snipers. The remaining jackals were scared out of their wits and not daring to stay. They all scattered and fled.
Leave the ones below to meet you guys, find a way down, and don't open fire.
Having finally encountered hunters, only to have one killed was like an old lecher ready for a threesome suddenly having one of the girls stolen away. That kind of anger was something no ordinary man could endure. So Master Chief took a leap of faith from the 100-meter high cliff. The remaining hunter entered rage mode, stepped forward, swung its shield, and used a 180-degree wide area sweep against the ghost-faced beasts. 2 of the 6 ghost-faced beasts were instantly knocked away. The hunter's speed and strength would suddenly increase while in a rage, and fighting it using previous experience would definitely lead to losses.
The ghost-faced beasts that hadn't been hit immediately opened fire, hoping to take it down directly while the hunter wasn't raising its shield.
Without the shield blocking, the hunter's body was hit by several bullets.
It roared and charged forward, knocking away 2 more.
The last 2 ghost-faced beasts were also enraged. They threw away their guns, raised their arms, and wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat with this behemoth.
But an even angrier figure rushed over, grabbing the 2 unlucky bastards, one in each hand, and throwing them deep into the adjacent mountainside. Master Chief dealt with the ghost-faced beasts, walked over, looked at the heavily injured hunter, and asked, "Are you okay?" Cortana was just about to warn him when he was slapped away by the enraged hunter and also embedded into the mountainside. "Cough, I'm sorry." John had been excited for a moment and forgotten to release the Hive Queen, instead treating the hunter directly as a teammate.
It was just like an old lecher seeing a naked woman, only to find out after taking his pants off that she was a T-2000 robot that gave him a huge slap in the face. That feeling was depressing enough.
At this time, the Marines had also walked down along the side path and were all stunned to see the scene of Master Chief flying away.
What's the situation? Is Master Chief dead?
True.
One soldier kicked the person who was shouting nonsense and cursed fiercely, "You're the one who's dead. Didn't you see Master Chief is alive and kicking?"
Due to the dense trees on the road, they hadn't found the best shooting angle yet, and the soldiers wanted to circle behind the hunter for a sneak attack. Just then, they saw the big guy suddenly disappear from where it was, and the Marines were all dumbfounded. Someone suddenly shouted, "Oh no."
The hunter can turn invisible. Scatter, everyone get down.
With him shouting like that, some jumped to the side, and some hit the ground on the spot.
Because the instruction was contradictory, 2 soldiers stood there stunned and didn't move at all.
Damn it, are we supposed to scatter or get down? The one who spoke was the smartest one. He first hit the ground, and then rolled to the side quite in the style of Johnson.
Having accepted the hunter, Master Chief was in a much better mood and waved to the soldiers, "Let's go, continue forward. The enemies have all been eliminated."
Out of absolute trust in the battle hero, the soldiers no longer hid and all ran over.
What about the other hunter?
"I don't know. Master Chief said it was eliminated, so it must be dead."
In order to avoid further misunderstandings, Master Chief explained the matter of the spirit pet to them. This was to prevent them from accidentally killing a hunter if they encountered one next time. After all, no matter how strong a steel shield was, it couldn't withstand 20 rockets. Some of the Marines widened their eyes, some nodded gently, but their expressions were all very awkward, as if they didn't really believe it.
John had no choice but to summon the hunter and have the big guy give a standard human military salute.
Then he took out the scarab and let the soldiers jump directly onto it so they wouldn't have to find a way out of the valley, but could jump directly from the scarab's deck to the mountain on the other side.
Just like the Spartan warriors seeing a scarab for the first time, men had absolutely no resistance to this thing.
The soldiers were shouting and hollering, their faces flushed with excitement, constantly yelling as if primitive people were performing a celebratory dance.
In the eyes of these soldiers, Master Chief went directly from a hero-level figure to a monster-level figure. Looking at these Marines who showed signs of atavism, Cortana sighed helplessly. Zytilderman.
Chapter 364, The Chaotic Fleet. Outside the city of Philanthropy, King Leroy was advancing rapidly through the area where hundreds of warships were engaged in a chaotic melee. Since King Leroy never took the initiative to fire, she posed little threat, so few on either side fired at her. Occasionally, those who tried to fire their main cannons found their efforts like mud entering the sea, absorbed completely.
If she had shown strong offensive capabilities, she would have surely faced a frantic counterattack.
Only by becoming an iron tortoise that didn't strike first would these people refrain from acting hastily. After all, both sides had significant firepower. Attacking King Cleo might leave them vulnerable to enemy assault, which wouldn't be worth the cost. Moreover, the formation's strange energy absorption mechanism caused many nearby warships to suffer greatly. After devouring the energy of over a dozen warships of various sizes and dozens of fighters, no one was willing to approach this strange mass of light anymore. A vacuum zone devoid of warships even opened up along the straight path of the Golden Dragon's advance. Cortana said with some surprise, "You're the first one I've seen who can act cool to this level."
Khalid Zaman smiled and said nothing. He wasn't doing this entirely to show off. His main goal was to quickly enter the city of philanthropy.
A few hundred kilometers behind King Gliwo, the Amber also turned off all its lights and cannons, running on a single engine as it silently followed.
Out of habit, the Sanheli people and ghost-faced beasts categorized this suddenly appearing small human warship into the same faction, assuming it possessed the same capabilities.
Thus the Flood enjoyed the same treatment.
It had to be said that the corpse-brain beast's logic was very clear. As King Luo drew closer to the city of philanthropy, the density of warships ahead increased. Because the battle was so intense, many commanders hadn't noticed what had just happened and were unaware of the origins of the suddenly appearing Golden Dragon. Warships from both sides began to attack with their cannons.
From all directions, several plasma spears shot forth, consuming several silver dragons simultaneously with almost no time to replenish them.
At this point, he could no longer just act cool. He had to actively reduce the pressure. The Golden Dragon formation, which had been pretending to be docile, suddenly lashed out. It tore apart the nearest light warships, each one bitten in half by the Golden Dragon avatar. Even so, King Luo was still not the highest priority target. After all, a warship currently firing, he was far more dangerous than an enemy with only melee capabilities.
This situation didn't last long.
With the Gundam engine at the core of the formation running at full power and Cortana's planning, Khalid Zaman went on a killing spree along the way. The communication channels of the Saint Heli fleet were also in an uproar. Everyone get out of the way.
Don't block those golden things.
Why?
He's attacking us too.
That's a human warship, and it looks like it's heading for the city of philanthropy. There's no need for us to take a bullet for the Prophet.
But he just tore 10 of our ships to shreds.
Exactly.
The main cannons can't hit him at all, and the defensive turrets are useless.
Once he gets close, our warships can hardly move. That's why I'm telling you to get out of his path, you bastard.
There are plasma spears everywhere. Do you think we're on a picnic?
We can't just go wherever we want, you bastard.
The elites were currently in a state of extreme agitation.
The Prophet's betrayal and the massacre had left them like puffed-up pufferfish fuming with rage.
At this moment, some warship commanders were a bit hot-headed, even ignoring orders from Fleet Command. The news soon reached the ears of the Sanheli councillors. After watching the battle footage, they were all left in a state of bewilderment. Is this a warship? What else? A giant creature.
It looks like one to me. It only has melee capabilities and no way to fire projectiles.
Just as the person finished speaking, a 500-meter light sword extended from within the Azure Dragon in the video, slicing a ghost-faced beast cruiser in its path in half.
This creature can use an energy light sword too. What the hell is that, a light sword?
A light sword longer than a light warship. In any case, it's not a biological creature. Stop arguing.
Have all warships clear that path as quickly as possible. Empty the area and only permit fire on ghost-faced beast warships. There were still clear-headed people among them who knew that further discussion would lead nowhere and issued the same instructions as Mantiquai. Then all Saint Heli warships reached a consensus and withdrew from the area.
Some large warships strictly followed the order even if it meant taking a couple of hits.
The footage was also transmitted to the consoles of various commanders. The Sanheli people were not stupid.
Compared to the elites, the ghost-faced beasts were much simpler.
Although they lacked unified command, their orders were consistent.
Eliminate the Sanheli people's active forces.
So, they attacked the Golden Dragon when it got close and chased after the Saint Heli warships when it didn't pose a threat. After a large number of Saint Heli warships withdrew, they continued their pursuit. After all, hitting the enemy's rear was much easier than biting an iron tortoise. Thus there were fewer and fewer warships in the area, and the battlefield grew increasingly quiet. The corpse-brain beast was somewhat puzzled. Could this human also control enemy warships? It only knew the general story between the elites and the ghost-faced beasts and could guess why they were fighting, but it knew nothing of the battle experience of those high-level commanders. It could only attribute what was happening on the battlefield to Khalid Zaman.
It also knew that those golden and silver dragons were pure energy bodies condensed through spells, including the 500-meter sword just now.
It could mimic the appearance now
but the energy consumption would be too great.
It still needed to accelerate Miranda 2 cultivation as soon as possible to obtain a complete version of the cultivation manual.
Inside the City of Philanthropy, the Prophet's team was also moving faster and faster.
To maximize Tartarus's combat power, the Prophet of Truth even projected the energy of the Throne of Truth directly onto the Ghostface Beast's equipment, while he himself lost the protection of his shield.
Although Tartarus didn't speak, his eyes were red.
Along the way, he had his subordinates strictly guard the Prophet of Truth, while he himself charged at the front line alone.
Due to the excessive blood and flesh splattered on it, his energy shield emitted an eerie pink glow, harvesting the lives of all enemies like a demon from hell.
The entire team's speed increased. The newly arrived Sanheli people simply couldn't stop the incredibly powerful Tartarus. This also meant that the hope of escape for the two Earthlings was growing slimmer. Miranda too looked at Johnson several times in inquiry, but all she got was a slight shake of his head. The timing now was even worse than before.
Even if they broke Tartarus's powerful shield, the two of them would have no chance of survival in this massive city.
The corpse-brain beast always felt something was wrong. The play it was directing wasn't supposed to be like this. It had lived for 100,000 years with everything going smoothly, but now it felt its fate was ill-starred. At this moment, Miranda too was becoming a bit resentful, which was of course also due to the genes and physical structure of a human female.
Chapter 365, the strongest blow to the City of Universal Love.
Due to unexpected circumstances, Master Chief and his team had to speed up. Soon, their path was blocked by an ultra-long light bridge.
This light bridge looked over 1 kilometer long, but it was only 2 meters wide, with no handrails, just bare edges on both sides. The soldiers felt a bit weak in the knees. One Marine just stepped onto the bridge, felt dizzy looking at the scenery below, and nearly fell off. Even Master Chief complained, "Our Covenant warriors that resilient, just running across this bridge would take forever." After all, the people following him were just regular Marines. Their endurance was far inferior to a Spartan warrior, and he was genuinely worried these men would fall halfway across. Cortana said, "There is a gravity traction device on this light bridge. You just need to jump on it to reach the other side, same as a gravity lift." The two Marines jumped a few times on the light bridge, looking at each other in confusion.
Why isn't it moving?
Is there some kind of switch? I really don't want to go cross-country running on this thing.
At this moment, Cortana snapped her fingers. "All right, the password has been cracked. Everyone just needs to stand on it."
Before she even finished speaking, the people on the bridge were already flying out faster than the top speed of a warthog.
The two were terrified and shivering at first, but later realized that transportation on this bridge was steady as a rock, and they started shouting in excitement.
Crossing the light bridge, they could see several large aerial platforms ahead, where the battle between the Sanheli people and the Ghostface Beast had reached a fever pitch.
Various supplies were piled up along the ways, looking like a warehouse for resupplying warships.
In the middle of each platform was a tower, which likely contained the elevator for transporting supplies.
They had to clear out the enemies and then run along the corridor beside the tower to the next platform, followed by another automatically advancing light bridge.
Having walked through 4 platforms like this, even though they didn't have to walk for many parts of the way, they were all starting to pant.
One soldier complained, "We should have brought a warthog. This is exhausting."
Master Chief did bring a warthog, but the terrain here was narrow and there were no guardrails around. If he flipped the vehicle, it would be easy to fall off, and that wouldn't be something that could be solved by just flipping it back over. Another soldier said, "The space here is so big, we should have driven a fighter jet."
If not, flying a warship in would work too. Everyone else looked at him like he was an idiot.
This is the City of Philanthropy, the headquarters of the Covenant. Do you think this is your hometown in the countryside, where you can just fly a warship whenever you want?
Exactly. Even Earth has orbital magnetic rail cannons.
This Covenant city can even jump itself. Do you think it wouldn't have that kind of defensive facility?
Although the soldiers didn't know the truth, they guessed correctly.
The space here was vast, and even flying the long night in would be no problem, but getting in from the outside was not easy. All warships and transport planes had to dock at the cluster starport at the very bottom of this big mushroom root system before they could enter the city. If one rashly approached from the periphery, the giant ion energy cannons surrounding the city would turn any approaching flying object into ashes. Just as some MAC cannons couldn't be equipped on warships, the defensive cannons on the perimeter of the City of Philanthropy were not at the level of those on ordinary Covenant warships. Turrets like the plasma spear were everywhere. Ion energy projectors covered all directions, and there were even planet-migrating level ion acceleration sniper cannons. This thing had appeared outside reach, and that was the only time it had been equipped on a warship. Unfortunately, because the cost was too high, and it was destroyed by Case's crazy maneuvers, it was never taken out for use again. So even though the Sanheli fleets outside were fighting until their brains spilled out, no one thought about using a warship to break into the City of Philanthropy. The Ghostface Beast warships wouldn't even consider that a golden dragon approaching the city would cause damage. If the ion acceleration sniper cannon couldn't eliminate that thing, then no warship could stop it. After a bit of popular science from Cortana, Khalid Zaman also understood why he had been able to break in here so easily. Moreover, the anticipated attack had already appeared. A small point of ion energy had appeared 100 kilometers away, and in less than 3 seconds, a thin ion acceleration sniper ray passed through their previous position.
And King Liu dodged this strike without taking any damage.
The ray continued to fly backward, brushing past the amber at a distance of less than 1 kilometer. Its momentum and speed did not diminish at all. The sudden attack put immense pressure on the corpse brain beast. To avoid being discovered, it was now at least 150 kilometers away from King Liu, which meant the ray had traveled over 200 kilometers in less than 7 seconds total. Even if it knew how to fly a warship, it wouldn't have had time to react.
Khalid Zaman didn't think much and continued flying forward.
3 seconds was enough for him to dodge the attack, as the Gundam mecha's design had sufficient instantaneous explosive power. It was just that the further they went, the less reaction time there was, and eventually, before rushing into the city of philanthropy, King Liu would suffer a fatal blow.
Cortana saw that he didn't stop and asked anxiously, "What is your plan?"
The artificial intelligence couldn't calculate how a 500-meter warship could break into the city of philanthropy. Khalid Zaman was very calm. He stood in the middle of the magic array and formed hand seals with both hands. It's time to show some real skill. In less than 10 seconds, 3 more acceleration sniper cannons opened fire, and this time Khalid Zaman controlled the Gundam mecha to open its arms, absorbing some of their energy as the ray brushed past.
An unprecedented feeling, completely different from ordinary ion energy, highly condensed and impossible to absorb, almost like tangible light.
Hard life weapon.
Cortana sensed Khalid Zaman's thoughts and blurted out,
"This type of weapon is technology unique to the foreigner, requiring special materials to use. I have seen the introduction on Halo 04. The speed is 1/10,000th of the speed of light. If the mass itself is insufficient, being hit by this weapon will cause destruction at the molecular structure level." She suddenly remembered the humanoid mecha on the Indomitable Priest. That thing carried individual hard-light weapons. Then Cortana added, "Ordinary energy shields can offset this kind of attack. As long as it doesn't directly touch the molecular structure, it is still calculated as energy consumption." Who said I was going to defend? Khalid Zaman had been preparing for a long time, and he wasn't planning on tanking these weapons. His hands had been forming seals since just now, and only now had he barely finished. Heaven and Earth Infinite.
Borrowing the law of Kain Kun,
16 silver dragons opened their mouths simultaneously, and high-intensity energy began to gather in the dragon mouths, as if 16 small suns were shining in the starry sky.
"Light shines on the 8 extremes. Nothing shall not submit."
The main golden dragon Dharma image also opened its mouth. Unlike the silver dragons, the energy sphere inside was black. Performing this spell required consuming an extremely perverted amount of energy. The golden energy boxes around him began to deplete one by one, and all the energy absorbed along the way was poured into it.
5 more hard-light cannons shot over and were dodged again.
In the process of charging the spell, the Gundam's main body was still constantly dodging and shifting. Tension Deodi, driving thunder and galloping clouds. After reciting the 6-line incantation, Khalid Zaman suddenly opened his eyes and 16 golden rays shot forward together.
The black sphere in the golden dragon's mouth shattered after 5 seconds.
Because the energy was too condensed, the black ray was invisible to the naked eye in space. The only thing that could be observed was the tail of the golden ray disappearing rapidly. The golden dragon's main cannon arrived later, but reached first, swallowing all 16 golden rays along the way. During this period, a hard light cannon precisely hit the center of the black light, and the sparks produced illuminated the edges of the black ray with a golden rim. Cortana couldn't believe it. The energy level is actually this high. Khalid Zaman was somewhat exhausted and handed over control of the Gundam to King Liu. He sat down in the middle of the magic array, pointing at the large pile of empty energy boxes beside him.
"My entire fortune is used up.
If this move doesn't work, we'll have to find another way in." Perhaps having discovered the threat of the black ray, the 5 ion acceleration sniper cannons in this direction opened fire simultaneously, seemingly wanting to break this spell.
Khalid Zaman frowned, feeling something was amiss.
Sure enough, after the second round of salvo, the black ray was broken up and could no longer condense together. Gradually, a dozen golden rays scattered from the middle, followed by dozens, then hundreds of silver rays. These rays scattered more and more, but did not change direction. Finally, when approaching the city of philanthropy, the number exceeded 10,000. And all of them were dragon-shaped lightning. Khalid Zaman's spell was nothing strange. It was just like the last time he destroyed Halo 04, condensing all energy together.
The energy consumed this time was more than 100 times stronger than last time. Just the golden energy boxes alone use up over 100. The energy shield on the perimeter of the City of Philanthropy activated, and tiny silver dragons crashed into the shield, causing ripples.
It was as if a rainstorm had started on a calm lake surface. At this moment, the elite and ghost-faced beasts who were fighting all stopped firing.
They had never seen this kind of attack in their lives.
Didn't they say there was no long-range attack? Didn't they say it was an iron turtle? If this kind of energy ray were fired into a fleet, those hundreds of warships would lose 1/5 of their number.
Using the word attack was not accurate enough. The fleet's hit would be melted.
Manticore looked at the attacked City of Philanthropy, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak. If all the warships of the Second Fleet fired together with equally pure energy, perhaps they could cause the same effect, but they couldn't enter the effective range while enduring the acceleration sniper cannons. The thing had an effective range of 1,000 kilometers, while ordinary warships only had 1/10 of that. Is this humanity's ability? His question was very soft, but it could be heard clearly by every soldier on the bridge. However, no one answered. Who knew? If humanity had this kind of technology, all these years it should have been the Sanheli people who were beaten to the point of near extinction.
The ghost-faced beasts also stopped firing because the scene before them was too shocking.
It wasn't that they hadn't seen beautiful fireworks, but the City of Philanthropy looked like it was about to be destroyed. If this giant city were defeated, where would the Covenant go? And where would the ghost-faced beasts go? There was no need to fight to the death at this moment. Every warship commander was waiting for the result, and taking advantage of the ceasefire, everyone was considering whether the City of Philanthropy would be destroyed.
Chapter 366, The Flood Demon's Lucky Pick.
What a pity! Cortana let out a soft sigh. If that spell hadn't been scattered, it might have destroyed those turrets, but after splitting into 10,000 thunder dragons, the energy level had dropped significantly. After barely shattering the energy shield of the City of Philanthropy, fewer than 100 thunder dragons hit their targets. A large patch of holes was blasted into the mushroom-shaped dome of the City of Philanthropy, yet not a single defensive turret was destroyed. The Prophet of Truth watched the golden dragons attack the entire time, beads of sweat dripping from his face. This was the defensive shield of the Foreigner's largest warship, the Dreadnought, yet it had been broken in a single blow. The invincible veil of the City of Philanthropy had been stripped away, leaving it like a naked woman exposed at the mercy of others. The attendant sent a message. Lord Prophet, shall we restart the Dreadnought's reactor?
No, there's no need.
Restarting it would only lead to it being broken again. If the enemy can attack once, they can attack a second time. Arrange another round of shelling and then shut down all defensive systems. The Prophet of Truth had originally intended to use the Dreadnought to escape. He absolutely could not allow the core reactor of this warship to overload again. If it affected the pilgrimage, the loss would outweigh the gain. As long as he could achieve godhood, what did the mere City of Philanthropy matter? Khalid Zaman had no way of knowing this. Seeing the enemy continue to fire, and having exhausted himself without destroying their firing points, he had no choice but to turn around and flee. If he didn't run now, what the hell was he waiting for? Energy shields were powered by reaction cores. Even if overloaded, they would recover within minutes. It wasn't realistic for him to charge in against those hard-light cannons. He didn't have the resources for another attack like that unless he broke into the City of Philanthropy to loot for a few hours first. Both sides believed the other still had strength in reserve, and both had fallen into a state of near despair. However, there was someone even more desperate than the two of them. After the formation dispersed, the silver dragons surrounding King Leroy were completely depleted, leaving only the golden dragon Dama form. Now this golden dragon was heading toward the nearby fleet. It wasn't fast, but it was full of oppressive power. Manticore's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Damn it, an enemy that even the City of Philanthropy's defensive array couldn't kill. A super cannon that broke the Dreadnought shield.
That meteor shower just now had shattered the hearts of every Sanheli person.
As hypermasculine creatures, those Sanheli people were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Since some of the warships did not belong to the Second Fleet of homogeneous purity, Manticore immediately opened the public channel and broadcast a message to all ships. Enter slipspace and lock onto the previous jump coordinates.
Leave the battlefield immediately.
I repeat, leave the battlefield immediately.
The elite warriors were all of the same kind. Even those not in the same fleet could analyze the situation. Thus, they were very receptive to advice. One by one, the warships activated their slipspace engines and began to flee. More than half of the 200-plus warships directly opened slipspace portals while the rest waited for their fighters to return. The fighter pilots fighting desperately outside all wept things were going fine, and then suddenly everyone was running. Fortunately, there were still many good people among the commanders who stayed behind, risking their lives to wait for the warriors to evacuate. Then it was the ghost-faced beast's turn to be awkward. Such a great opportunity was before them if they fired around while the others were jumping. they could take down at least a fifth of the enemy ships, but firing the main cannon would delay their own entry into slip space. By then, the Sanheli people would be gone, and they would have to face the warship that had nearly taken out the city of Philanthropy. They were aggressive, but they weren't stupid. So, not a single ghost-faced beast warship fired. Most of them also activated their slipspace engines.
The two groups that had been beating each other's brains out just moments ago scattered like hoodlums spotting the cops.
Cortana sat on the floor of the warship, clutching her stomach and laughing until she was out of breath. Khalid Zaman's forehead was lined with black streaks, completely unable to understand why she would simulate such a realistic image in this situation. He was exhausted and had to sit in meditation to rest. It would take at least 2 hours to recover a tenth of his strength. He had originally thought that once he entered the city of Philanthropy, he could crush the enemy even while recovering during battle, but he hadn't expected to miss his mark and failed to get inside. As mentioned before, someone was even more desperate than the Prophet and Khalid Zaman. And it wasn't the warships involved in the fight. It was the corpse brain beast following behind King Lero.
The Amber had shut down its engines and was drifting like a destroyed warship.
A small frigate like this, only 500 meters long, worked well enough as simulated debris.
Miranda Twohead was covered in sweat. This wasn't simulated, but an instinctive reaction after being genetically modified into a human. The calculated reinforcements couldn't make it. She would likely lose her protection and be taken away. Was that beautiful future destined to become a pipe dream after all? She had worked so hard to sneak in. According to her divination, if she lost this opportunity, the path to godhood would be severed. The girl's lip quivered, looking as if she were about to drop little pearls, when she suddenly noticed that all the turrets on the perimeter of the city of Philanthropy had stopped operating. Johnson consoled her from the side. "Don't worry, I'll definitely get you out of here." After saying that, he pulled out a handkerchief and handed it over. Miranda too took the handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her head, her expression suddenly regaining its composure.
"Thank you, Johnson.
I feel much better." After drifting for 10 minutes, the Amber floated through the hole Khalid Zaman had blasted and into the city of Philanthropy. It was the only warship to successfully break through from the perimeter of this giant city. One could only say it was the time, the luck, and the arrangement of fate. At this time, the pursuit team led by the Master Chief was still fighting on the aerial platforms. Just as the group crossed a light bridge, they saw a warship streak past in the sky. This was the first time they had seen a warship inside the city of Philanthropy. Before this, they hadn't even seen a transport craft. A dozen or so Marines stood frozen, staring up. That's the Amber. Yes, it's the Amber. Am I hallucinating? Then I'm hallucinating too. There's a warship exactly like the Amber in the enemy's home base. Idiot, the Amber flew in.
The Master Chief also looked up, his gaze following the Amber's movement until the warship disappeared in the distance.
He didn't know what to say.
Cortana was speechless too.
She hadn't detected the Amber behind them and didn't know why this warship was here. Given her personality, she wouldn't easily jump to conclusions about a situation she hadn't analysed.
There are no living people left on the Amber. The flood has occupied that ship.
This wasn't a guess, it was information she knew for certain. All of the Amber's signals were cut off. If there were people inside, they wouldn't have ignored her communication requests. Cortana said nothing more. She could only provide this much information. Let's keep moving. The Master Chief was the quickest to recover. Never mind the Amber being occupied, he had faced situations far more cruel than this many times. Regardless, rescuing the people was what truly mattered.
Chapter 1367, The Fallen Prophet of Mercy.
For a Spartan warrior, there is no mission that cannot be completed. This is the slogan the military has always promoted. While this phrase might be suspected of exaggeration, for the Master Chief it is simply a reality. Crossing platform after platform, passing over bridge after bridge of light, and stepping over countless corpses of ghost-faced beasts and Sanheli people, the team arrived inside a massive structure. It resembled a circular plaza. While the ground was completely empty, the surrounding walls featured oval-shaped chambers about 3 meters long. This was the mausoleum of the kamikaze martyr, the starting point, where Tirvedami became a legend. In the entire plaza, over 100 ghost-faced beasts were besieging a squad of hunters and a dozen veteran white-armored elites, while hundreds of soldier beasts swarmed in the air. The moment the Master Chief entered, he saw the familiar throne at the exit opposite them. The Prophet of Truth and the Prophet of Mercy were leaving the building, while Miranda and Johnson were caught in the middle of a group of ghost-faced beasts, unaware of the rescue team behind them. The elite warriors had ultimately managed to stall the Prophets for quite some time in this place of honor, though they themselves did not know why they had come here. Originally, Tartarus had wanted to deal with the enemies here, but he was stopped by the Prophet of Truth. The city of Philanthropy was already riddled with holes, and this place was no longer important. Whoever wanted the rest of this city could have it. Ghost-faced beasts fell, hunters fell, elite warriors fell. Only the soldier bees flew away.
It took the human soldiers only 5 minutes to clear the enemies here.
The Master Chief opened the exit doors, and Cortana reminded him again the situation is not good. The flood is leaving the wreckage of the Amber. Retrieve the index before things get out of hand, rescue the people, and find an exit as soon as possible. Those who had experienced the Halo 04 campaign knew that the flood itself was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the flood falling into a city with a population of hundreds of millions. By this time, the prophets had reached the final platform where 3 phantoms were parked. The prophet of truth called Tartarus over and said earnestly, "Take the human and activate this halo. The future hope of the Covenant relies entirely on you. I will complete the mission at the cost of my life." The expression on this ghost-faced beast was incomparably solemn as he carefully took the index. Suddenly, a sound like flowing water came from beneath the platform, and hundreds of infection-formed flood crawled up. The ghost-faced beast honor guards hurriedly stepped forward to clear them. With a wave of his hand, Tartarus had the ghost-faced beast lords behind him surround the prophet of truth. After a round of charging, most of the little bugs were wiped out, and the rest ran around the field. One of them, for some unknown reason, ran in an S-shaped path, bypassed the guards, and rushed in front of the prophet of mercy. Logically, these bugs would have been blocked by the shield, but Miranda too had long since studied the principles of the shield and nullified the spiritual energy on the bugs. Thus, the poor prophet of mercy immediately had his head grabbed, those tiny tentacles wrapped around his neck, and countless spores were injected into his body. The original plan of the corpse-brain beast was to kill both prophets here directly, but the suppression of the infection-formed flood by the ghost-faced beasts was too severe, even without shields. The self-destruction of the little bugs could not harm them. Therefore, it only found an opportunity to grab the prophet of mercy. Tartarus put down his gravity hammer, wanting to help pull the bug off him.
This should count as his dereliction of duty, as all his subordinates had been assigned elsewhere, leaving this poor prophet of mercy stranded on the side.
The prophet of truth, however, said at this moment, "Leave him be."
His tone carried a hint of mockery and coldness.
Tartarus was stunned. Although he did not understand the reason for this order, out of loyalty to the prophet of truth, he stopped his actions. "The pilgrimage does not wait for anyone, brother." The expression of the prophet of truth was very calm, as if the one caught by the flood was not his colleague. Finally, he cast a cold glance at the prophet of mercy, and you are no exception. A bewildered Tartarus stood there at a loss. He naturally knew nothing of the infighting between the prophets, but the prophet of truth was his god, and the god's orders had to be strictly executed.
Thus the ghost-faced beast shrugged, picked up his gravity hammer from behind him, and walked away helplessly.
The poor prophet of mercy rolled onto the ground, struggling desperately, but he had no strength to pull off the little bug.
The constitution of the Sanctuary people was indeed very high. Even an elderly and frail prophet could struggle and hold on for a long time in the hands of an infection-formed flood. To a certain extent, they were even tougher than the Sanhali people. Unfortunately, no one cared about this anymore. The prophet of truth opened the access permissions for the prophet of mercy's throne, allowing Tartarus to use it. With the blessing of the throne, it was like having a mobile power bank, and he would no longer have to spend vast amounts of time installing energy projectors. With this thing, he could even challenge Tirvadami anytime, anywhere. It could be said that such a reward had far exceeded the normal scope.
Watching the still struggling prophet of mercy, Tartarus fell into a deep frenzy, and a sacred sense of mission welled up from the depths of his heart.
The prophet of truth nodded, very satisfied with the performance of this ghost-faced beast. "I will wait for you on Earth." Tartarus knelt on one knee, watching the prophet's phantom close its doors. "All right, it's time to work. Move the throne onto this transport craft, and the 2 humans will come with me into the other one." At this moment, Miranda too was actually no longer panicked.
Since they were going back to the Halo once they arrived there, it would be her home turf, and these guys wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble.
Since she couldn't kill the prophets, she would first restore a safe state. Everything should be about stability.
While boarding the Phantom, she saw Johnson winking and gesturing at her.
It looked like he wanted to make a move here.
She was very clear about the true strength of Tartarus taking action now would likely result in being killed by him, and she could not let this man ruin her plan.
Thus Miranda too shook her head gently and placed her index finger in front of her mouth in a gesture for silence. Johnson, who had just been about to act, was a bit bewildered by this set of actions, unable to figure out what she wanted to do for a moment. Consequently, the 2 were successfully escorted onto the Phantom.
Just as the hatch was about to close, Johnson suddenly felt himself being shoved hard.
He fell off the Phantom, and when he looked up, he was facing several honor guards.
Meanwhile, Miranda too was waving at him from inside the cabin, a mocking smile on her face. Humans could activate the Halo, and now that the index was in hand, how could they bring a human back? The corpse-brain beast was not stupid, so at the last critical moment, it pushed Johnson out.
By now, the transport craft had already taken off, and Tartarus was not happy to land again and waste time. His mind was now entirely focused on completing the Prophet of Truth's important mission. Anyway, only one human was needed, so he said casually to those below, "Finish this one off."
Then the hatch closed, and the three phantoms took off simultaneously.
Johnson was almost in tears. It had always been him saving others, but today he had been saved by this young girl. He had wanted Miranda to get ready just now because he wanted to ambush Tartarus and take the opportunity to snatch a phantom with the girl.
Now there was no chance. In the distance, the Master Chief was rushing over with a group of people. But Miranda had been taken away by the ghost-faced beasts.
This girl had left the hope of survival to him at the last moment, and she was even fucking smiling.
Damn it, just like your old man, never asking for help.
Johnson's eyes turned red, watching the departing phantoms, his expression gradually becoming fierce.
Chapter 368, Everyone's Task.
The guy was incredibly agitated, cursing under his breath, his eyes slightly reddened.
Meanwhile, Master Chief walked over to the Prophet of Mercy. "Speak, where are your people?" By now, the Prophet was covered in blood, his neck pierced by several bloody holes from those tentacles.
He no longer held any hope of survival, instead wearing a cruel smile as he said, "Earth,
go and finish it. This time, no survivors will be left."
With the corners of his mouth upturned, one who didn't know better might think it was his enemies who were controlled by the flood.
Master Chief couldn't bear to watch any longer. He needed to at least take him back.
He ripped the flood holding the Prophet of Mercy away and crushed it with a casual flick. It was a pity that this sanctimove people was already at the end of his rope. The bloody holes in his neck had claimed his life.
As the flood was ripped away, he breathed his last, lying on the ground without a sound.
Cortana looked in the direction the Phantom had departed and quickly realized the Prophet's goal. That is a precursor warship. The Prophet of Truth is heading there. A powerful fleet has already arrived at Earth some time ago. If he brings those warships from the city's perimeter over, it is unimaginable how the homeworld fleet will resist.
"You must stop him."
Just then, a group of white-armored elite warriors ran over.
One of them had a headpiece as exaggerated as an alien's head. He was actually a Sangheili counselor.
The Marines all raised their rocket launchers, but were stopped by Johnson
and Master Chief together.
"Wait, do not fire. These guys seem to have something to say."
The two made this move simultaneously because their observational skills were extremely sharp. These Sangheili people had long been within range, yet not one of them drew a weapon, including light swords, nor did anyone enter stealth mode. Their speed looked fast, but compared to the sprint of an elite, it could only be considered a stroll. As long as the purpose wasn't combat, then they could talk. Anyway, no matter how many people came, they had the advantage. Furthermore, both had a certain understanding of the Sangheili people's situation in terms of a critical crisis. They weren't much better off than the Earthlings. The white-armored elite approached, and the Chancellor was the first to step forward.
"Where is that woman?"
The Marines were originally somewhat nervous, but hearing the other side looking for a woman left them confused.
"Gone crazy thinking about women."
"Do you see any women here?"
"Damn it, no women. Do you want a female gorilla instead?" Their attitude was extremely hostile. After all, humans and the Sangheili were mortal enemies. Not opening fire immediately was already quite polite. At this moment, Master Chief walked up to him, and Cortana floated out from his armor. "It seems you've made up your mind."
"I will confirm this one last time. Do you agree to our cooperation?" Cortana became as tall as the Sangheili people, her appearance aggressive as if she were ready to tear someone apart at the slightest provocation.
This Sangheili counselor was the highest-ranking official she could contact. Earth was already under attack. The Prophet was preparing to add fuel to the fire. The flood was jumping around everywhere, and there were people already on their way to activate the halo. Fires were breaking out everywhere, even with Khalid Zaman.
There wasn't enough time to resolve them.
To cope with the current situation, finding some helpers was a last resort. Master Chief and Johnson exchanged a glance and walked to her side. These two could truly tear the elite in front of them apart with their bare hands. A dozen or so wouldn't be enough to go around between them.
The Councillor smiled bitterly. Stop joking.
"If we weren't cooperating, why would we come here?"
To die. He took a deep look at Master Chief. Among the elite race, few could see this green demon up close and retreat unscathed, so he said this very seriously, without any hint of a joke.
Cortana nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Tartarus has already obtained all the conditions to activate the halo. You must stop him at all costs."
After resolving this issue, we will discuss what follows. It's that simple. The Councillor clearly haven't reacted yet, and he asked again, what if we can't stop him?
"What do we do then?"
"If you don't stop him, then there's nothing to be done. Use us the flood, everyone will instantly turn to ash. Fortunately, Earth is not within the radiation range of Halo 05, but St. Helios's. So you don't need to consider what to do if you fail." The Councillor's eyelids twitched twice.
He had already heard from Cortana about the Halo settings. If it weren't for this explosive information, he wouldn't have agreed to cooperate so quickly.
Fine, this guy was originally our target. I will definitely lead the warriors to stop Tartarus.
The elites had a very straightforward style of doing things. Since they were done talking, they turned around and planned to leave.
At this moment, Johnson called out to them.
Wait, I'm going with you.
I must return to the Halo. The councillor looked this human up and down.
He was young and looked quite tender.
Don't you go causing trouble. We don't want to have to divert energy to protect Earthlings during battle.
Johnson didn't get angry.
He walked forward and reached for the gun at the other's waist. The councillor was not some delicate queen. His strength, speed, and reaction ability were no weaker than a golden armored berserker, and he picked up his sidearm a step ahead. I said humans are incompetent. Even a sneak attack can't beat an elite. This person was quite patient and didn't feel angry at the human's rudeness.
Johnson shrugged.
Oh,
Then do you still want this thing?
At this moment, the elite warriors behind the councillor showed expressions of panic, but he alone had not yet reacted.
What Johnson was holding was the councillor's armor helmet.
This thing was very bulky.
Yet it had been removed without anyone noticing. Moreover, a regular elite warrior's helmet had been placed on the councillor's head, which was one of the reasons he hadn't reacted for a moment. To swap out the equipment on someone in front of their face was simply inconceivable. Such a method was likely something no elite warrior could do, not even the kamikaze martyr.
Johnson didn't have time to show off.
He returned the helmet to the other party, walked directly past the councillor into the middle of the elite warriors. Let's talk on the way.
Time waits for no one.
These Sandhali people developed some goodwill towards this defenseless approach. After all, not everyone had the courage to face enemies with their back turned. This was enough to prove that Johnson trusted them.
Cortana told Master Chief to gain an advantage in a large-scale war. Khalid Zaman is the first choice, so I have already let him and King Liwo return to Earth.
As for you, John, you must go and stop the Prophet of Truth. There is still time.
Meath, Master Chief heard that Cortana's tone was a bit unusual. She always said we, not you.
Yes.
I must stay behind to find an opportunity to blow up the Halo and the City of Philanthropy.
Someone must do this.
Cortana felt a bit sad. She didn't want to separate from Master Chief either,
But this was already the best choice.
At this moment, only half of her computing power was inside Master Chief, and the other half was with Khalid Zaman. To control the City of Philanthropy and blow up the Halo, she had to gather all her computing power, otherwise everything would be in vain. Therefore, what Cortana made was the optimal solution. I will enter the network of the City of Philanthropy and guide you to the Prophet. Go, Master Chief. Johnson was going to save Miranda, Khalid Zaman was going to Earth, and Master Chief was going to intercept the Prophet of Truth. These things were all more important than blowing up the Halo. However, the Halo and the infected City of Philanthropy had to be cleared. The task Cortana shouldered was not light either. These people were about to separate to carry out their respective tasks, each facing a life and death ordeal.
It was hard to say who would survive 100%, but this was the fate of humanity.
Chapter 369, The Cultivator's Promise. Khalid Zaman was adjusting his breathing on the outskirts of the City of Philanthropy.
After receiving Cortana's message, he realized the gravity of the situation.
He had originally planned to strike straight at the heart of the enemy and cause a massive scene in the Covenant's home base, but now he could only return to Earth to assist in the defense.
It couldn't be said that he could completely crush the Covenant fleet, but with him there, the human side might be able to completely turn the tide in certain local battlefields. It could be said that Khalid Zaman was an important chess piece capable of influencing the entire war situation. Returning to Earth now was the best arrangement. Moreover, his family and friends were there, and this return would ultimately result in a bloodbath. Before that, Cortana requested to have her part of the consciousness transferred into the City of Philanthropy. To control the self-destruction of such a large city, Cortana needed to use all of her computing power. I'm sorry,
Khalid Zaman's apology was sudden.
During the days since returning to Earth, he hadn't researched methods for a soul cultivator to forge a body, resulting in Cortana's cultivation remaining stuck at the 10th level of Kai refining.
Otherwise, this AI's computing power could have increased countless times, and she wouldn't have had to risk her life to stay here and handle the aftermath. Cortana comforted him. It's okay, it's not your fault. Fate never gives us a chance to catch our breath.
As long as you are alive, I will eventually have my day of becoming a god.
Oh, why is that? I'm not even sure if I can survive the tribulation myself. It's a woman's intuition. King Liwo casually grabbed a passing phantom, and after clearing out the enemies inside, Cortana boarded the transport to enter the City of Philanthropy. Although the situation was extremely urgent, Khalid Zaman's mood was very calm. No matter what the future held, this war would definitely end in the short term. Either the Covenant would be destroyed, or humanity would disappear,
and the existence that guided him here would inevitably give him the answers he wanted.
Just as King Leo activated the slipspace engine, intending to return to Earth, a dozen slipspace rifts suddenly appeared in front of them.
At this time, the warships on the outskirts of the City of Philanthropy had either flown away or jumped through slipspace. There were no more warships larger than 300 meters within a radius of 1 light year. However, the ones emerging from these slipspace rifts were all big guys, cast-class assault carriers, CCS-class battle cruisers. All were heavy capital ships of the Covenant.
Inside the assault carrier Ghost Shadow, Manticore was a bit dazed.
His order was to evacuate immediately.
Because there was no time to set a destination, he set it to the location of the last jump.
However, these warships had all jumped directly into the battlefield from other places.
In his haste, he had circled back to where he started, so his escape had been for nothing. Not only did they return, but they also had a 2-minute paralysis period. If they were targeted by the human during this time, it would be over. Although these warships had decent combat power, facing that freak 2 minutes would probably be barely enough to fill the gaps between that guy's teeth. Manticore's mind was filled with the main cannon beams fired by the Golden Dragon. Firepower of that level was simply not something the Covenant could possess. While the commander was lost in thought, his adjutant sent a message. Report: an unknown warship has sent a communication request. Unknown warship? Where did all these unknown warships come from?
What does it look like?
Send it over for me to see. The adjutant sent the image, and the Gundam form King Leo appeared on the screen. What is this? Making a warship into a humanoid form is simply whimsical. This thing would be the first to die in a war. Manticore kept complaining, feeling nothing but contempt for such a design. However, fortunately, the Golden Dragon was not nearby, so he connected the communication. Seeing that these were all Sanheli people, Khalid Zaman gave up his intention to attack. He inquired, "There are no ghost-faced beasts in your warships, right?"
What are you?
A mere earthling dares to be so insolent.
Wait.
Khalid Zaman raised a hand to stop the other party from speaking further. This situation was somewhat familiar. Clearly, the other person didn't know who he was and was putting on official airs. He asked, "Was your warship just nearby a moment ago?" "Yes, so what?" Manticore puffed out his chest and said righteously, "A true warrior must fear nothing and be able to face eye with wrong, big brother." Halfway through his sentence, Khalid Zaman summoned the Golden Dragon avatar again. The effect was indeed good. This poser instantly chickened out. If he really feared nothing, he wouldn't have run away just now, returning and speaking so boastfully was definitely because he didn't know the truth. According to Khalid Zaman's temperament, he wouldn't let the other party finish acting cool and hurling insults before crushing them. That would be foolish, allowing someone to mess with your head before showing off. He was truly powerful and didn't need to put on an act, so no one could act cool in front of him. You're quite sensible.
In that case, I'll talk to you properly.
Thank you, big brother Tilda.
Manticore was very practical. His personality was similar to Borutami's, possessing strong political attributes. In plain terms, he was ambitious and knew when to yield. Khalid Zaman asks, "The prophets have already led a fleet to attack Earth. What is the attitude of you Sanheli people regarding this?" Manticore was somewhat surprised that this powerful human was so direct, without any pleasantries or formalities, getting straight to the point. But he was just a fleet commander and couldn't represent all Sanheli people. And the Second Fleet of Homogeneous Purity can confirm that we will not participate in this matter. As for the others might not necessarily listen to you right. Khalid Zaman had a bit of a headache. He would have preferred to take these warships back to Earth. But he couldn't completely control these Sanheli people, and if they turned traitor, it would only make matters worse. Yes. However, I can give you a suggestion. The person most likely to become the new leader of the Saint Heli is Tirvadami, who became the Kamikaze Martyr. He is the supreme leader of the Sword of Saint Heli and the faction with the most supporters, including myself. If you can persuade him and the Earth Alliance, then the Sanheli people will be humanity's greatest ally. Oh, the commander of the Special Justice Fleet, Tirvadami. Yes. Manticore briefly explained what happened after Tyr returned from Halo 04, and only then did Khalid Zaman learn what this enemy, who had once successfully killed him, had gone through. Very good. Khalid Zaman's impression of this commander was quite good. He could instantly guess his purpose, showing he was a talent. If he went in a hurry, he would have wanted to try and recruit this Sanheli. If you see Tyr, tell him for me. I'm the Spartan warrior he killed on Reach. Before, we were each serving our own masters, so I don't blame him. In the future, if he is willing to help humanity, I will repay him tenfold. This includes letting him become as powerful as I am. The Kai refining art in your hands was written by me. It is merely the most basic introduction. Halfway through, he even performed a few basic elemental spells to create some visual effects. Flames, water, spheres, thunder, and lightning surrounded him, making for a lively scene. And the true power of cultivation is far beyond the Golden Dragon you saw today. Only then did Manticore learn that the thing was called a golden dragon, but his mind wasn't on how powerful the spells were. Instead, it was Tyr had once killed this human warrior, was at a dayside, and he succeeded. There was no need for Khalid Zaman to lie to him, so these words should all be true.
Then what kind of existence was Tyr Vadami, who had once successfully committed dayside?
After half a minute of processing, Manticore finally reacted. I understand.
I will definitely convey this matter. MHM. Khalid Zaman nodded with satisfaction and then added, this condition also applies to all Sanheli people, including you. As long as you give us help, you are my friend.
I will give a corresponding reward.
That is all I have to say. He cupped his fists in a salute and then closed the communication.
Manticore's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He naturally knew that Khalid Zaman was only being so polite because Earth was in danger, but for someone who could crush you at will to be so courteous, didn't it precisely show that this Earthling was broad-minded, had a sense of the big picture, and a sense of honor? In this regard, there was no difference between him and the Sanheli people. So why on earth did those damned prophets want to massacre humanity? Chapter 370, The Divine Wind Warrior's Surprise Attack.
After Khalid Zaman finished giving his instructions, he entered slipspace and headed towards Earth.
He did not know that from this moment on, the era of universal cultivation had begun.
At this moment, there was another unlucky soul fighting on the Halo. Tyr Vadami, who had been sent by the flood, was initially confused, but the corpses of the elite warriors on the ground and the swarms of ghost-faced beasts left him no time to think. His people were being slaughtered.
The task now was simple. First, find a transport ship, then find Art and those subordinates, and finally seek revenge against the Prophet of Truth.
Even though he had extreme distrust for the corpse-brain beast, the things he needed to do did not conflict with the other party's intentions.
After entering a narrow path, Tyr discovered a heavily injured elite.
The armor was shattered, the stomach was ripped open, and the warrior was hanging on by a single breath.
Kamikaze martyr.
The councillors have all been slaughtered. The Prophet has betrayed us. Kill those ghost-faced beasts.
Finally, the Saint Heli stopped breathing with eyes wide open, looking as if he died with regrets.
A wave of sorrow rose in Tyr's heart. If he had been more decisive, perhaps today's passive situation would not have been caused.
He gently stroked the warrior's eyes with his hand, trying to make the other party close them, but for some reason the eyes would open again after being closed completely uncontrolled by external force.
But the breathing and heartbeat were already gone, so why was this happening?
I will definitely kill the Prophet of Truth with my own hands and avenge you. Rest easy, warrior.
After Tyr finished speaking, the corpse's eyes finally closed. An unknown rage rose in his heart.
Exploitation, abandonment, betrayal, these blood debts the prophets owed the Saint Heli race must be repaid with blood. Picking up the plasma rifle from the warrior's hand, he continued forward.
After walking for a while, sounds came from a bend in the mountain path. It sounded like at least 4 ghost-faced beasts were walking towards here. Tyr immediately entered stealth mode. These guys seemed to be patrolling, chatting and laughing. You don't know that Saint Heli just now was still shouting before he died.
He said ghost-faced beasts are traitors and wanted to protect the Prophet.
Yeah, it cracked me up.
He didn't even know these orders were issued by the Prophet. I heard those in the city of philanthropy had it even worse. Many councillors were killed.
The councillors are all trash. Those Saint Heli are too weak.
Killed quite a few today, not even a bit.
But Chaitilda, a light sword pierced through the chest of this ghost-faced beast, precisely stabbing through the heart.
The other ghost-faced beasts exclaimed, knowing there was an invisible enemy nearby. They quickly took out their weapons and then fired randomly in all directions.
Then came the second ghost-faced beast. His head flew off.
This startled the 2 companions who were still firing.
The third ghost-faced beast wanted to escape, but his feet felt light as he rolled onto the ground, discovering his legs were gone, and then his body was also slashed into 2 pieces.
The last guy saw all his companions die miserably, dropped his weapon, and let out a roar, his whole body emitting a faint red light. The biggest characteristic of the ghost-faced beasts is that they can unleash their full physical potential when in despair. Once the Kira Hani fight for their lives, even powerful hunters can be killed in melee combat.
Unfortunately, this move was no different from a clown in the eyes of Tyr Vadami.
With one slash, the roaring ghost-faced beast was split in 2 from top to bottom. Half an hour later, Tyr Vadami had slaughtered his way through the entire valley. Almost none of those ghost-faced beast corpses were intact. All died miserably.
Tyr was speechless compared to those Saint Heli rebels. Killing ghost-faced beasts was simply too easy.
Most of these guys didn't have energy shields, nor did they have motion trackers. Other than their well-developed sense of smell and hearing, they had no other reconnaissance methods. He really didn't know why so many elite warriors had died at their hands.
Walking along a winding mountain path, ahead appeared to be a foreigner structure and at the entrance of that building was a shadow turret. 5 ghost-faced beasts were there chatting and laughing, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was approaching them. Tyr gripped his lightsword and crept over. In the span of a few turns, the ghost-faced beasts were all cut into pieces.
Just as he slashed the last enemy to death, an elite suddenly appeared from stealth mode beside him.
It looked like he also wanted to attack these ghost-faced beasts. Fortunately, Tyr reacted quickly and immediately withdrew his hand. If it had been some experienced veterans, it was very likely they would have subconsciously slashed with the sword. That elite was naturally startled, but upon seeing Tyr Vadami, he immediately revealed an excited expression. Kamikaze Martyr. Great, these damned ghost-faced beasts ambushed us, so many brothers have died. Tyr nodded. They took the lives of our brothers, so they must pay. He didn't say much and didn't want to preach any grand principles at this moment. There was only one thing to do: kill any ghost-faced beast he saw. The two entered the foreigner structure and fought their way through, clearing out over a dozen ghost-faced beast squads. Almost every room and corridor had corpses of elite warriors. It looked extremely tragic, but the traces of battle were not obvious. Just as the warrior said earlier, these clansmen were all killed by ghost-faced beast ambushes. They were not weak, it was just that they didn't expect that fellow members of the Covenant would stab them in the back. Since that was the case, he would also make these despicable guys taste what it meant to be ambushed and backstabbed. Tyr Vadami rampaged through the foreigner structure. The little follower from earlier could barely keep up with his speed and had no chance to attack at all. Soon, the slaughter here alerted the main force of the ghost-faced beasts, and witnesses had already reported Tyr's golden classical armor. The Kamikaze Martyr was not only famous among the Saint Heli, every generation of martyrs was a battle maniac, and each one could easily kill hundreds or thousands of enemies. Therefore, the nearby Ghostface Beast commander immediately reacted. At this time, 5 shield-bearing jackals were standing at the building exit, with a Ghostface Beast captain standing behind each of them. As soon as the door opened from the inside, the Kamikaze Martyr would walk into the trap they had set. However, after the door opened, the ambush squad didn't see anyone. What they waited for were several fuel rod cannon shells. Ambush failed. The deployment in the back isn't finished yet. Immediately send a few ghosts to intercept. Just as Tyr eliminated the ambush squad that was standing straight at the door, 8 ghost vehicles charged over on the mountain road. These ghost-faced beasts didn't seem to be used to this kind of thing, crashing the cars directly into the mountain wall before stopping. Tyr was wondering if that side wasn't a mountain, but a cliff, whether he could enjoy watching them all jump off the cliff together. These ghost-faced beasts were sent in a hurry, not even knowing that the ghost vehicles had 2 cannons.
So after they stopped the cars, they took out their own small pistols and opened fire.
This operation made Tyr roll his eyes.
These guys are really stupid. This time the little follower rushed to the front, charging up with an energy sword, and the first ghost-faced beast also put down his weapon, taking out a gravity hammer to prepare for melee combat. Tyr sensed something was wrong and immediately ran over to pull the little follower away. The gravity hammer barely grazed the elite's face and smashed into the ground. Both were affected by the shockwave from the hammer's impact and were thrown away. As the saying goes, it's easy to watch others carry the load. Watching the Kamikaze Martyr cut through enemies like vegetables along the way, the little follower developed the illusion that ghost-faced beasts were easy to kill. If it weren't for Tyr's quick reaction, he would have surely died. Be careful, we don't have the advantage in head-on melee combat with ghost-faced beasts. Tyr pulled this person back a few steps, then took out a fuel rod cannon and fired wildly. At this time, the Ghost-faced Beast Field Commander received news that the interception team had been wiped out again. Hurry it up and set up firing points, send snipers to the mountain, give all those jackals energy sniper rifles, and send them to the mountain. Quick! Report the Kamikaze Martyr has charged out, riding a ghost vehicle. The speed is too fast, the firing points can't stop him. The commander was furious, damn it, who told you to go with ghost vehicles? Then no one spoke. It was this guy who said it, so how could the others answer?
Chapter 371, A Warrior Like the Wind.
Report. All jackal snipers on the cliff are in position. No targets detected. Report. The Kamikaze Martyr has broken through our 2 heavy firepower points in front. He didn't open fire, he just rushed straight through. Report. The Kamikaze Martyr has rushed into the narrow path. He is charging along the stream. He has rushed past where we opened fire, but we can't hit him. The continuous reports from over a dozen squads were either about the Kamikaze Martyr rushing past them, or not even seeing a shadow. Their deployments along the road couldn't keep up with Tyr's dashing speed. The Ghostface Beast Commander smashed his communicator and jumped straight onto a Wraith tank. He refused to believe that this Kamikaze Martyr was more badass than a tank. This place consisted of 2 gorge-shaped small valleys with only an entrance and no exit. Or rather, the exits were inside those foreigner structures on the surrounding mountains. The commander's tank was in the inner valley. He had placed another Wraith in the outer small valley, and over a dozen Jackal snipers and nearly 30 Ghostface Beast combat squads were deployed on the surrounding foreigner structures. As long as the Kamikaze Martyr dared to rush in, he would definitely be surrounded completely, and even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to fly out. Tivadami and that little follower charged more than 2 kilometers along the stream. The end of the stream was exactly where the Ghostface Beast commander had set up his defensive line.
It seems they have made full preparations here. We cannot charge forward any further.
Tyr analysed the defence situation of the position in front of him with just one glance. There was a Wraith tank in the small valley in front. The terrain here was narrow, leaving no room for the Ghost to manoeuvre. Moreover, there were 5 visible snipers nearby, and there must be more in the unseen corners. It looked like there was an exit at the back of the valley, but looking from above, the mountain peaks were continuous. There was definitely no exit behind, at least no flat passage for vehicles to pass through. He was able to dash all the way and surpass those firepower points that didn't have time to deploy because of this rapid judgment ability. Some things could no longer be called wisdom or experience, but rather subconscious choices. Jumping off the Ghost, Tyr said, "The road ahead is very dangerous. If you keep following me, you will likely die."
Oh,
Is this advice from the famous Kamikaze Martyr? Didn't we wait for the day we became warriors to return our souls to Karo, to return our souls to Saint Heli? The two looked at each other and smiled. This was the tradition of the San Heli people joining the army.
They charged directly up the small hillside along the road towards the foreigner ruins above.
They weren't fish that had to bite when seeding bait.
As long as they killed all those guys guarding the side, the bait could only stare helplessly.
Unless that tank dared to open fire on its own people. So,
Under the gaze of the Wraith tank, Tyr and the little follower cleared out all those ghost-faced beasts and jackals. By the time they rushed into a foreigner structure, the tank had no way to open fire. At this moment, the ghost-faced beast commander suddenly had a bad premonition. He opened the communicator and asked, "Where did we put the weapons and equipment we brought down?" An adjutant replied, "In the room on the hillside." "Which room, boss?" "There is only one room here that can be entered. The others are ruins and have no doors." "These idiots, why put the weapons there? Can't you find a safe place to store them?" "Boss, everywhere else is open air, only that place is the safest." This ghost-faced beast was a bit confused. He was right at the exit of that room. Since the commander didn't like it, he would simply take those pieces of equipment out and find another place. These things had been collected by them for a long time. Inside were fuel rod cannons, ghost-faced beast grenade launchers, human rocket launchers, etc., all heavy weapons. Besides that, there were 2 crates of grenades each, including human grenades.
Tyr and his companion rushed in, and after killing a few empty-handed ghost-faced beasts, they were still a bit suspicious.
why didn't they carry weapons?
Who knows, maybe ghost-faced beasts are all very poor. I heard they can't even get enough to eat. When the next door opened, both of them fell silent. Piles of heavy weapons were arranged neatly along with crates of ammunition. Beside each type of weapon, there were a few grenades.
There were human ones, Covenant ones, all matched together like a set meal.
Tyr took a deep breath, pointed at the equipment, and asked, "You said they were poor just now."
The ghost-faced beast, who wanted to retrieve the equipment, had just opened the door when he saw 2 rocket shells flying out.
He was quick to react, dodging to the side of the door, barely avoiding getting his face plastered by the missiles. But those firepower points and snipers on the mountain were unlucky. This door faced various ambush positions directly with a clear view. They had carefully selected many ambush points and sniper positions, and then the enemy didn't enter the trap, but walked along the only path beside the trap, seeing the backsides of these hunters.
Roles reversed, hunters became the hunted. Tivadami and his little follower had a blast with the fuel rod cannons and human rocket launchers, and the mountains were filled with blown-up ghost-faced beasts and jackals.
"All right, let's take the rest with us. Kamikaze Martyr, you are still too kind. With so much ammunition, you only take a little bit."
Most of it was returned to them.
Tyr looked at those empty crates and the devastated position outside, shaking his head and saying, "I find you very humorous." When they walked out, the ghost-faced beast at the door was still shivering, completely unaware that 2 people had appeared beside him. And the commander in the valley also opened the hatch of the Wraith tank, cursing at that guy. But halfway through the scolding, he noticed something wrong.
That guy was flying towards him, flailing his arms and legs.
The commander was furious. "You bastard. How dare you provoke me? I'm going to kill you." "Wow, run, you bastard. The Kamikaze Martyr is here." "Nonsense, we are in an ambush." The commander's words stopped halfway because that guy flying overrolled in the air, revealing 4 plasma grenades on his back. The increasingly bright light indicated that the grenades had already been triggered. At this point, it was too late for him to return to the tank. "Bastard, you didn't say so earlier."
Boom!
The Ghostface Beast commander was blown up and died with unresolved grievances that subordinate didn't say until his death that he was carrying bombs. He felt that if he could choose in his next life, he would never be a Kirahanim again. This was the last line of defense set up for the kamikaze martyr, so there was no resistance on the road behind.
Tyr and his companion found a passage from the Foreigner ruins that could lead outside the mountain. After walking out of the passage, another Wraith tank drove towards them. The little follower was about to open fire, but was immediately stopped by Tyr.
These are our own people. Sitting in the machine gun seat of the Wraith was an old acquaintance, Arts, with only half a mouth left.
Chapter 372, the new goal of the Divine, Wind Martyrs.
Art saw the kamikaze martyr's armor at a glance as well as that familiar face. Brother, I knew you were still alive.
Those cancellors.
Tyr interrupted him. They're all dead. The Ghostface Beast did it. Arts was somewhat surprised you already knew. Tyr Vadami felt a bit sad. He had heard about this matter from the Ghostface Beast, and from the little follower too. In any case, many people already knew about it. He should have anticipated this outcome when the Prophet ordered Tartarus to kill him. In the eyes of a qualified politician, his own priority might have been behind those of the councillors.
Arts corrected him. They didn't all die. A dozen or so escaped.
They expressed a desire to join the Sword of Saint Heli. Sigh. Tyr sighed softly. I hope they can lead the warriors of our race to take revenge.
Arts said meaningfully, that is not their responsibility.
What do you mean? Tyr seemed not to understand.
Leading the warriors of our race to take revenge is your responsibility.
You are now the supreme leader of the Sword of Saint Heli. Tyr Vadami was stunned. He had done many things wrong, and even at the very end he could not have imagined that the Prophet would do such a thing. If he could have judged it sooner, then so many Sanhali people would not have died. These were all elite on the battlefield, all precious warriors. I have failed them.
Oh,
Then you should take on this responsibility even more.
At this moment, you are the only one who can turn the tide, my brother.
then
At this moment, Tyr Vadami recalled his military career, the days of campaigning everywhere, and the times when he commanded hundreds of warships and millions of troops.
His back gradually straightened as if an invisible hand was lifting him up.
As they were talking, the little follower pointed at the sky and said, "Look, there are aircraft."
2 Phantom transports flew overhead and landed directly on a Foreigner spire in the distance.
Tartarus escorted Miranda 2 off the transport, followed by a group of Ghostface Beast Lords.
and in every direction there were dozens of phantoms and hundreds of banshees approaching this place.
Tyr Vadami asked, "What is that place?" The little follower knew about this. That is the viewing platform where the councillors watch the sanctification ceremony. It is the starting point of the pilgrimage. The words of the corpse brain beast suddenly echoed in Tyr Vadami's mind. There is still time to stop the activation of the Halo Ring. Fate made us enemies, but the Halo Ring has made us accomplices.
So that's it.
Tyr took a deep breath and said solemnly he wants to activate the Halo Ring. Arthur's expression was somewhat surprised. I heard that if the Halo Ring is activated, it will destroy all living creatures, including all the clansmen on St. Helios. This news has spread throughout the army. Tyr Vadami smiled bitterly. The Halo Ring would destroy everything, and those prophets treated destruction as the end goal. The Sanheli people could have faith, but they were not stupid. No matter how fanatical a believer, it was impossible to follow the Sanxmu people to their deaths. Therefore, if this matter were made public, there would definitely be disagreement or even war. No wonder. This was the reason the prophets suddenly attacked and backstabbed them. As for those humans, they had long known this information, so they were trying their best to destroy the Halo Ring. Everything connected and it all made sense. Now all the conditions for activating the Halo Ring had been met. Humans, the Index, these were all his own masterpieces. Tyr even wanted to slap himself twice. We must stop Tartarus. We don't have enough people. Arts looked at the sky full of aircraft and felt helpless. This time he only brought a dozen or so people, and now the air was almost occupied by ghost-faced beasts, so they couldn't get in at all. Fortunately, he had some new information. Someone just told me they saw the ghost shadow outside the Halo. I will go talk to Mantiquai. He will definitely give us support. Tyr frowned. Mantiquai. He is not an easy person to get along with. Why, is he from the Prophet faction? There is no longer a Prophet faction. Those guys got too close to the ghost-faced beasts, and most of them have been wiped out.
No, I know this person. He is somewhat like Borutami, but more cautious.
It actually surprised me that he didn't leave immediately. According to my understanding of Mantiquai, he should have retreated immediately and then raised a team of his own. It is somewhat difficult to get him to risk starting a war with the Covenant. Tyr knew the characteristics of every fleet and commander like the back of his hand. In his view, intelligence on allies was just as important as that on enemies.
Fine.
Art still trusted his old friend's judgment quite a bit, but he also had his own methods.
As long as I can board a ghost shadow, then it won't be up to him to decide.
Tyr laughed out loud. Ha ha ha.
That's a good idea. I believe you can do it.
You go find reinforcements first, I will rest here for a bit.
Arts was very efficient. In less than half an hour, he brought back a large group of people. A dozen or so phantoms dropped off quite a few people, as well as vehicles like wraith, tanks, and ghosts. There were over 100 warriors and more than 20 vehicles. These reinforcements didn't look like much, and honestly, they were quite few. Tyr watched for a while, and seeing no other troops, he asked, "Why are they all ground troops?
Are there no air forces?"
Art spread his hands. The air force of the Ghost Shadow was mostly wiped out in the previous melee. This is all there is in the first batch. The troops from other warships will definitely arrive within half an hour. Let's set off first.
Tirvadami was somewhat surprised. How?
Was the guy so easy to talk to?
At first he was trying to act tough with me, but later after I beat him up, he became obedient.
Beat him up?
Then he would have most likely run away and wouldn't have sent follow-up troops over. No, the moment he heard it was to send reinforcements to Tirvadami, he got extremely excited, immediately contacted several councillors, and even wanted to come and support in person. Ars's words made Tyr feel alert. I remember that is not his personality. Oh, he is indeed not that kind of person.
However, someone put pressure on him and promised him benefits. Benefits?
He can raise a fleet himself. Who can give him any benefits?
Did you lay it on too thick, kid?
Did you beat that guy into submission?
Arts grinned with the remaining half of his mouth and said, "He said someone had a message for you."
Tirvadami waited for a long time, but this guy just kept grinning foolishly. He frowned and said, "Hurry up and explain. Don't waste time."
Fine.
That Spartan warrior named Khalid Zaman said that as long as you can help the humans, he will repay you tenfold,
including making you as powerful as him.
Those Kai refining arts were written by him. That little booklet only recorded some superficial aspects. He wants to give the real stuff to those who are helpful to Earth. This condition is only valid for us Sanheli people.
Khalid Zaman is that.
Tyr found it hard to believe.
Arts said it for him. That is the Earth super soldier you once killed. He said he doesn't blame you, and instead he appreciates you. That explains it. Tirvadami was very clear that such methods were almost comparable to those of the gods. If Mantiquai had seen it once, he definitely wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass by. Now he finally felt at ease.
Let's go. Let's save this universe first.
We can talk about other things later.
Chapter 373, the powerful enemy about to appear.
With aerial reinforcements yet to arrive, Tirvadami led his team forward on the ground, eliminating quite a few sporadic wraith, tanks, and ghosts along the way. Unlike the three-dimensional fire coverage in space battles, the greatest advantage of ground warfare is the ability to deal explosive damage at a specific point on the front line. This allows the enemy's formation to be disrupted while simultaneously suppressing their morale. This tactic is effective even when the opponent's front line is stable and without flaws. If their deployment lacks organization, Tyr will instantly find the weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Most Ghostface Beast commanders lack the talent of a field commander. They are best at fighting with their lives, and expecting them to use tactics and tricks is simply asking too much. Therefore, the team led by Tirvadami fought smoothly, even more easily than fighting the Flood. The reinforcements even heard the kamikaze martyr and Arts chatting casually over the communication channel. It was as if they were not here to fight an enemy force several times their size, but rather on an outing. The team crossed a mountain peak and arrived in front of the Forerunner structure at the summit. By this time, the aerial units had discovered the situation on the ground, and many phantoms came to support, while the enemies on the ground were also fearless of death. Although the ghost-faced beasts are not smart, they almost never flee, most die on the battlefield. The enemy forces here were currently attacking inside the building, and most did not notice a team running up from the foot of the mountain. Tyr saw the opportunity at a glance. He jumped off the wraith tank and directly took over a ghost.
Everyone charge with me.
Prioritize attacking the enemy's ghosts.
If you are targeted by an enemy vehicle, withdraw from the battlefield and then re-enter.
Tanks provide cover. Those with speed follow me. Ghostface beasts have a characteristic: once they target an enemy, they almost never change targets until they kill them. This stubborn fighting style puts immense pressure on the enemy, but the downside is also obvious. When they encounter a clever commander, they can be kited to death. Tyr's tactic this time was to use his own ghost to launch a surprise attack, strike the opponent's high-speed vehicles, and then use the mobility of the ghost to completely disrupt the enemy's formation. He and Arts would charge at the very front, attracting most of the fire. Their reaction abilities were much higher than ordinary elites, and after cultivation, it became even more unstoppable. Ordinary ghost-faced beasts could not hit them at all unless they reached a certain number. After a dozen or so ghosts rushed up the hillside and fired, the ghost-faced beasts had not even reacted before most of their vehicles were destroyed, leaving only 5 wraith tanks. 3 of them targeted Tirvadami, while the other 2 followed Arts. Just like that, the last of the tanks were also drawn away.
The Ghostface Beast suddenly realized that the battlefield, which had just been covered by heavy firepower, was now left with only some infantry. They did not like using the Covenant's energy shields either, most hid behind rocks and big trees, and these naturally formed barriers could not stop the attacks from the Wraith tanks and fuel rod cannons. It was another zero-casualty battle. In less than 10 minutes, all the Ghostface Beasts outside the building were wiped out. Those St. Heli warriors had never experienced such an easy battle,
let alone instantly finding flaws and formulating plans. They had not even experienced a commander charging at the front line to attract fire.
And that person was the kamikaze martyr, which made them incredibly excited. After entering the Forerunner structure, Tyr saw 2 hunters and a few elites. These few people had pushed over a pile of Covenant weapon racks as cover and were guarding the entrance. It is the kamikaze martyr.
I thought he was dead.
Do not fire. This group had arrived here earlier than them and had been blocked here by the incoming Ghostface Beast troops. Fortunately, the hunters were there holding out until Tyr arrived, otherwise they would have been goners. After entering the building, they discarded their vehicles, but fortunately with the addition of the hunters, the team's offensive and defensive capabilities were not reduced in the slightest.
They rushed through several corridors and arrived outdoors.
This was a typical Forerunner bridge upon which dozens of Ghostface Beast squads, a large number of jackals and 4 shadow turrets were deployed. The hunters did not care about any shadow turrets. They raised their shields, pushed through the artillery fire, and charged up, knocking all those jackals over. Tyr and Arts each held a carbine, aiming at the wild boar beasts on the shadow turrets. 1 shot each, and the 2 of them silenced all the turrets in just 2 seconds, but they did not put down their guns. Another round of wild boar beasts jumped onto the turrets, and they continued to take them out.
After sending 5 batches, a total of 20 wild boar beasts, the little guys were finally too scared to move.
The Ghostface Beast captain was dumbfounded. Whoever got on the turret died, but how could they have the time to consider that?
The Kirahani were fearless of death, which was also one of the main reasons for the strong combat power. 4 more Ghostface Beasts jumped onto the turrets.
By this time, the attacking force had already rushed to the other side of the bridge, and the shadow turrets were close at hand.
The 2 hunters each took a swipe, and Tyr and Arts each delivered a flying kick, throwing all 4 turrets off the bridge.
After clearing the enemies here and entering the Forerunner structure on the opposite side, the enemy forces here suddenly decreased significantly. It seems the resistance against us is only ranged up to this point. Tyr was very clear that Ghostface Beasts were stubborn guys. If there were no heavy troops ahead, then basically no large groups of troops would appear again. If he were in command, there would be more and more troops ahead, and there would definitely be a group of people trailing behind. The team advanced rapidly and arrived at a large room. The room was divided into 2 levels, each with 4 cells, and the plasma light barriers emitted a dazzling light that made it impossible to open one's eyes.
At this moment, the 2 hunters at the front suddenly roared, picked up their shields, and charged into a group of Ghostface Beasts.
Arts did not even have time to stop them.
What are they going crazy for?
This way we cannot shoot either.
It is fine, let us go open those cells. It turned out that these hunters were angry because the cells were full of hunters.
8 cells were holding 8 hunters.
Tyr shouted, "These are all old-fashioned ion cages. Just destroy the switch device on the ground outside the door."
All the cells were unlocked, and the imprisoned hunters roared as they joined the battle.
Originally, 2 hunters were fighting over a dozen Ghostface Beasts, both sides in hand-to-hand combat.
The hunters fought with wide, sweeping movements. They looked fierce, but were at a great disadvantage. Now it was almost 1-on-1. How could the Ghostface Beasts withstand so many hunters? They were thrown out one by one. Moreover, as soon as they left the central battle group, they would be instantly killed by Tyr.
In less than 5 minutes, the last Ghostface Beast fighting to the death also fell, and not a single hunter died.
Arts exclaimed, "It seems our team is growing stronger and stronger." Those elite warriors were also very moved. Fighting with the kamikaze martyr is too easy.
Yeah, my shield has not even overloaded once.
We will follow you from now on, kamikaze martyr. Everyone's faces were very relaxed.
Wait, Tyr suddenly asked Arts, "There are no scarabs in the reinforcements, right?"
No, scarabs require warships for transport. It is impossible for them to arrive so quickly. That is it then. Everyone get ready for battle. The enemy still has 1 scarab. Tyr Vadami had already vaguely heard some movement that was definitely the sound of a scarab. As soon as they went out the door, they would definitely see that big guy, and perhaps heavy casualties would start to occur from now on.
Chapter 374, A Powerful Alliance.
10 hunters, 115 elite, plus Tyr and Arts. These forces would certainly win against a scarab, but it was unknown how many would die. It was also the first time the Sanheli people faced a war fortress they were so familiar with. In the past, they were the ones inside the Scarab, easily handling humans, but now the tables had turned, and the elite needed to assault the Scarab. Furthermore, they were severely lacking in heavy weapons, and to overload the Scarab, they had to rely on those 10 hunters. However, the hunters' movement speed was too slow. At the moment they appeared, they would be sitting ducks. Tirvadami was very helpless about this. He planned to have the others draw fire, then coordinate with Arts to jump onto the Scarab and clear out the enemies inside. Before opening the door, he spent 30 seconds deploying the mission. Then the entire army charged out. As soon as the door opened, the first thing that came into view was a narrow corridor followed by a massive open platform where one could see the sky outside. Hundreds of ghost-faced beasts were fighting with over 30 elite. The armor of these Sanheli people was incredible. There were golden armor veterans, fleet commander, and even a few who were Sanheli counselor. Normally, the combat effectiveness of these 3 types of warriors would be exponentially higher. By estimation, their side had the equivalent level of over 300 ordinary white-armored elite. Tyr was stunned. If it weren't for a Scarab firing outside the platform, he could have just watched the show right there. Arts smiled and said, 30 against 100, the advantage is with me. Our people must not enter the battle circle. Everyone charge out of the platform. Target is the Scarab. Tyr shouted, ordering the warriors to proceed according to the original plan. Their team joining the battle would only drag down those experts. The best support was to take out the biggest threat, the Scarab. However, why did this Scarab look so tattered? Only its main cannon was firing, and the other point defense turrets seemed to have been destroyed. Many of the steel plates were also makeshift repairs, and some looked like the outer shells of a Wraith tank directly slapped onto it. Both sides, currently in fierce battle, watched helplessly as 10 hunters jumped off the platform, followed by a group of Sanheli warrior who also jumped out. Everyone was a bit confused. The ghost-faced beasts had thought they were doomed. Originally, their side was being crushed on the ground. They had been fighting for a long time without seeing any reduction in the elite numbers, while all the deaths were Kirahani.
Now the opponent had received a large group of reinforcements.
They had already entered berserk mode, intending to fight to the death. Several ghost-faced beast lords threw away their weapons and began to roar. This was somewhat similar to a human adrenaline rush, except on the ghost-faced beasts it counted as an act of skill. Then they saw that group of reinforcements all jump off the platform and exit their berserk mode, wasting all the emotion. The elite in battle were also stunned upon seeing this scene. Several people even had their shields broken because they were dazed, and then they were forced to retreat to find cover and recover. Mantiquai was one of them.
He had been fighting enthusiastically and was even more excited to see the kamikaze martyr, but then Tyr led a group of people and jumped off the platform.
It was over 30 meters down. Even if they didn't die, there was a high chance of injury. Because of this moment of distraction, Mantiquai was struck by a gravity hammer and sent flying. If it weren't for the powerful shield of his fleet commander level armor, it wouldn't have just been a small cough of blood. Those counselors were also happy to see Tyr. Then they watched as the kamikaze martyr and those reinforcements all charged off the platform. However, the counselors were all sharp people. Soon someone saw the problem, and this person shouted at Tyr, "Come back. The Scarab is on our side." Oh, Tirvadami was the first to jump down.
At this moment, he and Arts had already climbed onto the leg of the Scarab and were almost close enough to reach the rear landing hatch.
Arts rubbed his head and said, "On our side." No wonder the Scarab wasn't moving. Tyr's expression was somewhat ugly. Only now did he realize that the Scarab's main cannon was firing into the pile of ghost-faced beasts. Didn't you say there were no Scarab among the reinforcements? This was misleading information, which caused problems in his decision-making, but fortunately no irreparable mistake had been made yet. Before Arts could answer, Johnson's voice came from inside the Scarab. "There are no Scarab among the reinforcements. I joined you temporarily. After we kill the ghost-faced beast, we will still settle the score that needs to be settled." Because of the Scarab's attack, the battle on the platform was almost over. After ceasing fire, White Tiger said dissatisfiedly, "Can you get off me?" Tyr and Arts were both stunned. There was a female human inside the Scarab. The next second, White Tiger transformed back into human form, clinging to Johnson's arm in a petite and delicate manner. Itilda, these guys are so annoying. As soon as they appeared, they started climbing all over me.
Tyr took a deep breath and, pointing at White Tiger, who was only half his height, asked Johnson, "Is this the Scarab from just now?"
What else? Johnson was somewhat dissatisfied. Why was this Sanheli looking at his wife with such a lingering gaze? Could it be that he had a cross-species fetish? Tyr immediately thought of a question. Is this also magic? Yes. It's not just the Scarab. Khalid Zaman also has a warship, and that's his wife too. There's... Tyr and Arts gasped simultaneously. Mantiquai and the councillors had already finished off the last of the ghost-faced beasts. They stood at the edge of the platform, looking as if they were watching a show. After all, when they first saw White Tiger, they thought she was just a human little girl. It wasn't until she turned into a scarab that these Sangheli experts lost their composure. Originally, these people had come for Khalid Zaman's promise.
Otherwise, why would high-level commander run to the front lines?
Now that they knew one could even keep a scarab as a pet and put it away at any time, they all fell into a daze. Someone said, as expected of the kamikaze martyr, he can still remain unmoved after hearing this news.
Yo, when I found out about this, I almost dropped my gun. You don't know.
This time when I go back, I plan to bring all 18 of my wives. Everyone looked at their counselor with expressions of disdain. The Sangheli people could be contracted, and most people were thinking about leading their teams to fight, but this guy was thinking about bringing women. Johnson walked up to Tir Vadami, realized the height difference was too great, and stepped back a few paces, saying, "Listen, you don't like me. I dislike you even more, but if we don't cooperate, that Roosterhead will activate the Halo Ring. Everyone will be dead."
Arts asked in a low voice. The Roosterhead he mentioned is Tartarus, right?
Tir nodded slightly. At this moment, a councillor walked over and said, "Tartarus has locked himself in the control room. We airdropped a batch of troops, but they couldn't get in at all." Johnson said proudly, "I happen to have the key."
White Tiger put her hands on her hips, cooperatively puffed out her small chest, and looked at the elite in front of her with her nostrils. Art, standing to the side, almost wanted to go and support her, fearing that this little thing might sprain her waist.
Tir Vadami's expression was complex.
He had to know that not long ago, he had even given this humanoid scarab a heavy blow.
Knocking out a scarab combat platform in one move, if this achievement were told, it would be enough for him to brag about for years. Chapter 375, First Collaboration. After reaching the friendly cooperation agreement, the councillors officially introduced Tir Vadami to Johnson. As the current supreme authority of the Saint Heli, his status was the same as Hoods among humans. So, the councillors praised this kamikaze martyr to the skies. Of course, they deliberately avoided the matter of him killing billions of humans. Johnson had suffered at the hands of the kamikaze martyr before. He hadn't suffered such a big loss even during the exercises with Khalid Zaman and so many Spartan warriors. So he knew very well what kind of help it would be if Tir could stand on her side. Khalid Zaman should also be very clear about this, which is why he specifically conveyed such an enticing piece of information. However, compared to rumours, Johnson wanted to see the skills of this Sangheli people with his own eyes. He took out the map provided by the councillors and said, "Crossing a 5-kilometre canyon here will lead to the destination. There are many heavy firepower points along the way, as well as many anti-aircraft guns and shadow turrets, so the Air Force cannot support us. But I have enough firepower to sweep through from the ground, so your task is to protect my wife well. As long as you don't let her shield overload, I will acknowledge your strength." Tir looked at the topographic map and the marked firepower points. The narrowest part of the canyon was only 10 meters, and the widest was 50 meters. There were actually dozens of firepower points on the hillsides and mountaintops. And looking at the deep black triangles on the markers, the ghost-faced beast probably had a force of over 5,000 along the way. Let alone a scarab, even a light warship would probably be blown up if it got close. I cannot guarantee that, but I will do my best to protect your wife. Before I die, she will absolutely not suffer fatal damage. Arts felt a bit awkward hearing this. Human spells were too magical, turning a wife into a no, that's wrong, turning a scarab into a wife.
He actually wanted a warship wife Mortman. Takwai had shown him the video of the space battle just now, and it was just too cool.
White Tiger had already taken over the hunters and placed them on the deck to use as turrets. Her injuries were originally almost healed. It was just that in terms of weapons, there was only time to repair one main gun. At this moment, more than a dozen engineers were surrounding her to repair the armor. Tir was still thinking about tactics when he suddenly saw those engineers floating in the sky. Upon asking, they were also spirit pets collected by Johnson. This time he was truly envious. If Khalid Zaman kept his word, the first thing he would definitely want is the method to collect spirit pets. Seeing him in a daze, Takwai and Art stood on the side, one on the left and one on the right. And yes,
Tir nodded.
Want one? Tir nodded. Takwai said leisurely, riding a warship by day, riding a woman by night, and being able to summon them at any time any male creature would be envious. Arts was very contemptuous of this. Why is your brain full of women? Do you really want to find a woman who can crush you with the flick of her finger? Aren't you afraid she'll throw you otherwise into space? What does that matter? Just find warship level 1s for the other wives too. At this moment, Tir also nodded slowly. A woman is indeed a good idea. But how did I hear that spirit pets can only transform into the appearance of humans?
You don't mind marrying hairless monkeys as wives?
Then the fantasy. Guro shut up. They really hadn't thought about this problem.
Not long after, the two squatted on the side and played with mud using branches. They were truly too depressed.
Actually, Barutami had already solved this problem. Everyone just had to turn into the appearance of humans, and no one should look down on anyone.
10 minutes later, the 10 banshee requested by Tyr arrived.
Let's go. It's time to set off.
This mission was to protect the Scarab, to sweep the canyon, clear all firepower points and anti-aircraft facilities, and provide space for subsequent reinforcements to land. Believing that Tartarus had brought all the most elite ghost-faced beasts around him, this hard battle not only required sufficient firepower, but also enough bait to attract firepower. Simply put, the 10 Banshee were going to be bait for people to hit. The pilots must have entered the Kai refinement stage, otherwise they couldn't withstand a round of artillery fire. The shields of the Banshee would not recover. If they hit overload, they would be gone. So they also had to bring some spare energy. And the participating personnel were all elite, all the best of the elite.
Tirvadami outmanned to quite the little follower 5 counselors and a golden armor veteran.
The little follower was originally just a regular white armor elite who hadn't even earned veteran status. This time he was actually fighting alongside so many big shots, and he was extremely excited.
Golden armored berserker, special forces captain, 2 fleet commander, and 5 counselors who had a seat in the council.
It could be said that the Dream Team looked down on them a bit. The identities of these people combined were more than enough to destroy a planet or two. Tyr carefully explained to everyone the method of converting true Kai in the body into spiritual Kai, which is ionic energy.
There was also the use and retrieval of shields.
The main thing was to inject true Kai into the core power of the fighter to instantly increase speed.
As for replenishing shields, it was a bit difficult for their cultivation level.
Johnson listened and nodded repeatedly. It was hard to imagine that this guy had only started cultivation for 2 days. At this time, the second batch of reinforcements had arrived, and the air battle had already begun. It was the right time for the ground troops to advance. Tyr waved his hand. Let's go. Johnson and White Tiger stood at the very front of the team, and they even kissed in front of everyone. The behemoth appeared suddenly, scaring the Sanheli people again. Just now the Scarab had disappeared, and there was still a difference between it and such a mountain appearing instantly. The 10 Banshee had already taken off, and the pilots were familiarizing themselves with the tactics Tyr had just taught. They were all sharp, and quickly adapted to various operations. In the first round of air combat, they destroyed more than twice the number of Banshee and 1 Angel, while the combat loss was 0. Their planes didn't even have a scratch of paint scraped off. In the communication channel, Art said proudly, "How about it? We Sanheli people aren't bragging, right?" Johnson was unimpressed. "Before my wife was injured, I could have cleared all these things in the sky in 1 minute. There is a Wraith tank at the canyon entrance, pay attention." White Tiger moved forward slowly. Before truly entering the battlefield, she discovered a pile of heavy firepower equipment. The main gun of the Scarab had great power, but the speed was too slow, and it was really tiring to hit long-range targets. She had just opened fire when the Wraith tank began to move, and she didn't manage to take down a single one. Johnson had made up his mind. This time, when he went back, he would definitely ask Khalid Zaman to install 100 Gauss cannons on White Tiger, the kind on the M68 Warthog. Human weapons were the only ones that could kill everything. The 10-person bait team in the air also rushed into the canyon, scattered, and fought on their own. The few Wraith tank blocking the canyon entrance were instantly blown up. Then they saw 4 Type 52 Wraith anti-aircraft tanks. The main weapon of this anti-aircraft vehicle was a dual-barrel fuel rod cannon, firing 6 slower green fuel projectiles in rapid succession each time. Although the speed was slow, anti-aircraft shells always won by quantity.
1 Type 52 Wraith could fire 8 fuel rod cannon shells per second. 4 of them meant 32 fuel rod cannon shells per second. In 10 seconds, they could scatter 320 shells into the sky. Damn. Arts cursed. No wonder we had to clear this road. Otherwise, no matter how many Phantom transport came, they would all die. The battle in the canyon went very smoothly, but the bait troops in the air had more than half shot down. Except for Tyr and Arts, only Mantiquai was still holding on. 3 Banshee were attracting the firepower of a dozen Banshee, 5 Phantom, and 6 Shadow turrets.
Under these circumstances, Ian Tirvadami had sweat on his head.
The situation was too complex. If it weren't for perverted insight and reaction ability, it would be absolutely impossible to last 10 seconds. The destination can already be seen at the turn ahead. You guys hold on a little longer. I will clean up the last batch of heavy firepower on the ground. Among these people, Johnson was the busiest. He held an energy sniper rifle and was responsible for breaking shields. Every vehicle that approached was hit by him until it overloaded. Besides that, when his own side's planes were blown up, he would catch the falling warriors and bring them to the Scarab. He used the object control technique, but he used a few extra pieces of clothing, wrapping the falling Sanheli warrior in clothes and slowly floating them back.
Because these clothes were all White Tigers, he just grabbed a few sets in the emergency.
1 councillor was even brought back wrapped in a maid outfit.
This battle along the way gave Johnson great confidence. Tir Vadami not only met his requirements, but White Tiger didn't even take a single heavy artillery shell from beginning to end. Except for the machine guns of the Banshee, other artillery had no chance to shoot at the Scarab.
This guy's command ability was simply heaven-defying. It was hard to imagine what the result would be if humans fought against him.
If Cortana were here, she would definitely complain, isn't the Battle of Reach the result?
Chapter 376, The Pilgrimage begins.
Because the entire canyon was breached, all anti-air fire points were cleared.
A large number of Saint Heli fighters approached, their numbers nearly matching the Ghostface Beast defense force. After the ground battle ended, the aerial battle became extremely intense.
At this moment, Tartarus also received the information. He asked his subordinates in confusion, "Aren't there no more Sanheli people warships nearby?"
How did so many of them show up again?
A Ghostface Beast Lord replied, "They must have returned after leaving."
But we also have reinforcements on the way. In less than half an hour, thousands of transport planes will arrive. Very well.
Take your men to the entrance and block them from entering.
Block them.
The door is already locked and we've dismantled the control panel.
What do you think a door can stop? Tartarus knew very well that there were many ways to open the door, and this time the enemy would definitely not give up easily. He had been preparing here for a long time because the ritual for the pilgrimage was not that simple. The halo required 6 hours of preparation time to activate. This was what the Chatterbox monitor had said along the way, and now 343 Guilty Spark was clipped to his waist like a satchel.
During the time since landing, Tartarus had already deployed a remote energy transmission device
and even hidden the Throne of Mercy in a wall in some corner.
With dual energy transmission, even if the shield was broken, it would instantly switch to another system, and it could fully recover as long as it wasn't attacked for 3 seconds. Therefore, he was nearly invincible here. Tartarus swore that no matter who came, they would not be able to stop him from completing the Prophet's great ambition. Just at this moment, White Tiger had reached the designated position. The Scarab's main cannon finished charging,
and powerful energy, like a plasma torpedo, shot toward the gate of the Forerunner structure.
The spire shook violently, and Tartarus knew the great battle was about to begin. Just in case, he decided to activate the halo first.
He looked back and gave a signal, and his subordinates brought Miranda 2 to the control console.
Tartarus said,
"Come on, human. It's simple, hold the index in your hand. Then just follow the instructions."
After speaking, he grabbed the index and tried to insert it into the console, but since he wasn't human, it naturally had no effect.
Miranda 2, which was actually the corpse brain beast, naturally wouldn't play along. It wasn't a real human, and the Foreigners wouldn't have made such a mistake unless their brains were broken. Therefore, if it tried, it would definitely fail, and if it failed, the hidden information that it wasn't human would likely be exposed. So despite its delicate body, it braced itself and moved to the side with its head, hands, and feet, everything that could move pointing outward. This action was like a stubborn little girl refusing to go home to eat, which made Tartarus quite annoyed. He exerted force and pushed Miranda 2 directly onto the console, making the corpse brain beast roll its eyes in pain. If rage could kill, Tartarus would have died 10,000 times. 343 Guilty Spark shouted, "Please, be careful, the Reclaimer is very fragile."
"Shut up,"
Tartarus panted with rage.
"One more word and I will gouge out your eyes."
When the monitor spoke, its indicator light would flash constantly in the eyes of the ghost-faced beast that looked like a mouth. 343 had absolutely no concept of such a threat. After all, he had no eyes and no mouth. Tartarus glared at the girl. "Watch how I slowly torture you." Just at this moment, a figure appeared not far behind him.
"Tartarus, stop."
The one who had just arrived was none other than the kamikaze martyr.
Those ghost-faced beasts who tried to stop him couldn't even hold him for a minute.
Tyr saw at a glance the Forerunner relic he had worked so hard to recover. "Put down the index."
Tartarus shook his head.
"Wouldn't putting it down be equivalent to betraying the hierarchs?"
Tyr sighed. The hierarchs still cannot fully understand the true meaning of the halo. "Be careful, kamikaze martyr."
"Those are the words of a heretic."
Tartarus's words almost made Tyr laugh. They had already torn off the mask, yet he was still talking about heresy. However, he still wanted to explain things clearly to this ghost-faced beast. After all, a warrior with such strength would definitely not be a fool. As long as he knew the truth, he would surely not follow the prophets to his death, let alone drag his entire race into it. So Tyr asked 343 directly, "Oracle, what is the function of the halo?" In short, the 7. 343 was halfway through speaking when Tartarus grabbed him and covered him tightly. "Shut your mouth." He looked very frustrated and somewhat unwilling. Tyr Vadami was stunned, because this behavior did not look like someone who was being kept in the dark at all. In other words, it was highly likely that Tartarus already knew the purpose of the halo and even believed it. Yet, even so, This ghost-faced beast was still stubbornly refusing to repent. Just as he was dazed, another person walked up behind him.
Please, stop shaking that ball. Johnson was holding an energy sniper rifle with a cigarette in his mouth, looking very cocky.
Behind him were White Tiger and a group of Sangheli warriors with Mantiquai and several councillors among them.
Tartarus's expression changed.
With the kamikaze martyr plus a fleet commander and so many councillors, he was at a disadvantage in terms of ground combat power alone.
The ghost-faced beast lord beside him picked up his gravity hammer to step forward, but was stopped by Tartarus. The most important thing now was to complete the prophet's instructions, not to act recklessly. Seeing signs that the situation was easing, Tyr continued to ask the oracle what exactly is the sacred ring. It is the ultimate weapon created by the foreigners to eliminate potential hosts of the flood, making it impossible for them to continue harming others.
343 answered mechanically, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone present to hear. No one interrupted.
Tyr asked again, then, what happened to the foreigners who built the Halo ring?
This was something he himself wanted to know, but he had never had the chance to ask.
The monitor did not fail everyone's expectations and revealed that secret, which was no longer new. After exhausting all strategies, my creators activated the Halo ring.
Just as planned, they, and all living creatures within a radius of 3.5 times the galaxy died. Everyone was shocked. Even Johnson, who knew the most, had not expected the power of the Halo to be so perverse.
Although Tyr had guessed some of the answers, he was still surprised by the foreigner's suicidal act of activating the Halo. As for the others, they were already speechless.
343 didn't care about everyone's emotions and continued to add fuel to the fire. Would you like to see the relevant data?
Tyr Vadami took a deep breath and urged him earnestly, Tartarus.
It is actually the prophets who have betrayed us.
He really wanted to stop the fighting here. As long as Tartarus realized the truth, the entire ghost-faced beast race would no longer choose to fight. After all, the one before him was already the actual High Chief of the Kirahani.
Looking at the oracle in his hand, Tartarus's expression was very calm.
He wasn't stupid. All the truth naturally couldn't escape his eyes, but so what?
The favour of the prophet's appreciation should naturally be repaid with his life.
The next moment, 343 guilty spark was thrown out and hit Johnson square in the face.
This sudden attack was something no one had expected.
Even the few ghost-faced beast lords beside
Tartarus were startled. These few were still a bit surprised. They had thought there would be no more fighting, but it turned out to be a sneak attack.
Johnson was knocked backward and rolled on the ground a few times.
Fortunately, he had a habit of putting on spiritual kite armor. Otherwise, he would have lost half his life here. Tartarus said in an unwavering tone, no.
Kamikaze martyr.
The pilgrimage has already begun. As he spoke, he grabbed Miranda two-hand and inserted the index into the console. The entire hull suddenly underwent a violent change. The control console suddenly rose and floated into midair.
In the originally empty area in the center of the hull, a huge 3-layer circular platform appeared, with each layer being as large as half a football field. The center of the circular platform was hollow, and a silver pillar of light rose up, illuminating the entire hull as if it were daytime. In addition to the central launcher, 7 or 8 irregularly shaped small floating plates appeared around it.
Some of these plates were rotating clockwise, others counterclockwise, all orbiting the central circular platform at a constant speed.
It looked like some kind of particle accelerator device.
This started it.
Tyr Vadami simply couldn't believe his eyes.
Tartarus had actually activated the Halo even, while knowing it meant certain death.
Johnson clutched his head and cursed wildly in anger.
The most surprised ones weren't them, but Miranda too, who was standing there in a daze. The girl's eyes were already big and bright to this moment. She widened them in disbelief and shouted, I'm F** seeking, not human.
The emphasis of her tone was on the words not human, but unfortunately no one understood the meaning behind it. Johnson even kindly comforted her. Don't blame yourself.
No one could have foreseen this.
I'm not blaming myself.
I'm F** seeking, really not human. The corpse brain beast's brain seemed to have short-circuited. It kept telling the absolute truth, but no one believed it. Chapter 377-05 Ring Boss Battle Part 1. The console had already floated to the very top of the 3-story large platform with the index. To stop the Halo ring from continuing to run, the index had to be pulled out. Therefore, Tyr and Johnson attacked almost simultaneously. One opened fire while the other charged forward, hoping to defeat Tartarus at the very first moment.
Unfortunately, they both underestimated their opponent's strength.
Tartarus slammed his gravity hammer onto the ground, and Tyr Vadami, who was charging over, was sent flying.
The most miserable was Miranda too, who was knocked away before she could even react. The area around the console was small to begin with, so she fell straight down. Looking down, it was bottomless. Heaven knows what was down there. Fortunately, Johnson had not let his guard down and used the object control technique to pull her back up. The girl patted her chest, still shaken.
The corpse-brain beast was truly experiencing a racing heart. She didn't know what to say. In the past, this kind of pit would have been too small for her true form to stand in, yet now she was afraid of falling to her death.
Tartarus was hit by 3 consecutive shots, and a strong light flared up on his body as his first layer of shields was shattered. He was startled. If not for the throne of mercy, he would have completely lost his protection at this moment, and he really had no chance of winning a direct fight against Tirvadami.
He needed to find a spacious place to fight. He shook his head, and his subordinates understood the meaning, jumping from the floating plates onto the central platform one after another.
Only there did the ghost-faced beasts have room to maneuver. Tartarus was the last one to jump over. He didn't even step on the floating plates. Instead, he spanned the 10-meter distance directly, as if he had flown across. Tirvadani frowned. The ghost-faced beast could not possibly have such jumping ability. It could only be said that this guy's strength had grown again.
The aura of the 5th level of Kai refining might not mean much in Johnson's eyes, but to Tyr, this rate of strength growth was too monstrous.
The enemy was ready in full battle array. A Mantiquai and several councillors excitedly chased after them, whether it was to save themselves and their clansmen or for the benefit of the Earthlings. This battle was imperative.
Their combat strength was significantly higher than that of ordinary sand-headed people, but in melee combat, they were only on par with the ghost-faced Beast Lord.
The two sides fought back and forth, deadlocked for a time with no breakthrough. Tartarus didn't even look at these people properly.
He stood in the middle of the platform holding his gravity hammer, his eyes fixed firmly on Tirvadami.
Johnson said, "I am not very suited for melee combat. You go ahead, I will cover you from here."
This ghost-faced beast's armor is a bit strange. I will try to see if I can shatter his shield. Tyr nodded, activated his light sword, and jumped over as well. At this moment, the periphery of the spire also became very lively. The ghost-faced beast's reinforcements and the troops mobilized by the councillors were locked in a chaotic mess. Hundreds of phantoms in the sky were charging toward this place. Thousands of fighters were constantly rolling and strafing, and flying vehicles were exploding and falling at every moment.
Only a small number of transport planes could reach the side of the spire.
This spire was like a pyramid with entrance gates on all 4 sides. The one on the south side had been shot through by White Tiger, and the other 3 gates had all opened after the Halo ring activated. The phantoms of both sides dropped troops at the east and west gates respectively, and simultaneously charged inside. Inside the hole, there were entrances from all 4 directions. Some were firing from the entrances, while others jumped onto the central platform via floating plates.
Tirvadami circled around Tartarus, looking for an opportunity to get close. The chaotic fighting could not affect his pace at all.
At this moment, the 2 of them only had eyes for each other. There was no one else. Johnson kept firing, while they were deadlocked, hitting the ghost-faced beast lords and the incoming reinforcements one by one. He would stop as soon as he broke their shields, leaving the rest to the elites, whose attack power was much more formidable than that of ordinary marines. Soon the situation on the field became one-sided. The ghost-faced beast lords fell one after another, and the new reinforcements were also being suppressed, unable to charge onto the platform at all. There were more and more people on the elite side. After the last ghost-faced beast lord on the platform fell, these people all looked at Tartarus. Is he still not moving?
Yeah, his subordinates are all dead. He's this guy standing there trying to show off. Don't worry about so much, hack him to death.
Although everyone was shouting this man to quiet and several councillors did not approach, they had all seen Tartarus's warhammer. With their shields they would be injured within 3 meters and severely injured within 1 meter. If hit head-on, they would undoubtedly die. Therefore, these people, like Tyr, were also looking for an opportunity to get close.
The other elites all rushed up, and more than a dozen light swords hacked at Tartarus simultaneously. Yet, this ghost-faced beast stood motionless like a statue.
His attention was still on Tyr, and from beginning to end he did not relax even a little.
Johnson seized this opportunity and fired 3 shots in a row, directly shattering Tartarus' first layer of shields.
However, the second layer of shields was augmented by the Throne of Mercy, and was even more formidable than the energy of an ordinary warship glass, not something that could be overloaded by a dozen light swords.
There were more than 30 elites surrounding Tartarus, and although they used all their strength to attack, they still could not shake this ghost-faced beast in the slightest. In less than 3 seconds, the shield recovered again.
Johnson was a bit surprised. He hadn't noticed this situation in the previous battle against the indomitable priest. Because every time the shield was broken, a Spartan warrior would precisely hit the enemy, making it impossible to have a chance for a second recovery. But now, after the shield burst, no one could break the second layer of shields. It wasn't that the elites couldn't fight, it was really that they had no way to break through this kind of defense.
There were more and more people on the field to the point that Tartarus's line of sight was obstructed.
Just the next moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in screams.
The gravity hammer slammed into the ground, and all the elites were sent flying. Some who were too close were directly shaken to death, while those who were too far away fell off the platform. Only some who were lucky barely had their shields broken without being injured or falling off.
Johnson hurriedly shouted,
Those who fell off, turn off your shields.
Most of the elites reacted and immediately turned off their armor shields.
Then they were rescued by Johnson and White Tiger using the object control technique. Although these warriors were afraid, they still took out their weapons and charged up again.
At this moment, White Tiger said, "Shall I go and throw him down?"
Be careful.
Although you're strong, you can't withstand that hammer.
It's best to go up and put some pressure on this guy. Don't act rashly.
Don't worry, dear.
White Tiger pecked Johnson lightly on the face, then flew onto the platform.
Tyr knew this was a humanoid scarab, but he didn't know what abilities this girl had in human form.
Everyone fall back and fire.
The kamikaze martyr's words made all the elites realize.
Melee combat couldn't break the shield, so it was better to fall back and fire. In an instant, those reinforcements stopped charging forward and instead retreated to the edge of the platform to fire.
At the same time, Tyr, Vadami, Mantiquite, White Tiger, and the 3 councillors all charged toward the center.
This was the best opportunity. Those bullets almost completely obscured Tartarus's line of sight. 6 great experts fighting a blind man. Even if he were an iron turtle, he would be beaten to a pulp.
Just at this moment, Tartarus moved.
He was originally not far from the central beam of light, and at this moment a small jump took him directly into the beam. And those energies seemed to have no destructive properties, they just lifted him to the upper platform. Everyone was stunned. This beam of light actually had the same function as a gravity lift.
The 6 great experts did not follow. Tartarus was standing right by the edge of the beam, and if you popped your head out, you would just be playing whack-a-mole with him.
White Tiger turned her head and shouted to Johnson, "Dear, how should we fight?" Chapter 378.05 Ring Boss Battle Part 2. The situation had fallen into a stalemate. Tartarus was guarding the top level. If Johnson wanted to find an angle to hit him, he needed to change his position. Moreover, once the first layer of shields was broken, that guy would change positions to dodge. It was impossible to find a shooting angle again within 3 seconds.
And if anyone else tried to charge up, they would be smashed into a meat patty by the gravity hammer.
Who would have thought that with a group of experts here, they would actually be helpless against a single ghost-faced beast?
The best method now was to find the remote projection device and destroy Tartarus's energy source.
That way, the kamikaze martyr could easily take him down, even the councillors Mantiquite, and Johnson had the skill to do so. However, the Halo's firing sequence had already been initiated, and spiritual energy was rampaging wildly throughout the entire hall, making it impossible to sense where the remote energy projection device was. The St. Heli side could only send people to search everywhere.
The entire hall looked clear at a glance. Below was the abyss, above was the firing port, and in the middle was the newly appeared large platform. Certainly such a large box couldn't be installed in those places.
Besides that, there were 4 entrances in the north, south, east, and west, each with a narrow corridor outside. The St. Heli forces had entered from the south entrance, while all the ghost-faced beast reinforcements came in from the north. The best position must be behind the enemy.
Johnson shouted, "Charge to the north entrance."
The energy projection device must be there.
Charge over there at all costs. Find it and then break that box.
As he spoke, he observed Tartarus, wanting to see the answer he wanted from the other's expression. Unfortunately, the ghost-faced beast didn't show any surprise and still stood there steadily guarding. Tyr, Mantiquite, and the councillors all charged toward the opposite entrance, scattering the ghost-faced beast forces for a moment. 10 minutes passed, the opposite entrance was breached, and the external reinforcements were all sent flying the moment they landed. Meanwhile, the corridors at the east and west entrances were also filled with elite warriors. Everyone was searching for the energy source. The walls in the corridors were slashed to pieces by light swords, but they still couldn't find what they were looking for.
Johnson was currently floating in midair, constantly observing Tartarus's expression and gaze.
Damn it, has this guy turned into a statue?
At this moment, Tartarus, who looked as steady as an old dog, was actually panicking inside. This was because he had placed those 2 energy projection devices in a very ridiculous location at the south entrance. In other words, as long as Johnson turned around, he could complete the objective very quickly.
Tartarus had wanted to hide the items more securely, but time was too rushed.
As soon as he'd entered, he had people prepare it.
At that time, the entire central hall was pitch black, and except for the console in front of him, he couldn't see the other entrances, so he could only operate from this side. This had inadvertently created the current situation. If Khalid Zaman or Cortana were here, these turbulent flows wouldn't affect their detection at all. One had divine sense to scan everything,
and the other could deduce the location from the turbulence.
As for now, both sides were stuck in a very tense situation.
Another 10 minutes passed and everyone was at a loss.
Johnson had also tried countless attacks, each time blocked by Tartarus' second layer of shields. He only had the strength of the Foundation establishment stage, and it was almost impossible to condense the power of the 5 elements to fire twice in a row.
Time was passing second by second, and the speed of those floating platforms outside the platform was becoming faster and faster.
At this moment, Miranda, too, who had been a background character for half the time, finally couldn't hold back anymore. She pointed to the console at the very top and asked, "How about you just throw me up there, and I'll pull the index and run?"
Johnson's eye twitched, and he asked helplessly, "What if that guy throws something?"
Plus, there are many reinforcements on the other side. They can hold out for long.
Seeing that time was dragging on longer and longer, Miranda too decided to do something, otherwise she would go crazy.
"You find someone to cover me."
"I'll climb up slowly."
"Climb." Johnson was still about to retort, but he saw the girl jump directly onto the nearest floating platform.
The floating platform was moving very fast.
While it wasn't hard to jump onto accurately, standing steady after landing required some skill. Fortunately, the corpse brain beast's body coordination was very strong. If it were the real Miranda here, she would probably fall off.
"Look, just like this."
Miranda too waved happily at Johnson like a naughty child.
At this time, Tyr and Mantiquai had returned to the platform, and the councillors had led their men to hold the opposite entrance. After seeing Miranda 2 actions, Tyr also felt that removing the index might be a good method, so in full view of everyone, he also jumped onto a floating platform. Just as the two were playing Mario on the floating platform's 343 guilty spark drifted over at some unknown moment and said to Tyr, "You are not a reclaimer. You do not have the authorization to shut down the program." Tyr lowered his head to dodge a floating platform drifting counterclockwise in front of him and said, "Authorization. I don't need that thing.
"Just destroying the console will do."
What console?
Once the program is started, there is no console.
Tyr looked up and saw that, sure enough, the console had completely merged into the beam of light and disappeared. Only the index was floating in the middle.
After half an hour, the Halo's activation had already entered the second phase. Looking from outer space, energy began to gather in the center of the entire Halo ring, and countless white lights were converging toward the center from all parts of the ring.
The energy level had long since exceeded the current measurable range of the Covenant and humanity.
In other words, the energy contained in these lights was even more intense than the sun. Cortana, in the City of Philanthropy network, immediately discovered this problem, that she couldn't help at the moment, and could only assist Master Chief in rushing toward the Dreadnought quickly. At this time, the Precursor warship had already started, and Cortana had also activated the final transport bridge. This large transport device spanned 10 kilometers and could send a person to the warship within 10 seconds. Master Chief watched as he got closer and closer to the giant warship, and the flames at the bottom of the warship became brighter and brighter. He had never doubted that he wouldn't make it in time, because Cortana hadn't issued a warning. As long as Cortana didn't say anything, it would definitely be in time. Finally, 1 second before the Dreadnought's receiving hatch closed, he finally entered the warship. Just like every time he charged into an enemy warship, he quickly stood up and took out his firearm, ready for battle. "Master Chief, I can only send you this far. After arriving at Earth, good luck." Cortana didn't mention that the Halo had entered the second phase. She also didn't know if Johnson had succeeded or if he would succeed. Fortunately, the range of Halo 05 did not yet involve Earth. As long as this man was still alive, she would have no regrets.
John said subconsciously, "Wait until I deal with the Prophet, then I'll come to pick you up."
A bitter smile appeared on Cortana's face, but she still didn't show any sadness. She knew that after the Halo started, she and the City of Philanthropy would not be spared either. Perhaps this moment was the last time for the two of them. At this moment, the woman remembered what another man had said. "Don't make promises to girls casually, especially when you are not sure." The top space of the City of Philanthropy opened, the Dreadnought flew into space, and the connection between the two was interrupted. The man firmly believed like a computer that his goal could be accomplished, while the woman was full of sorrow like a fragile young girl. Cortana knew that she had done everything she could, and the rest could only be left to fate. Battle of the 37th SS Part 3. On Halo 05, a battle determining the fate of the universe was underway. Miranda too kept jumping and dodging. She had to avoid the misaligned floating platforms ahead, dodge the things Tartarus threw, and dodge the stray bullets that flew by occasionally. Sometimes, to avoid these things, she had to jump back. Anyone who has played high-difficulty platformers knows that a small mistake can often send you back to the start. As an ancient creature that had lived for 100,000 years and still wanted to live, this poor corpse brain beast was trying its best, with no mental capacity to care about anything else. Meanwhile, the other half of the corpse brain beast that had arrived was blocked outside the spire and couldn't even sneak in from underground. The flood were everywhere outside, yet it couldn't get any help. Otherwise, all the living creatures in this building wouldn't be enough for a single meal.
Miranda too swore in her heart that if she could leave this place alive, she would tear all the saints and people into pieces.
Those bastards had nothing but starting the halo ring on their minds, seeking death. They didn't want to live themselves, so they had to drag all the creatures in the universe to the grave with them. Johnson had been crouching at the entrance shooting. When a floating platform drifted by, he heard the commander cursing that his words were dirtier than what he usually used.
Good grief, where did ye learn those words?
The floating platform quickly drifted away, and no one heard his words.
Manticore, sitting to the side, burst into hearty laughter.
To coordinate with Tir Vadami, this guy had been severely injured, but fortunately his efforts were not in vain. At this moment, the kamikaze Marta was already dueling with Tartarus on the upper platform, and other elite warriors were charging one after another toward this invincible ghost-faced beast. Most warriors would take out their light sword after running out of ammo, charging toward this invincible enemy. Some were knocked flying, some were smashed to pieces. Those who were lucky enough to dodge the gravity hammer and had run out of ammo continued to punch and kick Tartarus until they were torn apart. The battle was extremely tragic, but not a single sane heli would retreat. This was their most sacred battle. To defend their home and loved ones, they were willing to give everything. Tyr's reaction was very fast. Every time Tartarus attacked, he could jump out of range. He had switched weapons time and time again, and batches of comrades had died, leaving him panting, and only by continuously using the Kai refining art could he barely manage not to fall. Just as Cortana said, the Saint Heli had no way out. Although the number of people who died in this battlefield could not be compared to the space battle, the level of tragedy was even worse, even more brutal than when fighting the Flood. Those bugs would devour and fuse all flesh and blood, while Tartarus would tear all the lives in front of him to pieces and discard them.
As a result, the entire platform was covered in severed limbs, broken arms, skeletons, and internal organs.
The northern gate,
Defended by the councillors, also suffered heavy casualties.
those ghost-faced beasts were truly fearless and reckless. Some who were wounded crawled over from the ground, attacking them even with their teeth. If one didn't know better, they would think the Saint Heli were the bad guys and those Kira Hani were the ones trying to save the world. Gradually, there were more and more ghost-faced beasts. The defense line at the northern entrance was broken, and a large number of enemy reinforcements rushed in. The councillors retreated to the platform with their powerful shields and agility, while most of the warriors were instantly overwhelmed and killed on the spot. If it weren't for Zyra by holding two shields and knocking away the jumping ghost-faced beasts, the platform would have fallen immediately. She had originally wanted to help Tyr fight at the front. Unfortunately, she had strength, but was too slow in reaction. After being knocked away a dozen times by the shockwave of the gravity hammer, this girl finally behaved herself and went to block the ghost-faced beast reinforcements with the councillors.
Thus, both sides entered a tragic tug-of-war. The ghost-faced beast reinforcements that rushed in received orders from Tartarus and all prioritized shooting at Miranda 2 on the floating platform.
I% has you guys in amp simply #%.
This girl was forced to jump back to the southern entrance, landing next to Johnson. Then she used all the vocabulary she had learned. Those Marines were all old rascals, none of them were simple, and their vocabulary was heaven-defyingly rich, leaving Johnson stunned. Little girl, don't be anxious. I'm already preparing. It should be over in no more than 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
How to end it? Miranda, too, was only venting like a human girl because she was desperate. Hearing Johnson's words, she was very confused. Even with the deduction ability of the corpse brain beast, she hadn't calculated how to win this battle. Johnson pointed upwards while shooting. Miranda too looked up and saw colourful light orbs of various kinds floating in the air. These were the 5 element spells condensed by Johnson, with every 5 counted as a group control separately, and the number had already exceeded 500 groups. The energy of these things is so low, can they really break through that ghost-faced beast shield? Yes, the fusion of the 5 elements will produce great changes. Johnson didn't have time to explain. He needed to keep covering for the elite warriors. As long as he could break one layer of the shield, Tartarus would pause his attack to find cover and recover, giving the Saint Heli a chance to catch their breath. Miranda 2's ability to control spiritual energy was even higher than Khalid Zaman's, even though she was only at the Kai refinement stage. Now, operating such delicate spells was simpler than breathing. So this girl started picking up energy weapons dropped on the ground. Every time she consumed an energy pistol, she could condense a group of the same elemental spells. Another 10 minutes passed, and the 5 element spells in the air had exceeded 1,000 groups. This was also the limit of both people's cultivation and control ability. Johnson opened the communication and shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." Tyr and a dozen warriors were still attacking desperately, and they didn't react when they heard this.
Then they saw groups of 5 element spells condensed into light orbs flying toward Tartarus.
Get out of the way. Everyone retreat to the level below. Tyr was the first to react. He had seen this move before. Seeing that there were so many light orbs, and all of them were falling in groups at the same time, the power must be huge. So the kamikaze martyr immediately took people and retreated. He didn't want to help the enemy share the firepower. Tartarus had never seen such a beautiful scene. He even doubted for a moment that he was already dead, and only in the world after death could he see such a brilliant picture. But the ripples on the shield interrupted his fantasy. Although these spell orbs were small, they were all explosions generated after the fusion of 5 elements energy. Each one was more powerful than Khalid Zaman's own lightning technique. So after suffering hundreds of attacks, Tartarus dared not be arrogant anymore, and began to look for cover to hide.
Besides the corpses, there were some irregularly shaped pillars and boxes on the platform.
He only needed to hide for more than 3 seconds to let the shield recover so it wouldn't fully explode. That was why the elite warriors would stack their lives to create this 3-second attack interval. Tirvadami soon discovered the problem. Those light orbs were numerous, but they couldn't bypass the pillars.
As long as Tartarus hid, he had to blindly smash dozens of groups of light orbs over, which consumed several times more than precise attacks.
In order not to let this long-prepared ultimate move fail, Tyr rushed over alone. What is he doing? Is this guy crazy?
Miranda too frowned.
The elite warrior's shield would overload after eating 1 group and would be blown to death after eating 2 groups. No matter how famous the kamikaze martyr was, he was ultimately flesh and blood. So her movements were hesitant, and all the spell light orbs slowed down for fear of accidentally hurting her own people. Johnson naturally saw the problem too. He said calmly, "Continue, don't stop. Don't waste the determination of this man sacrificing everything." Man, at this moment, Miranda, whose body and mind were all human female, had a strange emotion. This was the natural affinity of female creatures for the strong and the brave. She even felt that the Saint Heli in front of her had an inexplicable attraction. Even if Tirvadami looked ugly from a human perspective, he couldn't resist the attraction engraved in biological genes. Chapter 380, Part 5, The Ring-Bound Boss Battle Part 4. This battle looked one-sided, but Tartarus was the one walking on thin ice. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew what the outcome of his success would be.
Even so, he was determined to use his final moments to fulfill the prophet's instructions.
To put it bluntly, he had backed himself into a corner and could not find his way out.
It appeared he was encased in 2 layers of washer-grey shields, but this system was not entirely invincible. Once one set of shields was overloaded, it required a 3-second interval without being attacked to recharge, otherwise he had to rely on the remaining set to take the hits. This was also his greatest weakness. The operating mechanisms of Covenant shields were all the same, so Tirvadami knew, and the humans knew it too. As long as they kept attacking, there would eventually come a time when they could wear Tartarus down. Moreover, the human had a method to instantly deplete 1 layer of the shield, which in some respects made him even more threatening than Tirvadami. Tartarus was the center of attention, the target of everyone's concentrated fire, so he had to constantly clear out attackers and seek cover. He also had to guard against Tirvadami's melee attacks. If he were caught by the kamikaze martyr, there was a high probability he would be thrown into the abyss below. Now, those strange orbs of light in the air were attacking him incessantly. There was nowhere to hide on the platform, so he could only lean against a pillar, hoping the opponents would expend more energy and not break through both layers of his shield. However, one person was determined to defy his wishes, insisting on charging over to risk his life and drive him out of his hiding spot. That golden armor had once caused Tartarus to fear, and he knew full well that this armor could not withstand those light orbs, so whenever Tyr charged, there was a high chance he would be hit by stray fire. Tartarus growled, "Kamikaze martyr.
You will die.
Failure is also death.
Better to die for something worthwhile."
Tirvadami charged over at lightning speed, his hands already reaching for Tartarus's feet. As long as he could grab any part of him, his strength would be enough to throw the ghost-faced beast away. Previously, to prevent such tactics, Tartarus would slam his gravity hammer into the ground to create a shockwave, which would force Tyr back. So this time he did not hesitate, bringing his hammer down with a thunderous roar, sending energy bursting in all directions.
Tirvadami smiled. A powerful explosion suddenly erupted behind him, completely neutralizing the shockwave. It turned out that just a moment ago he had detonated 2 plasma grenades, using the force of the blast to propel himself forward.
Although his shields had overloaded under the impact of the 2 energy sources, he had still managed to reach Tartarus.
This tactic was extremely dangerous, and once known, it would be easy to guard against, so he only had one chance. Tartarus looked in disbelief at the kamikaze martyr before him, who had absolutely no protection. This was a true fight to the death, a display of genuine valor and heroism.
Once upon a time, he too had been such a fierce warrior, loving combat, loving victory, and loving that powerful sense of confidence.
But now Tartarus went flying, slamming directly into the hole's wall, with nowhere to stand below, looking as if he would fall into the abyss.
Tirvidami was covered in blood from the residual energy of the spell, but he smiled. He had waited until now for exactly this opportunity.
Quick, go up and get the index.
Using his last ounce of strength to shout these words, the kamikaze martyr collapsed into a pool of blood.
He was not dead, just too severely injured to stand up again.
Johnson did not waste the opportunity his teammate had created. He dropped the sniper rifle in his hands, leaped onto the platform, and sprinted toward the center.
The Ghostface beast reinforcements were stunned to see Tartarus knocked away. At that moment, many ceased firing, and some even wanted to rush over to save their leader. Taking advantage of this, Miranda too also jumped across several floating platforms, now less than 5 meters away from the index at the very top.
The severely injured Mantiquai stood up in excitement, blood seeping through the bandages on his legs.
The councillors had been closely monitoring the battle, and the sudden reversal put them in high spirits. A few cheered like children.
Although the Sanheli people were not afraid of death, they didn't want to die either.
Everything was about to end, and the elite warriors erupted with powerful morale, instantly knocking the Ghost-faced beast reinforcements off the platform.
Just then, Miranda too was suddenly struck by a flying gravity hammer, causing her to vomit blood and spin like a top in the air before falling downward.
"What's going on?" Johnson exclaimed, and without time to grab the index, he ran to the edge of the platform and used his object control technique to pull the girl back. Just as he grabbed Miranda to arm, a massive figure leaped up from below, passing over them and landing on the platform.
He was completely unscathed, uninjured, and his shields had returned to their optimal state.
Although he had lost his weapon, this was a battlefield filled with them, and he casually picked up another gravity hammer from the ground.
Tartarus had originally thought it was all over.
But before giving up, he kicked the wall, and using the curve of the circular walls around him, he managed to use that slight support to jump a short distance to the side. Even if it was just a tiny displacement, it gave him hope.
Thus, the ghost-faced beast jumped along the circular inner wall in a spiral upward, eventually returning
Here, he was like a devil crawling back from the abyss, causing everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom.
"As long as you two are dead, everything will be over, right?"
The ghost-faced beast's deep voice made Johnson's heart run cold.
He abruptly threw the unconscious girl to the lower platform, then turned and threw a punch at the ghost-faced beast.
Tartarus didn't move, only murmuring to himself, "With my strength, even a Sanheli person would have died 10 times over. Why did you bother saving her?
With your intelligence, you should have turned into a pile of crap long ago. Why are you even standing here?"
After his verbal jab, Johnson instinctively went to reach for a cigarette, only to discover that because he had run too fast, the cigarette case in his pocket had fallen out. It was too late to get another pack from his storage bag, as Tartarus had already raised his gravity hammer to smash him.
"Smoking makes me invincible" was his self-deprecating joke, and also the core driving force for this man's self-hypnosis. At this moment, Johnson felt as if he had been drained empty.
Run.
Too late. Fight. He couldn't even break the defense.
No time to think.
Even with Johnson's intelligence and reflexes, he couldn't come up with a solution.
There was simply no chance.
At this moment, a petite figure suddenly rushed into Tartarus's arms.
It was a beautiful girl with a baby face and a touch of childishness.
"My dear, I will miss you."
Leaving only these words behind, White Tiger took Tartarus and fell into the abyss together. This time he was unable to move because White Tiger's strength was even greater than his.
Looking at the girl who had locked her arms tightly around him, Tartarus softly said, "Is all of this worth it?"
Then he closed his eyes, and the two fell and never appeared again. Johnson desperately wanted to jump down, but now Miranda was severely injured, and only he could retrieve the index. Therefore, no matter how worried he was, he had to go stop the halo from activating first. Chapter 381 Hostages and Prisoners. The index was removed, and the beam in the platform suddenly stopped generating. The last bit of light shot into the center of the halo, causing the energy that had already gathered to undergo a small-scale explosion before dissipating into the universe. A catastrophe had finally ended. Billions of living beings were spared the fate of destruction. The corpse brain beast underground was still unable to enter the spire. It couldn't even sense the consciousness of Miranda too. Therefore, the corpse brain beast itself didn't know if it was dead or not. This situation seemed somewhat amusing, and it let out a soft, wheezing laugh. "What are you laughing at?"
Is your brain broken? Miranda squinted and retorted with an expression of disgust.
The corpse brain beast had now taken on the appearance of a human man, taking the young woman wherever it went. This served to keep a line open so that Khalid Zaman wouldn't go berserk, and it also allowed it to obtain more information about Miranda, making it easier for Miranda to pass off as the real one. Thus, the young woman wasn't particularly afraid, though she kept trying to escape. After failing time,
And time and again, Miranda turned into a human chatterbox, trying every possible way to provoke the corpse brain beast.
However, facing a creature that had lived for 100,000 years, saying anything was useless.
I just thought of something interesting.
Do you want to hear it? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Fine then, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. No, you have to tell me I want to hear it.
The corpse brain beast once suspected whether this human girl's brain was normal. Could such a person actually be a warship
commander? Therefore, after Miranda too woke up, this information was transmitted over. This young woman was a bit willful, a bit rebellious, and a bit unreasonable. Are the wounds on my body all healed? She touched her body all over, seemingly in disbelief. To be able to knock out a body created by the flood, the injuries must have been quite severe.
To recover to the point of being able to move freely without any sensation of pain in such a short time, it must be the magical effect of the spell. Mantiquai said from the side, "Little girl, you are very lucky.
Your healing methods are truly miraculous. My injuries have also healed.
If we weren't already allies, I would have had a mind to capture a human to take back as a medic." Miranda too rolled her eyes. "You still want to capture humans? Do you believe I'll tie you to a nuclear bomb and drop you onto the City of Philanthropy?"
At this moment, Tirvadami's injuries had also been treated, and Johnson had even taught the kamikaze martyr how to use the healing technique. The principle of this spell was very simple. It forcefully accelerated metabolism to allow damaged body parts to be replaced. The only drawback was that cellular tissue would be rapidly consumed. In plain terms, one's lifespan would be shortened slightly. However, for a cultivator, the few months of life consumed to heal wounds were not worth mentioning compared to their 1,000-year lifespan. Of course, Tyr wouldn't care, even. Without the path of cultivation ahead, he was willing to give everything for his people.
"Thank you, human." Johnson glared. "What human? Call me Johnson." "You big lug."
Tyr grinned. "Don't call me big lug, call me kamikaze martyr."
You know the title of martyr isn't very auspicious.
I don't care.
The two chatted while waiting for the warship to arrive.
They needed to blow open the top of this spire and then take a transport to go down and find people. Regardless, Johnson firmly believed that Zyrobai was still alive. He felt that if one didn't consider counterattack methods, this young woman was harder to kill than Khalid Salmon. This was a creature that even the flood could not infect.
Soon the light warship arrived in the sky above.
After all the wounded inside the spire were evacuated, a single plasma spear blast destroyed this foreigner structure. This ensured the halo could never be activated, and it would also save certain individuals from harboring any further thoughts. Just as the spire was destroyed, the protection mechanism of the entire building also failed, and the corpse brain beast underground instantly received two people. One was the bearing-fanged white tiger, and the other was the flush-faced Tartarus. The ghost-faced beast wasn't blushing out of shyness. It was because Zyrobai had locked his entire body with her arms, and apart from being able to kick his feet, he couldn't exert any strength in other parts of his body. Moreover, Zyrobai's strength was too great, and Tartarus, having lost his shield energy, was almost strangled into unconsciousness by her. Hovering on the edge of life and death several times, he seemed to see the prophet of truth waving at him from across a river. At this moment, the corpse brain beast had put away all its primitive flood forms and stood beside Miranda like a middle-aged man. It extended a finger, lightly tapped, and used the object control technique, causing the two entangled people to land gently on the ground.
Miranda looked at Zyrobai in surprise. "White tiger, what are you doing?" She was not Miranda too, so naturally she did not know Tartarus's purpose or what he had done. White Tiger was also startled to see Miranda. "He fell down here too."
"Yeah, I was caught by this strange guy. Hurry and find a way to save me." Miranda pointed to the middle-aged man beside her. She didn't even know this guy was the corpse brain beast.
White Tiger put down the unconscious Tartarus and walked around the corpse brain beast, the young girl cracking her knuckles loudly.
"Tell me, do you want a German suplex or a classic guillotine choke?"
The corpse brain beast shook its head. It knew what kind of existence was before it, but unfortunately, the scarab was still quite a bit lacking in strength compared to its true body.
"Take this." White Tiger swung her delicate fist and struck directly, but that small fist was easily caught by the corpse brain beast and gently pressed downward to it hurts. Zyrobai burst into tears.
Miranda pointed at the man's nose and scolded, "Have you no shame? You actually hit a woman."
The corpse brain beast let go and stepped back politely, saying, "Ladies, please come with me.
You will need to stay here for a period of time.
I can guarantee your safety as long as you do not do anything to harm yourselves." Then Miranda and Zyrobai both crossed their arms over their chests simultaneously, revealing expressions of horror.
We've encountered a perverted lecher.
What should I do? I'm so scared. Perverted lecher.
Rapist. The corpse-brain beast's eyelids twitched repeatedly. If it weren't for the fact that their safety was related to Khalid Zaman's attitude, it would have already crushed the two chattering little things to death.
I have no interest in your bodies.
Remember your status. Your hostage is now not here for a vacation.
Please correct your attitude and stop spouting such filthy language.
Pervert.
Bad guy. Lecho.
The core essence genes of the corpse-brain beast had all been modified into Miranda 2, and the remaining parts were actually not very important.
Therefore, although this man also had the appearance of a human, he was far from being a real human.
He felt very confused about these two unreasonable women. If it were an ordinary man seeing such a scene, it might be pleasing to the eye or even lead to ulterior motives, but the corpse-brain beast only had question marks in its mind. Just like that, in a certain valley on the halo, 3 human balloons were gently placed on the grass.
The mountains were green and the waters clear, surrounded by peaks on all sides. A clear stream flowed through the valley with small fish swimming in the water. By now, both girls were tired from scolding.
White Tiger had used up all the vocabulary she had learned from Johnson over these days, but it was still useless.
The two of them had enjoyed themselves, but the poor corpse-brain beast had been scolded to the point where the hair on its head stood up.
At this moment, Miranda too fell into deep thought.
To deceive Khalid Zaman, one must deceive everyone, and that meant one's words and actions must perfectly match those of the real Miranda.
She had analysed this girl's personality thoroughly.
Composed, calm, with a sense of the bigger picture, capable of fully utilizing her talents as a commander in times of crisis. Overall, she looked quiet and elegant, but deep inside, she was very violent and savage. As long as there was appropriate stimulation, she would exhibit unreasonable characteristics.
The corpse-brain beast was very satisfied with this analysis. A smile could not help but appear on Miranda 2's face.
However, she did not know Miranda's true intentions.
This legendary commander and daughter of a top scientist was not someone easily seen through.
Miranda doing this was constantly lowering the corpse-brain beast's vigilance toward her.
She kept instilling the impression in this strange man that she was impulsive and not very smart.
This could make people relax their vigilance and create opportunities to escape. Although such opportunities were very slim, Miranda had plenty of patience.
10 minutes later, the Phantom transport brought a search team underground.
It was empty. Even the tunnels dug by the flood had been blocked,
and no traces could be found.
Johnson frowned, completely unable to understand what had happened.
Chapter 382, a bunch of ores ready to be activated.
After searching without success, Johnson suspected that Little White and Tartarus must have been teleported somewhere else.
He was gloomy, the cigarette in his mouth remained unlit, and his eyes were unfocused, looking at nothing in particular.
After the firing of the halo was stopped, the console on the 3-layered floating platform returned to its original state. Everyone approached the console, watching the holographic image that emerged above it.
In the image, the halo floated inside like a large bracelet, and it was sending out countless filaments towards the exterior.
Miranda too asked, "What is that?"
343 Guilty Spark
Answered honestly, a beacon.
What is it used for? It is communicating with other devices at faster than light speed.
Johnson,
Tirvadami,
and Miranda too were all startled.
Anything requiring faster than light communication must be other Forerunner creations, perhaps even the remaining halo rings.
At this moment, 343 was still carefully explaining this is a fail-safe protocol. When a halo ring experiences an unexpected shutdown, the entire system enters standby mode.
All other platforms are ready and can be activated remotely at any time.
As he spoke, the virtual image on the console changed several times, finally turning into a dozen or so small rings. Everyone present knew that those were halo rings. This must be all the halo rings created by the Forerunner in the Milky Way.
As for remote activation, that was a bit much. They had struggled desperately just to stop one of them, yet the rest could be activated without anyone even being present.
Miranda too asked, where can all the halo rings be activated remotely from?
Here,
of course not.
The remote activation terminals for the halo rings are all inside the Ark.
Hearing a new term, Johnson and Tyr were no longer calm.
After everyone asked questions, all at once, 343 finally spilled all the bad news. The Ark is a Forerunner, artificial celestial body similar to a halo ring, but larger in volume and with more functions. This thing exists in slip space, so it can only be reached through a portal. The switches for the remote activation of all halo rings are located there. As for the location of the portal, 343 did know it.
The moment he stated the coordinates, Johnson cursed out loud. Damn it.
That's Earth. Those coordinates are for Earth. No wonder. Now everyone knew why the Prophet of Truth was so obsessed with attacking Earth.
After all, he still wanted to activate the halo rings, even all of them. This man, who feared neither heaven nor earth, was extremely anxious at this moment. His wife hadn't been found yet, and his home was being targeted.
At this moment, Tirvadami stepped forward.
Don't worry, brother.
This time it's not just a human problem.
Yeah. Mantiquai also patted his chest. A group of ghost-faced beasts fighting us is just seeking their own death. Don't look at how many of them there are. When it comes to fighting, you have to look to the Sanheli people.
Miranda too chimed in with a timely remark. So little skill, yet you have the heart to save the world.
Even the guy Khalid Zaman doesn't think as much as you do. Just fight your way there.
Are you even a man?
Johnson just frowned, having been lectured by this bunch.
Several councillors walked up to Tyr. Kamikaze Martyr, tell us what should we do?
Everything will follow your arrangements.
Yes. From this moment on, you are the king of St. Helios. Hearing his clansmen trust him so much, Tirvadami felt very gratified, and he would no longer have any hesitation. Assemble all troops on the Halo Ring, find Little White. Consolidate all St. Heli warships, and eliminate the remaining Covenant forces.
At this moment, he turned to ask Johnson, brother, you know that Earthlings have a great hatred for us elite.
We can assist Earth in fighting this war, but before that, I need to contact someone and get a guarantee.
Who?
I have some pull in the military.
Just tell me the name.
Is it the old guy Hood?
Tirvadami shook his head. I need the guarantee of your Office of Naval Intelligence Director, Margaret Parangoski.
He had also studied human organizational structure, so he paid attention to the most powerful entities on Earth.
Margaret looked like just an intelligence department official, but her actual authority was no less than Hood's, and in many aspects, she even had the power to act first and report later, which was something even Hood couldn't do.
Johnson nodded. No problem.
When we get to Earth, just talk to Khalid Zaman directly.
Khalid Zaman.
Kamikaze Mato was a bit puzzled. His combat power is extremely fierce, but what I need is a promise from the highest authority.
Johnson waved his hand. That's his wife. She obeys him in everything.
I advise you to communicate with Khalid Zaman. It's simpler that way.
Then all the Sanheli people fell silent. Mantiquai and the councillors looked at each other.
They naturally knew of Margaret, the intelligence chief.
They didn't expect that the super soldier was not only the strongest in combat, but had also married the woman with the highest actual power on Earth.
The councillor couldn't help but exclaim, she is so lucky.
Johnson nodded. Who's to say she isn't?
That woman is very beautiful.
No,
the councillor shook his head and said meaningfully, I meant that Margaret is very lucky.
At this time, the battle for the city of philanthropy had also reached a white-hot stage.
The ghost-faced beasts were driven away, and the elite were forced by the Flood to retreat
entirely to their warships. All that remained was Cortana fighting with the Flood for control of the city. There were still many prophets in the city of philanthropy who had not successfully evacuated, including many heads of various departments. These people had significant access rights to the Covenant network and various mechanisms. Therefore, after the Flood infected them in large numbers, Cortana also fell into a passive position. Fortunately, she had absolute control over the core network. In the end, if forced with no other options, she would activate the city of philanthropy and crash it into Halo 05, destroying both of these behemoths occupied by the Flood. The corpse brain beast naturally knew her intentions, so after a period of stalemate, a combat form, Flood found the console in the council hall. Come out, woman. I want to talk to you. Cortana's holographic image was immediately projected in the hall. What? Are you finally begging for mercy? Even if you kneel and beg me, the only path is toward your doom. Are all women like this? Earthmen are truly pitiful. As it spoke, the Flood inserted its tentacles into the console, and the image of Cortana in midair changed to a scene inside a valley. Miranda and White Tiger were trying to escape, hiding in the woods. Cortana saw at a glance that this was not an illusion. Why did you capture them? Don't think that just because these two are on the Halo Ring, you can make me stop the self-destruct sequence. The Flood pulled out its tentacles and continued. This image is just to express goodwill towards humans. I naturally know that the lives of a few individuals cannot make you stop, but you should also be clear that just destroying this place and the Halo Ring is meaningless. There are tens of millions of planets with intelligent life in the Milky Way, and most of their coordinates are recorded in the city of philanthropy. My subordinates have already entered hundreds of flight vehicles, including some Covenant warships that have already escaped. At this point, Cortana knew she had lost.
The result of gambling her life still couldn't stop the Flood from spreading.
She even hoped that Johnson would fail so that this Flood crisis would stop at this moment.
If she were a real woman, she might be acting unreasonably or doing things out of spite that would harm others without benefiting herself. But she was an AI, and after calculating that all possibilities were sealed off, Cortana stopped resisting.
Then the entire system of the city of philanthropy was instantly breached by the Flood, and all facilities, including the basic network, were occupied.
Finally, the corpse brain bee said, I will not harm you nor those few humans.
There are just a few questions I would like to ask. Cortana floated into the air looking at the flesh and blood tissue spreading everywhere, knowing there was no turning back.
She said helplessly, then ask.
Chapter 383 The Earth Campaign begins.
The battle on Halo 05 had ended, but the war on Earth had fallen into almost total despair.
Things here must be recounted from one day ago, precisely when the prophet of sorrow had just been taken out, and the prophet of truth ordered a portion of the Ghost-Face Beast fleet to attack Earth first.
New Mombasa was still a mess at this time, with the scars of war left everywhere, yet people were gradually returning to their homes.
Alice and her husband returned to their apartment in Old Mombasa.
Those bastards from the Covenant really have attacked.
Honey, I want to go back to the service.
Gundam G lowered his voice for the last few words, speaking somewhat indistinctly, afraid his wife would hear him, yet afraid she wouldn't.
But Alice knew her man too well. As soon as he opened his mouth, she knew exactly what he was up to.
You bastard. The nurse, now a mother, immediately grabbed
Gundam G by the ear and said fiercely, "You plan to abandon us?"
I'm carrying 2 more in my belly.
Ouch.
It hurts.
Gundam G let out a pig-like shriek and hurriedly explained, "It's precisely because I have you all that I want to protect my wife and children. My body has recovered, and this is the perfect opportunity to go back and fight. I can't just waste all my pent-up aggression in the bedroom, can I?" Upon hearing this, Alice burst into tears, covering her face as she sat on the sofa, tears streaming through her fingers.
Well, Mike pointed at his dad's nose and said, "You're in trouble."
"I'm going to tell Uncle Khalid Zaman that you made Mom cry."
Gundam G didn't know how to console his wife, so he could only say to his son, "Haha,
"You little brat. You're a big boy now. Remember to take care of your mom."
"Dad is going to fight the bad guys from the Covenant. I want to go too." Mike wasn't very old, but he was quite bold. He was often spanked by his mom, and hearing his dad was going to war, he wanted to tag along.
Then the kid got a double teaming and was soundly thrashed. Afterward, he watched helplessly as his father was dragged into the room by his mother. First came his dad's screams, then his mom's, which sounded quite eerie. An hour later, Gundam G walked out of the room, leaning against the wall, his face looking exhausted as if he had been drained dry. Alice, on the other hand, was radiant and followed behind him.
"You imp, are you still going to run off?"
I just wanted to protect you all."
Gundam G felt a bit aggrieved. He genuinely wanted to return to the service, but he couldn't stop worrying about his wife and children at home.
Alice said softly, "You see my brother's friends. Which one of them can you beat?"
"You can't even beat his wife, so how are you going to fight the Covenant?"
Damn it all, his friends are Spartan warriors, and his wife is an admiral.
Who am I supposed to fight?
"You can't be this unreasonable, right?"
Gundam G was stunned. He had thought his wife's tone turning gentle meant she was going to concede, but he hadn't expected her to be even more unreasonable.
Alice bit her lip and said, "The Covenant has already been driven away. Earth is quite safe now, and you don't need to run off to the military to protect us."
But what if the Covenant attacks again? How is that possible?
Aren't there hundreds of orbital defense space stations outside Earth?
Even if the whole Covenant came, they couldn't get in, and if they did, they'd be driven away quickly. Gundam G was stubborn and persisted. "If they attack here again, you cannot stop me, deal."
Fine,
it's a deal.
No sooner had they finished speaking than Mike pointed outside the window and shouted, "Look, a huge plane."
Because civilians had just been evacuated, now was the time they were moving back, so seeing aircraft in the sky was normal. Initially,
the two didn't pay much attention until a shadow descended and the sky seemed to be completely blotted out by something.
Gundam G walked to the window and froze.
Then Alice walked over, and seeing the massive Covenant warships in the sky, she also froze.
Looking out, a dozen warships were heading toward New Mombasa, and directly above them was a cast-class assault carrier over 5,000 meters long.
These warships were not flying high, so they left a massive shadow as they passed. Countless phantom transports carrying Covenant soldiers were flying toward the space station above. These guys wanted to conduct boarding combat just like a fleet of sacred consecration. All the Covenant warships had jumped directly into Earth's atmosphere, completely bypassing the Mountain-class orbital weapons platforms in outer space. The gates of hell had opened, and countless soul-reaping demons crawled out, casting a shadow of death that blanketed the sky. At this moment, almost all humanity on the ground fell into a state of despair. Watching the countless red dots on the command room screen, Hood took off his hat and crumpled his crisp white military cap like a rag. No one could have imagined that the Covenant would jump directly into Earth's atmosphere, because if the coordinates were off by even 0.001, the entire fleet could easily crash into the Earth's interior and become fertilizer for the soil. Under normal circumstances, just knowing the general coordinates of a planet would make such a move unthinkable. It took Hood a long time to realize that the Prophet of Sorrow must have collected a large amount of coordinate information while on Earth. Now, outplayed by a single move, all of humanity was about to face the fate of extinction. This pressure made the Commander-in-Chief struggle to breathe.
But he had not yet despaired on this planet. There were at least 2 people who did not have the right to despair.
Margaret sat in the Office of Naval Intelligence, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Anna was not by her side, and there was no one to provide detailed reports. Even Yanjai had returned to her home planet to rally troops. She hadn't expected the Covenant to give humanity absolutely no room to breathe. Beep, 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 Tilda. Someone sent a communication request. Margaret didn't care who it was and subconsciously opened the comms. Give me the best plan. The familiar voice of the Commander-in-Chief allowed the woman to regain some of her composure, but what plan could she possibly have? Looking at those red dots, at least 300 warships had already breached Earth's atmosphere. I'm sorry, After saying a few words, Margaret clutched her chest, seemingly unable to breathe. It was the first time Hud had seen his old friend so panicked and at a loss. He cleared his throat and tried to speak in a calm tone. During the last enemy attack, they must have obtained the secondary coordinates for Earth's interior as well as the planet's operational parameters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to breach the atmosphere directly. We were a bit negligent when designing the orbital defense system, so you don't need to blame yourself. We still have the strength to fight, at least until they return. I hope to minimize humanity's losses as much as possible. Today, the Commander-in-Chief referred to a Khalid Zaman Master Chief and their party who were in pursuit of the Prophet of Sorrow. Especially Khalid Zaman, if he could return, perhaps he could come up with a way to deal with these hundreds of warships. This was an absolute trust, although he was well aware that such a thing was somewhat unbelievable. It was already the last straw to clutch at.
Hearing that man's name Margaret seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline.
Her eyes shifted from confusion to tenderness, and then became incomparably firm.
If Master Chief was a man who often created miracles, then Khalid Zaman was the miracle itself. This woman also developed a strong belief. As long as they returned, humanity would definitely not perish, and now she had to make every preparation. At this moment, the 2 most powerful humans abandoned absolute rationality. Only in this way could they regain their clarity, and only in this way could they fight for the glimmer of hope that seemed yet unseen for humanity. I understand. Now organize all available combat forces. We will hold an emergency operational meeting in 5 minutes. Closing the comms, Hud's mood relaxed slightly.
Those words just now were not only to comfort Margaret, but also his own belief to convince himself.
The Commander-in-Chief opened the command console and said, "Issue a global announcement.
The battle for Earth begin. Chapter 384, the new Spartan Blue Team. The Pelican was flying at a low altitude over the ocean. Inside was the Spartan operation team. Fred, Wolf 034, Anton, and Lai were conducting a special mission. Team leader Fred was giving a mission briefing. In the Manhattan district of New York City, Tramin Corporation is developing a new type of exoskeleton combat suit. We are going there to execute a scorched earth mission. We cannot let the design blueprints for this suit fall into the hands of the Covenant. Wolf 034 raised his hand and asked, the Covenant's equipment is all researched from the Forerunner. Would they even care about human technology? Take a look at this.
Fred sent the conceptual diagrams of the new exoskeleton combat suit to his team members and said, "This thing has almost no threshold for piloting. As long as you have hands and feet, you can operate it."
Yet its power is immense, and its defensive capabilities are even higher than our Mjolnir. If this weapon is acquired by the Covenant, the combat power of the ghost-faced beast will increase by more than tenfold.
Lai looked at the blueprints for a moment and exclaimed, 5 meters tall.
Good grief.
Anyone can operate this thing. You could probably just stomp a hunter to death with it, right? Anton also watched with glowing eyes. This isn't an exoskeleton. Isn't this just a combat robot?
It looks like a mantis, and it's equipped with missiles and large caliber cannons. I want one. There will be an opportunity.
Fred continued to describe the mission details. New York City is an old city from several centuries ago.
The population is small, and there are no ground forces stationed nearby.
Therefore, the Covenant hasn't set its sights on this place, and they haven't even deployed any firepower points here.
These guys are only interested in the new cities built within the last century.
So the command cannot send large troops to carry out this mission. What we need to do is go in quietly, rescue the surviving research personnel, and then clean the place up. Well, 034 raised his hand again and asked, since there are no large troops stationed there, why go to such lengths to deploy a Spartan team? Even the Earth Operations Command in New Sydney doesn't get this kind of treatment. Today, Earth is under full-scale invasion, and major cities have almost fallen instantly. Yet there are fewer than 10 Spartan warriors, especially those who possess cultivation, and they are sending the 4 of them to places not yet occupied by the Covenant to carry out missions. I can tell you that.
Anton pulled down Will 034 hand and answered with a smile, wherever there are Spartan warriors, there are important things. You don't even need to think about it. The prophets could figure that out with their eyes closed. That's why we need to act quickly. The headquarters in New Sydney is underground, and not sending Spartan warriors to guard it is also to hide the base.
Oh,
Will 034 seemed to understand a little, so we come with a built-in taunt attribute. Wherever we appear, we will definitely attract the attention of the Covenant. Fred nodded yes.
This time, the enemy's main offensive is directed at New Mombasa, and most of the combat power has been sent there.
We need to complete a series of tasks, all of which were assigned by General Palingoski, and the priority is even higher than the New Mombasa campaign. So, everyone must take this seriously. The three of them nodded simultaneously, and then smiles appeared on their faces, leaving Fred confused.
What are you laughing at? Lai looked left and right and then answered, I don't know what they are laughing at.
I'm just thinking that the new mecha doesn't look heavy, at least it's much lighter than the Scorpion.
what's so funny about that?
Fred was speechless.
Then Will 034 also said, that's why I'm laughing too.
Right, me too.
Anton also nodded in agreement. Fred said, seriously, you look down on this new equipment that much. This is a project that Dr. Halsey researched for several years before the Covenant War. We don't.
We meant that since the mecha is so light, we can put quite a few in our storage pouch.
Right.
Yeah, with such heavy firepower, how can we not take a few more? Anyway, it's more useful than the Scorpion. That thing is too heavy. New York City was a bustling metropolis several centuries ago, but now it is a settlement for the poor.
Most of the towering buildings around are unsuitable for living. Many are dilapidated and have become dangerous structures.
Only those who cannot afford a house and do not want to return to the countryside to farm life here. Originally, only the environment here was bad, but the order was very stable. After all, in this era, no matter how poor one is, they won't starve to death. But now, those dangerous buildings have mostly collapsed. After the giant warships passed by, there were ruins everywhere, and countless people were buried in the rubble. The Covenant did not assign troops to station here, so most people still had time to escape. However, after the aerial fleet left, hundreds of phantoms flew over. This situation caught the Office of Naval Intelligence off guard. Margaret was baffled. The security measures for the laboratory in New York City were very strict. Not to mention, the Covenant, there were only a few people on Earth who knew about it. She didn't believe that the Sanctum people really had the ability to foresee the future. This sudden change was communicated to the Spartan operation team immediately.
For this Margaret also.
Since that's the case, let's change the nature of the mission. After the Scorched Earth mission is completed, carry out the Peacock display operation, and let the Covenant see the power of the cultivator. Understood. General Palingoski mission will be accomplished. After closing the communication, Fred let out a long sigh. Phew, Tilda, it looks like we can have a big fight. Anton and the other two on the side also heard the change, but they didn't know what a Peacock display mission was. It was a brand new, never before heard term, so they all cast suspicious glances.
A smile appeared on Fred's face, and he spread his hands, saying not many people can really pull off a Peacock display operation.
It's about showcasing our cultivation power and letting the Covenant see what a miracle is. To put it simply, it's about shattering their down hearts and making them treat us like goats.
Wow.
Incredible.
Can we really be that arrogant?
I like this kind of operation. The invasion of Earth made every human feel suppressed and angry, especially these Spartan warriors who had recovered all their physical functions. The reason they were joking along the way was that they were suppressing all the anger in their hearts. That's why Will 034 was confused and puzzled about a mission with no enemies. Now that the restrictions were removed and the seals opened, they were also required to fight with cool cultivation methods, which made them extremely excited. It's time to have a good time, brothers. Check your equipment now. We will arrive at the mission location in 1 hour. Compared to the caution of the humans, the Covenant was a bit too playful. The phantoms that surprised Margaret were not elite troops. On the contrary, these were opportunists, many of whom were hungry ghost-faced beasts, and some were jackals who wanted to loot. They belonged to the lowest level in the fleet. Usually, they were neither full nor starving, just hanging on. Only when there was a war could they come out to scavenge and earn some extra money. Because ghost-faced beasts were rising rapidly in the Covenant, various systems were not perfect, which led to many loopholes that these bottom-level guys could exploit. Even in major battles with hundreds of warships, many opportunists ran out, and what awaited them would be the most elite group of people on Earth. Chapter 385, Survivors of New York City. New York City, once the capital of the world, had now been reduced to an open-air slaughterhouse. Personal items were scattered across the streets, high heels crushed smartphones, overturned baby carriages. Those civilians who hadn't managed to evacuate had all become food for the alien invaders. This scene was identical to what Khalid Zaman had seen when he first arrived in this world. Civilization was fragile and vulnerable in the face of savagery. Help! Can anyone hear me? Please save my child. Beneath the ruins of a collapsed apartment building, a woman's cry for help had been going on for a long time. The sound seeped through the gaps between concrete slabs and twisted rebar filled with heartbreaking weakness. Judging by the tone, she wasn't buried very deep, but for an unarmed, ordinary woman, the ruins before her were an insurmountable mountain. What she didn't know was that her voice had long since been heard. If she had known the identity of the listener, she would likely have preferred to remain silent forever. Above the ruins, 3 ghost-faced beast soldiers were examining the direction the sound came from with great interest. What should we do? Should we move it or not? One asked in a hoarse voice, claws tapping impatiently against a nearby concrete block. The second ghost-faced beast shrugged. Who knows how deep they're buried? If we waste all the effort just to find a rotting corpse, it'll be a huge loss.
Are you deaf?
The third one interjected, a greedy glint in its eyes. Didn't you hear there's a child? The taste of that little meat just thinking about it makes me drool. Hunger eventually triumphed over laziness. They hadn't managed to snatch much food earlier, and now that they had found a meal with no competition, how could they let it go easily? They began to move the concrete blocks on the ruins.
Surprisingly, these remnants, each weighing hundreds of pounds, were moved as easily as ordinary building blocks in their hands.
The rebar groaned harshly as it bent, and dust showered down like snowflakes.
The woman below saw the light penetrating through the gaps growing stronger, and her voice trembled with hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Please save my child first.
The suddenly intensified light made her unable to open her eyes for a moment.
She struggled to lift her already numb arms, shielding her 2-year-old daughter in her embrace.
The little girl's soft, pink cheeks were covered in dust and dry tear stains, her eyes tightly shut, and her long eyelashes occasionally trembled slightly, proving she was still alive, though it was unclear if she had fainted from fear or suffered internal injuries.
The nearest ghost-faced beast saw the child, let out an excited low, reached out with its thick, hairy, giant hand and snatched the child from the mother's arms.
At that very moment, the woman's eyes adjusted to the light, and she finally saw the true face of the rescuers.
In that instant, her blood seemed to freeze.
No, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, trying frantically to snatch the child back, her fingernails clawing bloody marks into the rough concrete fragments. But this desperate struggle only made the ghost-faced beasts more excited. They emitted low laughter, enjoying the fear of their prey before death. The violent shaking woke the child.
The little girl opened her eyes, saw the hideous monster face before her, and immediately burst into terrified screams. So noisy, the ghost-faced beast holding the child complained.
Let's eat this little one first. She looks tender and juicy.
Then I won't be polite.
He opened his blood-red maw, revealing teeth sharp as daggers. Wait, I found them first. The second ghost-faced beast protested indignantly. Nonsense, I was the one who pulled her out of the ruins. The third joined the dispute. The child was snatched back and forth between them, her small body swaying helplessly in the air. The woman below was filled with utter despair.
How she wished a miracle could happen right now, that someone could save her child.
She was willing to pay any price for it, her life, her soul, everything.
In those few short seconds, she prayed in her heart to all the gods she knew, Christ, Buddha, Allah, even names she had only heard in myths.
Then she suddenly remembered those legendary guardians, the Spartan warriors. It was said that as long as they appeared, these alien monsters would be faced with a formidable enemy and would be wiped out in an instant. The dispute between the 3 ghost-faced beasts was quickly resolved. 2 of them were brutally kicked off the ruins and rolled into the pile of rubble below.
The winner laughed triumphantly, clutching the crying child, and prepared to enjoy his spoils once again.
Just as he opened his huge mouth, the moment he was about to bite down, bang, 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 a series of precise shots came from the other side of the ruins.
All the bullets, without exception, shot into the open mouth of the ghost-faced beast, exiting from the back of its head, bringing out a mist of blood mixed with brains and bone fragments. The ghost-faced beast widened its eyes, seemingly unable to understand what had happened. Its massive body collapsed with a thud, its fingers finally loosened, and the child rolled to the ground nearby.
The 2 defeated ghost-faced beasts were stunned for a moment, then erupted into angry roars.
They immediately raised the needlers in their hands and fired wildly in the direction the bullets came from. However,
their counterattack only brought more precise retaliation.
The bullets flying from the shadows hit them, covering them in bumps. Although they couldn't penetrate their tough skin to cause fatal wounds, the pain was real. Worse, this provocation completely ignited the inherently violent nature of the Ghostface Beast race.
Cowards, come out and fight head-on.
They dropped their ranged weapons for them. This way of fighting by hiding in the dark and shooting cold shots was an insult to a warrior's honor, and relying on their brute strength and thick skin, they roared and charged toward the direction the bullets were coming from.
Less than 10 seconds after they rushed out, a small figure agilely darted out from the side of the ruins.
It was a boy wearing a worn-out school uniform, looking only 12 or 13 years old, yet his childish face held a determination inconsistent with his age. He picked up the needler discarded by the ghost-faced beasts and pulled the trigger at the two massive backs.
Boom! The needler's bullets detonated upon hitting the target, blowing the two ghost-faced beasts away together.
The charred corpses fell onto the ruins, emitting an unpleasant burnt smell.
The boy looked at the scene before him, suddenly covered his mouth, and trembled uncontrollably.
He was afraid that he would scream out of excitement and attract more enemies, and even more afraid of the inexplicable excitement he felt deep down at the slaughter that had just occurred. At this moment, a figure walked out from the opposite side of the ruins. It was an elderly man with greying hair, about 60 years old, yet his body was still strong and upright. His posture, while holding the gun, carried obvious professional traces, arms slightly bent, eyes moving steadily along the sights, every movement revealing a rhythm that could only come from long-term training. Clear the battlefield, check every target, ensure none are plain dead. The old man's voice was low, carrying an unquestionable sense of authority.
Then collect all available weapons and ammunition.
The boy forced himself to lower the hand covering his mouth, took a deep breath, and began to execute the order. His movements were slightly stiff but serious enough.
The old man asked, while keeping watch on the surroundings, "Kid, have you had contact with Covenant weapons before?"
No, the boy replied, trying to make his voice sound calm.
But I've played a lot of video games.
If there's a gun, just pick it up, aim, pull the trigger. The principle is about the same.
Speaking of this,
His voice suddenly lowered, his gaze swept over those charred corpses, and his eyes were a bit dazed. Real killing was completely different from the feeling of a game. While they were busy, the woman had already struggled to crawl out of the ruins, tightly holding her child back. The tear stains on her face were not yet dry. Her hands were still trembling from excessive force, but a tenacious light had already rekindled in her eyes. She gently patted her daughter's back, humming an off-key lullaby, trying to comfort the frightened child. Surprisingly, the little girl stopped crying, wiping the tears from her mother's face with her small palms. "Mommy, don't cry, baby will be obedient." The woman kissed her daughter's forehead, then turned to her saviors. "My name is Lisa. And this is my daughter, Emily. Thank you. If it weren't for you," she choked, forcing herself to continue, "I know a place nearby, an underground laboratory where I work. The structure is sturdy, the entrance is hidden, maybe we can hide there for a while." The old man examined Lisa, noting that although she was ragged and covered in dust, her eyes were clear and firm.
Hank Owen, he introduced himself briefly, then pointed to the boy.
"This is Tony. We met in the East District. Both of us are people with nowhere to go."
At this moment, Hank Owen looked around.
Explosions and faint roars could be heard from time to time in the distance. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the ruins a blood red. Night was approaching, and the city at night was even more dangerous. Hank then asked, "The basement, exactly where is it located?" "Just 2 blocks away at the intersection of Walton Street and 7th Avenue, Lisa replied, gently adjusting the position of the child in her arms. "I have the password to get in, and the entrance there is very hidden. Ordinary people won't be able to find it." Hanko nodded and made a quick decision. "We'll go there. You lead the way. Tony, you're responsible for covering the rear."
Hopefully, we can find a suitable shelter before rescue arrives.
He knew very well that in a city invasion, the first batch of rescue troops usually appears within an hour. But New York City had been breached by Ghostface beasts for over 2 hours, and there was no sign of troops. It was very likely that this city had been abandoned, or there were some other reasons.
In any case, find a safe location first.
He was just an old man, but the 2 children must not be abandoned. Hank Owen looked back at the direction they came from, where his beloved wife was buried. The old policeman who had originally only wanted revenge temporarily put aside the thought of perishing with the enemy. At this moment, he had a new responsibility to protect these people. He needed him, at least, to let them survive today. The 4-person group began to move an old policeman who had lost everything, a boy growing rapidly in the ruins, a mother who had become strong to protect her child, and an unusually well-behaved and sensible little girl. The twilight wind blew over the ruins, rolling up bursts of dust, as if singing a dirge for the lost lives. In this doomsday-like city, a strange survival team was cautiously moving forward. Chapter 386 Mantis.
The intersection of Walton Street and 7th Avenue was actually not far from them. A normal person could reach it in 20 minutes.
However, to avoid the roaming ghost-face beasts, the 4-person team moved cautiously, hiding and searching for cover along the way. and didn't reach their destination until an hour later. Hank Owen looked at the sign at the main entrance in surprise. Dortmund Company. This is the largest robotics manufacturing company in New York City.
You work in an underground research
Lab here.
Yes. The company had already organized an evacuation.
But Emily was home alone, and I couldn't just leave her behind.
Lisa held her sleeping daughter tightly, fearing someone might snatch her away. The group arrived at the parking lot behind the company building.
Lisa pressed a few buttons on a parking meter, and a slab on the ground automatically shifted, revealing a downward staircase. The air underground was filled with the scent of metal and high-grade machine oil, a stark contrast to the dust and blood of the ruins outside. After walking down for a while and passing through a corridor, Lisa turned on the lights. The scene before them made everyone hold their breath.
This was a vast space capable of accommodating large aircraft, with a dome at least 20 meters high.
Most eye-catching were the three behemoths standing in the center of the space. They were 6 meters tall, their recurved legs as strong and powerful as stallions in an arena with heavy armor covering the joints. The upper control cabin was streamlined, and through the open hatch one could see the cockpit, where the ghostly blue light emitted by the display screens was particularly striking in the dim space. My God, Tony muttered, his eyes wide.
Lisa stepped forward, her tone filled with pride.
This is the newly developed Mantis.
It stands 6 meters tall and weighs 5 tons.
The standard configuration includes a 20mm rotary machine gun and a 35mm 5-tube missile launcher.
However, these are only found on military equipment.
These prototypes don't have the missiles installed, and the machine gun is currently equipped with rubber training rounds.
Hank Owen's breathing grew heavy without him realizing it.
As a veteran police officer, he had seen all kinds of police equipment, but the mecha before him completely exceeded his cognitive scope.
The rotary machine gun, suspended from the sturdy mechanical arm, exuded a heart-stopping deterrent force, even just standing there silently.
His fingers trembled slightly, and a wild thought flashed through his mind. If he could pilot this steel giant, perhaps he could avenge his wife and make those monsters pay the price.
This thought was so intense that his temples were throbbing. This thing must be very complicated to operate, right?
Hank Cohn's voice was a bit hoarse. Lisa smiled slightly. We developed a simplified operating system.
Not to mention adults, even a child like Tony could quickly master the basic operations.
Really? Can I learn?
I want to learn.
Tony was full of excitement. His parents had also perished, and this child's desire for revenge was no less than Hank Cohn's. Lisa took out an operation panel and placed it in front of the two. I don't know when rescue will arrive. There is a suggested operation manual here. You can take a look. If there is an opportunity, we can use these Mantis units to break through the encirclement. I'll go take Emily to wash up first. There is food and water in the storage room nearby. After Lisa left, the old man and the young boy took 2 bottles of water and some food, then sat on the ground reading the tutorial. Just then, a group of ghost-faced beasts appeared near the ruins where they had rescued the mother and daughter. How did these guys die? Sneaking out is one thing, but getting killed by humans? What idiots. I was originally planning to drag them back to work as miners. The speaker was a ghost-faced beast warlord. This position was equivalent to a field commander of the Sanheli people. The headgear on his helmet was extremely exaggerated, a large, ridiculous cuboid that looked like a tombstone, with a pair of massive bull horns in front. Regardless of whether it looked good or not, the sense of oppression was already at its peak.
This warlord had come to catch deserters, but as soon as he arrived, he discovered that some ghost-faced beasts had died.
His killing intent made the 3 following ghost-faced beast lords and a dozen ghost-faced beast captains fall silent.
Are there human troops here? The subordinates shook their heads. Are there Spartan warriors here?
The ghost-faced beasts looked at each other.
This city had no garrison or human military facilities, and even the buildings were dilapidated with no strategic value. That was why no troops had been sent to garrison it. Yet those human civilians had actually managed to kill their warriors, making these guys, who boasted that their combat power exceeded that of the Sanheli people, feel hot with shame. A captain examined the corpses and explained the situation. A cruel smile appeared on the warlord's face.
Foolish guys, ambushed by cunning humans and then losing their minds.
Find those humans and chop them into meat paste.
Ghost-faced beast lords were very good at tracking, and it took them less than half an hour to find the parking lot. A ghost-faced beast looked around, sniffing, and said, "These people disappeared here. Either they flew away or they went underground."
Very good.
The warlord was very satisfied. This city had long been surrounded by the mobile units he brought, and a CCS-class battlecruiser was parked above.
Even the Phantoms couldn't fly away, let alone human aircraft.
So those guys must be underground.
At his signal, the 3 ghost-faced beast lords took out their gravity hammers and began to smash the ground. With a loud boom, the entrance to the basement was smashed open.
The alarm in the research lab suddenly let out a shrill warning sound.
Lisa ran back, holding her daughter.
It's bad.
The entrance was found by the ghost-faced beasts.
They still followed us.
Let's run out through the emergency exit quickly.
Hank Owen frowned. Even such a hidden corner had been found. They were clearly being targeted by the enemy.
Running outside would also mean death. It would be better to take a gamble.
A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Perhaps he had waited too long for this moment.
Seeing the old man walk straight to the mantis, Lisa understood his intention.
Don't do this.
The city is full of ghost-faced beasts.
This mecha doesn't have weapons installed. You will definitely die if you rush out. Let's go find a safe place and wait for the military to send someone to save us. If they were going to come, they would have come already.
Perhaps human troops have already been scattered, or perhaps other places are unable to attend to us.
Hank Owen sat in the cockpit of the mantis.
He looked very calm, not at all impulsive.
I will go and draw the enemy away. You take the children and find a chance to escape.
Lisa's tears fell. Someone will definitely come to save us.
There definitely will be. The little girl said in a milky voice, Spartan warriors will come to save us. Hank Owen smiled without speaking. Ordinary troops hadn't come, so why would Spartan warriors come to save them? But he didn't want to break the little girl's fantasy. Lisa, open lift no.
2.
I have no family left, but you still have people to protect. Never give up, no matter what.
Chapter 387 Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky.
The ghost-faced beasts who found the passage were very excited, each holding their weapons and wanting to rush down. But they were all stopped by the warlord. This time, they did not bring any wild boar beasts. Rashly rushing into an unknown place was not this warlord's style.
Go to the Phantom and get a machine gun. I will lead the way, and you all follow behind.
As the warlord, his battle armor's energy shield was the strongest, and with the firepower of the plasma machine gun, it was enough to handle most situations.
However, a large platform suddenly rose behind them.
The 5-meter-tall robot looked very dangerous. The ghost-faced beasts were stunned, their hair standing on end at the sight of the dense barrels and missile launchers. Heh, this really is an unexpected surprise. The ghost-faced beast warlord was not afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited.
You will flank from both sides.
Leave the front of me. He picked up the gravity hammer and quickly charged forward in a zigzag path.
Hank noticed the opponent's exaggerated battle armor at a glance and knew this was a difficult enemy to deal with.
He did not hesitate and immediately opened fire. The rubber bullets hit the warlord's battle armor, causing ripples of energy to appear. Very quickly, this experienced ghost-faced beast discovered that the power of these bullets was very small, so small that it could almost be ignored.
He jumped up, raised the gravity hammer, and smashed it towards the mantis. The ghost-faced beasts on both sides also began to fire at Hank.
Lisa looked at the image on the monitor and shouted, "That is a Stargate gravity hammer. You must not be hit directly. Otherwise, in just 3 hits, the mantis's energy shield will overload." The 6-meter-tall mech moved very slowly and could not dodge such an attack at all.
Hank was also helpless and could only raise his machine gun to shoot at the ghost-faced beast lord in the air.
Fortunately, although the bullets were not very powerful, there were many of them, and a firing frequency of 20 rounds per second caused the ghost-faced beast lord to lose his forward momentum. This big guy, holding the gravity hammer, actually flew backward instead.
At this moment, 6 ghost-faced beast captains rushed to the side of the mantis, spreading their arms, intending to topple this robot.
Lisa shouted again, quickly pressed that red button in the middle. Hank had not seen the function of this button in the tutorial, so he did not know what it was. Since the researchers said so, he could only follow instructions. The next moment, the mantis lifted its right foot and its big leg, over 3 meters long, stomped fiercely onto the ground. With a loud boom, 6 ghost-faced beasts were instantly stomped to death. 2 were stomped into meat paste, and the other 4 flew back for a full dozen meters, rolled 7 or 8 times on the ground, and finally lay there motionless, clearly having stopped breathing.
Wow,
Hank exclaimed, "It has such powerful force. Why didn't you tell me sooner?"
Lisa said, "This is a function carried by the military prototype."
The part we studied did not include it. It was even forbidden to use. If this function were used in the basement, the entire facility would collapse.
Military grade is better after all.
The old man did not give the opponent a chance to react.
While firing dense bullets, he walked towards the warlord.
This arrogant attitude instantly enraged the opponent. The 3-meter-tall ghost-faced beast and the 6-meter-tall mantis collided.
The energy shields on both sides erupted with blinding light.
The result was unexpected. It was the taller mantis that was knocked back.